A long time ago, he had already saved this world. The god of martial arts, King Hai-un-ho, the same man who defeated Barch in the Tower of Destruction and stopped the end of the world. But victory came at a price. The ruins of the tower became his tomb. And that's where the story should have ended. But 300 years passed, and he opened his eyes again. Now he is 17 years old, and his name is King Yu-yuk. The world he once saved is no longer the same. The so-called constellations appeared, beings who watch over humanity. And the most interesting thing is that they are all his former disciples. This story interested me from the very first moment. A story about a master who returns to a world that grew up without him. A story about a legend who becomes a forgotten name. And now he embarks on a journey, and not for glory or power, but to reunite with each of those he once trained. This content is an original narrative retelling by the channel's author, created with a style, its own structure and approach. It does not reproduce the original material literally, and constitutes a transformative work. I present to you a world where, with power and money, anything can be done. But someone who has nothing appears and defeats everyone. He wins men, he wins women. He also wins those who hit women. Come on, let's watch this story. Ballier Academy is one of the 3 best hunter institutes in the world. Each year, many hunters try to enter this institute, but with a success rate of 1 in 500. Few succeed, and even among those who do, only 150 students can graduate. You can see that the level of difficulty is like in real life. Exactly. On the first day of class, there are already a lot of people training and anything goes. People with nothing in their hands against people with swords. Observing them is the senior combat instructor, Lee Sang-cheol. After a while, someone named Jo Min-hoon arrives to see the candidate from his family who deserves all our attention. Jo Seo Hae-hoon from the Jo Sin family, one of the 5 most prestigious families in Korea. Everyone who crosses his path is defeated due to his talent with mana. And the sword, he is a promising talent, but he doesn't attract much attention from the instructor, until it is mentioned that his family has communicated with a guardian of the Jusin family constellation. This attracts the instructor's attention. In this world, there are 5 chosen ones to be guardians of the constellations, where it is normal for hunters to receive blessings and protection from guardians or make a contract for it. Each of these 5 guardians has a different power. The Jusin family has the god of the sword, the Zengsin family, the god of spirits, the Hin Choi family, the god of martial arts, the Osean family, the god of fists, the Jeon family, the god of the bow. Jo Jeon, after communicating with a guardian, is a great genius with incredible potential. Passing the academy's test will be easy. That's what they say. This is so important that everyone is watching it through cameras. The fight of the 17-year-old super talent will be against Kim Yuha, also 17 years old. The instructors are even surprised by how calm the boy was. Knowing who he was facing, confident of an easy victory, the fight begins. Our girl draws her sword, but there is no sign of the boy. She decides to attack. Her swordsmanship was incredible, as was her control of mana. And the attack was precise. Guys, believe it or not, he simply punched her in the chest and won the fight. Our protagonist was even disappointed with the fight. And now we see the truth. 300 years ago, 3 centuries ago, something had happened in the Tower of Destruction. 2 men fought bravely. The owner, the King of Destruction, commented that it had been a great battle, leaving the martial leader, Kim Yen, very weakened. Brass wore strange blue glasses and had huge white hair. Kim Ha-en-oh agreed that the fight had been excellent. The master of ceremonies let out a slight chuckle. Kim Ha-en-ho became very alert when a panel appeared in front of him. It announced that the Tower of Destruction and its ruler, Brass, had been defeated, stopping the annihilation of the world. The enormous structure began to crack loudly. Kim Ha-en-ho realized that the building was collapsing. After defeating his enemy, he groaned in pain, lamenting that this was the moment he was supposed to live in complete peace. Since childhood, he had endured hard work as a hunter to survive, and all the money, the fame and life he had dreamed of, were crumbling before him. He knew he should have brought his disciples, but he reconsidered this idea, because that guy had been the strongest opponent he had ever faced, and everyone could have ended up dying right there. He bids farewell to the world with his hand on his wound, and soon begins to decompose right there. Suddenly, the boy opens his eyes. Kim Yi had not reincarnated in the body of a young man named Kim Ho-yuk, 300 years after the tower's collapse, and the current moment of his reincarnation was satisfactory. Although his physical condition was weak, all his knowledge had been maintained. He thought that by simply adapting to the new body, He could live in peace until the translucent window appeared again, informing him that, in 5 years, the Tower of Destruction would reappear, giving him that time to prepare. He was angry because that guy had already been defeated. He thought he should have burned Brasses's body, but he couldn't just stand there lamenting for no reason. At that time, the conditions for conquering the tower should be easier, and this time he was determined to live and enjoy life. Something appeared on the panel, leaving him confused again. It mentioned finding lost weapons and memories in the Balia Constellation Hall. On the 3rd basement floor, he realized everything he had to do at that moment. It would be the 4th day at Balia, where the top 10 rankings would be decided. The summoned ones had to head to the stadium. Kim Ho-juk stood up excitedly. To go there, all participants had to take their positions. The spectators were very excited watching everything. At that very moment, the senior instructor thought there were too many people compared to last time. He watched everything from above. The newcomer, Kim Ho-juk, was ready for battle. The fight would begin in 30 seconds, and his opponent was already in front of him. The eldest son of the Osun family, Is-yuk, 17 years old, was there. He wasn't very good at literature, strategy, or martial arts. However, he had a talent that others did not. It was his impressive and strong physique. He could do what others couldn't without mana, and even with little training, he became significantly stronger. He was born with a top-tier physique that required no effort, and that's why he was considered a genius. He looked fearlessly at his opponent with an extremely angry expression. The two stood facing each other. Kim Ho-juk gave him the middle finger and insulted his opponent. This enraged and infuriated Ho-juk. He lunged at him, calling him trash. Kim Ho-juk thought that, with the body he had reincarnated into, he would not win in a close combat. And he didn't know much about his opponent, with strength being the main problem so far. Even if the enemy had superior physical strength, that didn't mean he would win. Oh Chu-ki tried to land a powerful punch on our protagonist. He dodged it because he had martial arts to improve his physique. And something very important too. He swept the blonde bully's legs and knocked him to the ground. Ashigu, who was left confused and didn't quite know what had just happened. Kim Ho-juk winked his right eye slightly and revealed his ability to observe his opponent, landing a precise blow to his body, which made him roll his eyes with blood coming out of his mouth. Falling unconscious and severely weakened, Kim Ho-juk won the battle, saying that if those two abilities had not been in harmony, this outcome would have been impossible, even though his body was weaker than before. And he should have no problem hunting monsters and being a hunter, as he once was. He headed for the exit after annihilating his enemy, leaving everyone who had witnessed the battle perplexed. They commented on how OS and Yuk had been knocked out and taken down by such a simple attack. A man in the back reflected deeply on all of this in silence. He was the head of the Osun family, the king of fists. Aki Olsen was very angry at the opinion of those ignorant enough to call the attack simple, even though his son had only trained his physique, ignoring martial arts. He should have easily dodged that blow, but this time it was something he couldn't evade. Stigako let his temper get the better of him and lunged at Kim Ho-juk. He had even used magic, something he rarely did, to try to finish it quickly. But Kim Ho-juk tilted his head slightly to dodge it, as he was sure the blow was accurate. He shifted his entire center of gravity forward, sending OC-juk flying. Surprised by the missed punch, at that moment, his opponent's hand extended and opened to counterattack. This meant that Kim Ho-juk was moving faster than C-juk at maximum speed, which showed that he already had a plan for the battle, and that alone was a monstrous talent. Ah-Chel-sin, after processing all of this, remained silent and deep in thought. Unfortunately, many people also recognized the value of that rookie, and not all of them were ignorant. Ah-Chel-sin thought of Kim Ho-juk's name and decided to ensure the boy joined the family no matter the cost. The stadium lights turned on. Many fans of Choi R and Nane were there, cheering enthusiastically. The boy was quite impressed by these lunatics who had already served in the army, and yet they cheered for a 17-year-old girl calling her Nane. That would be the final match for the ranking. Kim Ho-juk was ready to fight Choi Ren, the second daughter of the Choi Hin family. At the start of the match, she immediately drew her sword, preparing to attack for the first time. Kim Ho-juk looked at her with a calm and serene expression. The two remained motionless for a moment, not moving or speaking. He quickly guessed that she was waiting for his first move, and the fact that she at least tried to read the situation made her better than his previous opponents. He chuckled, thinking about what he should do at that moment. Then he started walking towards his opponent, who was on guard. He watched her with a terrifying expression, his hands in his pockets. She looked back at him without fear or dread. She gripped her sword with great strength and determination, releasing flashes of lightning. Everyone was impressed, because the girl had mastered the elemental exchange skill of the Choi Jin family. At only 17 years old, she lunged at her opponent with all her courage and determination. The boy took a small step forward, giving her the opportunity to attack. She immediately struck with her sword, unleashing a storm of blue lightning with immense power. But she was bewildered, because her enemy had disappeared from in front of her so quickly. Suddenly, he commented that if she revealed the target of her attacks with her gaze, it would be easy to dodge them. He was standing calmly beside her. She was completely confused by this, and suddenly she received a direct blow to the body. Her eyes widened, showing a mixture of pain and agony, as if she felt relieved to have defended the blow. Kim Ho-juk stared at her without saying a word. Cho Yarin quickly grabbed her impressive sword and flew backwards with it in her hands. Kim Ho-juk was impressed because the girl had managed to block his blow with her sword. So he hadn't felt the impact on a human body, but rather on an object. She thought it was incredibly heavy. Suddenly, a fist touched her sword. Choirin stared at her opponent, who dared her to dodge the next attack. Then he threw a powerful blow, which sent the girl flying away with a desperate expression. She landed on the ground, lying there and abandoned. The boy thought there was something strange about that attack. It seemed that her posture was slightly incorrect, but in the end it didn't matter because victory was assured anyway. The panel showed the top 10 admissions at Balia, and Kim Ho-juk was ranked first. He walked nearby, adjusting his shoulder. Suddenly, many voices left him surprised and confused. A crowd had gathered to demand his attention and be accepted into a group. Annoyed, he yelled at them all to be quiet. With this, we conclude this chapter. In the news section, a headline read that Kim Ho-juk was on the verge of madness. Described as a mad psychopath, 92 comments criticized him, stating that he was probably a bad person due to his reprehensible actions. For a rookie, the boy was considered very arrogant and exaggerated. The comments continued, discussing his potential and his negative behavior. Meanwhile, in the grand and towering buildings of Balia, the rookies were given a warm welcome. King Ho-juk thought all the introductory information about Balia's history was boring and tedious. Then he noticed a boy behind him. The boy looked away with a nervous and shy expression. King Ho-juk guessed that he had attracted a lot of attention the previous day, but there was still an unresolved matter. The claim about weapons and memories that the panel had ordered some time ago on his way. Kim Ho-juk thought he just had to go in and out, which seemed like an easy task. But he noticed something nearby. The opening ceremony had already ended. By then, the virtual combat simulation room was right in front. The former chief instructor of Balia from the Trojan Guild, Kim Lagon, wondered why the class distribution had been organized that way. In front was Jo Jian from the Jo Jin family, and next to him was Aaron from the Trojan clan. In the middle was Osi Yuk, Dao Group Asin. They had said that the classes would be distributed randomly, but 3 of the 5 geniuses from the families were in the same room. And there was something more interesting. The boy looked at Kim Ho-juk and realized that he was also in that class, completely condemning the man's year. He tried to calm himself down to control the situation. He immediately introduced himself, saying it was a pleasure to meet the young people and that he was responsible for the class, as well as their instructor. First, he pressed a button on the podium. He was standing. All the girls panicked at what happened next. Suddenly, they all appeared in a vast field. They all began to wonder where they were, as seconds before they were in a completely different place. Kim Le-yoon gripped the hilt of his sword and thought about showing some bloodlust right there. Suddenly, several demonic, horrible, and terrifying beings appeared, filled with anger, and wielding various weapons. They all started screaming and panicking at the sight of it all. Ozzy Yuk thought they were orcs and goblins, and that there were at least 100 of them. Suddenly, the ugly green monster started moving towards him. One tried to hit him with its sharp clawed hand, and another tried to jump at the boy. But it was stopped by the protective barrier. Kim Lee-jung thought everything was going as planned, because the barrier was working perfectly. Then he called Kim Ho-juk to come closer. He approached the podium, and the instructor quickly asked him if he could handle all those monsters on his own. Without any help, these were the monsters surrounding the barrier. The boy thought about his answer silently. Kim Lee-jung reasoned that he was now sure that the boy's ego had been diminished, which was natural, as most had only seen monsters in books and comics. He told Kim Ho-juk to stop pretending he was considering it, and just say no so the lesson could continue. The boy gave a slight smile. This infuriated the instructor because the boy was laughing, and he soon discovered that Kim Ho-juk could, in fact, handle the monsters alone. He thought the boy was bluffing and told him to try it, as he was so sure. And convinced of it, Kim Ho-juk asked him, saying that such a thing could not be done on the first day without some kind of reward for the mission. After saying that, the boy was actually speaking his language and quickly asked him what he wanted to bet. At that moment, he replied that if he took care of all the monsters, the instructor would fulfill all his wishes, as long as they were within his capabilities. The boy put his hand on his chin, thoughtfully, and said that although it was not a big deal, he would accept the deal. The instructor tried to intimidate the boy, who simply asked for the sword quickly, since it would be impossible to fight with bare hands without any weapon to help him. He immediately put his hand on his sword and handed it over for the boy to use. Kim Ho-juk observed the weapon with an expression of joy and excitement. He placed it on his back, contemplating the enormous challenge ahead of him. The instructor watched everything with a dejected expression. All the young people also watched, completely entertained. King Ho-juk firmly gripped the weapon and began to fight bravely and ferociously against the monstrous beings, concluding this chapter with a furious and angry expression, and continued to bravely eliminate all his opponents. One of them tried to cowardly hit him from behind, but the boy quickly gripped his weapon firmly and blocked the potential blow without a moment's hesitation. He thought he was not doing too badly, considering that 300 years had passed since he last wielded a sword. At that time, due to the monsters, humans could not fulfill their duties, and all sorts of weapons were used to kill them, but still, the sword remained a very familiar tool. He carefully observed two things, as he had noticed something strange. There was a monster trying to attack him mercilessly, and cowardly from behind. Kim Ho-juk quickly dodged the cowardly blow, and everything was, as he had imagined, following a very simple pattern. It was just a very well-made NPC monster simulation. Everyone inside the capsule was watching him. He was completely impressed. Kim Mi-gun thought it was impossible, as he had only lent the boy a nearly useless sword. He had no magical power or ability to wield it quickly, but the boy was cutting everything with incredible ease and mastery. It was as if the sword was absorbing all those monstrous beings. The girl was stunned, and the boy reflected on all that madness. She watched him through the protective capsule, completely motionless, remaining silent, without uttering a single word, with an expression of awe and perplexity. Kim Ho-juk stated that he wanted to go to the Constellation Hall, as he had defeated all those weak enemies. He left the area and headed towards the protective barrier. Then he asked if the instructor would keep his promise, which visibly angered and irritated him. The sun was already setting between those imposing buildings. Kim Le-yi declared the class over and advised the tired students to rest in their dormitories without staying in the area. The boy slumped in a classroom chair, thinking the class had been too long, and wishing to grab his belongings to leave as soon as possible. He also thought about how he never wanted to teach students, and that he himself had never gone to school. And although the class had been boring most of the time, he had managed to gather a lot of important information, especially about topics related to the history of constellations. In his previous life, such a thing did not exist. Constellation was the term used to describe the transformation of those who amassed great fortunes into deities, often related to hunters. Ballia in Korea was the third largest academy in the world and contained various constellation relics. Kim Ho-juk thought that everything related to killing monsters and swordsmanship seemed useless, and that he should head to the dormitory to focus on practicing martial arts, since his body was quite weak. But suddenly he noticed something unusual. It was the white-haired girl approaching from behind. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office, a man drinking coffee commented that his friend had been through a lot. Kim Lee-jeon admitted that, to be honest, it was more embarrassing than truly painful, and asked Lee Sancheol if that boy was really a high school student, who was surprised to learn that the boy had killed 120 monsters in the simulation room without ever having seen one in real life. What Kim Lee-jeon was saying was absolutely true, so the senior instructor observed. Kim Ho-juk seemed normal, but he had something in his past. Kim Lee-jeon was impressed to discover that the boy was an orphan from a small orphanage in a very dangerous area, and that in no way was he lying, as Lee Sang-chul had investigated the matter on his own. Besides, an impostor would not try to enter Ballia by causing a scandal at the opening ceremony. Lee Sang-chul asked if the boy had applied to enter the Constellation Hall. Receiving an affirmative answer from Kim Lee-gun, the senior instructor said he would let the boy go to the first floor of the basement as per the director's instructions. which made his friend very grateful, and as he had brought him there, he had to take responsibility. Besides, he didn't know much about the completely restricted area on the 5th floor. But there should be no problem with a quick visit to the first one. Kim Ne-gun expressed his concern about what might happen next year, which left his friend confused. In his class, there were 3 students from the 5 families, and it wasn't easy to handle even one of them, which the senior instructor perfectly understood. He didn't try to console him, but mentioned that there was an exchange student from the Ventric family in another class, which surprised him quite a bit. Rockdale Ventric belonged to the Direct Ventric group. Kim Le-gun had heard that the boy had been expelled from the British Academy for causing trouble. He took a deep breath, still somewhat worried, and said that after hearing that, he felt his situation was better than that of the neighboring class. Kim Ho-juk looked at the girl with a doubtful expression. She also stared at him without saying anything. He broke the silence and asked her what had happened. The girl asked him to teach her all those swordsmanship techniques. Concluding this chapter, Kim Ho-juk didn't quite understand. The girl was very eager to learn the swordsmanship he had demonstrated earlier. But he replied negatively, and she questioned his decision. He replied that it was simply because he didn't want to teach, and since the girl had nothing else to say. She left. She looked him in the eyes and asked him to do it. He replied again that he simply didn't want to teach her. Insulting her, he called her deaf and told her to stop following him immediately, because Kim Ho-juk had no intention of teaching her. He immediately walked away from the place, leaving the girl standing there looking sad and disappointed. The next day in the grand buildings of Balia, Kim Hyuk was sitting in his classroom chair, very quiet and lost in thought. At that moment, he looks at his hands and realizes that his body was better than he thought. But he couldn't do much, as he had no magical powers and had trouble controlling his mana. This problem could be solved if he found that thing, and for that, he would prepare some magic. Suddenly, someone approached him and spoke to him. It was a blonde and smug bully. Arrow Rock of Odenrek, accompanied by his assistant, Yuria of Felix, approached Kim Ho-juk's desk. Kim immediately asked him his identity. Rock of Odenrek thought the boy was uncultured, as he didn't know his family. He quickly introduced himself and said he didn't want to waste time. He asked if Kim Ho-juk was interested in becoming strong. He invited him to join the main Ventric family. In most families, affiliated lineages had more difficulty obtaining power and wealth compared to the main branch. However, the Ventric family had a peak mask, a constellation guardian, which distinguished it from others. Normally, an S-class soldier or higher protected the organization, directly selecting a star member and granting him power and protection. But in the case of the Ventric family, they chose to sign an agreement with an individual not belonging to the constellation to avoid contractual misunderstandings. Due to this unique decision, the organization held significant power in Europe, and joining it granted immense influence. With this authority, Roque Dodanrek, supported by his family, had become excessively arrogant. It hadn't been long since something happened. Due to an incident at the British Academy, he had been expelled, but he wasn't going to cry over what was now irreparable. At the door of that place, along with his assistant, he declared that he always got what he wanted. And even though he had been expelled before, being from the Ventric's family meant they would always find a way to get him back on track. After all, that person would enjoy it too much. Returning to the present, he tried to talk to Kim Ho-juk. He thought he could have the boy by his side, who had been the center of attention at the entrance ceremony. So he offered to take him to the Ventric family constellation if he accepted. But he was arrogantly rejected. He stood there stunned, not knowing what to do at that moment. His assistant also made a strange face. He became enraged, but Kim Ho-juk was not naive, and realized that he was not really interested, and that he had only one in Rockdale. Ventric called the boy angry, rude, and disgusting brat. Suddenly, an authority figure arrived. He ordered everyone to return to their seats and called out the show-off. This enraged him even further, because the man addressed him by his full name. The man was the senior instructor. Lee Sang-chio emphasized the rules of Balia, reminding everyone that this was not the academy. The show-off thought about that man knowing he was a combat instructor. He clenched his teeth in rage and fury. He returned to his seat silently with his servant. He declared that one day he would meet Kim Ho-juk again. Kim watched everything with his red eyes without saying a single word. Later that day, school ended. Kim Ho-juk thought about how he hadn't learned anything related to the Constellation Hall during classes, and instead had gotten involved with an idiot. That morning, he reflected on many things about students and instructors, guild scouts who wanted to recruit him despite their criticism of them. Once again, someone approached him from behind. It was the persistent girl asking him to teach her swordsmanship again. He became annoyed, realizing that it wasn't enough for her either. Back in the Grand Ballia residence, in the highest class room, someone was furious, smashing chandeliers with uncontrollable rage. It was the annoying and arrogant Ventric of Rockdale. He was furious with the orphan Kim Ho, Yuck, who had humiliated him and demanded that Yuria immediately call Sarah, since he needed someone to take care of a certain person. As the chapter concluded, Rockdale Ventric was still boiling with rage. Once again, he called his poor resilient one by name. She remained silent and motionless while he spoke. He grabbed her hair tightly and demanded that she answer immediately. Then he asked her if she still considered herself the eldest daughter of the palace family. He threatened to expel the poor girl from the group, which led her to beg him not to. He quickly threw her to the ground with all his might again and ordered her to call Sarah, since there was someone he needed to talk to. He also ordered her to inform a second-year member of the Rice family that he wanted to see him, and the frightened and helpless blonde assistant replied affirmatively in the Ballia residence, specifically in Kim Ho-juk's room. He was meditating with bright blue magic radiating from his body. He was deeply focused on what he was doing. Suddenly he coughed, releasing a lot of smoke. Realizing once again that his body was truly useless and could not invoke any magic with it, he fell into a deep silence, lost in his thoughts, and began to recall his return to the dormitory that afternoon, when the girl had appeared behind him once more and approached him for the second time. They had already reached the dormitory door and she was still following him. He repeated her request like a parrot, proving very irritating and almost begging him to take action. Then he proposed 10 million wands per lesson. The girl again felt deeply sad and disappointed, and since she probably couldn't afford it, he decided to leave. Suddenly, she asked for his phone, leaving him completely confused and not knowing what was happening. He asked her why she was doing that. She was adding her number, so it would be easier to transfer the payment, which left Kim Ho-juk even more stunned. Suddenly, he received a notification on his phone. It was a transfer of 100 million wands, and now he was supposed to teach her his impressive and masterful techniques. He said he wouldn't and would refuse the transaction. Returning to the present, he reflected on how surprised he had been before. How could a high school student have 100 million wands? If he taught her, he wouldn't have to reveal all his secrets, but the huge amount of money was overwhelming. He thought he could use it for what he needed, so it didn't matter. Even though his mana was as limited as a beggar's, he stood up ready for his mission. Taking his first steps towards victory, he was going to find the secret chamber at that moment, even in total darkness. He walked through the dense vegetation. He thought about how he had checked it beforehand, but most of the hidden chambers 300 years ago had been destroyed. According to his research, only 4 remained, and only 3 were likely to remain. One thing was certain: they would be in the Ballia Mountains, and he would search for them without giving up. He began to channel all his blue magic. The location of the vault could be determined by feeling the marble, which responded to his abilities, and it could be detected even with minimal effort. A glowing circle appeared on the ground. Finally, Kim Ho-juk had found something. He approached the bright neon blue circle and began to dig with his iron shovel. Once again, realizing how weak his body was, he thought that if he had known how difficult it would be, he would have buried it in a less deep and more accessible place. And if it hadn't been for the Tower of Destruction, 300 years ago, none of this would have been necessary. The world had been on the brink of destruction, and there was no safe place for his riches. So he had built large vaults and stored everything there with great faith. He believed that the contents would be safe and intact, as part of it was already rising above the imposing buildings of Ballia. And finally, Kim Ho-juk found what he was looking for, the treasure vaults he had been searching for so long. The location of the lock was a mystery, but he quickly found it. A normal key did not fit that lock, so he created a magic line, shaping it into a special key. It fit perfectly into the lock, and he celebrated his achievement. The door began to open slowly, using all the strength he had in his fragile body. Finally, he managed to enter the vault, landing on his feet in front of countless golden treasures. With a broad smile of joy and excitement, he even asked how his riches were doing. Concluding this chapter, he silently contemplated all that money with a thoughtful expression. Now that he no longer had to worry about money, he could look for what he needed in peace. Suddenly, he was startled by something. The storage stones were right in front of him to hold the vaults. He had imbued them with some magic, and the day had finally come to use them. He picked up a magic stone in his hand. It began to emit a bright blue light. This was what was expected of a storage stone, as its magical power should overflow exactly in that way. He stopped extracting magic and said he would deal with the remaining storage stones first, deciding to transport the lighter jewels before the heavy gold bars. It was a beautiful day in Balia. Kim Ho-juk was back to sleeping in his chair like a zombie. He thought he must be a cursed lunatic for planning to build a vault in the future, as his muscles hurt just from going out a little with someone. Suddenly, the girl appeared in front of him again and asked him to teach her swordsmanship techniques. It really seemed like she wasn't going to let it go, he reasoned, based on the information he had, because she had chosen him to teach her swordsmanship, and he soon asked Erin Choi about her persistence. Since she could learn everything from her family, she replied that she had never seen anyone wield a sword better than Kim Ho-juk. Then he asked about her father, as he was the head of the Trojan family and probably better with a sword than him. Just as she was about to talk about her father, the instructor called Kim Ho-juk to the teacher's lounge, leaving him very confused about it, but it was all related to the things she had asked him last time. And since he was very eager to know, he quickly got up without hesitation. He got up from the chair and left, leaving the girl standing there. She asked for permission to speak. She remained silent for a moment with a slightly sad expression. Kim Ho-juk told her that the next day, at 6 in the morning, she should meet him at the local training ground. She was stunned by the information she had just received. The boy asked her if she didn't want that opportunity. She had a moment of understanding and replied that she would definitely be there. Meanwhile, in the nearby teacher's lounge, the instructor sat in front of the boy, and since he had class in a few minutes, he spoke quickly and without delay. First, Kim Ho-yuk's access to the Constellation building had been approved, and he only had to go to the building's basement. However, he was not allowed to enter any floors below the basement. He replied affirmatively and quickly asked when he could do it. He discovered that he could go that very night and confirmed that he would. Kim Min-jeon was very surprised, as he thought the boy would make a scene for not being allowed to go further down than the first basement. Finally, the two parted ways to attend to their respective obligations, and the boy left the room immediately after Megan had already fallen into Balia. This was the place they were looking for, was the treasure of the Balia Academy in the Constellation Hall. The boy observed everything around him. There were two guards dressed in black standing, and guarding as he carefully observed everything. One of them was speaking on the radio with someone. Kim Ho-juk commented that the security was stronger compared to the main gate, and they told him that this demonstrated the importance of the Constellation building. He thought not only of the guards, but also of the outer walls. They were covered with all sorts of magic, completely surrounded except for the entrance. Kim Ho-juk wanted to ask his teacher for clarification. Then he asked how someone could go down to the second basement, and if that would be illegal. Kim Lin-gong quickly replied that that would not make someone a criminal, but it would get him expelled from there. Besides, he would go crazy before leaving the school, which left the boy a little confused about it. Kim Lin-gong then explained to him that on the second floor, the magical power of the action's constellation flowed without restriction, and anyone who touched the magic would have their mind shattered. The boy quickly understood the situation. Meanwhile, the instructor wondered why the boy had asked that before entering the building, as it seemed that he really wanted to go down there, but he soon dismissed the idea, reasoning that the best candidate would not do such a thing, since staying at the academy was much better. Kim Lin-gong informed him that he only had 30 minutes. The boy replied affirmatively, saying he would be back soon. Suddenly, the panel appeared, showing and ordering the same things as before. He observed it carefully. Right there, Kim Ho-juk didn't care about being expelled, since he had come to Balia solely for that place, and he had to go to the third basement first. He wondered why there were so many endless stairs in that building. As he quickly went down them, suddenly he saw something in front of him. That place looked like a huge prison. He was sure that the Constellation Hall was on the first basement floor. All of that didn't seem that important, leaving him undecided whether to keep going down. Suddenly, the panel reappeared, informing him that the requirements had been met, and that he was being transported to the hall, leaving him clueless as to what was happening, and where that place could be. Suddenly, he began to disappear from there, along with the panel. Someone possibly familiar greeted him in the new location. It was the infamous enemy Brass. He looked at Brass, completely surprised and with a terrified expression. Brass commented that, after 300 years, this was their reunion. Suddenly, in the middle of his speech, he received a strong punch to the face. Kim Ho-juk had landed a direct blow to his enemy and was very satisfied to see that damned figure. Brass asked his enemy to calm down, but received another punch to the face. He tried to appease the situation to have a proper conversation, but once again he was hit, because Kim Ho-juk only wanted his death. All his attempts to stop the fight were useless. He was already on the ground, weakened and helpless, and Kim Ho-juk was getting tired of fighting. Then he commented that he was not the type of person to use fists. But this case was different, because Brass had destroyed his future. Moreover, Brass had ruined his wealth, his honor, and all the time he had invested in his disciples. Brass then asked if Kim Ho-juk was not curious to know what kind of place this was. Kim Ho-juk admitted that he was, because there seemed to be nothing peculiar about it. Brass explained that it was an imaginary world, a space within a relic, which left Kim Ho-juk excited. According to Brass, what Kim Ho-juk was seeing was pure imagination, because his body had ceased to exist 300 years ago. He meant that he had always been inside that relic. The boy was profoundly shocked, as this revealed something significant. Brass gave a slight smile at that moment, and declared that he had become a constellation, leaving Kim Ho-juk speechless for a moment. Then angrily, he delivered another strong punch to his face. Meanwhile, outside the building, Kim Lin-dong had been waiting for the boy for quite some time. Suddenly, something appeared before him. It was Kim Ho-juk, who was being searched by the local guards. Lin-dong asked him if he had done anything strange, but Kim Ho-juk replied that he had only taken a look. He added that he hadn't delved further because he didn't want to lose his mind. The instructor then ordered him to go home, and Kim Ho-juk agreed. He soon left the place, heading back to the dormitory. He recalled a reunion with his terrible enemy from the past. He didn't care that Brass had become a constellation. He just wanted an answer about what that transparent notification panel was. Brass claimed to know nothing about it, and immediately received another punch to the face because Kim Ho-juk was not kidding. Brass explained that, after being killed, he had been trapped in that thing for 300 years without any power. Kim Yu-hyuk calmed down upon hearing this, opened his hand, and discovered that Brass had also received the same notification. The information indicated that Brass should contact the reincarnated Kim Ho-juk to recover his memories. And because of that, a suspicious figure had appeared, making him question the reason why he had become the owner of the Tower of Destruction. Kim Ho-juk was shocked and didn't know who this man was or what he was doing. Brass then admitted that he didn't know, as part of his memory had disappeared, and it wouldn't come back all at once, and asked what Kim Ho-juk's notification said. Kim Ho-juk explained that the notifications told him to find a weapon and memories, but he couldn't read the lower part, as it was censored by some symbols. He also didn't remember losing his memory, as he still remembered the brace, and suggested that perhaps he hadn't recovered all his memories yet, as he had found the weapon, and the rest would come on its own. King Ho-juk was bewildered by the weapon. He explained that this space was the realm of the 4 village swords that had become sacred relics, and that he had become a constellation because he had used one of them. King Ho-juk called it a curse, once again filled with rage. Back in the present, King Ho-juk reflected on how his village sword had become a relic and housed a constellation, which left him deeply confused. He wanted to destroy everything and leave it behind, but there was a problem. King Ho-juk grabbed a blue magic sword with his hand, began to think about Brass, who had once been called the King of Destruction, and how the panel's new mission could only be achieved with the people's weapon. Suddenly, someone arrived and asked for his identification. It was a group of thugs and show-offs. The leader of the group was the eldest son of the Sunrise family, Lyrical Sunrise, who said that the elders were traveling, and demanded that he introduce himself. Kim Ho-juk wondered what kind of veteran and thug accepted rookies. The show-offs commented on the boy's behavior and his lack of manners for not greeting them. One of them said he wanted to hit the boy and get the leader's approval. He approached Kim Ho-juk with something in his hand, but when he started talking about the differences between first-year and second-year students, he received a strong kick in the chest. Kim Ho-juk told the thugs to come at him and stop talking so much. As the chapter concluded, the short-haired show-off was moaning in pain and agony from the kick he had received. Kim Ho-juk jumped, preparing another precise blow, and delivered another strike this time. To the face of his talkative enemy, the boy flew far away, completely shattered and severely bruised. He landed on his back, causing a loud thud in the area. Finally, he hit a wall and stopped abruptly. The blond boy thought Kim Ho-juk was crazy and reckless. He opened his eyes wide as he looked at him fearfully. He realized that the boy who moments before had no weapon now wielded a sword. Kim Ho-juk commented that the perfect grip was incredible, something he hadn't experienced in a long time. He quickly ordered the thugs to attack, because if they delayed, they would be crushed. 3 hours earlier, Rockdale Dandrek had told the blonde boy that he just had to do something very simple. It was simply a matter of taking care of a weak and useless student. And in return, he would immediately be given a reward that would benefit the Sunrise family. He provided him with the identification of the first-year student he wanted to attack. It didn't matter if the boy used weapons, as the mess would easily be cleaned up anyway. Finally, he asked if he would accept the deal. The blonde boy said he understood everything and accepted. He left, closing the door firmly and quickly, without hesitation, thinking that the boy's first place didn't matter because he was a first-year rookie, and he couldn't compete with a second-year. The rank difference between people was inevitable due to the first-year contracts with constellations. Balia students had to visit the Constellation Hall in the second semester of their first year to sign a contract and move on to second year. Once they became contractors, they could summon and use the constellation's power. And in the blonde boy's mind, Kim Ho-juk didn't have an active guardian. He thought it would be easy to crush the boy. That's what he thought, but there was a problem with all of this. At that moment, the boy was already moving his sword. Knocking down another show-off, one of them cursed him holding a sharp knife. And blood red, but suddenly he heard something approaching him. It was the rookie's sword. That annihilated him mercilessly, and without hesitation, out of nowhere, Kim Jo-juk heard something heading towards him. It was another thug trying to attack him. Cowardly, the boy threw his sharp sword and pointed, but it only hit the dirt ground. The attacker stood there, confused, as he had missed his powerful and strong blow, and Kim Ho-juk was already beside him, mocking him mercilessly. He quickly landed a precise sword blow to the thug's dirty and ugly face. The attacker flew far away from the place, leaving his friends stunned by what they were witnessing. And finally, after flying through the air, he landed headfirst on the ground brutally. And violently, the blonde boy was surprised, as the rookie was defeating the second years one by one without even sweating. Before becoming contractors, second years should have better skills than first years, but these had proven to be useless and weak. The blonde boy wondered about that strange and unknown swordsmanship technique. It seemed that the boy was only moving with moderate force, but those who received the blows could barely stand. Kim Ho-juk then faced the remaining opponents and said he would crush anyone who wasted time during the fight. The blonde boy thought that everyone present was deciding whether to attack or flee. Immediately, he told his team not to be afraid, because the boy was just a weak rookie and useless. Kim Ho-juk commented that the leader of the thugs had a lot of nerve. This comment enraged the blonde boy, who lunged at him without hesitation. But suddenly he felt something touch him. It was Kim Ho-juk, with his sharp sword hitting his body. He mocked him for standing still, even knowing he would be hit, and finally landed a strong blow. And precise to his opponent, using all the strength he had in his body, the blonde boy wondered when the rookie had managed to get so close. And then collapsed unconscious. Kim Ho-juk immediately opened his palm and slapped the boy's face several times to wake him up. He also asked him who they were and why they wanted to fight him for no apparent reason. The blonde boy explained that they were all high-ranking veterans. Kim Ho-juk thought that this was not normal and suspected that there must be someone behind this senseless fight. The pale boy with earrings admitted that it was only to break the nose of the rookie who held the first place, and nothing else. Kim Ho-juk mocked them, talking about their supposed loyalty as thugs, and as he was leaving, the arrogant boy called him back. The boy warned him that if people found out about the incident, the rookie would be immediately expelled. But Kim Ho-juk didn't care, saying that everyone would find out about this shameful and humiliating defeat for the losers. Several second-year students had tried to hit a first-year student, but they ended up losing miserably, which would be humiliating if it became known. So the blonde boy had to be careful if he wanted any chance of joining a guild. King Ho-juk left after saying that, leaving everyone on the ground beaten and humiliated. The clock showed 8:28. Rockdale Ventrick eagerly awaited a call with great anticipation. Suddenly, Merrick Sunry called him, making him excited. He immediately asked the boy if the beating had taken place as promised, but the boy simply revealed the contractor's name at that moment and informed him that he was withdrawing from the job and renouncing responsibility. Concluding this chapter, the chapter begins with Rock Teoden stunned by the boy's words. The blonde boy advised him to stay away from anything related to Kim Ho-juk. From now on, he reflected on what had gone wrong with that damned boy, because only a few hours earlier he had felt safe. He suggested filing a complaint with the administration, because if visible bruises remained, there would probably be enough evidence to proceed. If the blonde boy did what Rokta Odendrek asked, he would be rewarded. And sponsored by the family, But the boy thought that even with the sponsorship of such a powerful group, they would not be able to restore lost honor. So he hung up the phone on Roke de Odendrecht, leaving him furious and enraged. He cursed the boy and smashed his phone on the floor. His assistant merely observed the scene, motionless and silent. Then he called Yuria, who replied affirmatively. She had already fulfilled Roke de Odendrecht's orders, but as Zero was very far away, it would take a long time to get there. This enraged him even further, because the boy was very far away. Meanwhile, in the United Kingdom and London, more specifically, in the Ventric Mansion, the place had many ancient details, with disturbing paintings. The walls were covered with objects. A huge table with a man and a woman sitting at it appeared in view. The woman immediately began to ask questions. It was Adelia Ventric, the vice-head of the house, who demanded to know what had happened. The man reported that the labyrinth near writing had been resolved. Adelia congratulated him for it and asked if there was anything else to report. At that moment, he mentioned that he was considering recruiting some competent men he had found along the way. In particular, a survivor of the thieves' clan. The leader asked for more details, to which he replied that the man was very strong, and that the others were top-class contractors. Adelia agreed to grant them the Ventric's blessing, and ordered him to test their abilities, to which the man agreed. Then he asked him again if that was all for that day. Suddenly, he learned that the man had a report on Rock of Odendrecht. He mentioned that he had heard about a recent incident. He informed him that Desira had been summoned to South Korea. This enraged Adelia. Her expression filled with anger. Desira Ventric was the black sheep of his family, the worst offender that existed. He had committed numerous atrocious acts using the family name, including the murder of 5 people at the British Academy at the age of 19, simply over an argument. At the age of 20, the Ventric family completely disowned him. Adelia reflected on how he had been hiding for many years and would now reunite with Rockdale. Then she ordered surveillance to be placed under Rockdale's name, to which she received a firm affirmation. The man was also ordered to inform the arrogant young man, because if he was caught doing anything suspicious, he would be immediately expelled from the family. The man confirmed this once more, saying the report was complete and quickly excused himself, leaving Adelia alone in the huge room. She remained silent, with a contemplative expression, thinking about all those damned fools who used powers they had not earned through merit. That ability was something beyond normal. The words "all for one" and "all is only for one" were inscribed on his chair. After all abilities were destined for her, lost in her thoughts. She sought confirmation in something. It was the disturbing painting of the Guardian constellation hanging on the wall. Back in the Balia classroom, the professor was talking about the formation of the word malefactor. In modern society, this noun was mainly used to describe someone who used constellation powers for evil. Malefactors acted both alone and in groups. Among these organizations, the most notorious was the Onagit group. Kim Ho-juk thought that exercising made him feel stronger. He also had the ability to use mana, although not at a prodigious level. It was much better than before after reincarnation, but he still felt that something was not right. This made him question the reason for his body's poor condition earlier. When he tried to circulate on the first day, he could barely finish, as his mana was below that of an average person, and his physical condition was so bad that just digging a little made him dizzy. However, even with such a body, it should not have deteriorated to such an extent. Something must have happened in the past, but there was no reason to worry about it. Suddenly, a finger tapped his desk. He looked at her calm and serene. It was the beautiful Yusrian. She placed a crumpled piece of paper on his desk. The boy was surprised by the note. On the paper was written a large yig. Kim Ho-yuk wondered what was happening now. Shortly after, Kim Lin-gong announced that students could leave campus for the weekend, but they had to submit separate applications. He concluded his lesson with that simple announcement. Kim Ho-juk reflected on the idea of leaving campus and quickly filled out his application to leave on Saturday with a rather trivial reason. Bra was surprised by the boy's decision, which he confirmed was genuine, and asked him where he intended to go. Before he could answer, he heard a voice calling him. It was a beautiful girl dressed in a suit. The two had a brief conversation about what had happened hours earlier. Kim Ho-juk had even politely responded to her note, but she hadn't replied, so he urged her to speak quickly, as he had something to deliver and was very busy. The girl hesitated as she uttered her shy words. She couldn't form a single sentence without interrupting herself. Kim Ho-juk grew frustrated, called her crazy, and told her to just feel it. She became very angry at being insulted like that. She questioned his comment, but was quickly retorted that angering someone for no reason was normal for her. So he asked her again what she really wanted. She recalled a moment when she had been observing something. It was Kim Ho-juk's fight against that horrible and ugly stone goblin. She had been impressed by that battle, especially because the boy had only used a sword. Without magic, it was completely different from what the books described. She just wanted to ask him how he had killed that horrible stone monster, but her pride hurt too much to allow it. Finally, she sighed and gathered the courage to ask him. Just as she was about to speak, the professor arrived and asked her the same question she was going to ask. The gray-haired and bespectacled woman seemed very excited to learn the boy's tricks. Kim Ho-juk simply wondered where this crazy woman had come from. He quickly asked her why she was interfering out of nowhere, as he thought she didn't like him, leaving her confused. Then he rephrased his words and asked if she didn't like him because he had embarrassed her. The professor quickly replied that she didn't care, and that she believed there was only one way to kill monsters. But the boy had proven her wrong. She wanted to know everything immediately. He asked if she wanted to be his assistant, to which he replied negatively, explaining that he had to submit his exit form immediately. That crazy woman tried to convince him in every possible way, without much success, and the two ended up leaving the girl alone. There she reflected on all the professor's comments, feeling very confused. She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and decided to let it go, thinking she didn't need this humiliation. The next day, King Ho-juk was astonished by something in front of him. The huge market was revealed, ending the chapter. Already in the immense dormitory of Balia, King Ho-juk sits in front of his computer to play. Grace asks her host what he was looking for on his phone, and receives the answer that it was only information about the next day's location. The protagonist wanted to find a place where he could sell the treasure found in the vault, and that seemed like a suitable place. If the enemy had understood everything, then he had found it. There was a virtual market on his phone based on certain information, in which only an entrance fee was charged to exchange practically anything in that supposedly dangerous dark web trading environment. The reason for the existence of such an unusual market was explained by the fact that its creator was a guardian constellation called the Secret Ruler. According to the protagonist of the story, high-class people openly use the tool, and despite being completely illegal, governments do not dare to interfere with it. That was also the reason why he managed to find out how to enter so easily, and decided to use it for a Kim Ho or Yukil and some simple tutorials online. He soon realizes that there is a link in the comments section of the post he is reading. Suddenly, some messages arrive from the girl Choja-rin. They were several bunny emojis. Who were crying a lot. She informs her trainer of her absence from the next day's training, to which he replies that he also had a commitment. Kim Ho-juk sends some laughs between the messages, which leaves Choja-rin quite confused about their meaning. He quickly explains that he only wished her a good trip. He also asked her to stop sending so many emojis. Kim Ho-juk wonders what these virtual bunnies are, but quickly shifts his attention to his true goal, getting a reservation and a location. He quickly clicks on something suspicious on his phone screen. Soon he leaves his house dressed in dark clothing, with a long hooded sweatshirt, and the hood up. The place was somewhere nearby. It was probably an old cafe in the area. The entrance was right in front of him at that moment. The wooden door of the establishment was old, and inside there was a great mess. Kim Ho-juk opens the doors of the place to enter cautiously. He just had to go in and head to the right corner. The probable location was right there. Nearby, he opens that gray door with his hand and slowly enters another room of the place. Soon, he sees something impressive in front of him. All of it was the grand black market. It was already getting dark in the area, and the moon shone brightly in the dark sky. Everything seemed very strange to Kim Ho-juk. It was his first time there, but the place felt, coincidentally, very familiar. The purple sky, along with the clouds and the moon, resembled the night he had seen 300 years ago. Suddenly, a man arrives and asks him if it is his first time there. The man had a cheerful expression, wore black clothes and had bangs. Kim Ho-juk wonders if this guy was the postal worker, as his leather jacket seemed very familiar. The man confirms the information and comments on the use of the market, but the protagonist only knew the rules to a certain extent. He quickly hands the man a thick wad of bills, and the man thanks him. He asked if Kim Ho-juk was interested in becoming strong. He invited him to join the main Ventric family. In most families, affiliated lineages had more difficulty obtaining power and wealth compared to the main branch. However, the Ventric family had a peak mask, a constellation guardian, which distinguished it from others. Normally, an S-class soldier or higher protected the organization, directly selecting a star member and granting him power and protection. But in the case of the Ventric family, they chose to sign an agreement with an individual not belonging to the constellation to avoid contractual misunderstandings. Due to this unique decision, the organization held significant power in Europe, and joining it granted immense influence. With this authority, Roque Dodanrek, supported by his family, had become excessively arrogant. It hadn't been long since something happened. Due to an incident at the British Academy, he had been expelled, but he wasn't going to cry over what was now irreparable. At the door of that place, along with his assistant, he declared that he always got what he wanted. And even though he had been expelled before, being from the Ventrix family meant they would always find a way to get him back on track. After all, that person would enjoy it too much. Returning to the present, he tried to talk to Kim Ho-juk. He thought he could have the boy by his side, who had been the center of attention at the entrance ceremony. So he offered to take him to the Ventric family constellation if he accepted. But he was arrogantly rejected. He stood there stunned, not knowing what to do at that moment. His assistant also made a strange face. He became enraged, but Kim Ho-juk was not naive, and realized that he was not really interested, and that he had only one in Rockdale. Ventric called the boy angry, rude, and disgusting brat. Suddenly, an authority figure arrived. He ordered everyone to return to their seats and called out the show-off. This enraged him even further, because the man addressed him by his full name. The man was the senior instructor. Lee Sang-cheo emphasized the rules of Balia, reminding everyone that this was not the academy. The show-off thought about that man knowing he was a combat instructor. He clenched his teeth in rage and fury. He returned to his seat silently with his servant. He declared that one day he would meet Kim Ho-juk again. Kim watched everything with his red eyes without saying a single word. Later that day, school ended. Kim Ho-juk thought about how he hadn't learned anything related to the Constellation Hall during classes, and instead had gotten involved with an idiot. That morning, he reflected on many things about students and instructors, guild scouts who wanted to recruit him despite their criticism of them. Once again, someone approached him from behind. It was the persistent girl, asking him to teach her swordsmanship again. He became annoyed, realizing that it wasn't enough for her either. Back in the Grand Balia residence, in the highest class room, someone was furious, smashing chandeliers with uncontrollable rage. It was the annoying and arrogant Ventric of Rockdale. He was furious with the orphan Kim Ho-juk, who had humiliated him, and demanded that Yuria immediately call Sarah, since he needed someone to take care of a certain person. As the chapter concluded, Rockdale Ventric was still boiling with rage. Once again, he called his poor resilient one by name. She remained silent and motionless while he spoke. He grabbed her hair tightly and demanded that she answer immediately. Then he asked her if she still considered herself the eldest daughter of the palace family. He threatened to expel the poor girl from the group, which led her to beg him not to. He quickly threw her to the ground with all his might again and ordered her to call Sarah, since there was someone he needed to talk to. He also ordered her to inform a second-year member of the Rice family that he wanted to see him, and the frightened and helpless blonde assistant replied affirmatively in the Balia residence, specifically in Kim Ho-juk's room. He was meditating with bright blue magic radiating from his body. He was deeply focused on what he was doing. Suddenly he coughed, releasing a lot of smoke. Realizing once again that his body was truly useless and could not invoke any magic with it, he fell into a deep silence, lost in his thoughts, and began to recall his return to the dormitory that afternoon, when the girl had appeared behind him once more and approached him for the second time. They had already reached the dormitory door and she was still following him. He repeated her request like a parrot, proving very irritating and almost begging him to take action. Then he proposed 10 million wons per lesson. The girl again felt deeply sad and disappointed, and since she probably couldn't afford it, he decided to leave. Suddenly, she asked for his phone, leaving him completely confused and not knowing what was happening. He asked her why she was doing that. She was adding her number, so it would be easier to transfer the payment, which left Kim Ho-juk even more stunned. Suddenly, he received a notification on his phone. It was a transfer of 100 million wons, and now he was supposed to teach her his impressive and masterful techniques. He said he wouldn't and would refuse the transaction. Returning to the present, he reflected on how surprised he had been before. How could a high school student have 100 million wons? If he taught her, he wouldn't have to reveal all his secrets, but the huge amount of money was overwhelming. He thought he could use it for what he needed, so it didn't matter. Even though his mana was as limited as a beggar's, he stood up ready for his mission. Taking his first steps towards victory, He was going to find the secret chamber at that moment, even in total darkness. He walked through the dense vegetation. He thought about how he had checked it beforehand, but most of the hidden chambers 300 years ago had been destroyed. According to his research, only 4 remained, and only 3 were likely to remain. One thing was certain: they would be in the Balia Mountains, and he would search for them without giving up. He began to channel all his blue magic. The location of the vault could be determined by feeling the marble, which responded to his abilities, and it could be detected even with minimal effort. A glowing circle appeared on the ground. Finally, Kim Ho-juk had found something. He approached the bright neon blue circle and began to dig with his iron shovel. Once again, realizing how weak his body was, he thought that if he had known how difficult it would be, he would have buried it in a less deep and more accessible place. And if it hadn't been for the Tower of Destruction, 300 years ago, none of this would have been necessary. The world had been on the brink of destruction, and there was no safe place for his riches. So he had built large vaults and stored everything there with great faith. He believed that the contents would be safe and intact, as part of it was already rising above the imposing buildings of Balia. And finally, Kim Ho-juk found what he was looking for, the treasure vaults he had been searching for so long. The location of the lock was a mystery, but he quickly found it. A normal key did not fit that lock, so he created a magic line, shaping it into a special key. It fit perfectly into the lock, and he celebrated his achievement. The door began to open slowly, using all the strength he had in his fragile body. Finally, he managed to enter the vault, landing on his feet in front of countless golden treasures. With a broad smile of joy and excitement, he even asked how his riches were doing. Concluding this chapter, he silently contemplated all that money with a thoughtful expression. Now that he no longer had to worry about money, he could look for what he needed in peace. Suddenly, he was startled by something. The storage stones were right in front of him to hold the vaults. He had imbued them with some magic, and the day had finally come to use them. He picked up a magic stone in his hand. It began to emit a bright blue light. This was what was expected of a storage stone, as its magical power should overflow exactly in that way. He stopped extracting magic and said he would deal with the remaining storage stones first, deciding to transport the lighter jewels before the heavy gold bars. It was a beautiful day in Balia. Kim Ho-juk was back to sleeping in his chair like a zombie. He thought he must be a cursed lunatic for planning to build a vault in the future, as his muscles hurt just from going out a little with someone. Suddenly, the girl appeared in front of him again and asked him to teach her swordsmanship techniques. It really seemed like she wasn't going to let it go, he reasoned, based on the information he had, because she had chosen him to teach her swordsmanship, and he soon asked Erin Choi about her persistence, since she could learn everything from her family. She replied that she had never seen anyone wield a sword better than Kim Ho-juk. Then he asked about her father, as he was the head of the Trojan family and probably better with a sword than him. Just as she was about to talk about her father, the instructor called Kim Ho-juk to the teacher's lounge, leaving him very confused about it, but it was all related to the things she had asked him last time. And since he was very eager to know, he quickly got up without hesitation. He got up from the chair and left, leaving the girl standing there. She asked for permission to speak. She remained silent for a moment with a slightly sad expression. Kim Ho-juk told her that the next day, at 6 in the morning, she should meet him at the local training ground. She was stunned by the information she had just received. The boy asked her if she didn't want that opportunity. She had a moment of understanding and replied that she would definitely be there. Meanwhile, in the nearby teacher's lounge, the instructor sat in front of the boy, and since he had class in a few minutes, he spoke quickly and without delay. First, Kim Ho-yuk's access to the Constellation building had been approved, and he only had to go to the building's basement. However, he was not allowed to enter any floors below the basement. He replied affirmatively and quickly asked when he could do it. He discovered that he could go that very night and confirmed that he would. Kim Min-jeon was very surprised, as he thought the boy would make a scene for not being allowed to go further down than the first basement. Finally, the two parted ways to attend to their respective obligations, and the boy left the room immediately after Megan had already fallen into Balia. This was the place they were looking for, was the treasure of the Balia Academy in the Constellation Hall. The boy observed everything around him. There were 2 guards dressed in black standing, and guarding as he carefully observed everything. One of them was speaking on the radio with someone. Kim Ho-juk commented that the security was stronger compared to the main gate, and they told him that this demonstrated the importance of the Constellation building. He thought not only of the guards, but also of the outer walls. They were covered with all sorts of magic, completely surrounded except for the entrance. Kim Ho-juk wanted to ask his teacher for clarification. Then he asked how someone could go down to the second basement, and if that would be illegal. Kim Lin-gong quickly replied that that would not make someone a criminal, but it would get him expelled from there. Besides, he would go crazy before leaving the school, which left the boy a little confused about it. Kim Lin-gong then explained to him that on the second floor, the magical power of the actions constellation flowed without restriction, and anyone who touched the magic would have their mind shattered. The boy quickly understood the situation. Meanwhile, the instructor wondered why the boy had asked that before entering the building, as it seemed that he really wanted to go down there, but he soon dismissed the idea, reasoning that the best candidate would not do such a thing, since staying at the academy was much better. Kim Lin-gong informed him that he only had 30 minutes. The boy replied affirmatively, saying he would be back soon. Suddenly, the panel appeared, showing and ordering the same things as before. He observed it carefully. Right there, Kim Ho-juk didn't care about being expelled, since he had come to Ballia solely for that place, and he had to go to the third basement first. He wondered why there were so many endless stairs in that building. As he quickly went down them, suddenly he saw something in front of him. That place looked like a huge prison. He was sure that the Constellation Hall was on the first basement floor. All of that didn't seem that important, leaving him undecided whether to keep going down. Suddenly, the panel reappeared, informing him that the requirements had been met, and that he was being transported to the hall, leaving him clueless as to what was happening, and where that place could be. Suddenly, he began to disappear from there, along with the panel. Someone possibly familiar greeted him in the new location. It was the infamous enemy Brass. He looked at Brass, completely surprised and with a terrified expression. Brass commented that, after 300 years, this was their reunion. Suddenly, in the middle of his speech, he received a strong punch to the face. Kim Ho-juk had landed a direct blow to his enemy, and was very satisfied to see that damned figure. Brass asked his enemy to calm down, but received another punch to the face. He tried to appease the situation to have a proper conversation, but once again he was hit, because Kim Ho-juk only wanted his death. All his attempts to stop the fight were useless. He was already on the ground, weakened and helpless, and Kim Ho-juk was getting tired of fighting. Then he commented that he was not the type of person to use fists, but this case was different, because Brass had destroyed his future. Moreover, Brass had ruined his wealth, his honor, and all the time he had invested in his disciples. Brass then asked if Kim Ho-juk was not curious to know what kind of place this was. Kim Ho-juk admitted that he was, because there seemed to be nothing peculiar about it. Brass explained that it was an imaginary world, a space within a relic, which left Kim Ho-juk excited. According to Brass, what Kim Ho-juk was seeing was pure imagination, because his body had ceased to exist 300 years ago. He meant that he had always been inside that relic. The boy was profoundly shocked, as this revealed something significant. Brass gave a slight smile at that moment, and declared that he had become a constellation, leaving Kim Ho-juk speechless for a moment. Then angrily, he delivered another strong punch to his face. Meanwhile, outside the building, Kim Lin-dong had been waiting for the boy for quite some time. Suddenly, something appeared before him. It was Kim Ho-juk, who was being searched by the local guards. Lin-dong asked him if he had done anything strange, but Kim Ho-juk replied that he had only taken a look. He added that he hadn't delved further because he didn't want to lose his mind. The instructor then ordered him to go home, and Kim Ho-juk agreed. He soon left the place, heading back to the dormitory. He recalled a reunion with his terrible enemy from the past. He didn't care that Brass had become a constellation. He just wanted an answer about what that transparent notification panel was. Brass claimed to know nothing about it, and immediately received another punch to the face because Kim Ho-juk was not kidding. Brass explained that, after being killed, he had been trapped in that thing for 300 years without any power. Kim Ho-juk, after doing so, reflects on the money he spent and was about to earn there. There was something he wanted to ask the man in black. The question was where to find the right place to sell all the jewels he had, but he didn't want to auction them, as the man in black assumed. Instead, he just wanted to get rid of them quickly. The man replies that he should go to the 3rd District Market, as there are many merchants there who buy anything. Kim Ho-juk hesitates, wondering who the most trustworthy person in the area will be, and the man replies that it is a certain Morris, known for offering the best prices. The man in black gives him directions to the 3rd District, which leaves the little visitor very grateful. But he gives him one more small piece of advice. He advised Kim Ho-juk to wear a mask in that area. He explains that, due to the nature of the products traded there, Everyone wears something to cover their face most of the time. And that mask was a gift he was giving to Kim Ho-juk, who thanked him wholeheartedly. The man in black asks him to enjoy his stay in the area. Now in the 3rd district of the Great Black Market, a man wearing a white mask is seen observing a beautiful and shiny diamond stone. Soon he approaches Kim Ho-juk, asking for his identity, and it is confirmed that the man is indeed the authentic Morris of good prices. The protagonist informs him that he has some valuable items to sell. Morris said it all depended on the items, but if it was just gold or jewelry, the appraisal would be quick and practical. Kim Ho-juk quickly began to take things out of his large backpack. Quickly, a black bag, apparently heavy, appeared from inside. He stated that he wanted to sell the contents of that bag. Morris wondered what items would be inside. He immediately began to evaluate the ring that was there. Suddenly, he was quite surprised to see that what he was meticulously observing in front of him. That ring was a rare artifact from the era of destruction. It was definitely an ancient and very precious object, regardless of the angle from which it was viewed. Morris wondered if the other items would be the same. Inside the bag, there were many of them shining brightly. The man in the white mask determined that, without a doubt, they were all from the same era. Suddenly, he heard someone call him, which put him on high alert. It was Kim Ho-juk, asking him how much he would offer for all of it. This left him quite unsure about what to do. He wondered how such a young boy had managed to get so many precious artifacts, rare and ancient. He then asked Kim Ho-juk where he had obtained all these items. The latter replied that he probably shouldn't ask those questions in that place. Morris, known for his fair prices, quickly apologized for it. He regretted the mistake he had made, which endangered his good reputation as a negotiator. Then he said he didn't know how much to offer for everything. He couldn't process these items, as they were artifacts from the era of destruction, and he lacked the necessary capital to buy them all. Kim Ho-juk examined the pieces and asked where he should go to get a fair price. Morris told him about the tall auction house on the way. He was asked another question about how long the auction would last. He replied that it would last between 2 and 3 weeks, as many people had booked prostitutes, which slowed down the process. After another question, King Ho-juk discovered that he would have to return to the market personally afterward, and he regretted having to go through all those frustrating procedures. He quickly asked what the approximate value his products would reach at auction would be. This made Sir Morris very thoughtful. He soon took his mobile phone, showed him the approximate value, which left the young man very surprised. The boy thought about how many zeros were on that screen and how expensive the items were in the past, which was why he had kept them. Then he asked how much of that value would not have drawbacks. Based on the estimated value, the man replied that he only had 3/4 of the total amount if he sold everything he owned. Kim Ho-juk, a little confused, asked if that was really the case. He then decided to immediately accept the offered amount. This left the man with the white mask very surprised, amazed, and bewildered. Artifacts from the era of destruction had great value for another reason beyond their antiquity. The other important reason was the constellations. These began to appear after that era, and interestingly, reacted well to artifacts originating from that time. Morris thought that a person without power could form a contract with a powerful constellation, thanks to those objects and the alchemist zone that remained active, holding a shining ring, and very magical between his fingers. He was impressed after a second inspection, as the accessories' mana flowed perfectly. The magic released at the end of the era of destruction still seemed present, and showed all the signs. He was very satisfied, as he had bought 8 artifacts from that era for such a low price. Morris picked up the small bag in which the jewels had been brought to him. He celebrated as he put them away, thinking that it was indeed his lucky day. Suddenly, he felt someone approaching. His eyes widened in fear. There was a man dressed in black, with a terrifying black mask. Thus ended the character's participation in that scene of the story. Elsewhere, a huge door appeared. Kim Ho-juk opened it with all his might. He quickly removed the mask from his face, because it was so uncomfortable, he thought he might die with it on. That place resembled the cafe at his initial location. He quickly picked up his mobile phone to check his account's transaction history. With that sale, his financial problems were solved, and he celebrated the profits obtained from the 8 rings from the vault. Kim Ho-juk felt very happy because he still had many stored, so he would have no problems. Suddenly, a suspicious notification appeared on his mobile phone. It was a call from an unknown number. He quickly answered without hesitation. The woman on the other end immediately invited him to eat together. He asked her how she had gotten his number, and she hastily explained that she was a ballet teacher, and immediately gave him instructions about the place of the meal, without giving the boy a chance to ask her anything, leaving him quite annoyed because she had hung up the phone. Kim Ho-juk then decides to go to the place, as he had nothing better to do, and the foolish girl was going to spend all her money just for him to eat for free, thus concluding the scenes of this unusual invitation. Once again, we return to the scene of the man with the black mask and black clothes. Morris asks why that man is there, and the man asks if their relationship is really that bad. Morris explains that a normal merchant cannot simply talk to the owner of the market, even if they have seen each other several times, that the man there is the owner of the place, known as the Black Cat, who comments that he greatly admires the merchant for treating him that way. Morris asks again why the Black Cat is there. He explains that it is nothing important, only that the merchant's participation in the auction for the first time in a long time seemed very strange to him. Morris quickly comments that the anonymity of the registration seemed very flawed. After all, the Black Cat explains that, as the true owner of the market was a constellation, he could access any information he wanted and immediately asked to see the items being auctioned. Morris agrees without any problem, although he thinks the Black Cat's interest in all this is very strange. As it was his, it's the first time he's done this. He quickly throws the black bag containing the items from the era of destruction onto the table, leaving the little Black Cat thoughtful and speechless. He soon comments on the value of these objects, leaving Morris confused about what he was talking about. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a panel appears stating that the constellation on the other side is watching in shock. The message repeats endlessly on the device. The Black Cat quickly realizes that its constellation desperately wanted that ring, thus concluding this chapter of the story. Elsewhere in the Balia restaurant, a fork gently wraps around the pasta, which looks quite delicious and is soon brought to the mouth. The professor slowly savors the food and comments that it is very tasty and flavorful. But soon she seems a bit confused and quickly asks why Kim Ho-juk is not eating, to which he replies that he is just wondering how Balia could have a place like this. She explains that, in addition to the school cafeteria and the staff restaurant, there is also a normal place like this, but Kim Ho-juk does not show much interest. He then asks her why she called him there. She is speechless for a moment. Then she quickly invites him to be her assistant, but he immediately refuses. The professor asks him not to refuse so quickly, as he would gain many benefits as an intern, and she begs him to listen to her for a moment, because it was obvious that she would make this request. Kim Ho-juk shows a slight interest and asks about those benefits. The professor tells him that he would receive a scholarship and other financial aid, but he still shows little interest. He would have the opportunity to write an article with his mentor and could write about the 3 types of monster attacks. If that happened, his name would appear in the World Monster Research Association, which would bring him great glory and wealth. But he still shows no interest. The professor continues to try to convince him, even offering him more days off from school. But Kim Ho-juk remains unimpressed, leaving her lost in her thoughts about her next persuasive proposal. She tries to appeal to his huge ego and fails miserably. Frustrated, she tries to end the conversation by imposing on him to become her assistant. Kim Ho-juk replies again that he does not want to, thinking that her proposals are not tempting enough or decent enough to accept. His urgent goal at that moment was to reach the center of the great forest, and even with the professor as an instructor, it would be difficult for him to pass the performance evaluation. The protagonist then checkmates the conversation, firmly stating that he does not want to be an assistant or write articles, which leaves her very annoyed. The professor quickly proposes to exchange information in return. She suggests giving him some news of interest to Kim Ho-juk in exchange for the mysteries of the impressive monster attacks. He quickly becomes interested upon learning that the rumors were about Choi Aaron. Kim Ho-juk soon says he is no longer interested, while thinking he was just helping the girl. But then he learns that his own family might disown her. He is left somewhat speechless upon hearing this, and quickly tries to leave, leaving his desperate professor. Kim Ho-juk explains that he has finished eating, and that the benefits were not attractive enough, so he must leave. The professor becomes very angry, because she expected some information in return. He tries to explain that he doesn't care, but that he has already heard everything. Kim Ho-juk asks for permission to ask something that intrigues him greatly. He asks why the professor seems so strict in class. Despite being too childish, she explains that, as she teaches about mysterious monsters, many problems would arise if they were treated as a joke. The attacks could directly affect the students' survival rate, and since they were a bit foolish, more rigor was required. Kim Ho-yuk believes it is all just a simple ideology, but it was not just that. It was the duty of a true teacher. He mocks these things in a very arrogant manner. As he is about to leave, the professor calls him again. She pressures him for information but does not get it, thus ending these amusing and tense scenes of the story. Meanwhile, in Sehang, in the temple of the Choi Hin family, a man was sitting at a table in front of two young people. The guild leader, Choi Jong-sok, had summoned them there to ask about their intentions before the ranking test, in order to maintain the family's reputation. One of the young people present belonged to the True History group. He was a combat leader and the eldest son of the Choi Hin family. Choi Hin, the second person, was also a member of the Choi Hin family, known as Choi Erin. The leader began to explain that, if they passed the ranking test, they would have the opportunity to sign a contract through Cha Yun Boldu, one of the sacred relics, testimony to the legitimate successors of the family. But there was a major caveat. If they failed, they would be literally expelled from the family without further ado. Choi Hun-seok then asked them if they were truly willing to go ahead with it. The boy affirmed it without hesitation. Choi R also replied the same without thinking twice, and soon both were observed by the leader for a few moments. Lost in thought, Choi Hun-seok decided to convey all the necessary information to them. He explained that the test would take place in 3 weeks, and that they could leave the premises for the moment, to which they replied affirmatively, and the two began to walk slowly towards the exit. Suddenly, Choi Hin asked if the girl had managed to read the stars. She seemed a bit confused, as she hadn't understood the question well. The boy then asked her if she had noticed her father's reaction when she confirmed her participation in the test. She remained silent, reflecting on it for a few seconds. Her brother commented that Choi arrested, obviously eager to become the head of the family, and also to prove that she was a fully legitimate daughter. Upon hearing this, the girl began to get quite angry, but her brother continued to mock her, commenting on her threatening expression and doubting her chances of passing the test. Choi Hin continued to mock her, saying that she hadn't even received the blessing of a constellation, and that she would no longer be a match for him. With a foreign contract, the girl seemed deeply saddened to hear all this from a member of her own family. He mocked her even further, telling her that she had better give up and continue to take advantage of the family's wealth, but that it would cost her dearly. He said he would see her in exactly 3 weeks. Then he left, leaving the vulnerable and adorable girl alone in that space. She soon began to have visions of a woman from her past. The woman had told Chu and Jane to become the head of the family, because once that goal was achieved, she would be free to do as she pleased. She quickly opened her eyes, with a now intrepid expression and determined to face the challenges that awaited her in the coming chapters of the story. Meanwhile, in classroom 1A, all students were attentively following the professor's lesson, except Kim Ho-yuk, who seemed very thoughtful at that moment. He was impressed because Brass was worried about the date of the school's midterm exams. The protagonist explained that he normally didn't pay attention in class, so he didn't care much about what the professor was explaining. The gray-haired professor mentioned that everyone should already know the importance of Balia's midterm exams, since in both midterm and final exams, students with the lowest grades were immediately expelled, so they should organize themselves well. The professor also urged them to prepare thoroughly for both theoretical and practical tests, in order to avoid low grades. King Ho-juk was more concerned about the practical test than the theoretical one, as he was very skilled in the latter. He thought he had to stay at this school until he could reach the center of the great forest, although he didn't know how to get there. So he quickly decided to call Barch, who responded immediately. He asked him if he had already attended most of these classes, and received an affirmative answer. King Ho-juk immediately decided that Barch would take the test for him, which left later very confused about it. He would only check his opponent's answers to know if something was wrong. Bart thought this was a bit unfair, as it seemed to him that a representative was taking his exam. But Kim Ho-juk replied that everything would work out that way, one way or another, so he had to do it alone. Meanwhile, the professor concluded the day's lesson, wishing everyone good work, to which they replied affirmatively. Kim Ho-juk immediately grabbed his backpack to leave the place. But suddenly, someone called him as he was leaving. He quickly asked the girl what she wanted. She asked him if there would be training that day. The protagonist replied affirmatively and asked her why she was asking. But Cho Yaron explained that she didn't want to leave him, which left him a bit confused. Kim Ho-juk then asked her if she wanted to learn swordsmanship, as it was time to start that process, considering that she probably didn't even know how to use a simple sword. He explained that it wasn't about swordsmanship or martial arts, but that he would teach her how to handle some weapons, thinking that, in addition to this, it was also time for her to practice with her own weapon. He quickly told her to meet him in the academy's training room, to which she agreed, thus concluding this scene of Chapter 17. Now in the school's training center, Kim Ho-juk asked Choi Ron how long it had been since she had last used her sword. She replied that it had been a day and a half since she had last touched it. As she had focused on strength training, her trainer quickly discovered that, before that, she practiced every day. He asked her to show him her sword immediately. Then she firmly gripped the hilt of her weapon and unsheathed it with seriousness and care. Kim Ho-juk then began to teach her more professional techniques for using the weapon, leaving her a little confused about the position of her ring and little fingers. But when she finally managed to place her hands and wrists in the correct position, something magical happened. She didn't understand what was happening at that moment, but it was her sword's mana manifesting wonderfully. Chajaran thought she hadn't even infused it with magic and felt safer and more stable than before, even when holding it with both hands. Kim Ho-juk then asked her to attack him with all her might. She replied affirmatively without hesitation. She quickly began to unsheath her sword firmly and then swung it in front of her weak and small student. She warned him that she was about to begin her attacks. She immediately started running towards her opponent, the professor, and as she did, she began to notice something strange about her foot speed. Kim Ho-juk easily defended her blow without any effort. He commented that the girl had become much faster, but there was a caveat. He quickly told her not to use too much unnecessary magic in her feet. She replied with affirmation and understanding. Once again, she prepared her beautiful sword to restart her attacks, planting her feet firmly on the ground with all her concentration, and finally lunged at her professor and landed a quick and well-planned blow. Kim Ho-juk immediately commented that her attack had been very good, but there was a problem. When she stopped, she needed to twist her body a bit more. Choi Ran said she understood those instructions to improve her blows. Kim Ho-juk quickly asked her to attack him again mercilessly. She replied with a "okay" without hesitation. She quickly began to implement her combat strategies, trying to land several blows on Kim Ho-juk's chest. Her attacks were so fast that the sword left a trail of light in the air. The protagonist tirelessly tried to dodge those blows, which he managed, as his sword only hit the ground. The two looked at each other briefly. After that, Cho Yerin thought everything was going as planned, as she bravely faced her opponent, trying to hit him mercilessly and with no intention of giving up. She was now much stronger thanks to Kim Ho-juk's impressive and useful training, who bravely faced her, with a calm and serene attitude in the midst of battle. The duel was so intense that their swords clashed in the middle of the fight, thus ending this tense chapter. And productive. The sun was already setting over the great Ballia school. The scene then shifted to the training room, where Chajaran and Kim Ho-juk were still training hard. The girl was already very tired. With ragged breaths, her coach then announced that an hour had passed, and decided to end the day's training, to which she agreed affirmatively. The girl, dressed in a pink outfit, quickly sat down, breathing heavily, and visibly exhausted from the battle. She watched as her coach sheathed his sword. She thought her handling of the weapon was more precise than ever, and couldn't even compare to her skills during the opening ceremony. However, there was still a major problem. She hadn't even managed to match Kim Ho-juk, even though she had clearly asked him to teach her the sword technique. She quickly called Kim Ho-juk. After processing all this, she asked him to duel her again at the next available opportunity. This left him a little confused by her unexpected request. He thought it was undoubtedly useful to duel Choi Yura. Besides, it was fun teaching her, since she was very talented and hardworking. He had perceived her familiarity with the sword technique during the entry ceremony, even though she was out of breath. Unlike him in any case, thanks to her familiarity with the weapon's style, she could help him regain his sense of technique. If it had been 300 years ago, she would easily have been his disciple. Choi Aaron asked again if they would duel again. Kim Ho-juk thought about it for a moment and decided to tease her, saying he didn't want to at all. Choi Aaron simply agreed, leaving her coach a little disappointed that she had given up so easily. She explained that it was because he was absolutely right. She thought that if she followed Kim Ho-juk's advice to the letter, she would undoubtedly become much stronger. Slightly disappointed by her comment that he was right, he replied that it was fine and that training was over for the day. Choi Aaron said she would see him next time, and he replied affirmatively, thus ending the chapter's scenes. Now we are in the Grand Valhalla Stadium. It was the first time Yo-ho So-ha-ryun had been there since the opening ceremony. Os-juk thought about the number of first-year students present as he didn't expect there to be so many people. Cho Yerin simply observed everything, silently and without saying absolutely anything. Kim Ho Yuk wondered why everyone had gathered there. Grace replied, saying that the professor had told her 2 weeks ago, which left him quite confused. Since a lot of time had passed, suddenly Instructor Jik asked for attention, as he was about to explain Balia's midterm exams. The first practical assessment was a dungeon raid. All students would form groups to enter an artificial location, which was already being built right in front of them. While all students were gathered, the senior instructor announced that they could freely choose groups of up to 8 members. The assessment would be based solely on the level of contribution during the dungeon raid, and there was also a very important elimination criterion. If the allotted time ran out, everything would end immediately. The senior instructor also made it clear that the dungeon's difficulty level was F+. He then gave the order to start the exam immediately. The timer started counting down immediately, and murmurs, along with desperation to form teams, spread quickly among Balia students. The professor and the senior instructor agreed on the students' enthusiasm. But there was a catch to all of this. Yusio Han commented that her team's dealer was not good enough, and looked for someone else. Even though the boy claimed he could handle it without any problem, she thought she didn't need to choose someone better than herself, as 5 hours were enough for 8 people in such a low-level dungeon, because what mattered was the contribution, and a 6-member team could combine good skills and great talents. She quickly gave the order to start. While considering how difficult it would be to excel in the task, the senior instructor thought everything was as expected, as a 5th-generation child understood the objective of the exam, while the rest of the students did not. Typically, they entered with a group of 20 people, or typically with teams of 8 members. And if a team was not well-balanced, conflicts would arise, making these 3 outcomes plausible. After considering this, the instructor told the professor that in 30 minutes the students would enter the dungeon. So it was necessary to be prepared for the assessment, to which the professor replied affirmatively. Meanwhile, Kim Ho-juk remained motionless in the midst of it all, wondering if the students who had already entered were being assessed. He was a little confused and lost by everything that was happening in the place. Cho-ja-rin was also there, alone, quiet and shy. Kim Ho-juk quickly realized that she had not yet entered the dungeon. He immediately asked her what she intended to do, as everyone else was already prepared. And inside the dangerous place, Cho-ja-rin quickly replied that she would do whatever Kim Ho-juk told her. This left him a little confused, and he thought about when to approach the girl, as she had been trying to follow his words to the letter since the last training session. Soon, Kim Ho-juk says he will enter completely alone. She replies that she will also enter alone, but he doesn't care much, as everything seems quite easy for him. Then he leaves, leaving her alone. She remains silent and unresponsive. After all that, some boys comment that Cho-ya-rin is alone and without a group. One of them decides to approach her, trying to start a conversation. He tries to convince her to join his group with a sweet and kind invitation, but she apologizes and says she will enter alone, refusing everything. The boy tries to stop her, telling her that she will probably be eliminated easily. Cho-ya-rin replies that she will manage because Kim Ho-juk said it wasn't difficult. This leaves the boy even more worried and exasperated, but all these tips are ignored and prove useless as she enters the dungeon alone, thus concluding this chapter of the story. Everyone in the Balia Stadium had already entered their respective dungeons along with their groups. Meanwhile, they were being watched from the observation room. The professor watched everyone intently, remaining silent and focused. Suddenly, a monstrous being appeared in one of the group's dungeons, and soon Young was there. Young gained 2 valuable points. Viva Yihi scored 1 more point than him. Meanwhile, B. Unzo only scored 1 point. The senior instructor watched everything with a serious and focused expression. The professor thought everything was going as expected. The scoring system was difficult, which highlighted the rigor of the training, and they evaluated quickly and accurately, without making mistakes. When Lee Sang-cheo was active, he was called the Undisputed Master, because he was a legendary contractor with a 99% success rate. The professor believed that he understood the fundamentals of dungeon attacks better than anyone else, which allowed him to evaluate so effectively and made him worthy of immense respect. Meanwhile, he watched everything happening on the battlefield, thinking that, overall, it was an excellent year. He believed that the 5th-generation students were active as a whole, and that among them there was an exceptional student, the impressive and intrepid Junso Jan. At that moment, she was giving positioning and action orders to her teammates. They were in a frantic battle against the monstrous beings of the dungeon, who attacked them mercilessly. Jun So-jan quickly informed her team that the front line could not fall under any circumstances, and immediately ordered all the archers to fire. The minister moaned in pain and agony from the arrow impacts, while Jun So-jian attacked him mercilessly, with precise and powerful blows, eliminating him after the intense battle, and making him disappear like a hologram in the simulation. Lee San-cheol thought all of this was incredible, as it resembled a standard dungeon attack. Jun So-jian had to find fixed roles so that the team members could perform, managing to add points and even form an effective midfield with the group. In any case, if he achieved good results in the bi-monthly exams, it was only a matter of time before he returned to the top. Because if it weren't for Kim Ho, Yuk at the entry ceremony, his record would not have been tarnished. After thinking about all this, Lee San-cheol decided to check how the story's protagonist was doing in the practical test. An error appeared on the panel indicating that it had not been found. This left the senior instructor very confused, as the search machine could easily retrieve all the students' information in the dungeon. He became very tense and worried about the situation, and soon decided to check the list of artificial dungeons completed in the monthly B exam. He quickly discovered that Kim Ho-jok had completed the test in only 23 minutes and 32 seconds, taking first place in the practical test rankings. Lee Sang-chi was impressed because the boy had completed it all without a group. On his own, what was even more impressive was the short completion time of only 23 minutes and 32 seconds. Still, the senior instructor was skeptical of the boy and wanted to review the footage, doubting the capabilities of a 17-year-old student. The recording quickly appeared on the control panel, and there was Kim Ho-jok, simply standing, holding his sword. He looked calm and serene in the face of the enormous challenge before him. In front of him were numerous monstrous beings determined to intimidate and eliminate him. But the boy simply stretched slowly and calmly in front of it all, and soon began to run quickly towards those ugly opponents, who watched everything with burning determination in their eyes, growling loudly with the intention of intimidating him. But Kim Ho-jok remained calm, with an expression full of anger and determination to successfully complete his mission without a moment's hesitation. He soon landed precise and powerful blows on the monsters, leaving the remaining ones full of rage and fury. He was finishing off the wild goblins effortlessly. His face was calm and focused on his mission. He faced two huge and ferocious enemies. These roared loudly, trying to scare him, but Kim Ho-yo quickly lunged at them, preparing to land a precise blow on both, and soon destroyed them. Saying goodbye to the orcs, all missions were quickly completed, leaving the superiors impressed, amazed, and speechless. But there was still one objective on the battlefield. He faced that giant and monstrous being without uttering a single word. Lee Sang-cheol, seeing this scene, he thought that the enhanced golem had been specifically simulated for the midterm exam in order to challenge groups of 8 people. The golem was huge and reckless and showed no signs of weakness, and Kim Ho-jok seemed very excited to face it at that moment. He soon landed a precise and powerful blow to the chest of the special golem, which was immediately defeated with great ease, and began to disappear into its simulation hologram. Seeing all this, Lee Sang-cheol was impressed. He quickly decided who would take first place in that midterm exam. Clearly it was Kim Ho-jok. Thus concluding this chapter of the story, a group was already leaving the dungeon extremely weakened and exhausted from all the battles they had faced. Another team left more animated, with happy and victorious expressions. Yusoya had a sour expression, clearly in a bad mood. The blonde boy also had an angry look on his face, and Cho Yeren stood there silently observing everything. Kim Ho-yuk was also present at the scene when the midterm exams concluded. The narration then shifted to the teacher's lounge. Far from Balia Stadium, the professor intently watched the students' leaderboard in the midterm exams. He made a face of complete surprise and astonishment at what he saw on the tablet. He quickly approached and informed Lee Sang-cheol that the results had been officially published. He explained that the results were unexpected, as Kim Ho-jok had finished first in the rankings. This was met with the response that these results were indeed very surprising. Lee Sang-cheol expected the boy to take first place, but completing the dungeon alone and without suffering any damage was truly impressive. If he matured and entered the industry, South Korea could regain its title as the world's #1. The professor then discovered that this award was given to the strongest professional in the world. Lee Sang-cheol expressed his excitement and amazement, stating that it had been a long time since so many geniuses had appeared. He also mentioned that there would be a surprise in this exam. According to the professor, it was definitely the cute girl, Cho Yi-rin. Kim Ho-yuk's time was incredible, but they didn't expect her instead of Jo So-hai-yun. Lee Sang-chul didn't know what had happened, but Cho Yi-rin had decided to challenge the dungeon alone, just like the story's protagonist, and it had taken her very little time to finish it, despite being injured after successfully completing the dungeon. The senior instructor knew she was a calm and hardworking person, but he never thought she would be capable of completing such a challenge on her own. If the exam had focused solely on teamwork, Jo So-ha-yun would undoubtedly have received the highest score. But Kim Ho-yuk and Cho Yi-rin got better scores. However, even with these results, Lee Sang-chul would never recommend this path to students. They both agreed that it was not something normal students could achieve. The professor couldn't stop thinking about Cho Yi-rin. He had met her when she was a guild executive, during which she had a weak aura, and how she decided to face the dungeon alone remained a mystery. The professor suspected the reason was Kim Ho-juk, but he couldn't believe what he was thinking, so he decided to put those thoughts aside to prepare the students' grades. The next day, the students checked their grades on a paper posted on the school's bulletin board. The spreadsheet showed the results of all first-year students, and Kim Ho-yuk was indisputably in first place. Rocca Von Treck and his assistant, Julia of Pales, observed this with great anger and fury. He immediately asked her if Desira was in South Korea, to which she replied affirmatively. Then he ordered the girl to call him and prepare to leave immediately, thus concluding these tense scenes of the story. In the great city of Seoul Hamsul, night had fallen and lights illuminated the streets. Rachel Ventrick and his assistant, Julia de Paulis, calmly arrived at the restaurant. Someone greeted him, rather rudely immediately. It was Desira Ventrick, and it had been a long time since they had seen each other in person. Rachel Ventrick immediately sat down at the table with his friend. The man ate like a classless animal. The blond man in black watched, with deep disgust and contempt. Then a conversation began, initiated by Desira Ventrick. He asked what the target had been doing. Kim Ho-yuk. They told him nothing important, just acting like an arrogant fool, and that he had caused considerable embarrassment due to his humble origins. So he would have to pay immediately. Desira then asked if he could kill the target with a single blow. Rochdal replied that the decision was entirely in his hands. The brute then said that he needed to properly prepare the council, leaving the posh man confused by the statement. He immediately pointed at someone with his finger. He was pointing at Julia Topalas, because thanks to her, a major conflict had arisen with that family. Desira was unsure if it was due to the number of people in the group, but he had already killed some, because the rumors had spread widely, but the people of Balia were different, as their feats were not affected by causing chaos there. Rachel understood everything from his friend's words, and promised to do his best to arrange a scenario so that he wouldn't have to worry. The deal with silly Desira also demanded a good reward for the mission. Thus concluded this part of the story. A week later, Brass, talking to Kim Ho-juk, discovered that he was submitting an application to leave school again. Brass was a bit confused, but the protagonist explained that he had permission to leave school once more, and got good results in one of the exams. According to Brass, he would have another chance to leave. Kim Ho-juk confirmed it, as he didn't want to miss the opportunity to check his grades. The man in glasses asked the protagonist where he was going, ending this scene of the story. And the scene changed to Suwon Province. Kim Ho-juk was already heading towards his objective, checking the location on his phone, which seemed to be very close. Suddenly, someone called him intimidatingly. It was Wax Ventrick, with a terrifying look in his eyes, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. Thus concluding this chapter of the story, the plot begins in the Zone 7 market. The Black Cat boss watched his business from atop a building, deeply focused, with his intimidating black mask on. Suddenly, he heard something that put him on high alert. It was the constellation from the other side asking when the ring would reach his hands. The Black Cat replied that it was already on its way, and would follow normal procedures before arriving through the portal. The ruler from the other side said he was completely crazy. Black Cat wondered what was going on. At the request of the old Black Cat, he had been investigating if it was indeed an artifact from the era of destruction. But such a reaction was unprecedented. Suddenly, a noise beside him caught his attention. A black box had just arrived through the magic portal. Black Cat celebrated its arrival, thinking that it would probably appease those worried about its contents. Finally, he began to open it with his hands, and soon the highly magical ring was revealed. He then informed the constellation that the accessory had arrived, but there was no response, which left him perplexed. Soon a message appeared stating that they were present. It began to repeat uncontrollably, ending the chapter's scene. Elsewhere in the story, back in Suwon province, Kim Ho-yuk asked the man who he was. The annoyed man sneered at him, saying he didn't need to know that information. Kim Ho-juk assumed that the man wanted something from him. He was absolutely right, as there was no other reason for them to meet on such a remote mountain. And huge, the protagonist asked him if the man's intention was to eliminate him. He received an immediate and affirmative response. The man explained that it wasn't just his good intuition. Anyone could guess the boy's intentions just by observing him. Kim Ho-juk had found this out a few days prior. Sir Ventric lost his composure upon hearing these words, and stated that, for someone who held first place in Balia, the protagonist seemed foolish and petty. He then lunged at him, demanding that he not disappoint him. He prepared an extremely powerful and forceful attack, but impressively, Kim Ho-juk dodged the punch effortlessly, causing his opponent to crash into a nearby tree. The conceited guy even groaned in pain afterward. His hand had literally split the strong wood of the tree in half, causing it to fall to the ground immediately. Sir Ventric commented that Kim Ho-juk had been lucky to dodge the punch, as otherwise he would already be dead. Kim Ho-juk provoked him, saying the punch was too slow, dismissing the idea that there had been luck. But he thought there was something strange about all of this. That opponent was undeniably strong, apparently on the same level or even more powerful than Osaka. But it was still dangerous for him to block such a punch with his fragile body. And his strategy for winning the battle was very simple. Out of nowhere, Kim Ho-juk began to run quickly, leaving his enemy confused about what was happening because he was fleeing, forcing the boy to chase him. For someone in Kim Ho-juk's position, running away was a wise decision. Win or lose, he would have been beaten to death if he hadn't done anything. But the persistent brat would definitely not let him escape. Suddenly, Kim Ho-juk abruptly stopped his quick run and wondered if his enemy wasn't at least using that rotten brain he had. Sir Ventric wondered how the boy had gotten so close, as he hadn't even noticed his punch until it was right in front of his eyes. And then he received a direct hit to his ugly face. The impact was so strong that it sent him flying instantly, causing him to crash to the ground, causing him immense pain and agony. And when he finally managed to open his eyes, he was met with a terrifying sight. It was Kim Ho-juk's foot, approaching to stomp on him right in the middle of his face. But he quickly dodged the crushing stomp. If he hadn't, it would undoubtedly have ended him forever. Not even the ground could withstand the force of that stomp. King Ho-juk was impressed by this, because the guy was very lucky and managed to dodge it so quickly. After hearing this, Sir Ventric became enraged and furious, and asked him what King Ho-juk had done. King Ho-juk replied by indicating his rank in Balia, as his opponent should already know. This enraged Sir Ventric even more, who became even more furious due to the overwhelming strength. Thus ending this scene of the story, the narration continues in the residence of the Ventric family, where, in the past, they had used the talent of the blonde boy to slightly improve their own status. That talent was an innate aptitude for elixirs. The boy was drinking an elixir. He was able to consume any potion without any problems, and his parents had given him some very expensive ones to drink. Suddenly, the glass bottle slipped from his hands and shattered into 1,000 pieces on the floor. At 16 years old, the boy was already stronger than an adult. His parents wanted to use him to gain recognition for the family. But there was a problem. Sir Ventric stared intently at his guardians in this scene. Suddenly, his expression changed completely. Furious and psychotic, it was clear that he did not want to spend his entire life under their control. In this scene, his father was seen lying dead on the floor. His body lay stretched out. In the mud, his overwhelming power meant that he no longer had to worry about the family's recognition. His sister entered the scene with a very angry and furious expression. The boy was undoubtedly a thorn in the Ventric family's side, and was finally expelled by a member posing as the head of the family. But he didn't care, as all his problems were solved with money, and he had become even bolder after breaking ties with the family. When he received a request from Rockdale Dandrek, there was a lot of money involved, but his interest in Kim Ho-juk was much greater. Kim Ho-juk had finished first in the Balia entrance exam, and rumors said he was crazy, who cursed and kicked out all guild scouts. It could be fun to mess with someone like that, and if Advantrex was looking for entertainment in it. But there was a catch to this whole story. The question was, who exactly was this guy returning from Sir Advantrex's imagination? Kim Ho-juk called him. He asked him what kind of drug he had used to become so strong, as elixirs were too expensive for an orphan to acquire. which left the boy quite bewildered. He soon burst out laughing at his opponent's assumption, because it was very funny to think that they would probably accuse him of using steroids. The guy looked like a drug-abusing cheater, but Desura Ventric didn't care about those accusations, and asked again how the boy had become so strong. Kim Ho-juk replies that he has never taken drugs, and that his strength is the result of intense training and rigorous exercise. He added that, in a way, Desura Ventric could be compared to Osak, but it would be very rude to compare a naturally muscular man to a small drug addict. She insisted, although he lacked the power to use his trump card, he decides to draw his magic sword. However, Kim Ho-juk is quite confused by the display of magical power. Ditzy Raven Trick can feel his power growing significantly. He then calls the protagonist to a great battle, declaring that he will not let him escape so easily. But suddenly, he receives a strong and painful punch to the face. After landing the blow, Kim Ho-juk mocks him, commenting that no intelligent opponent would wait for their adversary to prepare for an attack. Dazeb Entric flies a great distance, crying out in pain and agony. Not satisfied, the protagonist charges at him again, mercilessly, landing another strong and powerful blow to his ugly opponent's face. The screams of pain become even louder from the brutal blows. Suddenly, Kim Ho-juk desperately demands that he calm down. He says Iren, now weakened. And stunned, he struggles to stay conscious. The protagonist reprimands him angrily, telling him that he cannot lose consciousness. However, he adds that he might have forgiven him if it were just an insignificant dispute. But the truth revealed earlier about how to behave eliminated any possibility of immediate forgiveness or amnesty. Still, Kim Ho-juk had something to ask him. He says serenely, with a completely destroyed expression. And desperate, listen as Kim Ho-juk tells him to grit his teeth hard as he prepares for another painful blow. This concludes the scene of this chapter. Now we move to the grand dormitory of the enormous Balya Academy, specifically to Rockdale Venter's room. The arrogant little brat. He thinks that by now Ventrix should have dealt with King Ho-yuki, given his personality. He might even have killed him, although cleaning up Disser's messes was annoying. At least this time it wasn't on school grounds, which made the timing perfect for Rockdale, leaving him greatly relieved. Suddenly, he calls his assistant, Julia de Palace, who quickly responds affirmatively. He orders her to go get a car immediately, and she agrees without hesitation. Out of nowhere, a familiar sound comes from his phone. Supposedly, it was Disserin calling at this opportune moment, asking if Jun Nem had already finished off Kim Ho-juk. But no one answers immediately, leaving a tense and creepy silence on the line. Once again, Rockdale Ventric calls Unum, only to hear a terrifying groan. The screams of pain, agony, and despair do not cease at any moment during the call. Suddenly, someone starts speaking on the phone, which increases Rockdale Ventric's tension. It's Kim Ho-juk speaking calmly and coldly. He translates Dazara's groans and agony, saying that Dazara wanted Rockdale to burn 2 incense sticks if he died at that moment, and that Roque Teodentrek should wait for a Kim Ho-juk. Thus concluding this tense chapter of the brilliant story, the protagonist tries to call Roque Teodentrek on the phone again, but he only hears a click as the call disconnects. He becomes very angry at Roque Teodentrek's rudeness in hanging up on him without answering or saying goodbye. He begins to rationalize some things. The first thing he thinks about is what to do with Takara Dantrek, who lies unconscious and weakened in front of him. Meanwhile, far away, a cup of tea is served in a precious cup, served on an elegant saucer. Julia de Palic informs her annoyed boss that her tea is ready. He remains completely silent, without saying a word. Julia tries to inform him again, but he quickly interrupts her with his rudeness and arrogance delicately. She says she understands his offensive words. She leaves the tea there and leaves immediately. Rockdale Ventric cannot stop thinking about his powerful enemy, Kim Ho-juk. He never imagined that the boy could defeat Dasara, even after the incidents with Lyric, and now he is left with a big question about what to do. He now knows who is behind everything, and that Dasara has probably ruined the entire plan. It's only a matter of time before the news reaches the family and gets out of control. Rockdale Ventric tries to convince himself that the problem is not that serious. Given that Kim Ho-juk comes from such humble origins, he could not reach them. The blonde boy decided, as a precaution, not to discuss these matters for a while, and simply go unnoticed, ending all his desperate thoughts. Now let's return to Kim Ho-juk's journey through the forest. Brass and the protagonist converse telepathically about Sarah Ventrix's cunning, and the plan to unmask him in the future, as they could do nothing at the moment. The strange glasses boy asked why Kim Ho-juk hadn't killed that conceited boy. He replied that past and present matters should not be confused, and the question became clear. Besides, Brass had another question that piqued his friend's curiosity. The question was about the magic that Sarah Van Rek had used moments before, because that magic seemed strangely familiar to him. Kim Ho-juk seemed confused about it, so Brass explained that, although it was not confirmed, he had definitely felt something similar before. The protagonist, talking to his friend, replied mentally that 300 years ago, monsters sacrificed dogs and cows to use that kind of dark magic. Brass sneered at Kim Ho-juk, saying he lacked the skill to differentiate people based on magic, and that he was incapable of such skills, which annoyed him greatly. He then asked if the hidden side of the sword that Sarah Dandrek mentioned was related to that power, to which Brash replied with a hesitant perhaps, and so ended their mental conversation. Kim Ho-juk asked the conceited boy who had sent him to find him. The boy only groaned in pain, unable to articulate a word. Kim Ho-juk then realized that Sarah Dandrek's jaw was dislocated due to the beating he had received earlier. He quickly placed both thumbs inside the boy's mouth and warned him of the pain he was about to feel, before forcefully putting his jaw back in place with all his might. Afterward, he initiated another conversation, asking him again who had given the order for Desaraventrick. The boy remained silent and thoughtful for a moment. Kim Ho-juk looked at him with a very serious expression, urged him to answer, saying that he had had his jaw operated on only for that purpose, and threatened him, stating that staying silent was not the best option at that moment. Darabentrick asked him why he was holding his fingers. Kim Ho-juk suddenly made a jerky movement with the boy's hand. He cried out in pain and agony as he saw his fingers completely twisted. The protagonist once again threatened his opponent to get the information he wanted. Desarabentrick revealed that his brother had sent him on this mission. Kim Ho-juk already suspected it was that guy, who had already caused trouble once before. He immediately asked for all information about that brute's affiliation, as he did not seem to belong to Balia. Sarah Van Rek replied uncertainly and then threatened the protagonist, saying that he would find out another way. After hearing this mockery, Kim Ho-juk broke 2 more fingers on the boy. He then revealed that Sarah was from the first species and worked as a mercenary, taking on various missions. Kim Ho-juk had heard of that group before and mocked him, saying that the boy was nothing more than a thug who was paid for his actions. Sarah replied that Kim Ho-juk saw everyone as trash and that he was just a lucky guy. He then revealed that the constellation revered by the first species was the hidden side of the sword, and that he also had a contract with her naturally. He added that if he had had 30 more seconds to charge his magic, the outcome of the fight would have been completely different. Kim Ho-juk told Sarah that he talked too much, and that he would have let him go if he had shut up, and named the person who had sent him without beating around the bush. Once again, he put his thumbs into the boy's mouth and told him he looked much better, silently as he dislocated his jaw again, thus ending this tense scene of the chapter. Many messages appeared on Kim Ho-juk's phone. As expected, they all agreed that those guys were a malicious group. Still, the protagonist was annoyed because he couldn't find the notes, and Rockdale Danrek kept making him look suspicious. He thought about how to ruin that conceited brat's life and concluded that, at that moment, he should use more modern methods. First, he had recorded all of Sarah's confessions and needed to quickly find a place to publish them. Suddenly, Kim Ho-juk made a phone call. It was to his professor, who was quite surprised. She thought the boy had finally agreed to be her personal assistant, but that wasn't the reason for his call. He wanted to know if she knew any famous and renowned journalists, thus concluding this tense chapter. News of the Ventrick family's assassination attempt on a Balia student quickly spread. Numerous reports highlighted the shocking and surprising case. Some people clarified and summarized the chaos that had occurred in internet publications. Consequently, Kim Ho-juk's name was revealed on social media, directly linked to the case. He was satisfied with this modern war effort. He praised his adaptation to contemporary culture, to which Kim Ho-juk replied that it was all the result of suffering and the effort of reading forums and watching the news. Thanks to all that, Kim Ho-juk had become who he was now, understanding everything completely. However, there was a drawback to all of this that Bart couldn't quite understand. Kim Ho-juk explained that his goal was to ruin only Roke, tell Danrek, but the news had ended up affecting the whole family. Nevertheless, the journalists recommended by his professor seemed to be quite famous, which caused the story to explode spectacularly. By then, a podium had already been prepared for the Ventrick family's statement. The guild leader was preparing to speak. He was under great pressure, with many paparazzi taking photos. First, he expressed his sincere apologies to the attacked student and to Ballier Academy. Next, he made public the Ventric family's official stance on the incident. He explained that the attack had been carried out in defiance by Desura, who had since been excommunicated from the Ventric family. However, in a recorded confession, he alleged that Rochdale had given the order to try to escape the dilemma he was in according to the family head. So she believed that the Ventric family had had nothing to do with the incident. But since it was a crime committed by an expelled member of the family, the moral responsibility to rectify the situation fell on the family. With that, the organization's leader decided to visit the victim to apologize personally. He also mentioned that Rock Duodanrek might be somehow related to the perpetrator of the crime. As a result, he would return home, where an investigation by the prosecution had been scheduled to resolve all doubts. After finishing his speech, the paparazzi took numerous photos of him again. The family head left immediately without answering any questions about his planned apology to the victim of the crime. Meanwhile, Rock D. 11-Trick watched everything on his phone, his face full of anger and frustration at how much the situation had escalated. Suddenly, he received a call from his father. He answered immediately, without hesitation. His father ordered him to return to England for a while. With immediate effect, it was a family-wide order, to which he obeyed without thinking twice. After hanging up, he was furious and enraged, cursing everything and everyone, leaving his maid, Julia de Palles, completely frightened, thus concluding this shocking scene. Meanwhile, Desiro was being pressured to reveal who was behind everything. He insisted that the Ventric family was right, as he was solely responsible for the crime. Kim Ho-juk was quite impressed, because the boy was swallowing his pride. Desiro despised the Ventric family. The protagonist was left wondering who could apologize to him personally. As the whole situation had become awkward, suddenly he became very alert to something. He was already close to the faculty office. He thought the class might have ended early, not knowing who to ask for a favor. Concluding these scenes now, he headed to the Balya cafeteria. The gray-haired professor was in a very good mood, but Kim Ho-juk replied with another. No, he already knew she would ask him to be her assistant. It was obvious. Then she asked him why he had called her, as she was a very busy person and overworked. She was completely stunned, thinking it might be a romantic date, only to be immediately reprimanded by Kim Ho-juk. He reflected on his words, as they were far from respectful. He replied that they had been talking like this for a long time, to which she felt. Kim Ho-juk then explained that the reason for the call was not boredom, but his gratitude towards the journalist. He offered to share information on how to deal with monsters, which made her very happy. However, this came with a simple request, which she immediately accepted, as it was an easy favor to allow him a day off from school. The professor tried to convince him once more to become her assistant, but it was in vain. Concluding this part of the chapter, now we move to the North Pacific, specifically aboard the criminal transport ship 28. Daisra was in one of the cells aboard the ship. He was furious, as he would never have imagined being thrown onto a ship and treated like cargo to be transported to the Tower prison. It was a prison in the middle of the North Pacific Ocean. An imposing facility, an S-class constellation, had created that isolated refuge to turn all contractors into normal human beings. But Daisra didn't care about any of that. He just remained silent to prevent Rockdale from being expelled from the Ventric family, and his sentence reduced by 5 years, and 5 meager years meant nothing to him. Suddenly he heard a loud noise nearby. A bright red light flashed quickly, impossible to identify. Then someone appeared in front of Desera. Concluding the chapter, the person who had appeared in the previous chapter was the cook. He immediately stabbed Desera in the stomach with a dagger and stood there staring at him. With the blade in his right hand, Cook wished for Desera's death, saying that the first species did not need someone like him. Desera groaned in pain from the knife wound in his abdomen and soon collapsed face down on the floor. Unable to bear it, Cook watched him lying there with no intention of helping him. Now we are in the Grant Van Reck family mansion. The guild leader was visibly angry and furious about the recent events, and looked angrily at Roke Duodanrek and his father, Edom Ben Thrick. First, she called the conceited boy by name. He replied affirmatively, without hesitation. She asked him what he was going to do, leaving him quite confused. Immediately, he replied with a sincere apology, but she thought it was very little considering the seriousness of the problem. And since such apologies would not fix anything, the leader then ordered Roke Duodanrek to explain in detail why he had committed such a malicious act, to which he replied without hesitation, concluding that part of the conversation. After the explanation, she stared at him, She understood that he wanted to deal with Kim Ho-juk. And he was right about it, but she was very angry about the whole situation, because the explanation she was receiving was superficial and petty. Rockdale acted on his own, because he believed that Kim Ho-juk had insulted the Ventric family. But in reality, according to the leader, it was his own pride. And as a result, he had tarnished the family's name. The leader didn't know what punishment to give the conceited boy, and he became desperate, not knowing what to do. He quickly said he would do anything to restore the fallen honor of the Ventric family. But the leader did not understand what he was saying at that moment, because the only plausible way to restore the honor of the Ventricer family was to expel him. The boy's father opposed this possibility, arguing that such a punishment was too severe. He then asked Aiden Danrek if he wanted to be expelled instead of the boy, which made him somewhat nervous, quiet, and unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, the leader thought she would rather have killed the boy, or expelled him immediately. But that would make it clear that Rockdale Danrek was guilty of ordering Desura to carry out the assassination attempt. She proceeded to address the boy, calling him by name, and he immediately responded affirmatively. Kneeling before her, she then told him that she would not expel him for now, ordering him to return to Balia quietly, and that after his encounter with Kim Ho-juk, she would reconsider the matter after hearing this. Rockdale Ventric thanked her sincerely. He also ordered Eden to keep a close eye on his mediocre son, as his position would depend on the boy's behavior, to which he agreed. Then he told them all to leave immediately, and they obeyed without asking. The two left with serious and angry expressions. Eden Ventric then ordered his son to remain silent from now on, and avoid acting recklessly, but it seemed his father had not understood what the family head had said. The truth was that Rockdale Danrek would be expelled sooner or later, and with the media watching closely. No action could be taken immediately, but once things calmed down, he would reveal that information, leaving everyone stunned. However, something had to be done before that, considering that there was no one left who could interfere. And Rockdale Danrek also declared that his father should help with the plan. Eden simply asked his son to proceed carefully, to which he agreed, thus concluding these dramatic scenes of the 10th chapter. Now, a few days later, we find ourselves at Balia Academy, specifically in the interview room, where a conversation was taking place. The professor explained to Kim Ho-juk that the head of the Ventric family would call him to apologize in person. But the boy replied that it had nothing to do with the group, and that she had explicitly highlighted his non-involvement in the incident during the delegation. The professor explains that it was still a good idea to apologize, especially since the woman was probably already on her way to Korea. Kim Ho-juk believes that the family probably wanted to personally handle the punishment of Rockdale Ventric, and that they probably attended only because they had no other choice at that moment. And honestly, it was very irritating to him. After that, the professor expresses her concern, and that of instructor Lee Sang-chu about the situation. She also mentions that, according to event protocols, a Balia student had been attacked, and the perpetrator had confessed that someone had ordered him to do so. However, there was a problem. He couldn't believe the family's attempts to preserve their reputation by dismissing the evidence, although they seemed busy trying to cover up the truth to protect the students. Whether it was Rockdale or the family head who should be expelled. But according to the professor, the group had donated a significant amount of money to the school in the past. She couldn't believe that Balia's funds came solely from donations, so the school would likely turn a blind eye if they paid well. Kim Ho-juk understood everything his professor said, and stated that he would speak with the head of the family. The professor was stunned by something at that moment. It was the boy's reaction, who had been very calm. Kim Ho-juk replied that he had always been like that. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The professor informed him that the family head had arrived, and that she would let her in. Then she left, wishing them a good conversation. He quickly opened the door for the woman, bowing to her at the first sight, and greeting her with a sincere greeting, which she returned with gratitude. She slowly entered the room. She met Kim Ho-juk. Adelia Ventric introduced herself and greeted the boy. He returned the greeting, thus concluding this chapter. The chapter begins with Adelia Danrek sitting opposite Kim Ho-juk. The two stared at each other for a brief moment. Then she began to talk about the incident with Desira, immediately offering him a deep and sincere apology. Kim Ho-juk retorted that, since Desira had been expelled, everything was fine. Until now, she replied that she had heard rumors that Rockdale Danrek had also caused him trouble, to which he replied that it had only happened once and that it was in the past. She pointed out that Rockdale Danrek had nothing to do with the incident. According to the boy, there would be no public statements. Adelia stated that she needed to have a serious conversation with Kim Ho-juk about this case. Ella insistio, an official statement was drafted, but the media and citizens did not pay much attention to it. Kim Ho-juk agreed, thinking that the family was known for lying, so no one believed them. So he proposed creating an opportunity to resolve the misunderstanding. Then she asked Kim Ho-juk if he could help them, to which he replied with a resounding no. As expected, she tried to convince him, telling him that if he helped them just this once, she would guarantee his support until graduation. She also offered to recommend him to a guild sponsored by the family, so that his help would extend even after school. With the aim of making him a successful hunter, Kim Ho-juk asked if making a statement would really end everything. It became clear that they were offering him a considerable amount just to silence him. They were desperate. Adelia Ventrick put on a very serious face upon hearing what the boy told her. Kim Ho-juk explained that he was angry because they were trying to cover everything up, and that his helpers would not support such actions. He did not intend to reward him. He just wanted to see the misfortune that Roque Tiadenrek had caused them. The woman became enraged and insulted him upon hearing this. She transformed, revealing her anger at being spoken to as if she were a common person. Kim Ho-juk mocked her, saying she was showing her true self because she could no longer contain herself. She replied that she had come to make things easier for him, but in return, she had only received arrogance. At that moment, she wished to kill him. She had wanted to be generous, but the boy was throwing it all away. Kim Ho-juk provoked her by telling her to try to attack him, which enraged and infuriated her even more. He commented on her public statement, in which she claimed the family had nothing to do with the case, trying to maintain that lie with money, while now she wanted to kill him. Once again, he doubted her abilities, which enraged her even more. She stated that she couldn't kill him anyway, adding fuel to the fire and further provoking her anger. Adelia Ventrick returned to her normal appearance and immediately invited Kim Ho-juk to talk, telling him that she would make him regret everything he had just said. He thought she couldn't do anything in the end and was just talking nonsense. Rise then intervened, saying that Kim Ho-juk didn't have to go that far. The two quickly began a mental conversation. Kim Ho-juk told Bark that he hated those arrogant idiots the most, and that he knew exactly what Delia Van Rek was going to do. Cursing her heavily, he also said he hated Barch, who didn't seem to care much. Kim Ho-juk calmed down thinking that he had no more classes that day, and that he could go to the training center early in the morning. Now we are in front of the Ballia Stadium. Kim Ho-juk was walking there looking at his phone, and suddenly bumped into someone which surprised him greatly. It was the pretty girl. Choi Rin, who was there standing in front of him, was the eldest son of the Choi Hin family. Choi Hin Min, he was saying that she was not capable of defeating him, and that training a lot in Ballia would be useless. He also told her that if she really wanted to remain a member of the family, she should not take the selection test this weekend, because he didn't want to see her humiliated, but she quickly contradicted him with a negative answer. This left him quite confused by her reaction, because, according to him, he was giving her a chance, and she was rejecting it, apparently unaware of what was happening. Choi Aaron tried to answer, but someone suddenly interrupted him, calling him foolish, and saying that he was the one misinterpreting the conversation. This greatly angered him for being insulted. Kim Ho-juk had insulted him because he was trying to discourage someone who was putting in so much effort. The boy was confused about who the protagonist was, especially since they didn't know each other well enough to exchange insults. Kim Ho-juk replied to that arrogant fool boasting about his authority, saying that he didn't care about his rank. He also ordered him not to invade the school grounds to demand anything from a student, and told him to get lost. The protagonist then asked Choi Ren if she agreed with that. She immediately replied yes. This left Choi Hin-yoon very annoyed and angry. He said goodbye to the girl, telling her they would see each other at the exam, and left the place. Choi Rin thanked Kim Ho-juk, but he simply ordered her to head to training. Then she revealed that, when asked if she agreed, she was actually thinking of a different alternative. This made the protagonist very curious to know more. She explained that instead of telling him to leave, she would have insulted the boy, to which Kim Ho-juk reprimanded her, thinking she was crazy. They quickly began to plan her training as they walked to the training center. A few days later, in the city of Sohon, more precisely, near a mountain, Kim Ho-juk was in the middle of a dense forest. He was looking for the correct location with his mobile phone. Brass asked him if he was there to find his notes, again receiving an affirmative answer. Still, Brass asked him, as he had already found several relics. Kim Ho-juk explained that he wanted to know how many written notes were still missing. He explained that he wanted to look for them because of the incredible things they might contain, which left Brass quite confused. Kim Ho-juk said that if he found them, he would overcome the great difficulties he had faced when he was Kim Hai-un-ho, and that if he had met Brass more than 300 years ago, he might not have killed him, which made Brass quite nervous. Now we are in the grand mansion of the Choi Hin family, where a large gathering of journalists has taken place. Paparazzi and people, some of them were discussing the people present for the group selection test. Suddenly, an important authority, the authority figure of the family, arrived at the place. The guild leader Choi Hin, Choi Hun Saeduk, announced that the selection test would begin shortly. He reinforced what he had said earlier and emphasized that the winner would be recognized as the successor, and the loser would be immediately expelled from the Choi Hin family. Choi Jan-stuk then asked if the candidates were ready to start. These quickly responded with a resounding affirmation. He took a deep breath to start everything. He then declared that the test consisted of finding the double-edged sword hidden in the enormous mountains. Whoever managed to find and bring back the object would definitely be recognized as the winner of the selection test. It didn't matter how they found it. He then gave the order for the battle to begin. Chohan's opponent celebrated by running forward, as it was not an urgent test. His plan was to let her find the sword and then steal it. Finish everything. The boy clearly intended to snatch the double from the girl with this overly elaborate plan, thus concluding the scenes of this chapter. Now we return to the past, with Choi Hing-un saying goodbye to Choi Er-un. He walked away after Kim Ho-yuk, metaphorically, kicked him out. Suddenly at that moment, his mobile phone rang loudly in his pocket. He quickly answered, identifying himself immediately. A man on the other end of the line quickly asked him what had happened to the double blade. Choi Hin-yoon explained that he would have to take the selection test, which would complicate the process and lengthen it. The man became a little annoyed with the boy, as it was the second time he had mentioned such a test. Choi Hin-yoon, knowing he was late, immediately apologized, asked if somehow he managed to obtain the double blade. Would the man keep his promise? He immediately reassured him with a resounding affirmation, as such an agreement had been made before a constellation, and it was destined to be fulfilled. For this reason, the man instructed the boy to focus solely on the objective, which received confirmation. Returning to the present, Choi Hin-yoon thought it was his, so he would have to find it one way or another. Choi Erin suddenly stopped running and used her mana. In that place, she felt a trace of the object's double magic and concluded that it was probably still there. She calculated that it would probably take another 15 brief minutes. Suddenly, she located the correct direction of the double sword, but out of nowhere, her enemy, Choi Hin-jun, arrived at the same place. He asked her if she was tracking the double sword using magic traces, and who had taught her to do such a thing. The girl replied that Kim Ho-juk had trained her for it. At that moment, we returned to her past thoughts, in which she had asked about magic control, and she had been answered affirmatively, as she already knew some basic things. King Ho-juk informed her that she had already mastered the technique of altering magic to turn it into thunder, pointing out that this was just the basics, to which she felt affirmatively, and he instructed her to practice small exercises of controlled magic, not limiting herself to the big ones, and quickly asked him about the method she should use. Kim Ho-juk didn't quite understand her question, as he assumed her family had already taught her this. She ended up feeling a bit sad, with a very dejected expression, but the protagonist told her it didn't matter, and asked her if she only knew how to borrow the constellation's power and gather magical energy. Receiving an affirmative answer, he also admitted that he wasn't particularly good at it either. He then ordered her to stop answering and relax her whole body, using the tips of her toes and of her hands to slightly extend the magic. She was supposed to extend it slowly, as if directing mana to every strand of hair. In that state, Cho Yaranet had to try to feel the magic in the air. According to Kim Ho-yuk, she concentrated on it immediately without any hesitation. Suddenly, her vision changed completely, revealing many unexpected things. She immediately widened her eyes in fear. Cho Jarin took a deep breath as Kim Ho-yuk asked her if she had already felt it. The cute girl replied affirmatively, explaining that she had seen the form of magic surrounding him. He replied that that was how magic felt even when it was weak, and did not leave the body as it could be controlled with precise use of mana. Kim Ho-yuk advised the girl to use it more as it would make it easier for her to detect magic residues on the ground and in the air, to which she agreed. He explained that if the appearance of magic was like hers, Choi Erin would be able to identify the magical traces of each object, and if she trained more, she would be able to see the silhouette clearly, but he couldn't teach her beyond that. She would have to train alone. After hearing everything her trainer told her, the girl replied that she fully agreed. Now back to the present, where she was looking for the double-edged object. Choi Hin-yoon asked her who Kim Ho-yuk was. But soon he remembered. He called her shameless and stupid, amazed by such talent. Choi Harin gritted her teeth in anger upon hearing this. She said Kim Ho-yuk was stronger than that brat, and asked him what he was doing there. Choi Hin-yoon sneered at her. After hearing all that, he began to draw his magic sword. He explained that his presence was for that reason, because he was having a sword battle with Choi Harin. Suddenly, he felt something very unusual. The girl, who seemed so fragile, was pushing him effortlessly. He quickly withdrew his sword from the difficult battle. He then took a deep breath, quite impressed with everything. He wondered when the girl had become so strong. Concluding this dramatic chapter. In this chapter, we begin with Kim Ho-yuk's search, who was using all his magic to find the lost object. He realized there was nothing there, lamenting that he had hidden so many, and only one was in Balia. Suddenly, an incredibly bright light emerged from the ground. Kim Ho-yuk celebrated because there was another note there. He concentrated on it. He was already very close. Out of nowhere, a kind of great explosion was seen, which left him quite confused about what was happening in the area. Now we return to the battle between Choi Harin and Choi Hin-jeon. The war was frantic, with the two fighting tirelessly wielding their sharp swords. The girl quickly prepared to deliver a powerful blow to her opponent without much hesitation. She struck Choi Hin-gong with all her might with her sword, who was sent flying, and stopped breathing heavily, visibly scared. He sneered at her, saying she was learning to be a boar in Balia, and that he was evidently physically stronger. Choi Hin told him to give up the double-edged sword. He retorted by asking if she was crazy or out of her mind, and stated that an illegitimate daughter like Choi Harin did not deserve the double-edged object. Choi Harin concentrated as she watched the boy charge at her. She gripped her sword tightly. The boy quickly approached with an expression of anger and fury, ready to attack her. He thought about quickly turning his sword, executing that move. Then he cut upwards with a quick turn while his sword was on the ground, with the aim of hitting him directly, executing everything without hesitation, with great success and mastery. Choi Hin-yoon showed much pain and agony on his face. He soon fell to the ground, lying down and defeated, unable to react quickly. Choi A-rin took a deep breath, greatly relieved by everything that had happened. She had thought she might land at least one blow, but she never imagined it would be such a critical attack. She immediately concentrated on going after the double-edged sword. Suddenly, she heard a voice say that she had won too easily, and she opened her eyes in fear. It was Choi Hin-gon, standing completely recovered from the powerful and strong blow, full of rage. He said he had mentioned something before. It was that the girl's blessing was a joke, because she would never be able to defeat him. As he had a contract, Choi Hin-yoon explained that Choi A-rin had hit him while he was unprepared, so he would give her credit for it. She asked him about the magic surrounding the boy's sword, as he looked like a villain, wanting to make it very clear why it was like that. He then provoked her, telling her she didn't need to know and shamelessly mocking her. Choi A-rin immediately prepared a precise attack. The boy, without hesitation, lunged at her quickly. The girl was surprised, because he dodged her attack from an extremely short distance, and then landed a strong, precise blow to her body. She fell to the ground, groaning in pain. With a defeated and tense expression, the boy quickly positioned himself over her, asking if she would really not get up, even recommending that she stay on the ground and not get up. She groaned in pain, noticing something strange about her small body. It was a large wound that was bleeding profusely. Choi Hin-gon sneered at her, saying that it would really be better if she stayed still and quiet to avoid death. She asked him about the boy's contract, and if it was with some malicious constellation. And perverse, the boy explained that, as the leader of the Jinza Guild, he had signed a contract with an A-level entity. But now he was allied with the devotees, which surprised the girls. She had heard that name before. They were the third most dangerous evil group in the world. Choi A-rin replied that she did not understand the contracts of the devotee constellation, and asked if the benefits of being a member were better than enjoying life. The boy sneered at her for questioning that and preparing to answer. He said they were incredible powers and orders, along with authorization to separate from those who left. Choi A-rin was very confused and doubted what he had said. Hwa Hin-yoon explained that he had joined the Jinza Guild at only 12 years old. He had been working for the family since childhood, at an age when he only wanted to play, and he remained in the guild due to his father's supervision, not by his own choice. He also said that during his adolescence, full of desires, he ended up meeting someone from the devotees. The man encouraged him to join the group, telling him that he could satisfy all his heart's desires. Hui Jingun felt that perhaps this man already knew his temperament, which left the girl confused about it. He explained that his desire was to break fragile humans, but he could not simply join them. He first had to fulfill the condition of obtaining the double sword relic. And if the girl had simply given up earlier, he would have received the double sword without major problems, and she would not have had to start the second test. After hearing all this, Choi Arin felt somewhat confused about this test, as if she couldn't remember, which left him astonished. He explained that 10 years ago, the eldest daughter of the Choi Hin family, Choi Ya-hin, had participated in the first selection test, which left the girl perplexed by such a revelation. She soon discovered that her older sister had disappeared while taking the evaluation. Choi Hin-yun said he had not been able to control his disconcerting desires and revealed that, before the search for the double sword, he had killed the girl in the mountains. But in the end, he failed to find the relic, ending up seriously injured and failing miserably. Otherwise, he could have joined the devotees 10 years ago. In any case, the father had already found the daughter and secretly interned her. And Choi Jin-young had left her there, intending for her to disappear. But something had happened. Choi Arin felt curious about where Choi Ajin was at that moment. But she was told that it was not the time to look for her, and that it was better to give up. The villain explained the collapse of the girl's mother, who always cried incessantly. Desperate, and the reason was, she saw her daughter's face in Choi Harin. Choi Hin-young then concluded his revelations, returning to the main topic, the double sword. And he prepared to hit the girl, and told her to send a greeting to her deceased sister, and then unleashed a blow with all his might towards Choi, a rinsed head. But suddenly, a loud noise echoed in the same place. Choi Hin-young was completely shocked and very surprised by it. Kim Ho-juk was right there, and had just defended Choi Yarin from what would have been a completely fatal blow. Thus concluding this tense and exciting chapter, Kim Ho-juk, acting heroically, asked Choi Hin-young what he was doing. He replied that it was a family matter, and told him to mind his own business. The protagonist said that group was completely crazy, while casting a death glare at the guy pointing a knife at his own little sister. And the boy himself was sent flying far away, with an expression of intense pain. Cho Yarin then tried to communicate with her heroic friend, shouting his name, and demanding his attention. For a moment, she quickly asked him what he was doing there. Kim Ho-juk thought he had only gone to that place to unearth his vault, as he was in that direction. Meanwhile, Cho Yarin tried to stop the blood gushing from her stomach with her hands. The protagonist's eyes widened upon seeing such a serious and deep wound. He finally answered her question, saying he had some business to attend to there, and ordered her to step back and gather some magic to heal the wound. She immediately replied affirmatively. Meanwhile, Choi Hing-un got up, wondering who this guy was who had suddenly appeared, and if perhaps he was the rude student from Balia. He reiterated that these matters were purely family matters. At the same time, he cursed the story's protagonist with his huge, sharp sword, and poured all his magic and strength into it, making it glow with purple mana. But something unexpected happened. Just as the blow was about to land, it left Choi Hin-young stunned. And deeply impressed, Kim Ho-juk can easily dodge the thrust without any effort. He then began to explain how to stab someone correctly. Choi Hin-young said he should not aim at a stationary target, but at someone who moves like him, while demonstrating it by hitting him. The boy cried out in pain and agony, and vital red fluid came out of his mouth after the powerful and strong blow, but Kim Ho-juk did not stop his onslaught. At that moment, Choi Hin-young thought that his enemy was chasing him, while pushing him back. Suddenly, he received another powerful and forceful blow to the center of his weak body. And useless, he was pushed against the ground, causing significant destruction. His expression was no longer that of a living person, but that of someone completely defeated. Kim Ho-juk observed him on the ground without saying a single word. He then asked if Oram was okay, receiving an immediate affirmative response. He also asked her if she could walk as she tried to move. Suddenly, a purple magical aura caught the protagonist's attention, Choi Hin-jian, whose body was exuding abundant magical smoke at that moment, and he commented to Kim Ho-juk that it was a magic sword, receiving an affirmative response, along with a question about whether that guy was also evil. Suddenly, the villain firmly planted his feet on the ground. He quickly got up, furiously cursing the story's protagonist. He also said that the protagonist was nothing more than a useless rookie from Balia. He accused him of underestimating the offensive leader of the guild, while preparing a blow with his sword. But that thrust was easily blocked by Kim Ho-juk. Choi Hin-young then thought that even magic could make the protagonist move. Kim Ho-juk immediately called the offensive leader of the guild, asked him if he had chosen a different position because he found it more comfortable to hit him while he spoke, and the leader was sent flying far away, with a completely battered and broken expression. Unable to answer the question, he wondered about that guy's power as he blocked attacks, and even counterattacked, not seeming to be only 17 years old. Choi Hing-ho saw no other alternative but to use a trump card. It would have many side effects, but if he kept taking hits, he would lose quickly. So he thought about using it with the artificial remains. He could manage a temporary contract with a constellation. Kim Ho-juk stared at him as he devised his plan to win. Choi Hin-young then began to laugh maliciously and perversely. He soon revealed all the magic emanating from his body. Suddenly, everyone at the selection test site despaired as an earthquake began. At that moment, a reporter called his friend to tell him that he was seeing something very unusual there. Purple smoke was rising from the center of the forest. The family head wondered what it could be. He concluded that it was a magic sword dense enough for everyone to see. Moreover, it was right where the double-edged swords were. Traditionally, he did not interfere with the selection test, but as it was very dangerous, he decided to act. Meanwhile, at the site, Kim Ho-juk and Choi Hing-un stared at each other. The protagonist said he was just observing everything, but the villain increased his magic. Choi Hing-un replied by cursing and saying that it was just an additional effect. He explained that all that was just part of the power he had obtained through the temporary contract, while threatening Kim Ho-juk. Suddenly, the information that the dragon that kills everyone came to light. Had already recognized this sacred relic, showing its teeth as if very satisfied, and that he had already activated his ability, the eye that penetrates nature. Kim Ho-juk observed all that with a very calm expression. And serene, out of nowhere, the dragon that kills everyone opened its eyes wide, looked timidly at the story's protagonist, fixing his gaze on him. Suddenly, the dragon that kills everyone deactivated his eye that penetrates nature, and then immediately reactivated it, seeming quite nervous. It was evident that he was overcome by fear. They exclaimed that he had to leave immediately, leaving Choi Hing-un completely confused. The dragon that kills everyone declared that it rejected the call of this sacred relic. Ending the contract, he recovered all his power and fled quickly. Abandoning Choi Hing-un, Kim Ho-juk and Choi Ha-ren watched as all his magic dissipated. The protagonist then initiated a conversation between the two. Immediately, he placed the tip of his sword against Choi Hing-gun's stomach, asking who would kill whom at that precise moment. After that, he landed a powerful blow with the sword, sending Choi Hing-gun flying away, crying out in pain and agony from his abdomen. The boy collapsed on the ground unconscious and defeated. The leader of the devotees, the Dragon King Annibal, was amazed by what he saw before him. That dragon that kills everyone claimed that he had gotten into big trouble because of him. Shouting loudly, he asked him if he wanted to disappear from this moral plane. Annibal immediately tried to apologize to the constellation and was quickly hit on the head against the ground. On his knees, the dragon that kills everyone warned him not to distribute any more artificial relics in the future. Annibal replied with an immediate affirmation. The constellation also warned him to behave properly. Soon, the great leader of the devotees began to get up from the ground, with an expression of great pain and confusion. He wondered what that had been, and why the constellation had become so angry and furious. And as for the artificial relic, he realized that the infiltrator brat in the Choi Hin family had done something wrong. However, the constellation's problematic words suggested that he was afraid of something. The leader of the devotees urgently needed to find out what was happening. Now he returned to the Balia school dormitory, more specifically to Kim Ho-juk's room. He felt relieved after everything that had happened. He quickly reached into his backpack to grab something, celebrating at last having achieved it. It was the impressive and rare divine art. Brass seemed a little confused about it, and Kim Ho-juk explained that this was the main reason he had been looking for the notes. He also mentioned that it was an extremely effective breathing technique for increasing magical power. Brass immediately asked about the protagonist's old strategy, which Kim Ho-juk dismissed as something he only used when he was an insignificant being. Furthermore, he explained that when he had found these divine arts 300 years ago, he could not change because they had already become ingrained in his body. When Kim Ho-juk fought Barchai, he ended up being defeated due to the horrible breathing technique, which exhausted his magical power, but now he could start over with that new body. He decided to stop training his physical body for a while, as he first needed to learn the divine arts. Brass then asked about the situation that had occurred earlier, pointing out that Kim Ho-juk had left Choi Yar alone with the unconscious villain. The protagonist explained that someone was approaching, so he left in a hurry, but that everything would be resolved somehow. Now let's rewind the story. Returning to the battle, Choi Hin-jun lay face down on the ground, unconscious. Kim Ho-juk observed him with a tense and worried expression. Brass quickly asked him if he had killed the villain, to which Kim Ho-juk replied that he could not kill him because he had already become involved in another incident in Balia, compromising everything. However, as there were weak traces of magic, the boy would probably survive, which Brass positively confirmed. Kim Ho-juk then asked if Chu and Aaron could get up and found that, according to her, she could, and just as she was about to say something else, she noticed someone approaching at that moment, probably the girl's family, which could interfere with the search for the notes. The protagonist then called the girl, and she quickly responded. He ordered her not to exert herself, as her family was already arriving, and informed her that he had to leave due to his obligations, which she accepted. Kim Ho-juk told Cho Yeren to say that she had finished off the villain herself. In case her group didn't know, he revealed that the boy had lost a lot of energy in the last attack. As he said goodbye to the girl, she said she understood everything, saying goodbye to him, and planning to see him again at school. Now back to the present, concluding the protagonist's memories as he continued planning something. Without caring about anything else, he wanted to recover the stones from the inventory as soon as he mastered the divine arts. Since last time, he could not absorb all of its magical power. But until that moment, he just wanted to rest for a while. Now he was returning to the Trojan family province. The family head was gathered with several people at a table at that moment. He said that, thanks to the press present at the selection test site, news articles had been published very quickly. He found that most people had already read them. One of those articles stated that the Trojan family was a joke. Another stated that the group had ties to the devotees. The family head was very worried about the chaos and stated that he could not believe that there was a malicious infiltrator in the Trojan group. Furthermore, he revealed that the association had published an official letter with a statement from him. He said that something similar had happened to the Ventric family, and given that their ties were distant, they had remained silent, but this approach would no longer work. The leader asked about Choi Aaron and also informed him of Choi Hin-young's arrest. Upon learning that the girl was safe and being attended to at the family hospital, he also discovered that the injury had been significant, but that the bleeding had stopped and the organs had not been damaged, which eliminated the need for surgery. Upon hearing this, the leader expressed his great relief. Someone at the table informed him that there were some articles about Mrs. Aaron. The news praised her, saying she had defeated a member of the devotees. Despite being just a student following in Kim Ho-yuk's footsteps, the family head was a bit confused, as the girl had gone against her own group. However, the reports celebrated it. Then, a man sitting at the table said that all this was a relief, because the selection test had ended in chaos. But the next head of the family had been confirmed. He also explained that those kinds of articles would undoubtedly help Choi Harin solidify her position as successor. And the leader agreed. The leader thought it was good that the girl had a legitimate chance to thrive, but defeating Jin Yoon on her own raised many strange suspicions. At this point, we can go back in time to the leader's memory. It was when he and his assistant saw Choi Harin sitting opposite Choi Hing-goon. She explained that her brother had pursued her with dark magic, so she had knocked him out. The leader wondered how Choi Yarong had done that, as a lot of magical power had been seen emanating from the mountains. Meanwhile, the assistant lifted the girl. She quickly replied that Kim Ho-juk had taught her that. Now back to the present with the family head. He was reading articles about the protagonist and thinking about him, concluding this tense chapter. And enigmatic, we begin this chapter in the Balia Mega School. Kim Ho-juk had just arrived at his classroom at that moment, when suddenly he saw something that caught his attention. It was Cho Yi-rin sitting quietly, and silently in her chair. He thought she would still be in the hospital, but she seemed to be completely fine. Then she turned her head towards him, waved shyly with a small smile of happiness on her face. A boy wondered if that smile was for him, but Kim Ho-juk brought him back to reality with two quick illusions. Now let's go back a bit in time to the moment the protagonist reads his notes. Suddenly, he heard a familiar noise and became very alert. It was Cho Yarun informing him that she would not be able to train for a while, which was to be expected given the amount of blood she had lost. Kim Ho-juk quickly replied that there was no problem, as he would take care of some matters in the coming days. Then she sent him several stickers, which made him quite nervous with so many messages in a row. Suddenly, Grace appeared, saying she had something to reveal, which piqued his curiosity. She informed him that dark magic seemed very familiar to her. King Ho-juk asked her about her memory, but Grace couldn't remember anything. She explained that she hadn't forgotten anything, but it seemed that something was blocking her memory. Kim Hyuk hypothesized that the cause was that annoying guy that Brass had mentioned earlier. And Brass agreed. Brass said he wasn't 100% sure, but satisfying the second condition could, in theory, overcome that blockage. The protagonist associated this with the center of the Great Forest. He thought it was just an area used for performance evaluations, but it also served for the final practical exam, in which those who got the worst scores were immediately expelled. Kim Ho-juk then came to the unfortunate conclusion that he would have to wait until the exam period, wasting a lot of time. Now let's return to the present, where the protagonist emphasized that anyway, he needed time to adapt to Singon, and quickly decided to search for the center of the forest. Suddenly, the professor entered the classroom and ordered the students to organize themselves. He informs the class that an announcement will be made before the lesson begins. He asks about the intercollegiate competition taking place next month and learns that the students already knew about it. Kim Ho-juk reflects on the battle and Brass adds that the professor mentioned it after the monthly B exam. The gray-haired man explains that the school intends to select students with the highest scores in the final exams to participate. Just after saying this, he calls the protagonist to his office, leaving him confused. Now leave the classroom and head to another place in Balia. The professor comments on how often they meet there, and Kim Ho-juk replies that it is the professor's fault. He agrees that it is his fault, but says that this time the matter concerns Kim Ho-juk's participation in the intercollegiate competition. Before the professor gets to the important part, Kim Ho-juk rejects the invitation. However, they continue to ask him about the competition, and the professor promises to explain it in detail. Once again, it is about the 3 largest hunter training institutions in the world, including Balya in Korea, Wit Lotus in China, and the impressive heroes of the United States of America. Each selects several freshmen to represent them in a competition that includes combat, maze escapes, and other various challenges. For this reason, Balya plans to send those who obtain the highest scores in the practical exam. Kim Ho-juk then shows clear disinterest in the matter. The professor tries to explain the advantages to him, but Kim Ho-juk says he is not interested in money or other similar rewards. He reaffirms this, although the professor does not seem too concerned. Next, the professor brings up the Great Forest Center in the conversation, which arouses the boys' interest, as it is the place where the final exam is held. The professor explains that, since the final test is in Balia, it will involve entering the Great Forest Center, essentially bypassing the winners of the last exam. However, if someone does not complete it, they will have to try again during the final exams. After hearing this, Kim Ho-juk confirms that he understood. He then announces his desire to participate in the intercollegiate competition. Now we move to the vast Ventrix estate, located in the United Kingdom. There, the head of the family, Adelia, asks about the progress of the preparations. She is told that everything is going well, but it will take another month to finish, to which she replies that everyone should simply continue their efforts. She also asks about Balia and Rockdale Dandrexes. People discover that no problems have been reported in relation to their movements, and immediately orders her employee to report any suspicions to her, to which he responds affirmatively. Then she mentions a piece of news that has nothing to do with them, but is quite disturbing, and piques her curiosity. Rumors suggested that certain people were building a structure made entirely of banknotes in the market. Adelia is surprised to learn this, and discovers that Black Cat is likely responsible for such an act. She wonders what they are planning, as something like this is very unusual. Adelia quickly opens her technology panel and discovers that the Python mask demanded a more detailed report. She immediately calls a maze constellation, thus concluding the scenes of this chapter. Now we find ourselves in the 7th Market Territory. Machinery movement is observed there, and Black Cat observes it all from a strategic vantage point. He states that he would do anything the constellation ordered, but the purpose of building a structure entirely of fragile paper notes is unknown. Then someone appears, revealing that it was a gift that had to be delivered with restraint. Ending the chapter, Black Cat immediately asks why he was ordered to build a structure entirely of money. The two-faced ruler replies that it was a gift, which sparks the little Black Cat's curiosity about who that grand gesture was for. He begins to think of someone, but keeps it a secret for now. The two-faced ruler then asks him if he has found the boy who sold the rings. Black Cat replies negatively and explains that the seller left no clear characteristics of the child. However, since the contact information from the writing was registered, the search is being carried out using all available records. Upon hearing this, the constellation this prompts her to act quickly, causing the cat to respond affirmatively. Visibly tense and desperate, now we leave that scene and move to the Balia faculty room. The gray-haired professor is seen struggling to resolve things. Suddenly, Lee Sung-kyeol enters and asks if he has chosen all the members for the competition, to which he replies affirmatively. He then requests the list of selected students. He discovers that, apart from Young-hin, all participants are from the gray-haired professor's class. He is surprised to see Kim Ho-yuk among the participants. The professor explains that the boy initially did not want to participate, but when he mentioned the Great Forest Center, his opinion suddenly changed. Lee Sang-kyeol finds this very strange, as most people are reluctant to hear about it, and the professor fully agrees. But it was unlikely that he wouldn't know it was the center of the Great Forest, even if he had slept through all the classes, as everything had been clearly explained. Clearly, Lee Sang-kyeol then left the constellation room, highlighting Kim Ho-yuk's hidden motives for being at the school. He soon asked if it was okay to gather all the students for training. He received a positive response, and the professor organized a schedule. After that, the two parted on a friendly and comradely note. Thus ended the conversation of this scene from the chapter. Now we can move forward a few days to the small Balia auditorium. There were the muscular Osai Yuk, the powerful, fearless, and impressive Jo Ho So Hai Young, along with the small and strong Cho Yurin, plus Du Young Hin, who was not part of the gray-haired professor's class, and our beloved protagonist Kim Ho-yuk. Suddenly, Lee Sang-kyeol entered the auditorium where all these prodigious students had gathered. He immediately noticed that the 5 selected students were present. He said it was a pleasure to meet them and introduced himself as their combat instructor. Lee Sang-kyeol explained why the students were there and that he would later describe the training they would undergo. There would be a total of 3 tests to complete. The first was a duel between students, very similar to the Balia entrance exam. The second test consisted of a team battle in which the 5 members of the school would compete against students from other schools. This test emphasized the leader's situational adaptation skills, as all teams would fight simultaneously. According to Lee Sun-kyeol, the third test took place in the center of the Great Forest, which greatly intrigued Kim Ho-yuk. Because the final exam was brought forward, Lee Sun-kyeol could not provide much information. He only stated that the center of the Great Forest was a fearsome labyrinth, as its name suggested. The place had many trees and an extremely secure gate designed to block entry to anyone, except authorized personnel. All Lee Sun-kyeol could say was that each group would enter the center of the Great Forest, with instructions to be given on the day itself. Despite the scarce information, everyone understood. He decided to continue, explaining the specifications and format of the team battle. As there was not much else to add, he hoped that everyone had some knowledge, given their experience with dungeon raids, while Kim Ho-yuk reflected the vague explanation about the Great Forest, as there was a barrier he could not break through. It was not so simple. Thus concluded the initial explanation and the protagonist's reasoning. After explaining the team battle, Lee Sang-kyeol also described the training process. Before continuing, he asked if the group had any questions, and the only one who raised his hand was Kim Ho-yuk. Once authorized to speak, he asked if there was any problem with training alone. Lee Sang-kyeol replied that it didn't matter, as the boy could train as he wished. After answering, he asked again if anyone else had any questions, and only this time. The little girl Imona raised her hand, also expressing her desire to train alone. Lee Sang-kyeol found it very strange that both Kim Ho-yuk and Choi Yi-rin wanted to train alone, but he agreed anyway, and asked if anyone else had the same intention as the others. Everyone remained silent. Lee Sang-kyeol assumed not, then decided to end the day, informing them that he would see them again during training. Receiving an affirmative response, the students began to get up and leave the premises. Kim Ho-yuk thought that, before the competition began, he would have mastered the technique by completely absorbing mana and improving his physical condition. He would dedicate all his free time to training, and as he thought about it, someone called him. It was Choi Yi-rin, who asked him if participating in the training was a good idea. This question left him a little confused, as in his mind she intended to train alone, and she had also mentioned that she couldn't overexert herself, which reinforced that idea. But then he considered that there was a catch to all of this. Suddenly, we dive into his memories from some time ago, when the professor mentioned that he had read the newspaper articles and that he wanted to understand her decision better in person. He asked her if she really wanted to participate in the event. She asked if Kim Ho Yuk would attend, to which the professor replied yes, so Choi Rin decided to participate as well, leaving the professor quite impressed, given that her body had not yet fully recovered. She assured him that she would be fine, earning the gray-haired professor's trust. Now back to the present, Choi Rin thought she had little time left to become head of the family. But there was still a drawback. Thanks to Kim Ho Yuk, she had found another goal to pursue. This goal was to strengthen herself as a team, helping him achieve his individual goals. Just as he had helped her before voluntarily and generously, he was somewhat confused by her strange way of speaking, stopping and smiling, but nevertheless, he advised her not to overtrain. And she replied firmly. Kim Ho Yuk then explained that most of the training would focus on mana control, and that her physical preparation would be based on walks, which she confirmed positively. After giving her all the instructions and advice, he said goodbye to Choi Rin, informing her that he would finish his work and then help her a little more. Now we find ourselves in what appears to be a prison, with the moon shining in the dark sky. A man with broken teeth cried out in pain, begging for mercy in that place. He just wanted to leave, offering bribes to the men there. One of them held an extremely sharp and large knife in his hands with a dark expression. And terrifying, suddenly he struck the young man in the chest, causing him to groan and bleed profusely. The man collapsed on his knees, hands behind his back, unconscious. And defeated, Lisa asked him why he hadn't finished the situation yet, and he replied that it wouldn't be fun to finish so quickly. The girl became enthusiastic, as another mission had arisen to be successfully completed. The boy asked if it was a new target to kill, and she replied affirmatively. On the girl's phone was a picture of Kim Ho Yuk, the young man from Balia, which closes the chapter with a shocking mission against the protagonist. The vigilante's victim was still there bleeding with a knife in his chest. One of them initiated a conversation while taking the weapon from the boy. Non-dual asked why they had accepted the job of killing a useless student. Lisa replied that the client had probably paid a fortune for it. The deadline was 1 month, as the boy was to be killed during the inter-school competition. Non-dual asked Lisa why they didn't finish the mission right now, and she explained that the dormitory security was very strict, which made it almost impossible to breach the barrier. They retorted that, in theory, it would be even more complicated during the school competition, considering the presence of other schools, something that Lisa had already heard from Aaliyah, that the task on the 3rd day would take place in the center of the great forests, and would involve a mysterious labyrinth. Lisa also learned that the goal was for the students to cross the area. Anandal was curious if instructors would be present. She explained that no one would be there, except for a drone and a few guards at the entrance. As the professors and counselors would be watching from afar, they would have to hide after Aaliyah infiltrated first, which Anandal found boring. Lisa emphasized that completing the mission was the priority. Anandal agreed. Now let's fast forward a month to the first day of the internal school competition. All students were excited about the start of the event. Ragtal Ventric watched everything in complete silence. He then delved into his thoughts, rewinding time. That day, he answered a call from his dear father. He informed him that he had received the money for Aiden Van Rek, which his father accepted positively. He also mentioned that with that money, he had paid for a divine contract for Il Sinjo to kill King Ho Yuk. His father was surprised to hear this, but Roktal Dantrek explained that there was nothing linking the two to these malicious actions. Despite everything, he would make sure it was so, as the Semsial Du Ilsen group had already accepted the assignment. Eden Ventric had heard of the veteran assassin group, formed by 3 individuals working together to become an unstoppable force. Therefore, his father urged his son not to draw too much attention, to which Roktal agreed. Now back to the present. Rochelle Ventric reflected that Sin had already sent confirmation that Kim Ho Yuk would be eliminated during the competition. Therefore, he did not need to sit and watch. He immediately called his assistant, Julia, to leave the area. Suddenly, a man dressed in black appeared on the podium welcoming the students and spectators. It was Shim Dakin, the president of the Balia Council. Before the competition officially began, he wanted to introduce the representatives of each school. He started with Wad Loras from China, followed by the heroes of the United States, and finally the extraordinary students of Balia, representing South Korea. The competition will last 3 days. Today's task is an individual duel between students. He announces that, after transmitting the information and holding the ceremony, he asks everyone to return to the waiting room. The head instructor is eager to see the results of the new generation. Moreover, he also impatiently awaited this guy, the senior instructor of the heroes, Jack Robert. The two already know each other, and our senior instructor jokes with his friend, calling him third place. Jack reminds him that Balia did not finish in first place that time either, but it will be different now. This year, the heroes will undoubtedly finish in first place. The Americans' confidence was high, and the reason was the summit of all contractors. The only one, Sanko mentions that it is about the guy named Logan in the destroyer. To our instructor's surprise, this guy's son is at the academy and will represent the United States. The genius boy is right there, Logan Jr. By his appearance, our instructor recognizes that he looks very competent, and he is eager to see him in combat. Jack mentions that the boy signed a contract with the same constellation as his father. Despite this, Jack has also heard that Balia has incredible talents this year, especially that boy, Kim Hee-yuk. He was very excited about the fight between the boys, but our instructor was no longer interested. He only mentioned that he would soon understand why he did not have high expectations. And to our delight, the first announced fight was between Balia and the heroes. The two boys were selected for the first match. The president announces that the rules are simple. They simply cannot kill each other. The security system prevents fatal damage. So the blows landed in this arena will be turned into pain through electrical impulses. In other words, you can give it your all, because there's no need to hold back here. After the countdown, they can begin. Our protagonist was calm. He didn't need to overdo it. 3, 2, and 1. Hee-yuk approached quickly and struck, to his surprise. Until today, no one had blocked any of his blows, but it had just happened. Who is this guy? He is strong. Logan asks the protagonist if he thinks he is strong with such an attack. Hee-yuk said he still has a long way to go. Really? He said the protagonist is more modest than he thought. For a moment we thought the opponent was strong, but that's not the case. Hee-yuk asks if he can withstand his blows over time, and he spins the boy in the air. Then he delivers a precise blow to the nipples. This time, Logan acknowledged that this blow was strong, and our protagonist acknowledged that the opponent was quite tough. The two instructors watch the fight. Sanko states that Logan is quite tough for withstanding a blow from the protagonist. Jack watched all the videos of this boy and trained the students. Hee-yuk shouldn't be that scary, but it's still too early to give up. Logan hasn't used destruction yet, and now he attacks using magical energy. With this kind of power, our protagonist has to dodge it. He feels this energy is dangerous. Despite having destructive power, he does not have the same level of fighting skill. His hair was cut. Hee-yuk is sure that this boy, Logan, would be a great hairdresser. Logan realized that if he couldn't land his blows, there was no reason to use destruction. In fact, he doesn't have to use it conventionally. He places his hands on the ground and channels his energy through the arena, using his power. He can distract the opponent by lifting pieces of the arena. If the opponent cannot locate him among the debris, he will not be able to dodge the attacks. This is the expectation of an inexperienced boy. However, Hee-yuk easily saw his movements and was able to dodge them and even throw a piece of rock at his face. The protagonist takes this opportunity to tell the boy that if he hides, he is easy to find. If he is using magic, he can simply feel the energy. Why not try throwing a punch like this without magic and hitting the opponent's nose? With a single more precise blow, the victory went to the Korean team. Sanyo was sure of this outcome, but Jack was stunned. That boy is a monster. The subsequent duels were held, and all enemies were easily defeated. When there were no more enemy opponents left to face, Balia had to face its own team in the final round. And fill the protagonist with pride, Cho Yi-rang was the finalist. The girl also spoke about this. Balia's victory is guaranteed, so there's no reason for them to fight with all their might. However, it is the winner who will receive a scholarship, and she does not need the money. So if Hee-yuk wants, he can withdraw. Hee-yuk replies that he doesn't care about money either. But still, Arian cannot withdraw. He also wanted her to show how much she had improved, so he asked her to give her best in the fight. Without hesitation, the girl prepared to attack with her thunder sword. Before, her ability was already something incredible. Now her control was on another level. The fight between these two monsters shocked the entire arena. Not even the veteran instructors could believe what they were seeing. It was a high-level battle. The victory went to the protagonist, and Barcelo thought to himself that it was very cruel, and that if he had hurt her, Hee-yuk held back. He says he didn't hit her in the stomach. The girl changed the trajectory of the attack at the last moment, and he did too to hit the sword. However, their power is so different that the result of hitting the sword was something like this. Despite her growing monstrous strength, Chajirin is also incredible and surpasses all other students. The first day of the competition ended, and during the night, Sankyo congratulated the team. They were incredible and won the first day. No one was injured thanks to the defense system, but they still needed to rest and go to the infirmary. He was also going to mention something about the training that would be used the next day. However, Yuk began to wonder if he really needed to wait longer to go to the center of the great forest. Maybe his strength was enough not to follow the rules. The meeting ended, and Sankayo left the boys alone. But Yuk wanted to talk to the instructor first. He had a question: if he managed to defeat everyone and finish the test in record time the next day, could they do the third test on the same day? At that moment, he didn't even ask if it was possible, and he just said he would consult the regulations. He investigated and found that there were exceptions for this to happen. If the test was done very quickly, and the preparations for the next test were already ready, they could be done immediately. In other words, the protagonist says he will finish quickly. Therefore, he asks the instructor to have everything ready so that he can take the final test on the same day. The man didn't even ask if it was possible. He says he will do it that way. In that case, the protagonist will know tomorrow. They say goodbye, and our hero is impatient and hates following the rules. And then he quickly argued with his pet sword. Do you want me to finish you too? Our hero is completely anxious and cannot wait another day to follow the system's orders and get more answers. The next day, the sun rises. The weather is great for the second day of competition. The president of the academy says, once again, that it is a pleasure to have everyone here on this beautiful day. The group battle will take place in the forest, and everyone will watch it through ultra-modern cameras mounted on drones. This is the new favorite team to win the competition, but Hijak was not with the group. Jo So-yeon asks her teammates if anyone knows where that boy is. At that moment, the straggler joins the team and apologizes for being late. Even though he is the strongest in the school, he can still be scolded for it. The instructor was clear when he said that everyone should be there 30 minutes early. Did he forget? It's not that he forgot, he just didn't pay attention. The protagonist stated that he would take care of everything, so there was no need to devise a strategy. They know he is strong, but the test is a group battle. Now Sajin wonders if he thinks he can face the 10 enemy students at once. None of the boys wanted to interfere in this discussion. Only one girl would have the courage to confront this boy. Iren intervened then. She also wanted to go with Hayaka. His answer was no, everyone should wait there. Now, although Yuso Yo did not understand the boy's intentions, she tried to the end to make him change his mind. Then, when the countdown to start the test began, 321, the Wadlora's team was ready to recover the points lost yesterday. Within seconds of the test starting, they were located and couldn't even prepare a defense. Jack even acknowledged that they were good because they reacted quickly. Whit Lotus has been eliminated. Logan is the leader of his team and thought that Balia focused on the Wadlora's team so that they would have no chance to join forces against them. That guy is very strong and also very smart. The boy on the team detected magic approaching them at high speed. It is a person at high speed. They know it is the boogeyman coming for them, so they prepared a reinforced magic shield. Melissa would prepare the most powerful reinforcement magic she could. Bella will take care of the defense and support the barrier with everyone focused on defense. Logan will be ready for the attack. This is a completely defense-oriented formation. Then Melissa asked, why all this if it's just one person? Logan stated that person is Jack. She must have seen in the first test that he is different from everyone else. Bella said that Melissa did not fight him yesterday, so she has no idea how strong that blow to the chest is. Melissa was sure that there was no one stronger than Logan, but Logan himself admits that he cannot compare to that guy. They waited for a while, and the enemy's mana disappeared. Despite this, they maintained the formation for longer. The boys on the team seemed to be duplicated. While they waited, the monster appeared high in the trees. Logan felt chills down his spine before he could look in the enemy's direction. His vision was already blocked by a sword. Hijak infiltrated their formation from above and defeated the only DPS. Bella had no chance to use her shield. Wameleza had not fought him before, but now she can defeat him. But first she needs to land a blow. She experienced what everyone went through yesterday. A blow to the stomach. The two boys from before had the advantage of attacking the opponent from behind, but they lost with a single blow with 4 attacks. Jack defeated the 5 opponents from the American Academy, but the heroes have been eliminated. The protagonist could no longer wait to go to the forest. But before that, can you tell me where this boy is looking? The fastest test in history has just been completed, in the control room. The president of the academy asked the others if the clock was correct. Yak finished the test in just 23 minutes. Everyone agreed, so the president was going to end the second day of tests at that moment. But the senior instructor, San Kaio, mentioned that the rules allow the third test to be conducted today if the second is completed very quickly. The president understands what he means, and authorized them to discuss whether it was possible. That Yak is truly a demon, and did what he said. Jack agreed with Sankyo to advance the third test, but they still needed approval from the White Lotus instructor. According to Jack, after seeing the first and second days, he had no doubt that the outcome would change. Balya has a terrifying monster this year. He also understands why Sankyo did not doubt that Jia could lose. In the locker room, the Balya team was there, but they were not tired, because they hadn't even lifted a finger to achieve this victory. Yu Sohen couldn't stop thinking that this guy was a monster. He is completely crazy. He was going to try to take the lead in this test, but he couldn't. Yesterday, she was defeated by Cho Yarim in combat. There are rumors that she is being trained by Hijak. The girl feels that, at this rate, she is falling far behind. And that distresses her, so she wonders if she put aside her pride, he would teach her. The seductive atmosphere was broken when they announced over the school's PA system that tomorrow's survival test in the labyrinth had been moved forward. Before everyone headed to the forest, the protagonist said he had an announcement to make to everyone. He was going to the center of the forest alone, so everyone would be on their own if they had problems. They could call him and he would help them. Sohan became irritated once again by another solo decision. They had already won the previous 2 tests, so they would pass this test anyway. But why did this boy insist on doing everything alone? She wanted to tell him something, but she couldn't. Hijak then asked her if the little bird wasn't going to say what she wanted. Why do you keep giving me nicknames? You are confirming the nickname. I wanted a nickname too. After a while, everyone headed to the entrance of the great forest. The president then announced to everyone that the final competition test would begin. Once again, everyone would watch it through the magic screen of the stadium. In the center of this place is a labyrinth unlike any other in the world. A dense forest where it never stops raining. Dangers lurk at all times. The content of this test is as follows. All participants will be evaluated at the beginning of the test. After 5 hours inside this forest, the closer the students get to their current state before entering, the higher the score they will receive. Group combat is prohibited, so let the test begin. Now that the final test has been announced, those 2 lunatics are lurking in the abandoned academy warehouse. They were waiting for the 3rd day to do their job, and just found out that the test had been moved up. A woman came to inform them to also bring forward the work they have to do. They are teleported from where they are, and immediately the cameras in the control room are interrupted. The instructors have no idea what kind of glitch could cause all the cameras in the forest to fail simultaneously. Did I forget to pay for the internet? You call the provider and the gate security. The instructors agree that the students could get into trouble there, so the instructors will go in to end the test. When they reached the gate, all they found were the ruins of what used to be a gate in the forest. They fought against the rain, waiting for time to pass. Melissa said Bella wasn't doing very well, but the girl didn't want to hinder the team, saying she had gotten too wet from the rain. Logan, as a good leader, couldn't ignore the signs and ordered them to build a shelter to protect themselves from the rain. With his power, he can make a cave in the ground. Something unexpected appears before him, a black and purple orb. Then 3 people emerge from it. The bald man with a terrifying appearance says that Hijak should accept and die quickly. His boss, or something like that, says that's not the target. Their teleportation identified the wrong target. Logan heard it very well. The bald man's words, they want to kill Yuck. So who are these people who use black magic? The girl tells the bald man to hurry up and leave no witnesses. They will have to face the genius of the Heroes Academy. Therefore, this competition is not a place for worms who use black magic. Logan tried to attack the target in front of him and was stabbed in the back. The bald man's power can do something like this. What a coward. This guy really did it. He did it to someone as important as me. When did he get behind me? The bald man then told him to look back and understand it better. Logan realized that this guy mastered Shadow Clone Jutsu and was cruel. He received a fatal blow and fell. The sound of his fall was loud, and the 2 girls asked if he had died instantly, but he had not. He would bleed to death. These people were used to this, but Bella had never seen anyone so close to death. The girl from 1 ordered the bald man to hurry up and eliminate the witnesses. They had to hunt down the target before anyone interfered. As they attacked the survivors, our protagonist ran through the forest. The system ordered him to go to the center of the great forest, but he didn't believe there was anything in that place other than trees. Along the way, he noticed the presence of the American students. The blonde girl was standing and seemed to be the last survivor of the group. The bald man had eliminated them all and realized that another witness had appeared. However, the man saw that his prey had come to them of its own volition. A lucky day, Melissa also noticed Jack and heard that these people were after him, but that they had been captured by mistake. The two executioners celebrated the fact that the prey had come to them, still knowing that he was a target. Jack was calm and had a cold look. Seeing these innocent people on the ground was something he could not ignore. He asked the blonde girl to take care of the fallen friends and stop the bleeding. Perhaps they could be saved. Jack realized that they had been hit non-fatally, just to bleed slowly. These criminals are savage. Before starting to fight, he asked them some questions. What was their objective with all this? The bald man said that the brat was spoiled for thinking he could ask questions. The entrance was destroyed. All observation drones were destroyed. No professor would arrive in time to save them. The bald man calculated that it would take at least an hour to cross the destroyed gate. This was to scare the boy, but Jack thought the forest was huge and the rain incessant. What if he didn't find his target after solving this problem? What would the bald man think of a boy who says he will solve this and then does something else? The bald man attacked in 2 directions to eliminate the target. It would be impossible for anyone to dodge both attacks, but the impossible happened. He fell to the ground. Where was that boy? Jack shouted this way and then said they were in big trouble. The blow was so strong that the bald man flew several meters before crashing into a tree. The 2 criminals had no time to process the information. They were hit from behind and immediately lost consciousness, falling like potato sacks to the ground next to the bald man. Jack ordered the blonde girl to use her healing magic on her friends, if she couldn't do it alone. She could run west until she found the Balia students, who would help her. The rain beat against her tears, but she was determined to heal her friends as quickly as possible. The bald man woke up quickly and saw his companions beside him. When he looked forward, his target was staring at him. He had another chance to complete the mission and flee with the potato sacks. Jack, for his part, said that before killing him, he needed the bald man to explain one thing, who had ordered his death despite being a criminal. The bald man asked him what kind of killer he would be if he revealed the client's identity. Hayek was impatient. Normally, guys spill their tongues when they know they have no chance of survival. The bald man fainted for a few seconds, but now regained consciousness. He would take it seriously and finish this boy. Now his clone was behind Jack, ready to deliver the fatal blow even without vision. Jack perfectly dodged the attack. How did he do it? Jack said the guy was a coward, attacking from behind. He destroyed the clone and asked if he wanted a surprise attack that wasn't cowardly. Take this broken nose. The man was hit, and it became clear that the roles of prey and predator had been reversed. Jack asked one last time for the client's name. The man insisted that it was impossible to lose to a child. In that case, Huyak began to hit him until he gave in. The attack was so strong that the trees broke as if they were made of paper. After a while, the instructors managed to reach the group of students. They followed the noise and found the American group along with the Korean one. The Americans were in bad shape. Huyak was very worried and wanted to know what had happened. Logan and the others couldn't get up, but they were fine. They still hadn't said what happened. Logan said they had been attacked by surprise by some villains, 2 women, and a very strange bald guy, judging by his appearance. Sanko deduced that it was the Samson group, but where were the attackers now? They had to hunt them down. Logan pointed to the side and said it wasn't necessary. The corpses of the 3 criminals were there. The scene was terrifying. It looked like a meteor had fallen on them. The girl from 1 and the bald man were destroyed by Jack. More impressive than the presence of professional assassins is knowing that Jack defeated them. It's impossible to judge how strong that boy is. Logan said that before losing consciousness, he saw Jack fight for a few seconds. It was truly incredible. The criminals couldn't touch him. Melissa also saw the whole fight. They thought Logan was the strongest among the high school students, but now their arrogance had disappeared. Jack told his student to cheer up. Jack is an anomaly among everything he has seen, but Logan is still incredible. And more importantly, they said there were 3 people. Where is the other woman? When they asked, they heard the sound of something falling to the ground. The protagonist brought the third woman to try to find out who was behind these criminals. Instructor Sang Kaio didn't need to ask if he was injured. They could hear the details. When they returned to the academy, the professors would help the injured students and take them to the hospital. Officially, the student competition had ended. Later that night, in the academy dormitory, our protagonist had just come out of the bathroom. It had been a really tough day. Why? Barcha suggested that maybe it was because he had used a lot of magic that day, and had even defeated 3 villains. Despite everything that had happened, he was satisfied. Looking at the system window, he saw that he had met the conditions and achieved the goal of retrieving the pearl from Madagalona's house. Now he wondered how something so big fit in his pocket. He was satisfied because he had fought against time, and it was not easy to achieve. Therefore, the satisfaction of having achieved it was even greater. The woman woke up after being knocked out, and when she opened her eyes, the protagonist ordered her to get up. He wanted to know what her ability was. He had heard before that they were after a target, and that they were part of a group called Sam Kao. Judging by the formation of the 3, the girls must be the support of the group. So what was her ability? The woman was furious and revealed nothing. They might have failed, but she could escape from there. Her teleportation magic was interrupted by Gilla. The girl couldn't imagine that it was possible to interrupt her magic in the middle of the process. By just seeing the magic in action once, the protagonist understood how it worked. Basically, he could move using a black orb. The protagonist commented that that was very useful, and that he now needed her help. He had something to find, and if she helped him, she could keep all her teeth. And that's how our hero managed to find the great forest center. Barchett commented that Gia had not kept the promise not to do anything to him if he found what he was looking for. In that case, he said it was his fault. He asked her who her clients were, and she didn't want to talk, so he had to insist a little to try to get the answer. He knew who the AMSA were, and now that he knew who had hired them, he deduced that it must be the damned Rockdale. That was his deduction, and if he was right, the Ventrix would try again until they got it. In that case, the only option he had was to eliminate the entire family, to get rid of their threat in any way. The next step after obtaining the pearl was to face the lost memories through dreams. But did he need to sleep to do it? Barchai believed so. He also believed that he would regain his own memories, and Jack would regain his. So Jack turned off the lights and prepared to sleep. It is difficult to sleep when you are trying to sleep on purpose, but after a while he managed. The protagonist relived the night he died. After the epic battle that saved the destiny of the Earth, the tower was destroyed, and the debris killed him. It is unknown what he remembers, because this is what is told in stories. But something happened that no one knows, moments before his death. Time stopped and someone froze that moment, someone mysterious, who only appeared as a shadow. He approached and told Hayek, "I will take good care of your name and the names you protected in this world." And that was all that happened. The creature disappeared and time resumed. Thus ended the great legendary hero. After this crazy dream, he woke up wondering if it had been a dream or reality. Were they really his lost memories? Was that how it happened? The protagonist wanted to know if Barcha also remembered anything. Judging by his reaction, it seemed so. Barcha said he used to be a tiger. Thinking about it, Jack asked him if that had really been the case. Was he an animal in his past life? According to Bars, it wasn't that pretty. Hayek asked Barcia if he had also seen that guy, and then asked him what his name was before. Barcia did not remember. He only had memories of being a tiger. Now, Hayek didn't know if he was crazy for having taken so many blows to the head, or if that was true. Anyway, he looked at the system again to find out more. The new information was about a secret room in Balia. The system wanted him to go to that place and see the truth. Hayek didn't know if this was the last mission or not, so he decided that after today's training he would ask the professor about this place. Later, during physical training, Cho Yaram was by his side. As always, the muscular guy was also lifting weights. The big surprise for him was that there was a new person there, Makema, who was there for the first time, and she had the courage to ask why the Grand Duke was in that place. Is this girl an idiot? Where else should a mountain of muscles be? Hayek asked why Makema was there. This question touched her weak spot. She confessed that she was there for the same reason as Hayek, out of envy for Hayek, and that she had come to train like him. The Grand Duke corrected the girl. He wasn't there for Hayek, but because he frequented that place long before him. But he understood how the girl felt. She was there because she had also lost to Choarim, not just Hijak, who had surpassed her. In the fight between the girls, Makema was the favorite and believed she was the second strongest. but Aram was more resilient and had even stronger attack power. She managed to cut Makema's attacks without hesitation. Makema tried to use her most powerful attack, but Aram surpassed her with her technique. Before Aram delivered the final blow, she proved to be stronger in all aspects. It was a complete victory. Makema realized that Aram had become stronger thanks to training with Hayek. Seeing Aaron working so hard on weightlifting, she knew. Hayek's influence was evident. Makema wanted to learn how to train, and although Hayek was an expert at it, she thought it was better to ask Hayek for advice. Asking another noble for help was easy, but pride prevented Makema from asking Hayek for help. After all, he was poor. Despite her pride, she knew it was the right thing to do. Makema was ready to ask for help, but Hayek called her little bird again. Once again, he calls me that. She agreed and decided to continue. She said she was training Chuarim and wanted to ask for help with that too. Unfortunately, the professor interrupted the moment to ask for Hayek's attention. Someone was waiting for him. When training finished, he could go see her. The person said it would be the last time they would see each other for a long time. Hayek had no idea who it was and decided to go immediately. Once again, Makaiman couldn't say anything and was interrupted. This time, shame was killing her. However, the protagonist surprised her. He told the talkative girl that if she wanted to train, she could ask Chuarim about her routine and follow it. If she tried hard, maybe he would train her too. Chuarim agreed to help the talkative girl. The senior instructor did not reveal who the person was. Keeping the suspense, he wanted to know who it was before arriving at the room. The instructor only said that if Jack thought carefully, it could only be one person. Jack had a suspicion. When they arrived at the room, he confirmed it was R.O.K. Do Dantrek, and he looked terrible. Jack was not at all excited to see or talk to R.O.K. Do, on the other hand, Rock Do could not wait any longer. Despite his arrogance, he knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Rock Do threw himself on the ground begging, and his pet girl was by his side. As always, she kept saying, "Please forgive me." Hyok didn't know the reason, so he asked the instructor if he knew why Ariakato was there. Senkyu hoped Hyok knew that it was Ariakato who had hired the 3 assassins from before. Upon hearing this, Rock Do's body froze. The instructor also reminded him that the first time they tried to ambush Hyok, it was Ariakato who orchestrated everything and then escaped. Now he had committed the same offense again in the press. This was spreading everywhere, but Jack wondered if it mattered, since he believed that the Bantrick family would cover it all up and spoil R.O.K. Do. Senko surprised everyone with the news that the Bantrick family had expelled Ropto. That's why he was there and in such bad shape. Senko explained that not only the Bantrick, but also Ropto's father had disowned him. Unlike before, the Bantricks did nothing to hide the news. Ropto's reputation was worse than that of a cockroach out of the sewer. Hayek asked the criminal directly. Now that he had no protection and the only thing left was jail, how could he save Ropto? The boy saw a glimmer of hope and shouted that there was a possibility. The most important thing was Hayek's testimony. The protagonist heard this and showed no reaction. Ropto begged him to say something, to say he was innocent and that nothing had happened. This request was absurd, but Hayek simply replied that he was not in the mood. Ropto begged again and apologized even more, even offering his body. But our hero didn't want any of that. When the instructor heard Ropto offering money in exchange for his forgiveness, he became angry. But Hayek, despite being poor, did not even consider the offer. With no idea what could convince Hayek, Ropto had an idea. He grabbed his property by the arm and offered it to him. If Jack wanted to own the girl, he could give her to him. She was from the royal family of England. Owning her would give Jack status and help him rise in power. Of all the offers, this was the one that moved the protagonist the most. Would he give the girl away as if she were an object? Rakto showed his usual face and stated that the girl was his property. It was natural for him to sell her, use her, or trade her. He showed his neck, where there was a mark that proved she was his property. So if he wanted, he could transfer ownership at that very moment. Thank you all for watching this. Remember that this was a taboo. Sealing someone with magic was prohibited. It was a spell that prevented the person from acting against their owners. But a normal person could not cast such a spell. Who did this for R.O.K. Do? The protagonist couldn't take it anymore just by listening. So he said in a somber tone that people like R.O.K. had existed for a long time, people who used forbidden spells and other evil confines. Hayek placed his hand on her and used his mana. The girl realized he was doing something, but didn't know what it was. When Hayek removed the seal from her body using his power, she understood that the magic had been broken. Little by little, the seal disappeared. Rakdo had just lost his most valuable possession. Jack asked the professor if he could authorize him to punch him just this once. Senkyo does not accept anyone breaking the rules. Violence among students is not tolerated, but the story is different when the other person is a criminal. Moreover, the instructor himself does not like the Ventric family, so he authorized it. The negotiation was carried out while R.O.K. Do watched without being able to react. Now that he was authorized, it was time to unleash his anger. The protagonist was kind and asked the victim to grit her teeth to avoid hurting herself. Despite the warning, the punch was so strong that he flew several meters, and he lost some teeth. Later, everything was resolved. Barch, who can speak in the protagonist's head, commented that he thought Jack would kill R this time. Octo, if it had been 300 years ago, he would have undoubtedly crushed that guy. The truth is that Jack got so angry because, in the past, one of his disciples cast the same type of spell, and besides, if he had been in that situation before, Barca didn't know that the legendary hero had been a slave in the past. But this conversation was interrupted by the girl Yuria. She ran to him to thank him for freeing her. The girl couldn't talk to him at that moment, but she was eternally grateful for the information she discovered. There is no one in the world who can understand her better. Jack told her not to worry about it and not to seek him out to try to return anything to him, that she should simply go back to living her own life as she wished. These words reached the girl's soul after so much suffering. She thought she would never experience such happiness again. The next day, the protagonist met with Professor Lilia for information. She replied that the Great Palace of Allah is located in China, and more specifically, that it is a labyrinth owned by the White Lotus Association in China. He even wonders if it is the same White Lotus that participated in the competition. When she confirms it, he becomes thoughtful. Invading a labyrinth that does not belong to him is a crime, and it would be much more problematic to do so. And after all, why do labyrinths have to have owners these days? He also remembers that, in the past, animals mysteriously invaded dungeons. Perhaps he could do the same or even destroy everything in his path. Although doing so might be faster, he prefers not to cause trouble and confusion to people. He wants to get information from the professor. Is there a way to access this dungeon? She explains that the dungeon is open to students of the White Lotus Academy. As soon as she finished the sentence, she covered her mouth as if she didn't want to have said what she just said. Then she addresses her student, telling him that he cannot stay there gathering information without giving anything in return. Therefore, she asks him to give her more information. She wants 3 things in return after that. She shares more details. Our protagonist does not hesitate and stands up, telling the professor to enjoy her black coffee. Of course, she begs him, telling him that she will tell him everything he wants to know. Then he simply sits down again. I bet her intention is still to make him her assistant, but I doubt she will succeed. They sit down. Then he tells her, keep talking, since you want to earn my respect. She startles and says that what she is about to say must be a secret, so she will speak more softly. The problem is that the Great Palace of Allah will be one of the stadiums for the World Championship in the second half of the year. Very cautiously, Ho Yuk asks if that is true. Do other professors know about it too? She explains that no, only she knows. And in that case, he asks her how she obtained that information. Maybe she is bragging about information she shouldn't have. So Lydia says she has an informant. In that case, he asks, is it a world championship in which all schools in the world compete? She replies yes, but unlike the academy, where the competition is between the 3 most important schools in the world, the world championship is like the Olympics. Although this may seem very impressive to us, for the protagonist it is just another annoyance. He is also not sure if he can participate in it, and it will take quite some time. So he asks if there is any other way to get there faster, realizing that Jayak is so determined to get to that place, which leaves Lilia a bit surprised. She replies that she has no information or contacts with the White Lotus. The professor is not sure about the method, but says she will try to get access for Ho Yak. In return, he has to do one thing for her. Lydia asks him to accompany her to the International Society for Monster Research. It is a one-day event, so he will not have to worry about wasting much time. So at some point, we don't know for how long, they are in North London, in Tottenham, where the International Society for Monster Research is located. When he arrived at the event entrance, he was already furious, as he had spent many hours traveling just for this. And the fact that it only lasted one day was also a lie. She ignores his words and replies that they are there for the weekend. He could even extend his day off from the academy until Monday. Most importantly of all, Ho Yak asks why they are really there. To answer that question, she takes him to a testing room to attack a monster. It seems that people are evaluating the boy's performance. He is here to demonstrate what she is writing in her article. In exchange for her information, he must kill some monsters. For her, the boar attacked quickly and only received one blow before disappearing. And it wasn't just a few monsters. It was an hour and a half killing all sorts of monsters until he got tired. At the end of that time, Yak asks Lilia again. She lied again, as she said there would only be 3 monsters. So why were there so many? Professor Lilia pretends not to know what she is talking about. Anyway, Yak asks what happened to the climate of this place. As soon as they entered that place, people started looking at the two of them strangely. Then he asks her if she fought with those people, or if she asked them to be her assistants too. The professor finally reveals her intentions. She says that for decades, people believed in certain techniques and theories. Suddenly, an article appeared out of nowhere that contradicted everything they thought. And they believed. The protagonist realizes that these people want to maintain archaic knowledge, and less efficient than what the professor taught on the first day of class. But he wonders if these sword tests demonstrate something different. Why don't they kill the monsters themselves to demonstrate what the articles say? The professor, with a darker look, says it's because they don't want to. Basically, there is an elite that controls the most accepted hunting strategies theories. They impose it on society and the world. They conduct their own tests to demonstrate the methods they want. It turns out that the high-ranking officials of society who evaluate this are incompetent people who have held their positions only through nepotism. After hearing the whole explanation, the elders did not like their theories being refuted. The protagonist agrees that these people are disgusting, and he liked helping her with that. He has already helped the professor with what she wanted. Now she has to return the favor by helping him go to the White Lotus. Lydia then surprises by saying that it was a good choice on his part to come here. After all, the director of the White Lotus is also in this place. Yak is very intelligent and says that, in that case, he knows who she is. He has seen her today. So he is going to talk to her right now before she can get up. Someone knocks on the door and asks if student Yak is here and if they can talk to him for a moment. The protagonist recognizes the voice. It sounds familiar to him and says yes, he can enter now. The room is immediately illuminated with such beauty. The person in front of them is the director of the Wadlora's Academy, and undoubtedly one of the most beautiful women in this story. Not only that, but she politely tells him that it is a pleasure to meet him. Her name is Sijian. Our protagonist returns the courtesy and tells her his name, and asks how he can help her. The woman says that, in fact, she is here to ask him for a favor, if he could take care of a person for her. Professor Lila says that, since the conversation seems to be getting serious, she will leave him alone. Then she leaves the room. Jock asks her what he has to do. She explains that her Geo family was the first to be founded after the Age of Chaos. Thanks to that, they managed to build the White Lotus Academy and train strong warriors. However, there was a genius in the family who, at 13 years old, could defeat adults. This person trampled on his siblings and the family members of the Xiaolan clan, and even the head of the family was run over by him. In the end, this person concluded that there was nothing more to learn in the outside world, and he locked himself in the Geo family's training room in the White Lotus Palace. Yak asks if she wants him to run over this arrogant person. If Yen says yes. However, Yak wonders if there must be several strong people out there for her to ask him for this task. He even points to her and says that her magical power is far from weak. The girl admits that our protagonist has a good eye. She says she even used magic to hide it. But there are 2 reasons that complicate things. The first is that the person fights using only his physical strength. The second is that the person is the same age as Joyak. After watching the competition, she knows he is physically strong, so if the person lost to someone of the same age, his pride would be hurt, and that's why she came personally to ask him for the favor. Wick agrees but does not expect it to be free. Cillian agrees and says she is very important, and also a very important person. She can also ask for favors without needing to pay anywhere in the world. Our protagonist interrupts the woman and makes it clear that he does not want money. There is a place he wants to go. Can she take care of it? This catches her completely off guard. The scene changes a little later, and now they are in China, in front of the Wad Laura's group building. Yak tells her he didn't expect to do this on the day he agreed. If Yen replies that she said she was free until Monday, so the sooner, the better, he agrees. Then she asks him if the place he has to enter is the Great Palace. Yak says yes. Then she says it won't be a difficult request, but they must enter first. Upon entering, some of the students seem surprised to see her enter. Then they enter a room. He tells her he's curious about something. Sian asks him what it is, and he says that it doesn't seem like she paid attention to the competition, but that she wants him to deal with this person so insistently. Sian acknowledges it and agrees. She explains that for her, it is more important to destroy this person's arrogance, and then organize the White Lotus to reach the top again. Jock says he understands, but he doesn't know if he agrees that this person is so important. She then tells him that everything is here, and that when he steps on this magic seal, he will be transported to the training room. He says that's fine. Then he steps on it and asks Sian what this person's name is. The woman says her name is Yan Lang. Upon arriving there, we see the very special person. She is an arrogant girl. She says that if the family sent her to leave, it won't work, so he should leave. Yoyuk asks her if she is always so rude to people she just met. He punches her very hard, but she catches it easily. This surprises him. Then she punches him back with a palm imbued with aura. She calls him an idiot and asks him if he will continue to underestimate his opponent. Then she mocks him for his punch. He tells her they should introduce themselves, however. She is surprised to see that he is not hurt. He grabs her wrist to block the attack. Yuk attacks the girl again. She raises her arm to block the blow. This attack definitely causes her pain, forcing Ian Lange to retreat. Now things are different. The arrogant girl wants to know the name of this handsome man. He tells her he is a 17-year-old high school student who underestimated his opponent. The girl decides to keep her distance now and look for a counterattack, but he doesn't give her the opportunity to keep her distance. Then he prepares another punch, hitting her directly in the stomach. This also excites him. For the first time, someone has exceeded her expectations. She staggered back with a blow to reduce the impact. Yuk acknowledges that she is not bad. Not even his students from 300 years ago had this level of mobility. Jan Lang begins to think seriously about this. There was supposed to be no one her age at the same level as her. She starts to smile with excitement. Since he is so strong, that means she can give it her all. Yuk is glad that her pride remains intact. This gives him the opportunity to continue the fight as well. We see that they are being watched on a screen. It is Zyro Giant who is watching them. Her secretary calls her and tells her that she knows it is presumptuous, but wonders if Shuyu will be all right. The man says he doesn't think a student from another school can do anything against someone from the White Lotus. He says she is pressuring him. Is this a waste of time? The man's next words seem really rude, because he says that even the lady lost to Jan Lang. But to keep his head safe, he says this was because the fight was without magical powers, only with physical strength, and only in this way could the master lose. Even though she doesn't like this fact, she admits that she lost to the girl. But even if she had used magic, she doesn't think she would have one. The man does not expect these words and does not accept them. However, the woman explains that, at that time, the difference in magical power between her and Jan Lang was minimal, and that was several years ago. Xiao Yang believes that the girl must have become even stronger, both physically and mentally, than before, so she already has a better chance of winning, even without magic. The impact of reality is not enough. The man also questions that Yuk will die if he continues to face Jan Lang. Despite the man's concern, the woman remains indifferent. She says that boy is not normal. There is something strange about him, and his feats in Balia prove it. We return to the battlefield. The ninja man or attacks our protagonist. She likes very different nails. Her slashing blow is fast, but Yuk dodges it. However, Jan Lang quickly follows her with a knee strike. She feels she has hit the mark and believes she has him now, but soon the pain increases, and she screams as she clutches her knee. Jan Lang wonders if he has a steel head, and he doesn't deny anything. The girl is sure she hit him. He decided to test whether his forehead or her knee was harder. Is this guy crazy? The girl starts to get angry with her opponent. Even her strongest attacks have no effect. She thinks to herself that this hurts her pride, but this guy's physical strength is greater than hers. So she asks him why he is fighting without using magic. The protagonist simply replies that it is because Yan Lan prefers it that way. Upon hearing this, she becomes furious. She tells him to use everything he has because she will do the same. Now it will be a contest with the maximum power of both sides. Jock realizes that the girl has started to accumulate magic, so he also knows how to fight this way. He asks her if she is angry, and her slight smile makes the girl even more furious. In this case, a legendary hero says he will destroy her pride right now. Jan Lang, feeling his mana, loses her composure and begins to wonder if he is really from the Institute. She is sure that this boy is the craziest she has ever met, so in this case, she will no longer need to hold back. Jan Mon attacks at high speed. Her fist radiates magical energy and heads directly for his forehead. Ho Yuk did not move until she began to feel his skin. The girl is convinced she has hit him now, but he dodged the Matrix mode and left the girl stunned. Ho Yuk says he has had a lot of fun so far, but it's time to fulfill his part of the deal. And he hits the girl so hard that he lifts her off the ground. The rest of the breath she had left in her lungs was to say, "You are a monster." Then another girl was defeated with these equal fists. The protagonist was satisfied with the feeling in his fist, but in the room where they are watching the fight, the two people are stunned. They have just witnessed the impossible. Ho Yuk, after defeating the girl, carried her gently and went in to see Lei Yan. He brought the girl after defeating her, just as they had agreed. Zio Yan didn't know what to say, even after a few minutes of watching the fight. Then she asked him if Su Yuk is injured, perhaps with a broken skull or a fractured fist. But he doesn't even have a scratch. The woman insists and wants to know how difficult the fight was. He says the fight was very balanced. One time he hit, another time Yanlin was hit. In the end, he admits he was a little disappointed. The way he dropped her shows how disappointed he is. The girl wakes up from the fall and wonders where she is. Did a meteorite hit her? Yanlin is surprised to realize that. After years, the girl has been taken out of the training room, where she had been confined for years. I'm surprised the girl gets angry seeing Yan, the older woman. On the other hand, she says it's been a long time and they haven't seen each other. But there's something more important than that. She says she has to fulfill her agreements, so it's time to pay. She repeats again what the protagonist wants as a reward, access to the Great Palace. He confirms it once more. Then she says she can let him in now. Ho Yuk does not hesitate in anything he does. The protagonist agrees, and they proceed immediately. Jian Lan has just been run over and left aside in the room. The assistant doesn't know how to handle this situation and asks if she wants him to heal her wounds. The girl says she wants to know the name of the boy who defeated her. He hasn't said it until now. He replies that his name is Ho Yuk. After hearing his name, the girl smiles and says that he is the strongest person in existence. She is sure of it. All that arrogance turned into admiration. So now all she wants is to fight him again. Cut to a mysterious person talking to herself, asking something about the strongest. Then we return to Ho Yuk. He wonders if this place is really the labyrinth. He remembers that Zio Yan said that the Great Palace is a unique labyrinth that looks exactly like a castle. She explained that he should be careful of some monsters called living armors, and that, apart from that, he should have no difficulty exploring. He asked her how long he could stay there, and she replied about 5 hours. In that case, Yuhat begins to stretch, since he has a time limit, so these living armors that attack him will not delay. Sometime later, we see the last living armor launching itself at him, and he quickly cuts it in half, and it disintegrates into multiple pieces. Then he wonders where the office is, saying he has already checked over 20 rooms. It would take a long time to check them all. However, Bakai tells him to enter that room. He says it's just a hunch, when Ho Hakentra immediately notices an ancient painting on the wall. And looking closer, the place looks like an office. The protagonist wonders if this painting is of an elevator. Then he realizes that there is a name written below. It is an elevator operator named Johnny. There are various objects in this room, but his goal here is to find a secret passage. Ho Yuk decides that searching is not working and will use more refined methods. He starts hitting everything in front of him and breaking the furniture. After destroying some things, he finds a trapdoor in the floor. Without thinking much, he decides to open it and enter. As he goes down the stairs, the system announces that the conditions have been met. The secret room of all of Orijani has been found, and something surprises the protagonist. Upon finding a woman sitting at an old table, this chair suggests that she has been waiting for a visitor. Ho Yuk asks her who she is and what this place is. The mysterious person greets him and tells him to sit down first. She introduces herself as a guide. Jujuk is surprised. He has never seen anyone with that name. The girl says that is only her function, not her name. She also mentions that her name was taken from her. This reminds our protagonist of his dream, in which a mysterious being told him something about stealing his name. Therefore, his Jack asks her if her name was also stolen, and when the girl confirms it, he asks for an explanation. After all, this makes no sense. The girl then says that names have power. All creatures build their lives around their name, all actions and achievements influence their name in the world. The name represents the power and influence of people, and then that thing steals those names and absorbs the power they have. If that makes any sense, Yuhak asks what happens to those whose names are stolen. Her answer surprises him. She says that he already knows such people. Those whose names are stolen become a constellation. The protagonist asks if everyone whose name is stolen really becomes a constellation. The girl confirms that yes, and adds that everyone except one reincarnation, which is his case. Jack is cautious about this person. After all, since she knows about this, realizing his distrust, the girl asks him if he still doubts her. She explains that reincarnated people receive a system window. This leaves Jack with further doubts. So does this girl also have a system window? The protagonist decides to ask her directly what she knows about who promised to take the name of the Tower of Doom. She tells him that the name is the Labyrinth Lord, he who sent the Tower of Destruction to Earth before to make a name for himself and gain power. This explanation makes no sense to Yoke, let alone us. However, when Yoke asks if a Labyrinth Lord would only have the power to send a tower to a labyrinth he controls, before she can answer, her eyes fill with astonishment. The mysterious girl says that he must have realized that the world they live in, and that he calls planet Earth, is a labyrinth. Of course, Yuhak does not accept this, and the girl replies that it is his choice to believe it, or not, but that he cannot ignore the facts. Accepting this assumption, Yak asks if this person's purpose in sending a tower of destruction was to become famous. The girl confirms that, at that time, the towers brought great chaos to Earth. Only the most powerful warriors managed to survive and achieved the fame and power to become constellations. Jack died after defeating Barch and destroying the tower, but he is sure that his disciples became constellations. Since they all also became famous, Yak was here looking for answers, but now everything has become annoying. In the end, it's all a game for an omnipotent labyrinth lord. The girl then says that it is not exactly like that. The fact that he is reincarnated is a variable for the labyrinth lord, contrary to what Ek believed. Who reincarnated him and gave them the system window is not the labyrinth lord, but another omnipotent being that annoys Ek even more. So who is this person? She says she doesn't know either, but she believes he must have a purpose related to Yak. She decides not to waste any more time, and with a spell she makes a bright ring appear, and immediately gives it to the protagonist. Despite wanting to talk more, after finally finding someone, she says she doesn't have much time, and that what he needs to know is that this will be the opportunity for the counterattack. Yujiak asks the same question that you are surely also asking yourself. Why doesn't she have time if they are here? And now, the girl replies that the Labyrinth Lord is chasing her. It is dangerous to stay any longer, or he will find them. Then she says that in the future they will meet again. She snaps her fingers, and in the blink of an eye, Yoke reappears at the entrance of the Great Palace Labyrinth. After so much annoying information, our reincarnated hero's mood is not good. That damn tower was sent by someone who steals heroes' names. So the culprit who prevented him from living a good life is still alive today. Somewhere this damned labyrinth lord has to pay. He examines the ring and makes sure it doesn't reveal his location. After thinking about everything he recovered from his past life, those storage stones contain a lot of magical energy. Since that moment, he has not absorbed them all yet. So that will be his next goal. Even though the people of this era are much weaker than 300 years ago, he needs to become even more powerful than he was before. Meanwhile, we are shown an island in the North Pacific. That same man sees the news about the famous assassin group that has been arrested. After being run over by a Balia student, furious at the failure of the people he hired, he breaks the iPad screen, simply squeezing it and then throws it to the ground in frustration. This person is the leader of the Dragon King Annibal's believers. He has been watching Kim Yoke after hearing the constellation's words. It was great when the Ventric family asked to eliminate him, but even these people failed. The man staged this whole scandal in front of another person. This is George, an important person from the underworld. He says he understands his friend's anger, as he also lost one of his important men at the hands of this guy. George was responsible for Desira, the first one who tried to destroy Jack, and ended up dead. George says that Dazara was an amateur and revealed information to the target, out of fear that he would reveal more things. George himself made sure Desira didn't speak again. His suggestion is that his friend do the same. Those three are going to jail and are a risk to him. So if he wants, George can also silence them. This resolves the risk of information leakage. But Yak, what can they do to eliminate him? George says that, as for this guy, his friends should forget about him for now. The reason is that Hayo is watching him now, so it's better not to interfere. This information leaves the man stunned. Even bad guys are afraid of those who are worse than them. George agrees that people like the two of them are bad, but there are others who are truly crazy. Even for them, in the end, the two agree that if they touch a target of that person, it will be bad. So for now, the only thing they can do is watch Ho-Jack. Then we are shown that these people are already moving to find their death prematurely. That is, to meet their target. Yu-Jack, the protagonist, was surrounded by them, so he asks who they are. And what they want, he is already in Balia. And then Yu-Jack wonders if it is a good idea for them to get involved with a student inside the academy. Despite the situation, it is the criminals who start to feel cornered. Next, another scene is shown, Adelia Dantrex. The men report that everything is ready. The woman comments that it has taken them quite some time to finish the preparations. Despite this, she remains calm. The man explains the preparations that had to be made. All she wants to know is if they are ready for him. Despite some doubts, the man states that they are also explaining a transformation of the sanctuary. Finally, Adelia orders the butler to join the contact group and then to lead the elimination group. The man accepts the orders, but for a moment he wonders why his lady is so cautious with a simple student. Despite her calm demeanor, she makes it clear that she does not tolerate insubordination, but her anger is only aimed at making them understand once they grasp her intention. The woman calms down. The most mysterious thing of all is that Adelia is following the wishes of her constellation. So her intention is to summon the constellation of the Ventric family. Things still seem confusing. Friends so wait to better understand her intention. The soldiers, after surrounding Yu-Jack, they begin the phase of creating a distortion in space to prevent him from escaping, or for someone to interfere. Our protagonist realizes that a subspace has been created around this area, but he is not scared. He praises the men's strategy, as attracting the Academy's attention would be terrible for them. Besides, he is curious to know who is responsible for this idea. Yu-Jack even comments that he has a feeling that their bet is on the Ventric family. Despite his experience, the man reacts with surprise and asks how Yu-Jack knows this. Our protagonist simply deduced that the two enemies he had made so far, only the Ventric do not use dark magic since they were discovered. The butler says they no longer need to hide, and that he should call the elimination team. Now, as the subspace magic is dispelled, hundreds of armed men appear around Ho-Jack. Their intention is quite simple: eliminate the target. However, even in this situation of the greatest possible disadvantage, Ho-Jack is not fazed. He even jokes about all of them. How is it possible that so many people are needed to deal with a simple student? They make it clear that orders are orders. So, as he has no other choice, the protagonist decides that he will have to act according to the circumstances. All the men prepare to attack together, with a single body movement. Ho-Jack pushes back all the people to his right. Only one person was able to push back dozens of people. The butler, using his swordsmanship, tries to hit Ho-Jack and misses. The protagonist decides to draw his sword too, and comments that it is disappointing that these people only know how to wield a sword. The other men try to hit him by attacking from behind, but even with a surprise attack, Ho-Jack dodges it. He manages to dodge them and defeat them all effortlessly. The butler's expression darkens as he decides to attack again. It was his turn to try to hit the enemy from behind, but he also fails. He leads the group and is unable to hit the target. This is undoubtedly not the strength of a high school student. Despite these people's intention to take his life, the protagonist does not use lethal weapons. He uses the hilt of his sword and shows how painful it can be to be hit this way. When his blow lands, it looks as if the man's soul leaves his body before he faints, or perhaps even die. He can only think that he should not have ignored his leader's concern and should have prepared better. After the defeat of the leader of the soldiers, Yu-Jack is happy to realize that the person responsible for this has finally appeared. Adelia personally comes to see the target. She looks at her fallen soldiers and includes her butler. She always made sure to recruit people stronger than average. This boy who has defeated them all like this is scary. Adelia draws her sword and says, Ho-Jack should be proud to see that the sacred relic of the Ventric family is an honor that ordinary people could never receive. The master of ceremonies laughs and says that a simple dagger like that is nothing. Besides, seeing this family proud to use so many people to attack one student is pitiful. Tired of being insulted, Adelia attacks with her incredible dagger, which she is so proud of. But before reaching her target, the mana stones used by her soldiers begin to resonate and shine brightly with a yellow hue. No one knew what was happening, not even Adelia, so everyone was stunned. However, our protagonist remained calm with his hands in his pockets. His confidence reminds me of Satoru Gojo. Adelia's dagger glows the same color as the stones, and then she feels something very strange. The entire environment loses its color, and only the mana stones shone. Adelia also noticed the same effect. Everyone was paralyzed. In fact, only one person was unaffected, and calmly observed everything. Everyone was paralyzed but conscious. Adelia wonders if her body cannot move due to some forced sanctuary effect. She observes her soldiers and believes that their bodies and minds are paralyzed. She manages to maintain her consciousness. However, how is it possible that this guy can move freely? When he touches Adelia's sword, a system window appears and asks him a question. Master, at first our protagonist doesn't understand, but a person manifests with the energy of all the mana stones the soldiers had taken. This person is the constellation revered by the important Ventric family. However, something they have never seen before is the face under the mask. When the girl reveals her young face, the only ones who can see it are Jojo and perhaps Adelia Dandra, who still retains some consciousness. At first, nothing is said to each other, and the nervous girl awaits his response. Then we are shown the girl's dark past. When she was a child, Ho Yak found her in a similar situation. Back then, Ha Yun Kim was not the legendary hero, just an adventurer who stumbled upon a slave trader. And the girl was one of the slaves. He recognized that her eyes reflected hatred towards the world, and understood that the girl was saying she didn't understand anything, and that she knew nothing about her. However, Jock admitted that he knew nothing about her, but revealed that he too had been a slave in the past. Hayek told her that, when he was young, he was kidnapped, and for a long time he wore the chains of prohibition. Like her, this revelation left her speechless, and then he asked her if she didn't want to be free. His gaze was serious as he asked, but the girl screamed angrily that he should understand that it was impossible for her to be free. So he should leave. That was not a direct answer. So our hero told her a story about the two ways to remove the chains. One is when the owner voluntarily frees you, and the other is when the owner dies, normally breaking the seal of prohibition. However, her owner had already died, so there seemed to be no way out. But there is a method that people do not consider, which is to use your mana to nullify the prohibition magic. She worked hard on this to gain her own freedom. Jock broke the shackles of prohibition and freed the girl, something she never imagined possible. Her hero then told her to be as free as she wished and to return to her family. However, the girl had not only lost her freedom, but she also had no family or friends left to return to. In that case, Jock said that he would soon embark on a journey to eliminate all the slave traders he found. And he asked the young woman if she would like to accompany him, and that's how they met. And she became his disciple. After more than 300 years, they both remember everything, but neither of them can remember her name. Finding his beloved student is gratifying, and it helped her understand what it means to have your name stolen, as Hayek cannot remember his name. He will call her as he used to in the old days, idiot. It's been a long time. Adelia witnessed this scene, who could only imagine the shock of seeing the constellation she revered appear, and be called idiot by the person they wanted to kill. The girl then approaches Adelia, calls Huilak master, and asks him what she should do with these people. The girl with the raven mask retrieves her relic, releases her spell, and returns everyone to normal. But now no one is conscious, not even Adelia. If Huilak wishes, he can kill them all right now as punishment, but our hero says no, because he has a better idea. He wanted to see more of the woman's reaction when she realizes that the constellation she follows calls the man she wanted to kill. We don't know how long they stayed there, but the next day, the professor in charge of the academy saw that the Ventric family had made a donation of 500 million wons to Balia to sponsor student Kim Hujak. It should be noted that this sea of zeros is equivalent to $3.7 million, which is still a fortune. So much money that the professor starts to go a little crazy. Instructor Sankyo went to see his colleague's reaction upon discovering this as well. He remembers that the first time Rokto was accused of ordering Deseda to eliminate the protagonist, the Ventric family donated a lot of money to silence the matter, and Hayek refused. That's why he believes the protagonist will refuse again. To confirm his theory, student Hayek is summoned to a meeting, and to the professor's surprise, the protagonist says he accepts the money. To the professor's surprise, he asks what reason he has to refuse $3 million as a gift. The professor then tells him that Jayak is now a VIP student and will have to move to the premium residence. The protagonist admits that he has no complaints about his normal residence, so they can discuss this later. Finally, the professor wonders what the difference is this time compared to when. They tried to make a donation to quell the rumors about Rakdo earlier. Our legendary hero, while walking through the school, recalls his conversation with his idiot disciple Crow Maz. The girl suggested eliminating everyone who tried to harm Huyak. However, he wanted to take better advantage of the situation. Huyak woke up Idalia and explained to the woman that her constellation had authorized Huyak to do whatever he wanted with the Ventric family. What does she think about it? Before Idalia could say anything, the constellation stated that she had originally created the Ventric family to serve the master. Then Idalia asks if the phrase passed down from generation to generation, all for one, was referring to this. The furious constellation says yes. This idiot finally realized that the woman had just discovered that this person was her master's master. Now that it's clear, our protagonist approaches and asks Idalia what he should do with them. Now, although Huilak does not like this family because of their arrogance, he acknowledges that their power and prestige are real in society. Therefore, he has some tasks that Idalia must carry out. It is true that since Idalia became the leader of the Ventric family, it declined. But then she rose to the top. Therefore, Huilak orders her to continue guiding the Ventric family and start supporting his goals. From now on, she must do so without questioning his reasons. To remind her of what is at stake, Ho Jack points to the lady's constellation and tells her that if she steps out of line, they will all end up visiting the other world. The protagonist's disciple says she prefers to kill them all right now, and that if he changes his mind, she can do it right now. In that case, she says she would like to stay longer, but she is running out of time. Manifesting her body in this world consumes a lot of energy, and the dozens of mana stones they brought are already running out. Jajak asks if all constellations have these restrictions. The girl doesn't care and cannot stay any longer. She takes off her mask and says that being able to see her master's reincarnation in person is priceless. Jajak understands what she means and orders his beloved disciple to go rest. She puts on her mask again and says that, before leaving, he needs to know something else about her. It seems that another constellation has also become a constellation. He will see her soon. After this last message, the idiot girl with the raven mask returns to another dimension. That was all she discovered that day. But that doesn't make things much easier. Ho Jack still doesn't know who the constellation he will meet soon is. He also wonders if all his students have also become constellations. The protagonist then returned to the classroom for the first time since he came back from China. When he sat down, Joss kept staring at him. Meanwhile, Joss continued his internal dialogue with Bar Choi. The constellation Bar Choi said that he remembered that the Labyrinth Lord had given him the name Bar Choi and the power to control the Tower of the End. He explains that the name and power he received influenced his actions, and the current Bar Choi admits that at that time he was not acting of his own free will. After a long conversation throughout the day, as he walked towards his dormitory, Ho Jack's mind kept thinking and trying to understand the mysteries of the Labyrinth Lord. It is very frustrating to be a pawn in the hands of a mysterious creature, knowing that they can oppose the Labyrinth Lord. When he talked to the guide, he felt less irritated. The next day, Ho Jack met with the guide again. He did not expect their reunion to be so soon, due to the woman's urgency to leave earlier. Besides, he was sure that he was in the academy cafeteria. How does this woman do it? The woman asked him what that shiny thing he was holding was. Jajak was furious and wanted to throw it at her head. Because of her, his food had disappeared. She apologized for interrupting the man at the most important moment of the day. More importantly, she wanted to know if the ring was still safe with him. Huilak showed her that it was, and the woman said it was fine because they were going to start using it immediately. Although she told it to the protagonist, it didn't seem like it would be useful in combat. The woman said to just use it and try to cross some labyrinth. Huilak replied that natural labyrinths no longer appeared in this era, and that those that existed had owners. The woman clarified that those were not the labyrinths. The Labyrinth Lord would create new ones here on Earth, and those new ones were his target. It would be something similar to the calamity that happened before. Hearing that brought bad memories to Huilak. In the past, he became the legendary hero while fighting the calamity. At that time, several of them broke and caused the greatest chaos in Earth's history. The protagonist then asked when and where these dungeon breaks would occur. The woman said they would start in about 3 months, and it seems there is a specific place, a country called Korea. She informed him as if she didn't know where that place was. But the protagonist said that was great because he lived there. She agreed that it was very convenient, but that he should remember that this world, above all, was the domain of the Labyrinth Lord. So why was he creating new labyrinths there? The protagonist said the reason is that the labyrinth lord must be preparing other names from which to choose. She said that exactly, just like then, he would create towers for new heroes to emerge, and thus be able to steal their names. People interpret this. The woman said that the labyrinth is created with a name, and that the power of the name is concentrated in the labyrinth boss. The protagonist's mission is to absorb the name given by the labyrinth lord in all the dungeons that appear. This will be the starting point for his counterattack. However, Joe Jack questioned something. Stealing one or two names would make no difference to the labyrinth lord, and the woman admitted that was true. Her plan was that, when the labyrinth lord realized that his strategy was not working, because the labyrinths would disappear before they could be used to create a more famous name, she stated that the labyrinth lord would send countless names into the world at once, and that would be his opportunity. Hayek must absorb several names and increase his strength. If the plan was to absorb names and turn them into power, Ho Jack had another question. What is the difference between them and the labyrinth lord? The girl said that was unexpected. She hadn't imagined he would care about such a detail. The protagonist then said that, if that was the case, she didn't know him well. The red-haired woman explained that, first of all, they had not harmed anyone to obtain the names. Besides, if the labyrinth lord steals a person's name, that person becomes a constellation, or reincarnates. No matter which of the two happens, the person's body will be trapped in non-existence. Now, if the protagonist uses the ring and steals the names, he will only absorb the power, and the people will remain alive. Furthermore, with time, this contract will weaken, and people will be freed from it. Then she said it was up to him to decide, and that, in any case, he would meet each person, and he could choose whether to do it or not. Joe Jack then said that, when the calamity arrived, she would discover his decision. The red-haired girl told him that he should also create a team to prevent the calamity. He asked if, when they destroyed the labyrinth, everything would be resolved. She explained that yes, but that the monsters that escaped from the labyrinth during this process would not disappear when it was destroyed. Therefore, he must train people to stop the monsters that escaped from the labyrinths. When its effect passed, he returned to the cafeteria line, leaving everyone confused. Where did this guy come from? Later, while returning to his dormitory, he thought that woman was a nuisance. At least, she could have teleported him to a better place. And now, he is reflecting on that request to form a team. It's not that he's against it, because before he reincarnated, he also had disciples. While thinking about this, the girl from China appeared before him, confident. Then he asked her if she was another crazy person who liked to be beaten. She said she had thought a lot after losing to him, and had concluded that he was stronger than her. And that was why she had lost. You are a genius for realizing that. But the girl said she thought he was similar to the protagonist, a person who had never experienced defeat. If that was what she thought, Suji Liang told her that she was completely mistaken. He is someone who works hard to be strong and does not depend on talent. Yang Wan said that was what she thought, but now she understands that those fists were loaded with combat experience, and that the difference between them is only that. She said she had become much stronger after fighting him, so now she would stay there to continue fighting him. They would do it until she defeated him. Suji Liang already had problems with a lunatic, asking him to teach her swordsmanship. And now she had a lunatic who wanted him to punch her to learn martial arts. Suji Liang told her to stay away from him, but the girl didn't want to give up. She had come from China to Korea just for that. Then the protagonist told her to spend her time learning her family's martial arts. This question turned the girl's enthusiasm into sadness. She explained that her family had only taught her until she was 6 years old. After that, she was excluded from training. Yang Wan said she didn't know why, so she started challenging adults to hone her skills, which made everyone distance themselves even more from her. After hearing this, the protagonist thought this was different from what they had told him. This girl clearly has a lot of talent and loves to fight. And they said she distanced herself from training and isolated herself. Suji Liang asked if it was mandatory to remain isolated in the White Lotus Palace during training. Yang Wang said no. She stayed there because she was tired of being treated as a problem for the family, and of everyone excluding her. The poor lunatic, the girl's mood turned to excitement again, and she said it was okay, because now she had found him. If she continued to fight Suji Liang, she could become stronger without needing her family's lessons. Of course, he refused to waste time doing that, so Yang Wang begged him to teach her martial arts. The protagonist still found it strange that, if she was excluded from the family and confined to the White Lotus, why was Xiao Yang trying to bring her back? If it was as the girl said, it would have been better for the family to keep her locked in the palace. The protagonist said it was fine, but then withdrew his hands. They were going to fight, yes, but they had to go to the academy because fighting in the middle of the street is crazy. So in the academy gym, the two beautiful girls were training, and the muscular boy was lifting weights. They noticed Suj Liang's arrival, and the girl they had never seen before. Then Cho Yaram teleported next to the protagonist and called him by his name. Not even a grandmaster could predict her movements. Cho Yaram asked who that woman was. Suji Liang said they had met at the White Lotus and that she had come there to fight him. Upon hearing this, Cho Yaram thought of that girl. Could it be what she is thinking? It could only mean one thing. Cho Yaram asked why she had come from so far. The crazies seemed to be attracted to each other. Yan Lang approached Cho Yaram and asked if she also wanted to fight. Yusio Yon was also jealous in her own way. After everyone met and exchanged threats, the fight was about to begin. And the protagonist said he remembered agreeing to a fight between him and Yan Lan. So why were there so many spectators there? Yan Lan didn't care if people watched her fight. She only cared about showing her opponent her progress. In that case, Suji Lion said he was eager to see how much she had improved in such a short time. At that moment, the protagonist remembered the words of that annoying woman. He needed to form a team. He told Jan Lang that if she wanted to be strong, she had to accept his challenge. If he won here, she would have to become his disciple, although she wanted to fight him. She found this request strange and refused. So our protagonist said that from now on they would speak with their fists. The lunatic who has muscles instead of a brain said she agreed to that. She charged and threw an elbow strike. The protagonist acknowledged that she was stronger than before. Her strength being recognized made the girl even more excited, and said that this time he would not block her attack. Her mana aura was so strong that the other girls watching could barely stay close to the arena. The muscular boy said that her mana concentration was greater than Suj Liang's during the competition. And then Jan Long attacked, using her mana to unleash her most powerful blow. She told herself that he had proven to be the strongest, so it shouldn't be a problem for her to use all her strength in this attack. To the girl's surprise, Suji Liang adopted the same fighting stance as her. He suggested facing her with the same attack technique, and the two, with joy on their faces, clashed their fists, and the energy of the attack created an incredible gust of wind. Jan Lang, using all her strength, acknowledged that he was pushing her back. But that shouldn't be possible, considering she had more mana than him at the time. He is even stronger than before. The protagonist said it was now his turn to attack, and he would use this move against her only once. If she blocked it, the victory would be his. He prepared a kick and aimed directly at the girl's defense, although she defended herself from the kick. It was not possible to decrease the impact. Jan Lang was defeated with a single blow. With that, the protagonist said he had gained another disciple. After sleeping for a while, she woke up and asked what had happened. Then she felt pain in her stomach and said she must have lost. The protagonist said he thought she would sleep until the next day, so she woke up quite quickly. The girl asked if that was a compliment or an insult. He told her to stop questioning her master. The girl said she had thought of suggesting a fight without using mana, but it seemed the result would not be different. She acknowledged the protagonist's strength and said she was proud to be his disciple. Jan did not ask him if she was now officially his first disciple, but our legendary hero replied that she was not. Besides, why is a high school student already accepting disciples? Choeren then told the girl with cat teeth that he was telling the truth, that she was the master's first student. Meow. Since the protagonist was going to explain that she wasn't the first either, it was better to let it go. Yanlang was furious at what Meow was saying. Cho Aram was saying she was trying to provoke. Heard? She said yes. Was she angry? Yanlang said that was not her name, and to stop giving her nicknames. Cho Aram insisted that Meow was cute. Hayek watched the girls' argument, lost in his thoughts. He found it nostalgic. Many years ago, this used to happen often with his old students. This scene was quite pleasant, so he continued to watch the two bond for a while. Even after 300 years, it was still pleasant. After much conversation, he called Meow, and although she was criticizing Iren for giving her nicknames, how could the girl resist when it came to her master? Ho Yak told Meow to respect Cho Iren because she was her senpai. Besides, Iren should help the younger ones like a good senpai. Iren was very happy that her master recognized her, and Anne Main could not hide her jealousy. Or maybe it was because she wasn't the first. On the other hand, the protagonist ordered the joking to stop, as they had done enough for today, and everyone should rest. In that case, Jan Land asked where she would sleep, and the protagonist asked her if she hadn't already sorted it out when she arrived. The truth is that she didn't think much about these things. Jan Lang told Sol Hai Hun that she would come to Korea to fight, and got on a plane without thinking about anything else. So Yuk started wondering if he had gained a disciple or a child to raise. In that case, he said that the academy had decided to give him a new room, and Jan Lang would stay with her. This made Aren jealous again, so she made a few more jokes with her new friend. After spending a little more time watching the girls become best friends, he left. Despite not having trained much today, he felt more tired than usual thinking about his students. He was sure that Cho and Remi Miao would be his students. Sol Haeun was training his physique and was far from receiving sword lessons. Haeyuk had no interest and only trained on his own. His doubt was whether these two would be enough to help with the disaster in 3 months. While he was reflecting, the phone rang with a call from Delia. He answered and asked what matters she had to discuss with him. The woman was now completely different from how she was before. Even over the phone, she felt fear of her new master. Delia's call was to confirm that she had done everything he had asked her to do, and to take the opportunity to inform him. Our protagonist then advised her to recruit contractors to fight, because in 3 months a disaster would occur. Although this was very important information, Hyuk simply said that his sources were secret. He explained what the woman should do, and then Adelia asked him for a favor. Could Hyuk speak well of her work to Lady Consolation, since she was ignoring Adelia and not responding to her? The truth was that the girl said she needed to rest due to the excessive energy she had spent that day. But Adelia didn't need to know that, and Hyuk said he would tell her everything. Another day, during training, Han Wang asked for a break to catch her breath, or she would die. Despite this, Ha Yuk praised the girl and said she was progressing much better than expected. To maintain the tradition of people interrupting during training, a woman entered the gym asking for Yan Lan. This woman resembled Xiao Yan from the White Lotus Academy, but it was not her. The woman then said that Yan Lan's mother had come to pick her up personally. But instead of being happy, Miao became furious at her mother's presence. The protagonist said this was strange. He could have sworn that Xiao Yan was her mother. Only then did the woman introduce herself as Xiao Yuan Hua, the current leader of the Xiao family, and therefore she was now Yan Lan's new mother. Now the protagonist said that Xiao Yuan Hua was the younger sister of this woman, and the leader of the White Lotus. Perhaps the translation names were incorrect. The girl's mother said that her sister would contact her when Yan Lan left the palace, but she didn't, perhaps because she knew she would find out later. But the most important thing was to take her daughter back to the palace. The girl trembled with emotion and asked her mother why she was taking her with her after having banished her, although she did not understand her mother's reasons. Yan Lan screamed that she didn't want to know anything more and wouldn't go back. The woman then told her that rejecting Yan Lan in the past had been an order from the constellation, and that her daughter should know that. Despite this explanation, the girl replied that she had never heard that from her mother. It was a rumor spread by the maids. The girls argued with the mother, insisting that the constellation ruled everything, and that the new order was to bring Jan Lang back. And at that moment, the constellation was willing to recognize the girl. This made no sense to Miao. She had only come here on an order. The mother confirmed this with great coldness. The girl trembled, trying to control her emotions, and then replied with a firm no, although the woman did not seem to accept a negative answer. The daughter insisted that this place was the Ballier Academy, and that outsiders could not enter and disrupt training. Xiao Jun had already expected this, and was aware that he would have to use force. The woman concentrated energy in her mana and hit her daughter. Despite the strength of the attack, the girl defended herself completely. Not even the girl expected this reaction from her arrogant mother. If she was willing to break the rules, Jan Lang said she would not hold back and would forcibly expel her mother from the place. Even using her powerful attacks feared by the strongest adults, the woman defended herself with ease. She praised her daughter for having become stronger and threw her into the air, almost knocking her down. Mother and daughter engaged in an intense combat while arguing about their relationship. Choi Aram watched this intense fight, and the protagonist, Aram, wondered if it would be appropriate to call the chief instructor. But the protagonist said that would cause a great stir, although he didn't like that woman. It was better to let them fight. In that case, Choi Aram said that the kitten must be very frustrated with her family. Although Aram did not say it, we know that she too went through that with her family, and Anan fought with all her might to defeat her mother. And when she managed to land a powerful blow, the result was not good. Her mother froze her leg and told her that was the power of the family's constellation. The power of the Snow King is a blessing that only those recognized by him can use. If she returns now, She can sign a contract and be accepted by the constellation. Our kitten does not want to return under any circumstances, and her mother is willing to do anything to get her back. Jan Lang screamed that she wouldn't go back, even if it killed her, but her mother said that the dead have no opinion, and she approached to freeze her daughter's entire body. Once she can't move, she will be taken away. The girl closed her eyes in fear, and then our legendary hero could not stand by any longer. He stopped the attack with a leg and his hands in his pockets. Jan Lang did not expect him to get involved in this. However, Sue was furious and asked why he would hurt her daughter. The woman hid her surprise and simply said that strangers should not get involved in other people's parenting. This reminded our protagonist of Choi Aram's brother, who said the same thing. What annoying people! The woman couldn't understand how he had managed to block her attack, and her mother was so affected. The only explanation is that her magic was stronger than the constellations. Our protagonist told Aram to take Yan Lang away from there. The girl objected to him getting involved in her problems like this, but knew she couldn't defend herself with her leg immobilized like that. Anyway, Ho said that a master could not stand by and watch his students get hurt. Seeing the kitten's admiration made Choya feel uncomfortable. Is this girl going to steal my senpai? It was the first time the girl's mother heard that he was her daughter's master. It made no sense for a teenager to teach other teenagers. The woman questioned Ho-E's motivations, but he simply said that he disagreed with the woman's methods. If they couldn't convince him with words, the woman decided she would defeat him and then take her daughter. The protagonist thought that, despite her appearance, this woman was as aggressive as her daughter. Besides, her attacks were too strong to block without expending a lot of energy. So the best option was to dodge them. However, by doing so, the surrounding equipment froze and was damaged by the cold. Ho first analyzed the effects of the attacks, and then said that she would have to pay for everything before returning to China. She agreed to pay if he won the fight, and the protagonist decided that blocking was bad, and dodging was useless, so the option was to do this. He kicked her arm with concentrated magic, dispersing the attack, although that affected the woman. This was only to create an opening for the next blow. The next step was to create an opening in her abdomen with this, and the attack was so strong that something came out of the woman's mouth, and then she fell to the ground. Unlike her daughter, the woman did not faint from the attack, but it was enough for our legendary hero to emerge victorious. Despite knowing her master's strength, Jan Lang could not help but be impressed. The mother felt the same, but the woman admitted her defeat, saying it was not over. She had to take Jan Lang because that was the constellation's wish, and even if she couldn't do it, others would come in her place. The daughter felt frustrated by this. Her opinion did not matter at all. In the end, the mother hurt her feelings even more by saying yes. The constellation's will was the only thing that mattered. Our kitty started trembling again as she asked if she would have to fight every time for this. She could no longer bear it. This reaction from her student was the last straw for Heya, so she coldly asked Siyuan how she could know the family constellation. If it was an order from her, all she had to do was convince the constellation to withdraw that order. For the first time, the woman was horrified. No one should be so stupid as to say that. She said that he could meet her when the family summoned her with magical energy stones. But that would never happen for him. The protagonist then said that it was necessary to touch the family relic to enter the mental realm, where the constellation lived. Although he was just a student, the woman could not deny that he knew a lot, so she must know that going to the mental realm where the constellation had domain expansion, it would probably crush his mind. Did he still want to confront the constellation in her domain expansion? The protagonist said yes, so the woman accepted his conditions, but for that, he had to convince the other family members to authorize this decision. She said she would organize the meeting in a week, but this seemed like an agreement that only benefited her Jack. If he lost, what would be the condition? The protagonist said he would accept the deal, and that if he won, she would leave Ian Lang alone for the rest of her life, and he would take care of her, and that was all. Xiao Yan could not help but think he was arrogant, so she accepted his conditions. When the woman left the room, Sayak could no longer hide his fury towards her. So a week later, it was known that the protagonist was confronting the frozen constellation of In. They stared at each other, and you wouldn't believe how quickly things happened. Before that day arrived, there was something that had to be shown first. A few days earlier, in the academy residence, the protagonist and Yan Lan went to the room where she would live. This room was large and luxurious, which made the girl admit that it was more impressive than the Xiao family's house. So she asked if she could really use that place for herself. The protagonist replied yes. Originally, this room was for him, so he could give it to her. This made the girl blush even more for a while. Yan Lan then asked him why he was doing so much for her. She asked if the training was too painful. Would she give up? This was just to change the subject, so she soon asked about the family constellation. The kitten told him everything she knew about the Frozen King, which wasn't much, as she had been isolated from the family for many years. The only thing she knew was that the constellation did not interfere in family matters. She had heard that some members didn't even know the constellation existed. That's why she found it strange that he ordered her to be taken. And a man asked him again if he was doing all this for her just because she was his disciple now. Su said it wasn't just that. He really found the arrogance of people who used their status to pressure others disgusting. That's why he got involved. Was he bothered by it? Of course. She vehemently denied that she didn't care. In fact, she had never received so much attention in her life. That's why she wanted to thank him. The protagonist wondered if there was any reason for the constellation to want Yan Lang, but even she didn't know the reason. In that case, all she could do was accept things and confront the Frozen King. His students should rest now and leave everything to him. She would need her as a guide when they went to China. When he left the girl alone, she realized that her feline heart was about to explode in her chest, and she had no idea why. In his room, the protagonist called Adelia to inform her that he had fought the head of the Seo family. Her surprise almost made her fall backward. Curious, she asked him to explain the reason for the fight. The reason for the contact was that he needed the equipment that had been destroyed to be replaced. Could she do it for him? Adelia said she could do anything for him. Now, regarding the information about the Seo family constellation, Adelia said she did not get involved in any family matters. She was passive with respect to any activity in the outside world. The protagonist also asked if his student had woken up from her rest. According to Adelia, she remained silent for a moment. Adelia wanted to ask Ho Yuck something suspicious. She wanted to know if he wanted to know about the status of his constellation, so she could tell him how well she had been serving him. Then he said he had changed his mind about her, having done a good job so far. Adelia asked for 1,000 apologies and hung up. In the end, they did not get any information about that constellation. Bar Hai then questioned his master, saying that Ho Yuck was never one to ask questions first and hit afterwards. That may be true, but it's not as if he could have the same confidence as when he was known as the strongest of all in the past. Barja then revealed something very important. When you go to the realm of the mind, the strength you have is not of your body, but the strength of what you know. Among many explanations, Barjai said that constellations have the same strength when they reach Earth, and normal humans have the same strength when they go to the mental realm. However, Hu Yuck is different because his strength is the sum of 2 lives. So a few days later, he went to the Seul family mansion. Its leader did not expect him to actually go. He thought it was a bluff to make him flee. On the other hand, Hu Yuck was not nervous at all and wanted to go directly to the sacred relic. Seo Yon asked her to follow her to the place, and Hu Yuck asked his dear kitten to wait there until he was finished. All she could do was wait for the outcome of this encounter. The room where the Frozen King's relic was kept could not be more different. The place was like a freezer that did not consume electricity. Perhaps the family's fortune was related to a butcher shop. The woman took the box where the relic was kept and said she had been thinking a lot about what to ask for in return. When Ho Yuck lost, she suggested he become a slave to the family. Curiously, Ho Yuck agreed and simply asked for the gloves. Upon touching the relic, he was transported to the Frozen King's altar. Despite preparing for the meeting, the constellation had no idea they would have visitors. Ho Yuck says this man is not his disciple, but he looks familiar and wonders who he is. The constellation says it is him, a figure that poses a threat to the Soul clan. Ho Yuck then wants to know who he is too. The king prepares his fist and says that if he survives, they can talk. Ho Yuck smiles and suddenly, gigantic ice stalactites fly directly towards him. He falls to the ground, and the king sees that Ho Yuck is completely indifferent to the attack. He comments that it is impressive, and that Ho Yuck used magic to jump further. The king introduces himself as the King of the North, as his true name has been lost over time. The king explains that he has been known by various names over the years, and is now called the Chaotic Ice Demon. He says this while creating ice pillars around Ho Yuck. To block any possible escape, the king prepares for another attack and hits Ho Yuck as ice flies towards him. Ho Yuck says this will be problematic and draws his sword. The sword looks familiar to the king, but Ho Yuck breaks it and returns the ice. The Ice King comments that using his own ice is ridiculous, as ice and snow are under his control. Ho Yuck advances and tries to attack, but is blocked with the palm of his hand, and asks if the previous attack was to obscure his vision. The Ice King says it was a good idea, but it lacked strength. Ho Yuk asks if that's really all, and the king begins to tremble. Ho Yuk punches him in the stomach, releasing mana and sending the constellation flying directly towards his throne. The protagonist asks if it is satisfying to have a real fight. The Ice King grumbles and says that he now understands the magic and sword attack, and asks if Ho Yu is the martial god. The protagonist confirms it is a nickname given to him by his disciples. The constellation begins to sound and says that he does not know him well, but that he saw his power 300 years ago. We see a flashback of him being attacked by many monsters. He managed to handle some, but not enough, and was determined to take as many as he could with him before he died. Then the martial god arrived, and he wiped out the entire army in one fell swoop, leaving him astonished. The magical power felt is the same, even though the appearance has changed. It is clearly the same. Ho Yuk asks if the constellation is not going to attack him and takes a step forward. The Ice King says that he wanted to fight him at least once to see how far he would go. In the waiting room, and online is a little worried, and sees that all her family members are looking at her with disdain. She looks away and says that this is why she did not want to return to the family, but she came due to Yuyuk's request that she be his guide. She starts to think, and some of her family members come in, and they introduce her to her sisters, Irene and Fin Xiao. Jian Lang asks them if they have come to fight, but they say they have come to see her. And Ji Ren says that if it were to fight, they would not be able to defeat him. Jian Lang says that if they have only come to see her, they can stay with the rest of the family. But Irene says that there were some misunderstandings, and she wants to apologize personally. This sparks Miao's curiosity. She asks what she means by that, and Irene explains that after the fight with Yan Lang, she never had the chance to talk to her and wanted to do so now. Even if it was late, the sister was apologizing. Then Yan Lang shouted furiously, saying that she was only doing it because she was afraid she would return. But the brother asked her to wait. He said that it was not true. What had happened was a big misunderstanding. The boy explained that every time they tried to contact Yan Lang, her mother would prevent it. And it wasn't just that. He said that keeping Yan Lang out of training was also an order from her mother. In other words, she had just discovered that her estrangement from her brothers was not due to jealousy or their hatred. They were simply victims of her mother, but it wasn't that simple. She admitted that she had been envious of her, which was true, but her pride was even greater, as having someone so strong in the family was incredible. They explained that they thought so, and it was when their mother called them in the past that she forced them to stay away from Yan Lai and keep her out of training. They explained that her mother feared that other clan members would support Yan Lai as the new successor to lead the family. So her mother instilled in everyone the idea that Yan Meng would be a threat and forced them to distance themselves from her. The brothers also mentioned that there was another issue. They had never had any interest in becoming clan leaders. At that moment, the mother meets the brothers and enters the room. She wanted to see more of Yan Meng's reaction to this revelation, but instead we see the protagonist fighting the constellation. The boy was firing ice arrows to try to reach his opponent. Obviously, he was not succeeding. Hu Yuk managed to get close to the constellation, but before he could attack, the guy shot more ice arrows, forcing him to retreat. However, they were fragile and broke easily, so he attacked again. For a while, he tested his enemies' attacks, but none were strong enough to harm him. The constellation said that he intended to freeze him completely, but the martial god did not get his name for nothing. Ho Yuk sincerely said that he did not expect to receive praise from anyone during the battle, but what he really thought was that if that person was so strong, he would remember her from his past life. So the protagonist speculated that she had become stronger while in this ice temple. Ho Yuk thought this because, if he had found someone with such potential, his past life would have been ideal for training her. These words made the constellation curious to know what he meant. Our protagonist said it was simple. He was simply complimenting her. Therefore, she was worthy of seeing her sword in action. Being praised by the elder god was an honor. So in this case, she would reciprocate by fighting with all her power. The two exchanged blows to see who had the most powerful attack. The constellation said that she intended to surpass him, but that was foolish. He couldn't even scratch him, while our protagonist's mind was in another dimension. His physical body remained immobile in the other world. The woman thought he was taking too long. Perhaps the constellation was playing with him before defeating him. While thinking about the ways the constellation was winning this battle, she was surprised to see him return. She was surprised to see why he had suffered so much mental damage. but his body seemed so unharmed, so she asked him what had happened, and he simply replied that he had defeated the constellation. The woman replied that she didn't know he was the joking type, but before she could finish speaking, the constellation sent her a message saying that she felt great respect for Ho Yok. Of course, she didn't understand the meaning of the message immediately, so she looked at him and wondered if it was really possible that boy had defeated the constellation. As she began to accept this reality, she gradually lost her balance. The world made no sense. My life made no sense anymore. If my supreme leader, who guides my family, lost to a 16-year-old boy while thinking all this. The protagonist placed his hand on her shoulder and told her that they had an agreement and that she now had to keep her word, but that they had to make some adjustments to that agreement. When Ho Yuk went to meet Jian Lang, I realized I had made a mistake. The first was that it was his aunt who came to see them before, not Jian Lang and the mother of the other. My second mistake was thinking that the four girls were pretty enough to date. Then I remembered that they are not exactly my type. Let's get back to the point. The leader of the Waddlers Academy said it was a pleasure to see Ho Yuk again, but the protagonist did not feel the same. He did not expect to see her there. Yan Lang then asked him if he had finished his business with the constellation. He replied yes, and that he would tell her on the way back. After all, it was not good to talk about it there, with such hostile looks. In fact, they did not stay to chat. They simply left, and along the way, Yan Lang regretted everything that had happened, as she had been too quick to confront the constellation. She must have lost a lot. She continued with a sad look and said that it must have been hard for him. And the protagonist said that it was true. In other words, he did not disagree with the girl and told her that he had won, and because of that, John Lang said that he must now be a slave to the family. Because of that agreement, John Lang realized that she had hurt the only person who had tried to help her in years. Ho Yuk knew very well that she was wrong and found it amusing to see her reaction. Jan Lan said that she should have stopped him from taking such risks to help her, and she had heard from her aunt that her mother was a crazy woman and greedy who would do anything for power. From a young age, she had been interested in becoming the matriarch of the family, which had always caused problems with her aunt. Even after becoming the clan leader, her greed did not diminish. Her mother wanted to do everything possible to keep the position until the end of her life. She did not want to maintain the tradition of passing the position to the next generations. That's why she kept the children under surveillance while manipulating everything from the shadows. Since she could not manipulate Jian Lang, she decided to distance her from the clan. She could not understand her mother's greed, nor why the rest of the family shared the same thoughts. Hu Yu listened attentively, while Jian Lang told him everything she had discovered. He found it curious how things had happened, since she had never been interested in becoming the leader of the family. After listening a little more, Ho Yuk interrupted Yan Lang, telling her that he wanted to let her talk until she revealed the truth. But it seemed like it was never going to end. The truth was that he had defeated the constellation. Yan Lang also commented that she did not expect him to joke, but our protagonist affirmed that he did not joke about such things. Besides, he asked her if she remembered that the whole confusion had started because the constellation had summoned her. After Yan Lan left the White Lotus Palace, she felt, and then he mentioned that he found it very strange, since he had spoken a lot with the constellation. Later, when he was unconscious, they had to wake him up very carefully. Then he asked why the constellation liked Yan Lan so much, and found out that it was because the matriarch had requested protection for her youngest daughter. The truth was that she didn't even know Yan Lang's name. She was just following the matriarch's requests. In other words, the man had been manipulated by the matriarch all along. Imagine Yan Lang's surprise upon hearing this. Her mother was so greedy that she managed to deceive the constellation, who was extremely important to the family, just to satisfy her own ambition. If Yan Lang didn't like her mother before, she now had even more reason to hate her. She ruined Yan Lai's life and alienated her from her brothers because of it. Seeing the sadness, the girl became emotional, and the protagonist revealed that he had asked the constellation to cancel the contract with her mother. She was surprised to hear this and didn't understand why. The legendary hero explained it to her simply. If the woman had gone so far to gain power, the punishment she deserved for harming her disciple was to lose that power. In other words, she no longer had the right to be the family leader. Now Yan Lan no longer had to worry. The girl blushed and thanked him in such a cute way that I was moved, and killed several men, eliminating them forever. Curiously, the masked men were there watching. So she repeated her thanks once more aloud, while hiding her face in embarrassment. This was the most incredible thing anyone had ever done for her in her entire life, when he said it was no big deal. It was obvious that she would eventually fall in love with her incredible master. As they walked back to the airport, someone was watching them. The masked person was talking to another, asking if they should continue following the two. The mysterious guy replied that it was no longer necessary. Just look for this person's enemy. I wonder if this guy really thinks his presence has gone unnoticed. They never learned. At another time, a hotel that looks abandoned is shown. Several people gather for a meeting, and judging by their attire, they all seem to belong to the same organization. The topic of the meeting is that their constellation ordered a change of plans. Previously, the target was that teenager, but now the order has changed to finding the enemies of that teenager. The curious woman asks what kind of person Ho Yuk is, since he was the only one who found him. The man explains that he followed and observed Ho Yuk for quite some time, and that he is definitely a strange guy. At first, he gathered all the information he could, but none of it was useful. The only solid information he found was that he was an orphan and had grown up in an orphanage. But there was no further information, and he can guarantee that the information was true because it came from reliable sources. The man explains that he followed all of Castellashin's orders to locate the man. Later, Hu Yu defeated the head of the Seo family in China. So after that, the order changed from eliminating Hu Yuk to finding Hu Yuk's enemies and eliminating them. Then the constellation asks the men who do not have the blood stone if they are ready. They reply that they are. Then everyone places the blood stone on the table. It seems some lazy people put damaged stones, but that is not important. It is just my observation. The masked man informs his constellation that he has found Jujux's enemies, the Ventrix, the Insignia, and the Ariesex. The constellation listens in silence. He also mentions that the Ventrix have recently gone from being Huyuk's enemies to his allies. Furthermore, there are rumors that a malicious group called Breakhang is now pursuing Huyuk. They wonder how this boy manages to gather so many enemies. Before they could continue the conversation, the constellation gives new orders. Eliminate all these enemies. I think you will have deduced that this constellation must be a disciple of our great and legendary hero. When Ho Juk returned to Korea, his phone was full of messages from Choi Har in asking to speak with him. She wanted to inform him that she would be absent from fencing classes because she had to go to her hometown to pick something up. That's why she couldn't attend fencing classes. Ho Juk wondered what could be so important to her. Maybe it was the Choi family relic, which would be great, as the family constellation could be one of his disciples. The protagonist was doing his daily training with the girls while thinking about various things. I don't know how he manages to concentrate with so many beauties around him. This master has incredible concentration. Ho Yuk wondered if the White Lotus Academy also had a constellation. Now that he was in contact with the director, he could check if there were other disciples of his. While thinking about all this, the protagonist was surprised by an unexpected visit. He had never seen this person before, so he asked who he was and what he wanted. The guy said that, first of all, there were many eyes watching, so they should talk in a more private place. In that case, the protagonist knew where they could have a secret conversation. As he headed to the place, he ordered the two students to fight each other as part of their training. He left them there arguing about who was stronger and found it very entertaining. In the hallway, he told the man to reveal himself, start talking. The man with the cat mask got straight to the point and said he was there to deliver a message. This is interesting. What does he have to say? The man told him to read the message. It was a letter sent by the true owner of the market. Ho Yuk asked him if it was about the constellation known as the Ruler of Shadows. The answer was affirmative, and this letter had been delivered to several people. The constellation was looking for a specific person. If he understood the meaning of the letter and responded correctly, the constellation would be waiting for him. Ho Yuk opened the letter to see what it said. Bar Hai, who lives in his sword, commented that he did not recognize these letters. Ho Yuk explained that they were letters he had created himself. Even his disciples knew these letters. Now I ask you, did anyone else think this looked like cat ears? I did. That same night, the protagonist was heading to the market. He had made a deal with the white-haired master to be able to leave during the academy week. As he walked, his constellation asked him why he had created special characters, and what was the point of it. He simply replied that it was part of his training, or something like that. Then he calmly went to the secret door and entered. There was the door that led to the market. Upon opening the door for the second time, the place seemed quite familiar to him. Perhaps it was because of the purple sun shining in the sky. Actually, I think it's a moon. Our protagonist just said it reminded him of the sky 300 years ago. He was surprised when the masked man asked him if he was there for the letter. Ho Yuk replied yes and asked where he should go. Then the man asked him to follow him to the meeting place. The place was the market headquarters. The views from the top of the building are excellent. Those large windows are great. As he observes, he realizes that the cat is not there, and besides, there are very strange buildings in front that seem to be made of paper. He doesn't remember seeing them the last time he was there. Finally, the cat approaches him and asks him what the answer to the letter is. Ho Jock says it is not a question that makes sense, but that what she must want is the answer. Then he asks for a piece of paper and a pen. Until this moment, the cat mask believes this is a joke. This candidate was called only on a whim. It makes no sense for a 16-year-old person to be the person his master is looking for. When the protagonist gives her the answer, the man looks at it and doesn't understand it. It looks like the same handwriting, but he doesn't know the meaning of those words. Ho Yuk then tells him what it means, no. The constellation asks him what his answer was when he said, no. Has he gone crazy? The masked cat barely understands his words. The boy says it has been verified that the protagonist is the person who knows the master. And for his sanity, he must meet her as soon as possible. In that case, they touch his staff. This is the constellation's relic. They know how it works. Just touch the object, and he will be teleported to the constellation's mental realm. I doubt you expected it to be a girl. What you might not have known is that it would be a different girl. She says that although her appearance has changed, her magical power remains the same. How much time has passed? Lumens, look everyone at this crazy girl who likes a crazy girl. The girl soon bows to her master, saying that she is very happy to see him again. Although she is crazy, she can't help but show respect for the most important person in her life. Humbly, he tells her to get up. There is no need for such formalities. She asks him if he really remembers those words. And of course, our protagonist does not disappoint her and tells her that he could not forget something like that. Then he recalls the first time he met the girl, like the others. She was chained like a slave. He and his first disciple found the girl looking at her closely, realized that she was not like the others. Her eyes showed more trauma. Deeper than any she had ever seen, that girl knew no language or writing. They had never taught her. She didn't even know how to live in society. She didn't want to. Or she couldn't learn the world's language, so she created an easier alphabet, specifically for her to learn. The girl is happy. He remembers that it was thanks to this that she learned to write, and then managed to learn other languages. Then he explains that the message said, "Strange master, if you see me again, will it be to marry me?" And therefore the answer is no. The crazy girl asks why not. The reason is that he doesn't have time for that. There are more important things to discuss now. The current world is as dangerous as it was 300 years ago. They have to do something about it. Ignoring his answer, she asks him if he has seen the paper building outside. Ah, the paper building. I saw it. Why? The crazy girl replies that it is a gift for the master. He can live there from now on. Of course, he refuses. And the girl asks him why. No, she insists on asking him why. He now remembers that she couldn't be left unsupervised for too long, or she would go crazy. So what must it have been like to be alone for 300 years? He hopes she hasn't lost her mind for moments like this. He has created a special technique. Ho Yuk extends his legendary finger and gives her a legendary tap on the forehead and tells her to control herself. The protagonist asks her to calm down and not get too excited. The girl asks him if it's because he didn't like the gift. It was what he wanted. Before he remembers, he wanted a building full of money, not a building made of money, but actually in the past, while training the girls, he used to say that he had always dreamed of living in a building made entirely of money. His student with a screw loose in her head heard him back then, and it seems she hasn't forgotten. She even said that it wasn't exactly his dream. It was just because they were poor, so having money would be great. He told her that later, when there was peace in the world, living buried in a mountain of money would be great for them. So they must train hard and become strong to bring peace to the world. At that moment, the girl said she would fulfill his dreams, but he considered it childish. So, returning to the present, Lumen said that she could not fulfill her dream while he was alive, but that she was fighting to fulfill it even after his death. The girl asks him why he doesn't want to accept the gift she made for him. He ignores this and only asks her if she knew that he would reincarnate, and therefore, she built a building. The girl replies that she received a notification informing her that the master would reincarnate. At some point, the protagonist starts to fear the girl's reaction when she starts to go crazy again, saying she couldn't wait any longer for this moment. He truly feared her madness. She was crazy. He says again that it's not the time for that and asks her to calm down. After a while, they talk more and she returns to normal. He tells her about the threat of the destruction cake that could appear again. The girl gets nervous and says it's frustrating. He explains that he is now a teenager and lives in Ballier Academy, and therefore refuses to live in a building made of money. The girl is saddened because her master rejects her gift, but asks him to lend her hand for a moment. Although he rejects her most important gift, at least with this she should stay. This ring will give her access to the entire market, as if she were the owner of the place. After all she did was for the master. He remembers that lately he has been receiving many rings. He bids the girl farewell and leaves. Did Catmask expect this? While the meeting was being held, after a while, he received a question in his system window. Has that person left? He answers yes. He has returned to Ballier Academy. The constellation was silent for a moment and then replied, "You must buy Ballier Academy." For me, obviously, the staff wondered if the master was crazy. He gave the great ring of the constellation owner to that boy. And now he wants to buy the school where he studies. What could be the reason he gathered the courage? And asked the constellation what his relationship with Yuk was. The girl quickly replied that he is her heaven, which means that he is everything to her. He knows that there is another place, a mysterious island, where a man was beating several people. The people losing teeth were employees of a criminal organization. And the man doing this was called Logan. He was furious, destroying everything in his path. And asking who was responsible for attacking his son, he asked questions, since they had been ordered to hunt down the protagonist's enemies, but ended up seeing someone else do it for them. As they had been ordered to hunt down the protagonist's enemies, but they ended up seeing someone else do it for them. This is the great American hero, furious because his son was attacked during a test at Ballier Academy. He was there to capture the leader of this organization, but it was too late, since the man had already been kidnapped by a mysterious constellation. The guy was defending himself from the invader in his territory, and ended up there without knowing how. He didn't even find out how he died. His heart simply disintegrated. Perhaps now he fits better with someone who harms others. Someone heartless. The Leo constellation is worried about this mental space, ensuring that, if the constellation wishes, he will not die, because he said that dying would be too easy. The man recognizes the appearance of this constellation, and asks if it is the constellation of the Ilgao clan. The man with the goat mask confirms his identity. His name is Tudui, the guardian of the Higao clan. In that case, the villain wonders why he is being attacked by someone like him. The constellation explains that the attack he is suffering is based on someone else. Since they attacked his son, he recognizes that the man is Logan. The constellation and the guy discuss the change of objectives. Initially, the goat mask wanted to kill Julia. In summary, this constellation wanted to kill all the people considered the strongest. Because for him, there is only one person who can be called the strongest, and he lived 300 years ago. The objective he had this time is, literally, the strongest. So he decided to defeat everyone who tried to harm the target. The villain realizes that arguing with this constellation is pointless. He will undoubtedly die there, therefore, he needs to counterattack. Perhaps he can survive this dimension. He tried to attack with all his might, but it was impossible to fight the constellation in his spiritual dimension. His attack destroyed the throne, but he couldn't even perceive the constellation's presence in the soul realm. The owner's control is absolute. He would not lose fighting there once again. His heart beat wildly. And I don't know if this was literal or not, as the sensation of death repeated, as if being annihilated was too quick. Now back to the next morning at Ballier Academy. The protagonist has just come out of the shower, and while checking his phone, he sees in the news that a criminal organization has been completely destroyed. Barcha asks if these people were related to the assassins who invaded the Academy's competition test. He agrees that it was that organization. It seems he will no longer have to look for these people. He admits that he is only there for the system, and that, when everything is resolved, he will not have to stay. Meanwhile, we see the director of Ballier Academy receiving an unexpected visit. The Cat Mask, a man from the black market, has come to make a deal. He is direct and offers to buy the school. The director, who is also the owner of the academy, asks him who he is, if he is indeed the owner of the black market. The Cat Mask confirms his identity and says that he must know that the offer is real. The director explains that he cannot sell the academy because the place was created for the benefit of the students, not for financial gain. The Cat Mask man snaps his fingers, and a sum of money appears on the table. The man reiterates that principles are not above money. In the past, he was a fighter and saw the threat of monsters taking over humanity. After many years, he decided to create a school to train the future defenders of the Earth, and says that he has no intention of changing the Academy's motto or teaching system. The cat mask snaps his fingers again, and more money appears on the table. The man repeats that money is not a problem, and snaps his fingers continuously until the room is filled with money. At that moment, it is revealed that the 62-year-old man is officially retired. He asks the director to take good care of the school. The sign that read, Academy owner, is retired and replaced by that of the new owner. Now the constellation is the owner of the place. His first order is to install an extremely powerful surveillance system. The girl is determined to protect her master from any enemies who might attack him. When I say that crazy girls are capable of anything, you should be very careful with them. You know, I speak from personal experience. It's dangerous. Now you will never know if I am the crazy girl, or if I have ever had one in my life. Our protagonist, returning from another day of classes, wonders why things feel strange. Before he can think more about it, Choi approaches him. She is not there to ask for fencing lessons as usual, but to have a normal conversation. She asks him if he has noticed the strange atmosphere at the school today, and tells him that she wants to teach him something during training. Later, on the training ground, everyone is eager to see what she will teach them. Choi Harim takes a sword out of her backpack and explains that she brought it from her hometown. At first, he doesn't understand her intention, but he soon realizes that the sword emits a strong energy. Suddenly, Jo So-jeon is very surprised to see that the relic that Aram is holding. It is the relic of the Choi Han family. How did Harim get it? The girl calmly explains that, after passing the family trials, she became the successor to be the new leader of the family. Jo So-jeon understands the importance, but states that family relics should not be given to a student just when someone assumes the throne. Despite this, Aram states that she does not care about such rules and will use the relic in her training. As expected, Yoo-hyuk is curious and asks to touch the relic. Han gets angry at him and tells him not to ask to touch sacred relics like that. However, Aram, who cannot refuse any request from her master, hands him the sword for a closer look. Yoo-hyuk finds the sword's energy familiar, and as he tries to understand it, his consciousness is sent to the realm of a constellation. There, a man with his back turned reveals himself as the constellation of the Choi Hin family. He mentions that it has been a long time since he saw his dear older brother. I think the protagonist looks like my father. The street is talked about, and he knows everyone. I don't even know my neighbor's name. It seems our protagonist has found another of his disciples. No wonder the fencing Choi Aram learned from her family feels so familiar. It was one of his disciples' techniques. The constellation admits that he did his best to teach his technique to his employer. If you noticed a similarity, it's because he did a good job. But in any case, the protagonist says that it is very different from the fencing he knew. No wonder his student says that nowadays people place much more importance on magical power than physical training. 300 years ago, the boy was challenged while walking with his first two students. The reason is that the protagonist was known as the strongest guy in that region. So if they voted, the boy would become stronger. Of course, the protagonist's students were enraged and wanted to kill anyone who messed with their master. At that moment, the protagonist asked, "Why do you like fighting so much?" And her reason is that she wanted to become stronger and create an invincible fencing style, because only then could she defend her family and teach them to defend themselves. At that moment, he found it very interesting and decided to face him. And of course, he did not measure his strength. He says the boy was very annoying because he asked to face him every week when he recovered. The boy says that if Yoo-hyuk had lost at least once, this would not have happened. This makes no sense to Yoo-hyuk, thanks to his advice. The boy was able to create his incredible fencing technique. Yoo-hyuk asks if that was the flame of the invincible sword. He says yes. Our protagonist says that if he had become his disciple in the past, he would have kept a close eye on him, which means he knew Yoo-hyuk from before. But it seems our legendary hero did not accept men as students, or perhaps he only accepted hopeless slaves. Thinking about this, the protagonist believes that the notifications about him were only sent to those who were his disciples. The boy was not, and therefore should not have received anything. While thinking about it, the boy said that it must be fate that led him to accidentally touch the family relic to which he belongs. This means that fate allowed the constellation to challenge him once more. And perhaps he can get his first victory. Our protagonist is kind and says he could not refuse a request from him. Grateful to fate, the boy decides to use everything he has for this fight. Needless to say, Yoo-hyuk always uses everything he has in a fight. He is the type who, to kill a cockroach, sets the whole house on fire to ensure victory. So the constellation tried its best and seemed very strong. But then we see Yuk return to his body. Smiling, "I can't believe I lost." The protagonist returns the sword to Cho Yari and tells her with great intensity to take good care of it. He tells her that her constellation is a good boy, that she should practice fencing and communicate more with him. Then we see the result of the fight. The boy was on the ground, while saying that this guy made no sense. Meanwhile, at Ballier Academy, it is shown that the Suai family is in China. The elders meet with the representative of the Wadlora's Academy. The woman did not know why the three elders had summoned her, so she asks what they want. They called her because they need to choose someone to replace her as soon as possible. However, they say that it is tradition that the leader of the Wadlora's Academy cannot become a matriarch. In other words, does she have someone to suggest as the new leader? They ask her this, but make it clear that the recommended person must be more powerful than the former ousted matriarch. The elders themselves criticize her for using her position to maintain her own influence. Instead of doing it for the good of the family, the woman thinks carefully and then says she has an idea. She recommends someone but does not reveal the name. The scene changes to Yanlan training. The girl is about to face a fencing practice. Choi Aram is extremely fast and almost hits the girl, but Yan Lan manages to defend herself. Once again, she prepares to attack, but withdraws from Yan Lan. The girl realizes that crazy woman's attacks are incredible. Frustrated by her power, she decides it's her turn to attack, but Aram keeps blocking her blows with ease. She mentions that she has recently become much stronger than before. Perhaps it is thanks to this sword or her master's training, who had instructed her to avoid using magical power and rely only on her physical skills in combat. Furthermore, RM cannot draw her sword from its sheath during training. Yan Lang says she doesn't care if her opponent drew her sword, but the protagonist doesn't believe her and makes it clear that he doesn't want to see his student get cut. Yuk also wonders why Makema is just observing, since last time she had disagreements with Yan Lang. Actually, Makema is here out of curiosity. In the last fight with Jan Lang, Makema was defeated and posed no real threat to her. Now seeing Jan Lang being pressured by Choi Aram is frustrating. How has this girl become so strong so quickly? Makema wants to confirm if she can really defeat Jan Lang. Aram warns Yuki Jan Lang that if she draws her sword, Jan Lang will blindly lose one of her 7 lives. Being underestimated like this enrages Jan Lang. She rushes to attack Aram, angry at being called a kitten. "Stop calling me kitten." Aram maintains her stance the whole time, so their attacks clash. The impact of the attacks creates energy waves throughout the room. Yuk does not feel pressured, but Makema struggles to maintain the same calm. The two girls in combat have surpassed her in many ways, even using her sword with force. Yan Lang could not defeat Aram, using her agile legs. She almost hit Choi Aram's face, but could not land a direct hit. Yan Lang could not hit Aram directly, using only physical strength. All her attacks were blocked or dodged by Aram. Many thoughts crossed Yan Lang's mind. She had seen Aram fight Yuk several times, and her movements were not that fast and strong. Before she could think more about it, Aram attacked again with a precise fencing technique. Yan Lang managed to dodge it, but it was not enough. Even being close to the attack caused her abdominal pain. Cho Yaran even praises Yan Lang, saying she is good at dodging. Despite her confidence and absolute strength, Yan Lang admits to herself that she cannot continue like this, or she will be defeated. She decides to prepare to receive the next blow and put all her effort into a counterattack. Aram then attacks directly at Yan Lang's shoulder. Yan Lang blocks the attack with her hands and finally gets close to Aram. If the sword had been unsheathed, you would not have done that, kitten. Yanlan probably broke some of Aram's teeth with her attack. It was a direct hit that even left a mark on her chin. Choi Yaram was definitely defeated in training. It was the end of the duel, and Yanlan was panting after giving her all. Still, Aram was not completely defeated by the blow. She got up, determined not to give up. Yuk ended the duel, making it clear that training had ended. He made it clear that both were injured, and that they should not exceed their limits during training. Yuk seems proud to see Aram's progress. She made a contract with the constellation Yuk Mo in her past life, and has been communicating a lot with Kaido. Thanks to this, she has improved a lot. Now her other student, Jan Lang, seems more injured, and he is equally concerned about her. The girl appears tough towards her master at all times, but the truth is that the situation was dangerous. She explains that if she had received the blow a little further back, she would not have been able to block it, and she would have been injured. I bet you, who are watching this, Understand the concept of torque applied here. And in Man admits to herself that the girl has become much stronger than before, and she is sure it has to do with the relic. This makes her think about her own family's relic, which is quite convenient, as we have recently seen that her family is unsure who will be the next leader to take charge of the relic. The day comes to an end and night approaches. At some point, the protagonist is taken to the mysterious area and meets the red-haired woman. She called him to reveal the exact location of the next appearance. She reveals that the appearance will be in the city of Sehong and will occur exactly in 3 weeks. The protagonist points out that last time she mentioned 3 months, so she was right about the deadline. This indicates that 2 months have passed since he started training with the girls. He asks what he should do with the monsters escaping from the labyrinth. While there, the woman in question asks him if he has not assembled the team as she instructed. Jayak reflects carefully on this. He has some people in mind, but is unsure if they are suitable for the job. After reflection, he says he has a team that can help, but he does not seem very sure. They discuss strategies and the best way to destroy the labyrinth as quickly as possible. Ho-juk asks if they should send more people in advance. The woman clarifies that he should focus solely on destroying the labyrinth boss, and nothing else. He disagrees with this and decides to use the ring to focus on destroying the labyrinth as quickly as possible. After further discussion, she takes a purple stone and gives it to the protagonist, and explains that it is a disposable teleportation crystal. If he imbues the crystal with mana, he will be teleported here. This leaves Jayak with a doubt. Why to this place? Can't she just call him here whenever she wants? The red-haired woman confirms, but explains that there are limitations to knowing what is happening outside this place. She plans to focus entirely on the labyrinth's movements, so it would be good for him to have a way to escape. It is unclear why she gives him this, but having an additional escape route is not bad. She snaps her fingers and says they will see each other again in 3 weeks. The next day, we see the protagonist walking down the street, thinking about what to do. He wonders if he should contact Adelia Van Rek and ask her to send contractors to the site in advance. Also, he needs to get a day off for the disaster. He calls Professor Lilia to request the day off, but when she answers, he almost goes deaf from the screams. The woman says she has a problem. After calming down, she explains that she has been fired from the academy and that it is terrible. Despite the woman's drama, Yujuk simply says he understands, and she asks him why he is so cold to her. Yujuk explains that if Lilia was fired, it's because she deserved it. Therefore, it is fair. The woman doesn't believe what she's hearing and claims that, although she seems clumsy with him, she is an excellent instructor in her work. Lydia explains how seriously she takes her work, and in fact, the protagonist cannot disagree. This makes her dismissal strange to him. At this point in the academic year, the professor also finds it very strange, and comments on the sudden change in the academy's director. It's the first time our legendary protagonist has heard of it. What really catches his attention is that, if the professor has been fired, he will not be able to get days off easily. Therefore, he decides to go to the director's office. The professor gets excited, but insists that he doesn't have to do that for her, and he, ignoring her, simply hangs up the phone. Determined to go, as soon as he hangs up, Ian Mann sends him messages asking about the professor's dismissal. This catches him by surprise. These things make no sense. Why are the people around him being punished for no reason, without knowing what is happening? He decides to go see the academy director. When he arrives, he is surprised by the situation. The masked man bought the market. The man explains that, in reality, he bought the market, but that everything is controlled by his constellation, to whom he is devoted then. Why did he expel Ian Lang and Professor Lilia? Asks Jojo. The man explains that it was an order from his constellation. He ordered him to identify any problems and expel those people from the school. He identified these women as a problem for Jo Yuk and expelled them. Furthermore, he also plans to expel someone named Cho Yarim. Jo Yuk agrees that she is also a problem for him. The protagonist refuses and asks for everyone to be brought back to the academy, explaining that he does not want these people to be punished because of him. It is surprising that Lumens accepts the request, given that everything will be reversed. Jo Yuk then asks why the cat bought the academy. The man explains that it was another order from his constellation. Furthermore, the protagonist refused to live in the money market, so Lumens decided to buy the academy where he lives to connect it to the market. And now he can have access to the place he always wanted to give her. Basically, he connected one of the rooms in Ballier Academy to the black market, allowing access to authorized personnel. As strange as it may seem, The protagonist reflects on the matter and asks if the director can do anything at the school. Since the answer is affirmative, he would like to ask the director for a favor. Then we see that 3 weeks later in the city of Hai Hong, things have heated up. Monsters have invaded the city and are destroying everything. Goblins attack people and destroy vehicles, while stone golems are even more terrifying. One of the students from Balia Academy lives in this city and was on vacation there. I can't believe even monsters are committing crimes. Things are bad even in other worlds. Ho Yuk saves a girl from a goblin attack and defeats the creature with a powerful punch. The woman is grateful for being saved, but he does not seem satisfied. The weight of the creatures is real. He feels that things here are more terrifying than in training. Despite the fear, he will face it and save as many people as he can, while deciding what to do. 2 crazy girls pass by him, competing to see who can cause more destruction. We go back to an earlier time. Still at the academy, the new president has introduced himself to the girls. Makema, the most experienced, asks why she was not informed of such a drastic change in the country's most important academy. The answer is simple. He simply did not want it to be known. The reason it has been revealed now is that the Black Cat expects to work with Makema in the future. The protagonist explains that he is there to suggest the creation of a new department. This is a special class where students will have autonomy to participate in external activities without needing to follow traditional classroom teaching. The question is, do you want to be the first to be part of this special class? Yan Lin says that for her, nothing changes, since she does not attend normal classes. Su Yuk acknowledges it and still wants to invite her, as a request from her dear master. The girl cannot refuse. Choyeon didn't think much about it and accepted immediately. Makema is the only one with a bit more critical thinking. She wanted to understand things better before accepting. First of all, the director is Black Cat, the same owner of the black market. The answer is simply yes. So why is he interested in buying the academy? It makes no sense for the owner of an underground market to be the president of such an important institution. How did he get the approvals? How did he manage to do all this? She has many doubts about this man. Furthermore, she wonders how this man has so many important contacts without a powerful family. Our protagonist gets straight to the point and asks him if he will join the special department. The answer is obvious. She likes to think things through carefully, but she also cannot refuse his request. She just needs to better understand what she is getting into. The director explains the conditions for forming this special department, which offers more freedom to this class. They will be exempt from normal classes for being more advanced. However, they will have to participate in tests and exams that require public exposure. At first, our protagonist was not satisfied, but the man explained that it was necessary to guarantee all the privileges he had requested. There are some more criteria, the most important being that students must be strong enough to be recognized by other students and professors. He explains that placing the strongest students in this special class and not having them attend classes would be a loss. Therefore, they are required to participate in some public activities that promote the academy's image to society. In the end, there were several conditions that had to be met to get what he wanted. After explaining them all, Ho Yuk asked if the girls had changed their minds, and none refused. Of course, in this case, the protagonist girl's special class is now formed in the present. We see the special combat and training class at Balia. Ho Yuk did not expect to find Si Yuk here. It had been a long time since he had seen Si Yuk at the academy. The boy explains that he came to the city to spend the weekend because his family is from there. He was enjoying a pleasant weekend when suddenly chaos erupted. Si Yuk also has questions. Why are the academy students in this city at this time? The protagonist does not answer directly. He orders Choi Yar and Maijin Lang to get ready, and they understand that it is to demonstrate practically why they are there. The 2 girls and he head towards the creatures. As the other 2 observe, the monsters patiently wait for people to prepare for the fight. The only problem for the monsters is that this cannot be considered a real fight. When Ho Yuk brandishes his sword, even the stone monsters seem to be made of butter, and he easily eliminates all the monsters nearby. His students watch everything up close, and even the girls couldn't help but be scared by so much power. Si Yuk already knew this guy was strong, but it seems he gets more absurd every day. One of the Ventric family members was with him and approached the protagonist with information. He discovered an area 5 kilometers away, where the monsters were coming from. The protagonist questions the position of the Ventric family agents. They are evacuating civilians from the area. Something that intrigues Juyuk is that the Ventric constellation has not awakened since the last time. Juyuk asks the man named Mohiri, and he replies that the constellation lady remains silent. He is worried that 3 months have passed since then, and he doesn't know if something has happened to her. At least he has this sword with him. He wanted to have a contract with his other disciple too. Jojo coordinates the Ventrics to stop playing dress-up with capes and show themselves while helping with the evacuation. This will help improve their reputation. The boy cannot disagree with the wise advice of this man, who has authority over the head of the Ventrix family. They decide on a plan and then head to the center of the calamity. The 2 strongest girls must defeat the monsters and save the citizens. Sohan must help with the escort with Siak. She didn't like being paired with this brainless muscle man. These are the orders they must fulfill. They just have to leave now. After a while, they arrive at the place where the entrance to the labyrinth should be. The boy confirms that this is the place, and that they must draw up a plan to eliminate the monsters at the entrance. If they work together, they can clear the way. Our protagonist admits that would be the most sensible thing to do, however. It will take too long. So he has a better idea. He will jump from right here and defeat them all. Mujiri even tries to stop the protagonist from doing this madness. No matter how strong these monsters are for the people of the era, our protagonist is simply the real monster. For these monsters, the creatures have no chance of defending themselves against his blows. Since they are all mortal, he leaps into the air and in less than a breath, he cuts through the air. The power of the attack sweeps away all the demons in front of him in one fell swoop. Morigi cannot keep his mouth shut when he sees this guy. There is no logic in a teenager being stronger than a constellation. Our protagonist made a contract with a constellation for the first time. Lumens gave him her abilities. He found it not difficult to clear everything in front of him and reach the labyrinth entrance. Hayek also cannot forget that he needs to wear this ring when he enters and defeats the labyrinth boss. In that case, it is better to put it on now so as not to forget. And that's how he entered the labyrinth. Something so significant was happening on the other side of the world. And meanwhile, at the Ventric house in England, Adelia was comfortably in her office. Her heart pounded as she confirmed that Hayek's information about the calamity was true. Not even the South Korean government had noticed the situation in time. She no longer doubts Ho Juk's decisions. If he said he would face the catastrophe alone, she cannot disagree. However, she is worried, and if her constellation wakes up and discovers that something bad has happened. To Adelia's surprise, her constellation finally woke up and made contact. The first thing she wanted to know was how long it had been since she had fallen asleep. Incredible constellation. Adelia recounts that about 3 months have passed since that moment. The constellation reflects on this and then asks, "Where is my master?" Adelia is always surprised to hear that her master's master is Ho Yuk. She informs her that he is now on the battlefield fighting a mysterious calamity. Inside the labyrinth, the protagonist fought naturally, so Bart asked him what fencing style he was using with that sword. His answer is that he was not doing anything special. They are attacking without thinking too much, but Barcha says this is a combat style that his former disciples used in the past. It's called desire. For the protagonist, it is strange to think that his disciples even turned this into a fencing technique. More importantly, Ho Yuk says this dungeon is bigger than he expected. Then he uses his magic to locate himself in the area. It's a mana detection skill, and he hopes to find the dungeon core with it. Normally, the dungeon core is found in the same area as the boss, and as expected, it seems to be in that direction. He mentions it would be much faster if he did something like this. He channels energy into his sword and makes a cut in the ground. The structure begins to collapse, and when it cracks completely, he falls to the lower level. As expected, this monster with cockroach antennae is the dungeon boss and was on the lower level. The dungeon boss looks furious and prepares to attack. Unlike him, the protagonist remains calm and confident. His weapon, a spear, offers him an advantage in long-range combat. He also realizes that he needs to destroy the dungeon core, and to get to it, he has to get through this monster. He opts for a counterattack, rather than trying to win with a direct hit. In a skill-based fight, the monster in front of him decides to attack. With the spear aimed directly at his heart, the protagonist easily dodges it, and comments that the monster is making things too easy for him. It seems these words enraged the creature. He tried a long-range attack with his spear, but still couldn't reach him. At that moment, the protagonist was assessing the creature's attack skills. Then, when the monster tries to attack him again with piercing blows, Hayek decides to defend himself to test the strength of the humanoid monster. He defended all the attacks, annoyed by how the creature maintained distance with its long weapon. The monster tried a variety of attacks, trying to hit him from an even greater distance. But nothing worked. The protagonist always avoided it. The creature used its spear to throw stones at him from the ground, but Hayek kept dodging or defending himself. The creature tried to get close and attack at close range, but despite its power, its attack was blocked. Possibly the monster was getting irritated with its enemy and threw it away. Hayek remained calm, analyzing his enemy without saying anything more. Var even crossed his mind to wonder if Kim Hae-un was feeling the pressure. The reason for this was behind him. It was to separate that guy from the stone, in case he ended up doing something unwanted. Determined to use the skill Lumens had given him, Ho-Yuk decided to attack for the first time. Realizing this, the monster became alert, whatever the attack. It would be prepared to defend itself. In less than a second, the protagonist overtook the monster, which did not even notice the attack. In fact, the boss was sure he had impaled his spear into him. The reality was that the enemy was cut with a slight delay. When the effect finished loading, the boss was cut to pieces and defeated. Hayek calmly watched as his opponent was eliminated. He was curious to know what would happen next. His ring began to glow, and then absorbed the energy coming from the dungeon boss's body. He deduced that the ring had absorbed the name, just as the woman had mentioned earlier. Hu-Jok asks Bart about what he mentioned earlier regarding the pressure exerted by this adversary. Before continuing with his objective, he realizes that the boss's spear has been left behind. So he picks it up and wonders why it wasn't absorbed or disappeared like the rest. Without understanding what had happened, he decides to take it with him. Then we see a mysterious tree with a door, possibly inside this place. A man came to inform the dungeon master that the disaster was over. The creature in the shadows asks how many days it took. The answer was surprising, only 2 hours. And then the question arises as to how long the last disaster lasted. The man reports that it was 5 days. This question was only intended to highlight that this time it had been too fast. What happened? The dungeon master asks if the level of these people increased too much. It must be the fault of those who became constellations. Now he wants to know if anyone stood out during the event. The subject replies that the dungeon appeared and disappeared so quickly that he did not understand what happened. He still doesn't know. The dungeon master simply orders them to advance their plans a little further and spread the names. He also orders to use a different method to spread the names and urges everyone to hurry. The mysterious creature in the shadow simply thinks that it is eager for it. It is eager for the day when it will feed on the most powerful. Then the news appears about a person named Kim Ho-Yuk from Ballier Academy, who put an end to the disaster after eradicating the monsters. This is seen by someone on a website. The person in question is quite elegant. This person was reading the news and admiring the protagonist's achievements. The man's question was how he had managed to handle all the monsters that had escaped, while eliminating the dungeon so quickly. The more he saw, the more convinced he was that this boy was perfect for improving the reputation of the Alchemist Guild. This guy is back Jion, but it wasn't what he expected. Jion asks someone next to him if it wouldn't be great for his reputation to kill that boy. The masked person completely agrees with Yon, but advises them to be cautious in their actions. This boy is not the same as they saw during the Academy's entrance test. He is definitely at level S. Now they decide that they have to do something about it, and will gather the team for it. Finally, we return to the Ballia dormitory. Our protagonist seems to attract enemies like a magnet. I know he stands out a lot, but it's not normal for so many people to want to go after him. He came home exhausted after resolving a major problem and facing another 20-0 enemies. Hu-Yuk reflects on how he absorbed all the mana stones and became stronger. And yet, he has not reached his limit. He always wins his battles, and his power is far ahead of his enemies. However, he feels that his magical capacity is relatively small. Dealing with that dungeon boss was more complicated than he expected. His body is exhausted. He even comments that it is much easier when he has a contract with a constellation. Using someone else's magical power is very useful. His mind was boiling with thoughts about future problems, and because of this, he decided to use his disposable teleportation stone. The mysterious red-haired girl surprises him now in her dimension. She seems bored when she is alone, and gets quite excited when her visitor finally appears. Ho-Yuk explains that he managed to handle the situation and defeat the boss. This magic stone was meant for emergencies, but it's okay since he has succeeded in his mission. But she is curious about the spear he has brought. He explains that it was from the dungeon boss, and that it was not absorbed by him or disappeared. so he decided to bring it. This is nothing more than curiosity. The girl asks to see the ring. It is safe, and there is no problem in returning it to him. The girl takes the object, and pink smoke comes out of the ring. Then she returns it to the protagonist. She confirms that the name has been absorbed correctly, and says that the real game will now begin. Surely the dungeon master will take the next step. She believes that powerful names will now appear, so she will take a look to check. But even before doing so, the girl mentions that they are likely to be the people from the Tower of Destruction, whom she defeated 300 years ago. Our legendary hero soon remembers certain people, and feels a bitter taste just thinking about meeting those bastards again. In fact, he says he gets angry just thinking about it. The girl told him to cheer up, saying that before those names appear, they will meet again, so he should be happy. I think for him, meeting this girl is not something to be happy about. An interesting point is that Bars was the master of the Tower of Destruction, but he doesn't remember the people who were there. Ho Yuk says that on the first floor there were only insignificant monsters. If Barge remembered those people, they would be on the second floor or higher. Their conversation about it is not very important. The question posed to our protagonist is, if the tower reappears, shouldn't Barge be summoned again as its master? This possibility stuns Barge, but he soon says that last time he was forced to be the owner of the tower. The constellation said all this while stammering. The reason was to avoid becoming a target for the protagonist again, and for him to think about killing her as a precaution. Although our protagonist didn't think it was a bad idea. He says he trusts Barge, but still, it's strange to him that Barge has no power. If their name was taken away, when he thinks of his disciples, they have some power. Now this guy is a disaster and doesn't even have memories. Furthermore, the protagonist says that Barch was reborn, just like him, without becoming a constellation like the people who lost their names. He remains bewildered by the script's enigma. Therefore, he decides it is better to continue focusing on constantly training to achieve the same strength as in his past life. Thus another pleasant night passes. The next day, after school, Seahawk was going to train while thinking about the fight he had seen that day. No matter how much he thinks about it, that guy is incredible. He knows Ho Yuk was much stronger than everyone else. But deep down, he didn't want to admit it. Now he can't even fool himself. And not only that, all those girls he had taught had become much stronger and had surpassed him. Okay, he's decided, if Ho Yuk trained him, he could also become stronger. When he opened the door, he found something he couldn't have seen. A girl fervently smelling someone's clothes. Yes, Jin Lang was smelling a towel. Her face left no room for doubt that she was doing something that should be a girl's secret. 30 minutes ago, she was running intensely on the treadmill. After finishing her routine and being praised by her master, the protagonist gave her a towel he had used. He used the towel in the same way the girl tries to beat Sundara, but fails. RM also acknowledges the kitten's progress and points out that there is another girl here who was more sedentary. Does this help? This is crazy. Makema says this training is too hard for a human, but RM asserts that it is actually quite light. Nothing like a good tease to get the girl to try harder. He also says that Yuyuk's training is better than a certain person's. They start arguing over something trivial, and our protagonist enjoys watching these moments with his students. He ordered everyone to rest, and Aram was curious to know what Hauk was going to do next. He was going back to the dormitory to train his magical abilities. In this case, Aram decided to do the same. They left and Make was going to follow the same path, but before leaving, she wanted to know if Jen Nan was not going too. The girl said she wasn't tired yet and would do some more exercises, warning. Makema left and advised her rival not to overexert herself, so Jen Lance was left alone in the school gym. In that moment of solitude, the girl began to reflect on certain things related to that hand. Don't rush. It's okay. She was thinking about how she felt. She is getting stronger with Ho Yuk's training, but that guy is still an exception to any rule. There shouldn't be anyone capable of defeating monsters like those. She is also very happy to see that he is getting stronger while training with them. It's incredible. Jan Long tries to remember why she became his disciple. Her goal was to surpass him, but now she is sure that he is so crazy that it is impossible to achieve. In fact, she admits that she is already overwhelmed by the training, so she doesn't think she can surpass him. So why is she still his disciple? Her heart races and she remembers when he defended her and then solved all her problems. It's not that simple. It seems that now everything in her life revolves around him. Realizing this, her heart begins to race. Could it be pheromones? As her heart races, she misses him and feels the need to have strange training sessions with Ho Yuk. There is no way around it. She is thinking perverted thoughts about him. There is no way to stop these thoughts. Now, maybe that will help. She looks at the towel he used. Is this something strange? It doesn't matter anymore. She takes the towel to wash it and return it to him. That idiot forgot it, so I can't help it. What is this smell? My heart trembles and my body feels strange. Perhaps no one will see it, right? So please help me reach 300 zeros, I like it, so I can offer you the full work with all chapters. Spicy things are coming. What the hell? Yon man was caught red-handed. Ho Yuk just wanted to find the protagonist and asked to be trained too. But now that he saw Yon Nan's weaknesses, he decided to eliminate the witnesses with that punch. She had to die or lose her memory. It was really a great free scam. The girl didn't expect to be caught in such an embarrassing moment. In fact, she cried with embarrassment. Meanwhile, our protagonist was in his room training his mana control. He was very focused and was interrupted by the sound of the mobile phone. It was late. So he answered, curious to know if it was an emergency. Adelia found herself calling so late. But it is important that Madam Constellation is awake. That's great. He thanked Adelia for the good news and asked her to reserve her time. He was eager to see his students face to face. More important than that, we see the black cat terrified when he sees his master, furious about something that has happened. His constellation was about to lose his mind, poor man. The reason for this started 10 minutes ago. He was working and supervising things in the gym. His boss asked him to check the cameras regularly for her. He saw no reason to do so, but he did not refuse. He accidentally saw the footage from the class and saw a body being thrown. He was terrified because there was a body in his school, but when he zoomed in on the image, he saw that he was only unconscious. His master asked him to rewatch the recording to find out what had happened. And that's how they discovered that it was Jen Lang who had attacked the student. She destroyed him when he entered the room. The constellation saw on the cameras that the girl took advantage of Ho Yuk, took the towel, and smelled it. Now she cannot contain her jealousy. Her anger was not because it was strange, but because it was not she who had done it. Look how furious she got. The ruler of the underworld is furious and vows to destroy that girl. The masked cat tells himself that his constellation's outbursts of anger are becoming more frequent. He also recalls many occasions in the past when she would get angry for no reason. But lately things have been abnormal, and he is sure it is due to Ho Yuk. So far, the cat does not understand why his constellation refers to the boy as his master. How can a teenager be the master of a constellation that has been alive for over 300 years? More important than reflecting on this is finding a way to calm his constellation, since she is going crazy. At that moment, someone calls him, either by chance or not. It's the protagonist. He enters the room and asks him if he was talking to Lumens a moment ago. The cat, surprised, replies yes. More importantly, the protagonist says that they will use the black cat's abilities to go to a distant place. Ho Yuk says that they are now going to the UK, to another place, and a meeting is shown in a rather luxurious mansion. People gather around the table and wear masks. The man who seems to be the leader asks if everything is planned. This is Beek Jang, the leader of the alchemists. One of his men replies yes, and reveals that there are about 20 magic circles on the ceiling that block intruders in Malaya, and that about 100 of them are installed in the dormitory where Ho Yuk lives. This seems to surprise Beek Jang, but in the end he says it doesn't matter anymore, because they will be useless in a room with the constellation's abilities. The other men confirm this, and say that with the immutable constellation of the alchemists, they are invincible. They say that once the leader cancels all the magic circles, they will go directly after Ho Yuk, and they comment that they need to cast some spell to cancel Ho Yuk's friends' interference. The man comments that they cannot ignore the presence of Ho Yuk's allies. It will be much more impactful if they manage to eliminate them too, believe it or not. These guys intend to eliminate everyone to gain more respect in the villain world. Eliminating Balia's most famous prodigy will increase their reputation, and that is why they have organized this assassination operation against Yuyuki and his subordinates. As he said these words, something surprised them. All their henchmen lost their minds. The masked group enters the place, saying they expected them to take this step. She asks who they are trying to kill. They reply that they should have eliminated these people long ago, that it took them too long to do so. The man with the eyes mask says that they had already planned to kill this group, but they decided to advance the plan. The subject gets scared and asks who they are. The girl says it should be obvious from the masks they are wearing, but if that is not enough, she shows him the tattoo on her neck, which is the mask of the one-horned god. The leader of the alchemists did not expect this absurd sect to pursue them. They say that until now it didn't matter, but that has changed. One of the masked people jumps from behind to finish off the target, but is surprised when the latter defends himself. With a shield around his body, he completely blocks the attack. The masked person says that level of defense should not be enough to protect himself from his attack. Baek Jian doesn't know why they are trying to kill him. He expands his barrier and throws the masked man backward. The man, after being repelled, uses his sword to break his body. Backhand says he will show them the power of someone who follows an S-rank constellation. He claims his power is on a different level than others, as he puts a ring on his finger, which seems to activate his constellation's power. The energy it emits now is truly amazing. The masked girl says she didn't know his constellation was S-rank. The blindfolded man confirms it. The constellation this guy made a contract with is called the absolutely immutable alchemist. Baekjian is surprised to hear this. They even know his constellation. The masked man tells Baekjian that he shouldn't be surprised. They know his constellation. After all, it's quite famous. The relic he is currently using is an artifact from the era of destruction. The masked girl comments that being S-rank is no big deal and asks if that's why he's impressed them. They explain that Baek Jian became famous for accidentally signing a contract with an S-rank relic, which caused everyone to focus their attention on relics from the era of destruction. This is why the interest of other people grew so much, and also the price. The masked person regrets that someone received such a great blessing and used it to create a criminal gang. Baek Yeon channels energy into his hand and then attacks, shouting that they are hypocrites. Magic circles appear around them, and spears almost reach them. The girl hadn't noticed the magic circles in the place and asks if Baek Yeon placed them. He activates his power again. A magic circle activates behind the girl, and another spear almost reaches her. She wonders how many circles Baek Yeon has placed in this place. The leader of the alchemists believes these people are monstrously strong. How do they manage to perceive the attacks from the magic circles? Backhand has no doubts. He doesn't know what kind of power these people have or what constellation they have a contract with, but he believes it's okay despite being cornered. Backhand believes that his constellation's absolute defensive ability is invincible. Therefore, he doesn't need to worry about defense. He reactivates his magic and attacks his enemies. To his surprise, his ability does not activate. The opponents remain there, waiting for an attack that never comes. The girl taunts him, asking where the attacks are that he claimed would kill them. Backhand freezes in fear. What is happening? The blindfolded man reveals that he detected several magic circles when he arrived at the location. Exactly 20, so he blocks them. Baekhyun wonders how they managed to neutralize so many magic circles without him noticing. The man dressed as Gojo comments that neutralizing is different from blocking. Tired of listening to their conversation, the girl channels her energy and launches a strong attack. Backhand manages to dodge it, but the shockwaves from the attack hit him. His absolute defense was broken, and he was injured. Backhand begins to wonder how this is possible. Then another attack is about to reach him. He dodges it by a millimeter, but it cuts his cheek. These people were pressuring him, and his defense broke easily, so he launches another attack. And these people also manage to block his attacks. He cannot inflict damage on them. The man with the sword says that the opponent is also strong, that he does not just rely on his constellation. Backhand is stunned to realize that these guys are even stronger than him, if his defense does not guarantee his safety. Now he cannot defeat them. The only thing he can do now is to find a way to escape. But before that, he asks them if they have already eliminated the entire alchemist guild. And if he surrenders and promises not to act like a villain again, could they let him go? The masked man says there is no problem. He acted like a villain, but that never bothered them. The problem is that he tried to kill a target he shouldn't have. Backhand then wonders if the world's most dangerous villain guild came to kill him because of Yuck, and he realizes that he has no way to argue for his release. He decides he will have to use that. He will activate his relic. It's the only way to survive. The amount of mana surprises even his hunters, who comment that it is abnormal. Baekhyun summons his constellation and proposes a deal. The immutable alchemist answers the call and accepts. He will exchange his vitality and lifespan for all the power of his constellation. It is as if the alchemist personally manifested. Now, at the same time, the masked subject says he hates bothering an alchemist during their summoning, but he has a message from the holy constellation Doogie. The message is alchemist. This bastard tried to harm our benefactor, the god of war. Upon hearing these words, one of the alchemists sighs, shivers, and is surprised. He then asks his contractor, is what they say true? The subject, terrified, says no. He only tried to kill a person named Kim Ho-juk. It is unfair that he is asking me this. The constellation says it is unfair that he is so stupid. The alchemist's constellation interrupts its manifestation. He then warns that the contract with Beak Han has been cancelled. He is completely lost with the situation. The masked subject says that now his constellation has declared that he will kill him personally. Why do I say personally? Madam, look at that hair in the back. I'm sure it's a girl. Then we return to our protagonist. He has reached his destination. He went to England to talk to Adelia Dandrek, the black cat, and has told her that what he asks is impossible. There is no way for all constellations to gather at the same time. So the protagonist asks for a brief summary. If it is impossible for all constellations to gather simultaneously in the same place with him, except through sanctification, he agrees that yes, but this method does not solve everything, because each contractor has to reform the sanctification with their own constellation, and that requires a lot of magical power. Another way is when a contractor with a divine contract with the constellation sacrifices their own life force to manifest the constellation. If you remember, that's what happened recently. Huila asks if he could simply touch both relics at the same time to speak to both constellations. Adelia tries to politely tell him that it is impossible. By touching a relic and being transported to the imaginary realm where the constellation lives, he cannot go to two different worlds at the same time. There is no way to superimpose the two worlds of the constellations. Other valuable information is that the constellation possesses immense power, and when it grants a sacred contract to a person, it is established in a sacred relic. It cannot be transferred to another. Afterward, as the protagonist listens to all his arguments being refuted, Barcia speaks in his mind. He wonders why Huya should already know this, as it was mentioned in class. It is obvious that he was not paying attention, and now the protagonist says that the next time he visits Bars, he will give him another beating for this sarcasm. If there is no other option, Huya says he will do it another way. He will communicate with them, and they will exchange information. Both Black Cat and Adelia say they have a problem. Ever since Huya arrived, their constellations have not stopped talking, and they cannot interrupt them. Lumens is talking affectionately with her dear friend, telling her that it has been a long time since they last saw each other. Her rival tells her the same. The protagonist hoped that this would have changed after so long, but it seems they are still with the same attitude as when he was their master, and he says he really wishes they would get along now. He tells both of them to stop for a moment and listen. The Black Cat and Adelia are surprised to see how their constellations obey blindly. Huila says that the person who turned them into constellations and made them lose their bodies is trying to act again. The last disaster was his doing. Huila says that something even worse than a disaster could happen soon because of this, until he regains his original power. He hopes to use his power. Is it okay with you guys to do this a few times? Adelia's constellation says it will be a pleasure. The Black Cat's constellation says it is ready to give its all to help the master. He is very happy to have the girl's approval to contract with them. Huila believes that now he just needs to find 3 more disciples. He needs to find them before the Labyrinth Lord acts again. Then the protagonist orders the Black Cat to connect the Ventric Mansion with Ballier Academy through a passageway, as from now on he will come here very often. They came through a portal, and this will make things easier. He leaves now. Huila leaves Adelia and the Black Cat behind, and suggests they stay and get to know each other better. Adelia is curious and wants to ask him something. First, she asks if he is the owner of the market. He confirms that yes, and due to certain circumstances, he is now also the owner and director of Ballier Academy. Adelia is curious about the reason for his involvement with the academy. In this way, the cat suggests that it is probably for the same reason that the Ventric family serves Kim Juila. It took them a few words to understand each other. We move to another part of the world, where it is already night. The masked sect gathers for a meeting with the constellation. They follow him, the crystals begin to glow, and then the constellation contacts them. They report that the enemies have been neutralized. The constellation says that, in that case, they must move on to the next task. It is revealed here that it is a woman. I think our protagonist only accepted female disciples, and this is one of them. Once again, with the same attack as before, he quickly cut. The masked man asks how they will do it exactly. How should they follow him? Should they introduce themselves to the protagonist? The constellation replies that they should only follow him discreetly. In this case, the masked girl asks how they will do it without being noticed. The constellation reflects on this question, and then tells them to reveal their identities when a certain word is spoken that is unclear to us. I think we will only know when the time comes. The next day, we return to Ballier Academy. Huya has just arrived for training and finds someone strange. In fact, the strange thing is the state of this boy. Siyuk asks Huyuk to take him as his apprentice too. This takes our protagonist by surprise. The boy repeats again, begging him to accept him as a disciple too. Huyuk, surprised, says he doesn't want to, and being rejected so quickly leaves Siyuk speechless. And he comments aloud that the rumors must be true. Of course, this arouses Ho-Yuk's curiosity. The rumors said that Ho-Yuk only accepted female disciples to create his own harem of girls. The protagonist warns Yuk that if he says that again, it's over for him. Also, Ho-Yuk says that these two girls follow him of their own free will. He only has one person. He has made a disciple, and that is young Lang, unless he wants to die. Don't mention nonsense about creating a harem again. Ho-Yuk also mentions that he is already taking care of 3 people. He doesn't have time to train another one. It's a good argument, and Yuk agrees that it makes sense. However, the protagonist thinks it's a shame that he has so little time lately. But a guy like this, to help defeat monsters, wouldn't be a bad idea. Then an idea occurs to him. Ho-Yuk tells Yang Lang to pay attention, as she will be responsible for training him. Given that both focus on the physical, they will have good synergy, and it will be convenient for them to train together. Now that everything is decided, Ho-Yuk will exercise while they stay here, and get to know each other better. Hyuk knows that her face ended up like this without her having any reason to hit him. Now, what will happen to this girl if she has a reason to hit him during training? Youngla feels embarrassed and asks if he has anything to say. Well, Sejak mentions that he discovered from the cameras that she returned and stepped on his head several times after he fainted. He thinks it was because she felt embarrassed, or something like that, and the reason is that he saw her wiping herself when she arrived. The girl feels relieved. Since he doesn't know that the towel wasn't his, he doesn't even discover that she did a great injustice to the boy. She simply changes her mood and tells him that he has to be more careful now, that she is going to teach him her training routine. The protagonist is always happy when his students get along with people. At that moment, Choja-rin approaches the protagonist to ask him something. She wants to know what he will do next week, when the holidays start, since they have become part of the special class. And they don't need to attend all classes or take exams. They have a lot of free time. She is trying to get closer to him. Ho-Yuk says he will increase the intensity of his training during the holidays. Aram says she will do the same. The protagonist asks if she has any personal plans. Apart from the time they need to train together, she can do whatever she wants. He wanted to tell her to use her time and effort as she wished, but Choi Aram says with a smile that she wants to train and become strong like him. That is her wish. Okay, in that case, all right. Yoo So-yeon says she will also come to train during the holidays. A week later at the American Hero Academy, the Academy's president, called Buck, was staring intently at a sword with strong energy. He had been observing the object for a while, thinking. He remembers it was brought a few days ago. When he entered this room, he found his friend Logan, the Destroyer. Thor. Logan made a surprise visit to tell him that he had dealt with the people who had bothered his son. Logan exterminated the entire group of villains called Lasanya. He mentions that, in the end, they were a group of weak people. Something was very strange. When he reached the leader, the man was already in pieces. Beck wonders if it was an internal fight or something like that. Logan doesn't really know what happened, as he only intended to get answers from the leader. He also says that there is another reason why he dealt with those guys. He is still investigating the whereabouts of the group called Black Lion. This criminal organization was responsible for killing his father. He came here because he found this and could not ignore the artifact. Its name is the Sword of Light. Ever since he invaded that place, this sword has been whispering in his mind all the time, as it is very annoying. He wants to keep it in the Academy's vault. Beck is curious to know what this thing in his head is saying. Logan reveals that the sword whispers to anyone who sees this video to like it right now. Also, the sword whispers to take it to its master. Since then, this object has been here. When Beck put it in the vault with the other relics, they all reacted violently, and he had to take it out. Now, he ended up leaving it in his office, which made him curious about the state of the constellation inside this relic. How is it possible for a constellation within this object to have a master? As he was thinking about it, the man was startled by a loud noise behind him. He quickly turned around and saw that his academy had just been destroyed, or at least many buildings had been damaged. While still in shock, a monster landed on his back, possibly breaking the entire building he was in. The demonic creature just stared at him, and then Beck asked who he was, and why he had attacked the school like that. He doesn't look human, look at that disgusting tongue. Beck observed, knowing that the intruder had gone unnoticed by security, and then had managed to destroy the academy buildings. He certainly wasn't a normal person. The demon said cheerfully that he should kill him without saying anything, but as he was very happy to have recovered his name, and to have come back to life, he decided to talk. This talk about coming back to life and recovering his name made no sense to Beck. The demon said his real name was Home Bai. Beck replied that such a name was uncommon in that country, so he would introduce himself too, as the demon probably didn't know who he was. Your name is Beck, the president of the Hero Academy, and in your prime as a hunter. You were known as Beck the Bomber. He said this while landing a powerful blow to the demon's stomach. A strong green energy emanated from the creature's body. Beck expected to defeat it in one blow, but in reality, it had no effect on this creature. The demon, excited, said that he also had a similar ability, as Beck thought that attack would be fatal to any human if it hit him like that. The demon charged with its attack and hit Beck in the chest in the same way. Its attack, upon contact with the body, released a kind of lava and burned the area. And then the building exploded, and the man was sent flying. With this attack, Beck felt like he was going to faint. Before losing consciousness, the creature attacked again, landing another powerful blow, knocking him down. Taking a kick like that is painful, so crashing to the ground like that should have killed Beck. However, the man was resilient and still alive, but he wouldn't last long if he depended on the creature in front of him. Homeway taunted him, saying he was quite resilient. The worms around him were not like him. They couldn't even withstand the impact of his arrival at that place. It was then that the president noticed the academy staff scattered on the surrounding ground. The man became enraged upon seeing this and decided to become Green Mountain. He channeled his strength and hit the ground with his power, sending a wave of energy towards Hongwei, who did not move to defend himself. His attack hit the bullseye. Bach said that even if he couldn't hurt the monster, he would face it to the end. Before the smoke dissipated, he charged his green energy once more and decided to attack the target again with all his might. After this, he expected to have defeated the creature, but, to his surprise, the monster appeared in front of him completely unharmed. Homeway simply said he would show him how a real explosive attack is done, striking Bach's arm, whose skin bubbled and then exploded. The power of this blow was enough to defeat the man. Now he fell backward like a stone. Homeway was very satisfied to have recovered his body and to have found such a resilient target. Bach was still alive after receiving 3 of his attacks. He said that when he was a constellation, he had never met one as tough as this. Bach was surprised to hear that this guy was a constellation, and Hongwei confirmed that it was true. He was the constellation known as the Tyrant of Destruction. The constellation that Beck had a contract with reacted upon hearing this. The constellation of destruction was surprised. This was just another item on the list of things Beck didn't understand, but it confirmed to him that this damn guy was indeed a constellation who had come to the human world. Hongwei came from another world and was about to send Beck to another world too. Before he could land a fatal blow on Beck, someone called him, asking him to join the fun. This left the demon completely surprised to see this guy in such a destroyed place. Beck was also lying there with a surprised face, and also realized that this guy looked familiar. He soon remembered that this boy was Kim Ho-juk from Ballier Academy. The demon, not knowing him, asked him who he was and if he wanted to die. Our protagonist replied that that was impossible, as he had come here to win, and not to be defeated. Ho-juk looked at the demon more closely and said he recognized that ugly face, those strange horns, those sharp teeth like a vampire's, and that red skin. It was Hongbei, the loser from the 2nd floor of the Tower of Destruction. Being called a loser enraged the guy. Hongwei questioned this boy's authority to speak to him like that. Very well, our protagonist said that a loser idiot like Hongbei will always be an idiot. He will remember it when he is defeated. The man emitting Haug felt extremely familiar to the monster, but decided not to dwell on it and destroy that arrogant boy once and for all. With the sword, the protagonist easily dispersed Hun. We attacked. That was enough for the creature to remember him. Hun Wei said that feeling was something he would never forget. And then he asked if the boy was the hero. He had never imagined that someone could be reincarnated. Ho-juk questioned what was so impressive about it, saying that he had also never imagined that the losers he had defeated would be around as constellations. The red guy said he had forgotten his name long ago, and that, afterward, everyone started calling him a constellation. But now it was different. He had recovered his name and his body too. He pointed out that he was different from the protagonist, who was now much weaker than when he was a hero. Compared to the past, he was nothing now. Ho Yuk said that was obvious. He was still a growing high school student. This greatly pleased the demon. He channeled energy into his hand and said that, in that case, it was the perfect opportunity for revenge. The protagonist blocked the blow, but the sword began to burn with the abyss, and his gaze turned grim. Well, Hongwei exploded everything in front of him with his attack, but it wasn't enough to defeat his opponent. He closed in at high speed to hit the target directly in the body, but as soon as he attacked, he realized that he had missed again. How long is this guy going to keep dodging? Ho Yuk remained silent, realizing that he had reached his body's limit. This was very different from when he fought the Ice King in the realm of imagination, where the constellation resides. He experienced the full strength of his past life, even using this body now. He realized that his physical capacity barely matched that of this loser. But Ho Yuk did not let the enemy perceive his insecurity. It wasn't difficult. Hongwei only attacked and didn't like to think too much. When he was about to reach his target, Hongwei warned that this was his most powerful attack, and that it was impossible to block it. When everything exploded in front of him, he was sure he had hit the mark. Bike was still lying on the ground like a stone. Watching the fight, he said the demon had only been playing with him until now. This attack was several times stronger than those he had received. The atmosphere of the fight changed when a confident voice declared that Hong Wei should be less stubborn and accept the help of his disciples, and quickly attacked Hong Wei. His right arm and Hong fell. That was terrifying, Hong Wei thought. The demon, unable to contain itself, screamed in pain and despair. Confused, he wondered how he had escaped the explosion, something he should not have been able to do. The protagonist's answer was simple. He had not tried to escape, he had simply gone through it. This is absurd. Hongwei did not understand how it could make sense, but something was clear to him. That sword had the power of someone else, and now, in his current state, defeating that damn hero was impossible. The demon then ran to escape. Hongwei told himself that his pride didn't matter when his life was in danger. It was better to run today and get revenge tomorrow. Our legendary hero commented that the scene was pathetic. Hong Wei had come here, killed everyone, and now he was running when his life was in danger. That's why Hong Wei is a loser, said our incredible protagonist. Also, he mentioned that it was quite pleasant to rid the world of this red demon. Una vez más, con el mismo ataque que antes, cordo rapidamente. Hong Wei, who tried to escape, turned his back for only 2 seconds and felt his mind slowly fade. And for a moment, he felt the same fear as before. Ho Yuk, as a true protagonist, turned his back on his enemy, even before he was eliminated. After the body cooled, he went to Hongwei to do what he had done with his last enemy, using his ring to absorb the demon's name and body. When he did, not a drop of blood was left. This meant that everything had been absorbed. He did it quickly, remembering that someone was watching him. He turned to look, and there was Back. The protagonist said he was busy dealing with the enemy, and that he hadn't even noticed Back was there, so he asked if he was okay. Back said he couldn't get up, but that he was at least alive. Then he asked if he was Kim Ho Juk, the student from Balia, and the protagonist was surprised that he recognized him. Back then said that he was indeed quite famous. It would be strange if he didn't recognize him. Also, the man introduced himself as the director of the Hero Academy and said his name was Back. I want to thank you very much for saving this place. Ho Yuk then said, actually, I must have been late as everything here was destroyed. Anyway, the rescue team will arrive soon, so you should wait. As for me, I'm leaving now because I'm busy. The director was very surprised to realize that the boy had opened a dimensional portal. Only a few extremely powerful constellations worldwide are capable of using something like this. So once again, the man was left behind, not understanding who this boy was. In a matter of seconds, Logan arrived at the scene shouting and asking if he was okay. He had heard on the news that the school had been attacked and rushed as fast as he could to the site. Along with him, ambulances arrived to attend to the injured. The director commented that now there were other priorities, and that he would explain the details later. It may have been a few hours or a day, as everyone involved was in the hospital. And of course, the director was no exception. He was there too. The man couldn't stop thinking about how the protagonist had arrived at the scene so quickly. And of course, how he had defeated that monster so quickly. Damn it, this guy doesn't give me a moment of peace. He thought that, after a while, Beck had explained everything he saw to Logan, and blindly this left the hunter extremely suspicious. It made no sense for a constellation to manifest in this world, but the fact that he could defeat Beck was proof that it could be true. However, the story became even stranger when a boy managed to defeat that monster. Logan speculated that it was a low-level constellation, and that it must have manifested through a contract, since it made no sense for a 17-year-old boy to defeat a powerful constellation, as he even knew the age. Beck asked him if he knew Ho-juk. Of course, it was this boy who saved my son in a competition in Korea. He also became famous for capturing several villains. Logan continued, perplexed by the fact that, despite being famous and powerful, it made no sense that he defeated a constellation. Beck said he had the suspicion that he felt a very familiar energy when the boy fought. It is likely that the boy had a contract with a powerful constellation, and even more incredibly, he said that the boy was very accustomed to using that power. Beck also commented that, if he was not mistaken, the energy he felt was the same as what he felt in the black market. Even Logan had heard of this constellation. His name was the commander of the underworld, known for creating portals in other places in space-time. Beck knew it was absurd for someone so young to have a contract with a constellation of that level, but he had no doubts about the energy. He felt that all this was very suspicious, so Logan wanted to talk to the boy. He asked where he was now. Beck replied that he must be at Ballier Academy, but how could he have come to the United States and returned to Korea so quickly? The answer to that question left Logan extremely scared, because, according to Beck, it was through teleportation that he saw the boy open a portal and enter it. It must be a power of the black market constellation. Imagine how furious this guy must be with what he just heard. I can't even imagine the reason. The fact is, there are very few contractors in the world capable of teleporting, and this links Ho-juk to the organization he has been searching for years. And that's why he needs to talk to this boy right now. We returned to Ballier Academy. The black cat was standing in his office when a portal opened, and our protagonist emerged. This surprised him. He asked if he had been waiting for him. The cat's answer was affirmative. He had received orders from his constellation to give Ho-juk his full support. So he had been watching the battle the whole time, and was ready to intervene if he sensed danger to the protagonist. Knowing how he was watching aroused our protagonist's curiosity, and the cat confirmed it. That was exactly what he had done. He had created a small alternative portal, and had been watching through it. That's how he had done it. The protagonist says that's scary. The cat thought the protagonist was offended, so he explains that thanks to that ability they were able to detect the constellation's attacks. Suspiciously, our protagonist agrees and says it's true, but at the same time, he recalls his last contact with the guide. It was when the girl said that next week another name would be sent, and that this time it would be one from the Tower of Destruction. He asked her how she knew the date, but he didn't know the precise location details like last time. And this made the girl a little uncomfortable. She explained that it was due to the Labyrinth Lord's surveillance. She commented that, although he had not discovered his existence lately, he was more cautious about information leaks. They talked a little more than last time. She said it would be more difficult for them to meet next time. The reason for this would be the Labyrinth Lord's surveillance. Our protagonist asked her. She said, as always, that he was very smart and that the answer was yes, that she would have to remain hidden for a while to raise fewer suspicions. Now that he has the name, she will explain how to use the absorbed names for this ring. She commented that there are 2 ways to use the ring. The first is to have a name and your own power. The second is to use a skill from the name as you wish. The disadvantage of the first method is that only part of the absorbed name's power can be used. Not all the power, as the Labyrinth Lord can do. The second method also has a disadvantage. You can use a skill that the target had, but you cannot improve the skill. This means that the most you can do is use the skill with the same power that the person had. If it is weaker than you, the attack will not be as powerful. Now, how he will use the name's powers depends on him. This information did not satisfy our protagonist, leaving him thoughtful. He was thoughtful all week, and now had a new name to try. He decided to use the ring and absorb the demon's name. He simply absorbed it. Those skills were really bad. After completing the absorption, the ring stopped emitting energy. The protagonist wonders if that was all. He doesn't feel anything different. Now, as he thought about this, the black cat called him. Hey, what do you want? The black cat asked him about the technique he had used to defeat Ongbe. The space cut. He confirmed that it was indeed that technique he had used. If that's the case, the black cat asks the protagonist to show him the technique. Sujia questions him. As he has a contract with the same constellation, he cannot use the technique. The black cat admits that he is ashamed to admit it, but he is not as skilled as he would like to be. Therefore, he asks the protagonist to teach him or show him how to do it. Then they head to a more open area so the black cat can observe. They head to the mountains behind the academy. Huiller explains that the space cut is quite simple. You just need to follow these steps. First, accumulate magical power in your sword. Turn your waist and release the skill. Huiller performs the space cut, and now the effect of the attack goes beyond the trees that were in front. The black cat says that it is more or less how it works. The result was truly terrifying. An incredible blow, however, the black cat couldn't help but think that. Just like his constellation, he was terrible at explaining how to use the technique. Huya described it in the same way. It seems his master really learned from this guy. They are both terrible at explaining. The protagonist asks if the black cat needs him to show it again, or if he has understood. Furthermore, he looks around and notices something very strange. The mountain had been cut by his attack. That shouldn't have happened. He had measured his energy so that it wouldn't go beyond the trees. How could this have happened? Furthermore, this attack shouldn't have been so powerful. At that moment, he realizes that it could be the influence of the magical power he absorbed. Although he didn't notice any difference in his body, it seems that the difference is noticeable in the attacks. And of course, this leaves the protagonist extremely excited. Next, he says goodbye to the black cat and tells him that he has to leave, but that, if necessary, he can show it again on another occasion. Sujiya is very excited to see the effects it has on him. Now, furthermore, he was a little skeptical about the importance of this, but now he has no doubt that it is great to absorb more names. Those idiots from the Tower of Destruction will get what they deserve again. Elsewhere mysterious, which you will never know where it is, a man was observing a map of the world. Possibly these are the places where the names were sent. What he had just observed on the map was quite disturbing to him. As he was thinking, he was interrupted by another person who caught his attention. The person came to ask him if he had finished the matters of the names that the master had asked him for. He replied yes, he had distributed them exactly as instructed, but that there was a problem. As he said this, his friend noticed that he was gripping his weapon tightly, so he asked him why he was so attached to that spear. This question was not something the man wanted to answer, which irritated him. The spearman says that the most important thing is what he was saying before. The reason why he always carries his spear is not important. He comments that the person also carries a weapon with them. The red-haired man simply says that carrying a weapon is different from wielding it all the time. The red-haired man holds a grudge against the spearman. He says that the Labyrinth Lord favors this man, because if it weren't for that, he would have already killed him. Now, as for the problem he reported, the red-haired man asks why one of the names has disappeared. He even shouts, asking if the man really organized the names as the master asked. The names were sent exactly as ordered. In this case, some were expected to be defeated, but that would only happen when the order to attack was given. This is an irregularity that must be reported to the Labyrinth Master, and the red-haired man is going to do it right now. The spearman should be the one to do it, but he doesn't want to leave and won't. All he does is stand there holding his spear. At the academy, the black cat was in his office receiving an unexpected visit. And sudden, Logan, America's greatest hero, was there to speak with a student, and he only needed the director's permission for it. The black cat is sure that this has to do with Yuck, who defeated the constellation at the Hero Academy. But he cannot say that he knows, so he invites Logan to talk. At first, there is an awkward silence, so Logan decides to get straight to the point. He wants to know if the black cat knows that the student, Yuck, was recently at the Hero Academy and defeated a constellation. Yes, it is true. The black cat knows it. That's great. Logan says he has two questions about it. First, how did that student know about the constellation's appearance and still manage to defeat it? The answer is not straightforward. The black cat doesn't know what to answer. So Logan moves on to the second point. How did the boy travel from one continent to another in an instant? For this question, he says he will not accept a vague answer. The black cat, as the academy director and a hero, felt the black market energy in the protagonist's attacks. He decides to reveal that, yes, it is because Yuck has a contract with the ruler of the underworld. The same black market constellation he has a contract with, although this is surprising. Logan confirms that it is not a full contract, but only partial then. In that case, how is he able to use teleportation? Black Cat seems to know the reason for Logan's suspicion. The man's suspicion is that Juk is related to the Blood Lion. Logan confirms that that's great, as he knows the details, making the conversation easier. Black Cat explains that he knows the Blood Lions because he had to investigate everything about them in the past. And this is related to the black market. In this case, Logan reveals that he must know that this organization killed his father in the past. He killed everyone he could find, but never got any clues about that individual. For all these years, the only thing he managed to discover was that all members of the bloodlines are contractors who can use spatial movement. Black Cat reveals that he also discovered this, and anticipates that Kim Ho-juk is not a member of the bloodlines. It is true that the boy managed to use teleportation to travel from one country to another, but this happens because he has a constellation power that helps him. Logan then asks if the underworld ruler can also perform teleportation. The answer is yes, and that's how he creates another dimension where the market resides. Well, this answers many questions, but Logan says these answers do not satisfy him. It is possible that the market is part of the Blood Lions, and they are covering up for the boy. At this point, the Black Cat says that this is an exaggerated assumption on Logan's part. The market does not cooperate with villains. Logan insists that this is not just a guess, because it is obvious to everyone that there are few contractors in the world capable of using spatial movement. Therefore, it is natural to speculate that the underworld ruler is part of the bloodlines. Furious, Logan slams his glass on the table and says it's also very strange that the market owner is supporting a mere high school student. To him, it looks like a favor exchange, and either this boy or the market is involved in it. These are the Black Cat's last words. Kim Hyuk and he have a special relationship, and neither of them is involved with the bloodlines. From this point on, the man is crossing boundaries that should not be crossed. Logan even wonders what will happen when those boundaries are crossed. The Black Cat politely says that he even explained his constellation's ability, which is confidential. From this point on, he no longer believes the man. Logan must leave and investigate, and only return with proof of what he says. Despite Black Cat's politeness, the man again becomes hostile and asks what will happen if he refuses. At that moment, the Black Cat says that Logan will have to die, and his tone is cold and threatening. Logan then, smiling, asks if it is the Black Cat who will kill him and asks if he really believes he is capable. Of course, the Black Cat says that he cannot kill Logan, as he would never have the power to do so. But if Logan continues to cross boundaries, the constellation itself will kill him personally. These are the constellation's words communicating through him. If Logan continues to provoke, it will kill him. Also, the constellation has a message for Logan's constellation. You better take good care of your contractors. Idiot Logan became irritated at this, but soon a notification window appeared beside him. The man's constellation told him to leave immediately, without causing a fuss. Logan acknowledges that, for his constellation, that person cannot be ignored, no matter how strong he is. Constellations are absolute, so the man said he would leave it at that for today, and he would return at another time. Next time, he would not come empty-handed. He would have proof of everything he said. When the man leaves the room, the Black Cat feels exhausted. He needs to go to Adelia to report this. Meanwhile, let's go somewhere else. The student dormitory. The protagonist was using the new cultivation method he had learned at the beginning of the story. He says he couldn't use it in his past life, and now realizes how effective this method is. The result is 30 times faster than his old cultivation method. The truth is, at this moment, his limiter is his body. His magic far exceeds the limit his body can withstand. Although his training focuses entirely on increasing his physical strength, this remains his limitation. In his past life, his physique was incomparable. The combination of an almost perfect body and gigantic magical energy made him a great hero. As he meditated, he wondered if Bart felt anything when he saw Homeway again. His useless constellation says no, and asks if Chayak still doubts him. The protagonist replies that it is not a matter of trust, because nothing prevents the Labyrinth Lord from brainwashing him again, and Bart becoming a villain once more. All Barcelo can say is that he still has no power and felt nothing strange. Also, he changes the subject and asks if Chu Jack didn't feel the energy that was inside that building at the Hero Academy. That energy was very similar to Chu Jack's energy in the past. The protagonist confesses that he felt absolutely nothing. But if it's true, it could be a big clue. He plans to return to that place soon to investigate. We are taken to a place somewhere in the world. The exact location is unknown. On this remote island, there is an even more remote building. In this place, dozens of people have gathered. I have no doubt that they are villains. They say they gathered as soon as they received their names, and that they are here by order. Another person comments that almost everyone is present, but some people have not come. Another person asks who these people are, and how many have not attended. The fish-faced man says the stupid one hasn't come. The reason is that his stupidity has led him to disobey orders, although they don't like him. They wonder if in modern times there will be anyone capable of defeating that individual. All they know is that this idiot probably underestimated his opponent and was defeated, and that any of those who died here will wander for another 300 years or so. The person says they were sent here with the mission to cause destruction, but that they must wait for the signal to begin. But in this case, the fish-faced guy asks who the other person who is not present is. They reply that it is the guy called Guacha, the corpse collector. All the fish has to say is that he hopes he hasn't died, while strutting around like an idiot. If he has died, it will be a bad sign. Guacha did not attend the meeting, but sent them a message. He said that he would undoubtedly cause a great stir in the world competition. Then we returned to Ballia Academy. Our protagonist was training, giving his all, when he realized that the place was very crowded. Even during the holidays, everyone was there, training hard, except for his only official disciple, Jan Lang. The reason was that the girl had informed him that she was going to visit her family in China and would be away for a few days. He asks her the reason, since she had cut ties with her family, but the truth is that he was concerned about her well-being. After a while, he tells everyone to take a break. Now he was worried, because since she wasn't there, he had to guide the others training too. Aram approached him and asked where Jan Lang had gone, since she wasn't there for training. Ho Yuk explains to her that she has gone to take care of family matters, and that it is not a problem. But for Cho Yo Rome, that is not true. The girls said they had agreed to train together, so she is missing training. Well, Yuk recalls that Aram also misses training sometimes to take care of family succession matters. So if this is a complaint, she is not being fair. For now, Aram should guide the others in their training. When the girl goes to explain the situation and tells them that she is the new teacher, Yuk cannot help but be happy to see this scene. It is always nice to see disciples get along. BH comments that his master is prouder than usual. Yuk says he is right, but still, it is disappointing that his former disciples cannot reunite again. He would like to be able to have a pleasant conversation one more time. At that moment, Bach comments something he saw many years ago. He reveals that there was a time in the past when constellations gathered. This happened a long time ago, when a door suddenly appeared in his imaginary realm. Curious, he couldn't resist and opened the door to see what was behind it. In that place, all the other constellations seemed to be gathered, and from their expressions, they were all surprised by this fact. Bassett says he left the place quickly, because he was worried that someone would recognize him as the former master of the Tower of Destruction. Since he was weak and powerless, if someone recognized him, they could easily kill him. He mentions that, after 2 days, the door disappeared and never reappeared. This was something he had never heard of before, but knowing that this possibility had occurred in the past made him quite excited. Then we moved to China, where Jen Lang's family lives. I was surprised to receive the girl's visit, as it was unexpected. The girl says she is here for a reason. She wants to see the family relic. If possible, Seo Ran is temporarily under the family's control, and it is not difficult for her to take Yan Mai to see the family's sacred relic. It was quite simple. Soon they headed to the palace, where the relic is kept. On the way, Yan Mai had a bad feeling as she asked what had happened to her mother. Her aunt reveals to her that Yan Hua was expelled from the family due to her actions. Furthermore, after the constellation canceled the contract with her, she could no longer be the clan leader. Yan Meng did not know this had happened, only that her contract had been canceled because Yuk had revealed the truth to the constellation. Rayan says it was thanks to Yuk that everyone discovered how Han had been, suppressing the evolution of clan members who could take her place as leader. While thanking the protagonist for saving the clan's future, Yanlang feels ashamed. She feels deep gratitude towards Yuk, and it is nice to see that others recognize his worth. Rai Yan reveals that the position of clan leader is still vacant, which is a big problem. Jan Lang wonders if her aunt could take this position, as she seems perfect for the role. Rai Yan explains that it is impossible for her to be both leader of the Wild Lores Academy and head of the family. At the same time, it is a family tradition that there be one person for each role. She wanted to tell her niece more, but a strong explosion caught her attention. Jen Lang was also surprised. The place they were heading to was in flames. They ran as fast as they could because it was an attack on the clan. On the way, Jen Lang asked her aunt if she knew the reason for the attack. Her aunt explained that her family was #1 in China and that, with the expulsion of the clan leader, their morale had plummeted. Because of this, several other families are rebelling against them. It was only a matter of time before a major attack occurred. When they arrived at the gate, they kicked it down to find the enemies as quickly as possible. The sight of the place was horrific, as several people had lost their lives. The two were paralyzed by the scene before them. The invaders, armed with all sorts of weapons, were covered in blood. For a power struggle, they were capable of committing even the greatest cruelties. Jen Lang wondered if these people deserved to live, before her aunt could say anything else. Jen Lang intervened. The men noticed her arrival and said that the person they had to eliminate to take power was Ryan. With Jen out, Seo Ryan is the new head of the Snow clan. They were there to take the place as the strongest clan and avenge all that the former clan head had done to them. Jen Lang was furious, but still asked the men if her mother had done anything cruel to her clan before. Rayan tells her that what they know is that Jen also suppressed other clans, but she never killed anyone. Her niece was even more angry about the attack. Yan Lang says she didn't like the people in this family because of their past, but that this crossed the limits of tolerance. She attacks, hitting the first person who stands in her way. The man brandishes his sword in the air, though irrationally. He seems to be hit by the sword with his own fists. The girl blocks the attack and wins the power struggle, throwing the man against another person and knocking out both at the same time. The bald man was impressed, since with a single attack, she defeated two of his strongest men. As he was thinking, Jan Lang moved behind him and landed him the strongest kick of his life. If the bald man had any hair left, he would have gone bald after that attack. With just one more blow, she defeated two more people. Her aunt doubted if she had killed them with that blow. Also, she was much stronger than before. What monstrous the training she did with Jajak must have been to leave no doubt about how powerful the woman is. Someone attacked stealthily. She didn't even need to pay attention to him. With just a flick of her hand, she defeated him. The woman was now much more interested in her niece's performance. The truth is that she was determined to make her niece the new head of the clan. Showing the scene further inside the palace, Jen Lang's sisters were also fighting the invaders. In fact, the two of them were resisting as much as they could. Everyone else had been defeated, and they were reaching their limit. They knew that the absence of a leader would make the family a target, however terrible the situation. They were determined to protect the clan with their lives, but they couldn't help but think it was horrible to die like that. Their heroic moment was interrupted when Jen Lang reached them, punching her way through all the people standing in her way. Beside her, Surian was relentless with her ice magic. The fight drew the attention of both the invaders and the victims. This gave them hope of survival. The two strongest in the family came to their aid. Jen Lang made it clear that the priority at that moment was to destroy the invaders. The girls, happy, could not disagree with their sister's words. Also, the sister, who looked like a man, was now calmer and also began to attack. Her more beautiful sister also became excited about revenge and drew her sword, sending more enemies to the other world. She fought with all her might to defeat the invaders, and without realizing it, she was also about to be sent to the other world. Yan Mai saved her sister and approached her again. This was a gesture to show that she had made peace with her past. The kitten even calls the girl little sister. These words warmed the girl's heart. Or maybe it was the fire surrounding them. But the idea is clear, obviously. The invaders were intimidated by the presence of Ryan and this unknown girl. It was then that their leader approached and asked them if they had the right to be afraid. Or hesitation. The man said that those who showed fear were useless in this battle and that, as punishment, they did not deserve to survive. He crushed his subordinate's skull, and what happened next should not be shown. As noted by the girls' reactions, Ryan tells the girls that he recognizes that person. He is the leader of the Hiyama family named Sai Huan. Now that he has been discovered, the man says it is useless to continue this uncomfortable masquerade. He confirms that he is the head of the Yama family, and that he is there to become the #1 family in China. Yan Man takes the initiative in the discussion, and argues that the man makes it seem as if the crimes they are committing there are trivial. Ignoring the girl, the leader says he has a proposal. If the families do not become his vassals, he will allow them to survive. But the condition is that they all become his slaves. Jen Lang's condition is that, if the man survives, he will continue to talk nonsense. Afterward, the bastard couldn't resolve everything with a good conversation, so he tries to resort to the second option. He decides to eliminate this girl first, and then do the same to Zio Ryan. Jen Lang reacts and attacks in the same way, but notices something surprising as she hits the enemy. It was as if this guy was moving in slow motion, given how slow his attack seemed. In reality, his movements were too fast, and his perception was even sharper. She was able to think of all these things during the fight, and still felt happier about having become a disciple of his She hit the man so fast that he couldn't even see that she had hit him. It is said that his heart exploded instantly from that blow, and he died before falling to the ground. The invaders saw their leader defeated with a single blow so easily, and that was enough for them all to flee the battle. Jan Lang chased away the enemies, but did not pursue them. She simply shouted that they would not go unpunished either. She did this because the priority was to help the injured and the survivors. First of all, combining the young girl's immense strength and intelligence, her older sister says that Jan Lang is undoubtedly the perfect choice to be the new head of the family. She says that the two sisters will support Jan Lang because they think the same way. Ryan simply agrees with the girls. She thinks the same. Now the question is whether Jan Lang agrees with this. The girl was helping the injured evacuate the burning place. And once everyone was evacuated, Ryan and Jen Lang headed to the Constellation Temple. The girl asks if this shouldn't be inside a room. Ryan confirms that it is indeed a room inside the mansion, and that it is a barrier created to protect the family relic. After explaining how this barrier is created and maintained, Yan places her hand on the snow and retrieves the box containing the sacred relic and shows it to Yan Lang. It is the first time the girl sees the relic, and for her, it is nothing more than a normal glove. And current, but that is just a detail. The girl believes that thanks to this she will be able to become as strong and fast as Ram. The truth is that Yan Lang was impressed by how her rival became stronger by making a pact with the Choi family relic. She thinks that if she becomes even stronger, Yuk will pay even more attention to her and praise her more. Seeing the girl's reaction, Ryan couldn't help but notice her intentions. She took the opportunity to ask her niece why she was interested in the sacred relic. Before asking the final question, Ryan praises her and tells her that Jen Lang has become much stronger. After starting to train with Yuk, yes, she became the head of the family and made a divine pact. She could become even more impressive. The direction of this conversation was obvious to us. This question caught the girl completely off guard. She had never thought of becoming the head of the family she had despised for so long. She insists that what her aunt says is absurd. However, the woman is persuasive and makes it clear that, if she just wanted to see what has already been done. But if she is interested in making a pact, she comments that the relic's divine pact can only be made with the head of the family. Basically, a constellation can be linked to a relic. In a constellation, several pacts can also be made with hunters, but only one divine pact. And a connection with the hunter, the girl, who clearly understands that this is about the constellation's power, asks if it is too soon to become the head of the family, since she is only 17 years old. The woman's intelligence is impressive. Ryan argues that the family is vulnerable because the leader's position is vacant, and that attacks like today's will happen again. She is a member of this family and deeply cares about it, so she wants Yan Lan to be the leader. Also, she says that her older sisters also think the same and have nominated Yan Lan as leader. And not only that, Ryan says she is willing to do the leader's job. While Yan Meng is still young, as long as she is young, she can help carry this burden. Basically, all responsibilities could be assigned, and she would get the benefit of establishing a more powerful contract with the family constellation. The young girl contemplates the pros and cons of doing so, and then tells her aunt that she accepts the proposal. She will become the new head of the family and defend its honor. In that case, she says it is a pleasure to welcome her as their leader, and now she just needs to convince her to accept it too. The girl hesitantly touches the relic, as she also needs to convince the constellation. As soon as she touches the glove, she is transported to the dimension. Imagine where the incredible frozen constellation is located. The Snow King, who was defeated and humiliated by her master, stares at her. Will the girl be able to convince him to give her all his power? Well, that smile tells you what he thinks about it. Ryan was watching and saw the energy escaping from the relic. It only took her a few seconds to talk to the Constellation Lord and make a divine pact. The girl returned to her body and soon smiled at him, as everything had gone well. Her aunt was proud of her. I think she sees her as the daughter she never had. After that, a few weeks later, we returned to the United States. The protagonist remained silent, observing. He seemed irritated by this international competition between magical academies. A few days earlier, he had gone to the mass director's office after being summoned by him. The black cat called the protagonist during his vacation, without explaining why. Only when he arrived, the guy explained that he needed a favor from Juyuk. The protagonist had no idea what this guy could want from him. The black cat reminded Juyuk that classes start in a week. This news made the protagonist dizzy, as he doesn't like studying very much. The director mentioned the international competition, which is also being held next week. He hinted that, if Yuk were smart, he would have already guessed the reason why he brought up the subject. This competition is similar to the one where only the top 3 academies in the world participated. But now the participants come from all the academies in the world. The Black Cat had recently become director and had just learned about this tournament. Now the rules state that second and third-year students cannot participate. The Black Cat asked the protagonist if he would like to compete. Yuk asked if the favor was for him to participate in the event on behalf of the academy, since, frankly, the protagonist had no interest in participating. Anyway, the Black Cat revealed that the event would be held at the U.S. Hero Academy. That place had been completely destroyed recently, and the protagonist saw it with his own eyes. But the Black Cat said they had unlimited funds and rebuilt everything in just a few days. The director tried to convince the protagonist to go to the competition, with the excuse that it would be fun to visit the United States. But Yuk didn't care about that. The director realized this and was about to withdraw the invitation. But Yuk accepted. He said he had matters to resolve there, so he did the director that favor. The reason he wants to go there is that Barch told him that he felt the same energy as Yuk coming from one of the buildings there. But he hadn't mentioned it before. Now he has to go there to investigate. The Black Cat then asked which other student Yuk would like to bring to the competition. He didn't need anyone, but the cat explained that each academy had to send 2 representatives to compete. Yuk thought of his only official disciple. Caro Yan Long is not a student of this academy and is busy with her own affairs in her country. In that case, the best option is Yu-rin. She is also very capable and rivals Yan Long. Saying this, the protagonist remembered the Red Witch's warning. One day, she suddenly summoned him, shouting that they were in trouble. Yuk asked her what would have happened if he had been in the bathroom when she summoned him without notice. Also, the girl had said they would not see each other for a while. She insisted that she had no other choice. She had just discovered that the Red Demon, whom he defeated last time, had not come to Earth alone. The Labyrinth Lord had also sent other names to Earth. All the names from the 2nd floor of the old Tower of Destruction were also sent here. It is indeed a problem. The protagonist said that if it were in his past life, he could deal with all of them. But now dealing with all of them at once was a big problem. The red-haired girl explained that they probably would not attack all at once. Even if they had been sent here, the Labyrinth Lord's orders must have been different, since attacking people indiscriminately would not improve their names. She told Yuk to be on high alert and be careful while he was away. The protagonist replied that she was not the only one who should be careful. Her condition also did not look good. The guide should also be careful. The girl blushed slightly and said that it had been many years since anyone had cared about her. He warned her to be careful too, and that he would see her later. That was the last contact he had with a girl until the moment he arrived in the United States. What are you looking at? Are you teaching me swordsmanship? No way. Aaron blushed and said that the academy representative had told her that Yuk had personally recommended her to go with him. So she was very grateful and would do her best to live up to expectations. Yuk couldn't tell her that she was the second choice. He just told her that he was counting on her. Next to them, we see some familiar and attractive faces. This is Logan, whom Yuk saved in the last school tournament. The boy was nervous because he was eager to know if the protagonist would be his opponent in the competition. Now he has just discovered that this will be the case. He said with certainty that Yuk is the strongest candidate for the championship. Also, they both have scores to settle with him. Melissa said she is grateful to Yuk for saving them all before. They both know they have no chance against him, and they want to use this competition as an opportunity to talk to him and thank him. They want to ask him how he became so strong. The director of the American Academy drew everyone's attention. He introduced himself and said it was a pleasure to welcome them to the international competition. His name is Becky, and he is the president of the Hero Academy. He mentioned that they would surely be aware of the last attack that took place at the academy, and that perhaps they were concerned that the culprit had already been punished and the academy had been rebuilt. Also, security has been strengthened to the maximum to ensure that everything goes smoothly. The director told them to remain calm, as nothing would happen. Meanwhile, our protagonist observed thoughtfully. He finally heard the explanations about the competition, which would last 2 days and 1 night. The first test will consist of completing a labyrinth within a specified time. While he gave all the explanations, Someone was watching from the security room. Logan's father, who was determined to discover the truth behind Ho Yuck, while nervously watching the protagonist. Someone called him by his name. A woman named Yonia, from the Contractor Association, appeared. They were old acquaintances, so Logan asked her what she was doing there. She explained that the academy had requested her company to handle security, and that she worked for that company. He should remember this because she insisted a lot on working in the private sector. Logan understood his friend's situation and said he was there because he was curious about one of the participants. He was worried about him. The woman then asked if it was Logan's son, but he replied that the person he was interested in was Kim Ho-juk. But before he could say the name, an earthquake occurred that caught his attention. The woman working in security rushed to check what was happening. It only took a few seconds, but when they reached the window to see outside, they were shocked by what they saw. Hundreds of monsters suddenly appeared, and the sky had turned reddish. These grotesque creatures, glowing with malice, were hunting their prey. As they watched, not quite knowing what was happening, the woman's radio crackled. She yelled at her subordinates, telling them they should have notified her when danger approached. The agents were aware of the situation, but the problem was that the monsters had not approached. They had simply emerged from underground. This was completely unexpected, and outside the protocols they had planned. She landed on the spot and told Logan that she was going to defeat the zombies and protect the area. The girl was tough. She jumped from the building, confronting the zombies, calling them to battle, determined to finish them. The zombies, for their part, were determined to lose. She launched her fastest blows, so fast that there was a delay in the attack. Several monsters were defeated with a single blow. She yelled at her men, telling them that these monsters had very little defense, and that they should not be afraid. However, although their resistance was weak, they were many. This number was not normal. She wondered if a dungeon had opened near the area. Have you seen any open dungeons nearby? No, ma'am, nothing has been found. That's impossible. She clenched her teeth, wondering what could explain this situation. I would like to mention that her eyes are really beautiful. The girl thought that these monsters were coming from underground, so there might be some hidden catastrophe beneath. The academy was in danger while she fought the monsters outside. She had no idea that dozens of zombies had also invaded the interior. Despite the general panic, our protagonists remained calm, while wondering who the new victims were who were trying to die for the second time. An announcement informed that the competition had been canceled and that the students should evacuate the place. Beck shouted that everyone should evacuate and not try to fight the monsters, as that was not the students' role. It was a disaster before he was defeated, and the academy was destroyed now for the second time. His work was being ruined. Were the gods trying to destroy his reputation? One of the security personnel approached the academy president and told him that he should also flee. Bach should join the students and evacuate. However, he replied that he would not. The reason was that Bach was frustrated. He rolled up his sleeves and said that he would fight too. He was not going to let this happen again. He cracked his knuckles and turned into Green Lantern. Then he lunged at one of the zombies and landed the most powerful punch he could, sending several flying. Ho-Yuck calmly watched as everything unfolded. The protagonists realized that these monsters seemed quite familiar to them, and finally remembered. Choi Rem did not follow the evacuation orders and decided to fight. She placed her hand on her sword and cut down all the monsters in front of her. I think that zombie just lost its head. Rem defeated several monsters. Then she stopped to think that she had already taken down many, but their number kept growing. Then she asked the protagonist what he thought about it. Ho-Yuck told her to save her strength, as there was no point in wasting energy fighting them. The reason was that their number was infinite, so the best option was to do that. She struck the ground with her sword, and a yellow light radiated in all directions. The monsters looked at her confused, not understanding what was happening. Perhaps those bastards didn't even know how to think, as they began to melt. Perhaps their brains had already liquefied. This sight from the protagonists caused the zombies in the area to begin to melt. And the reason for this was one of the abilities of one of his disciples. He thought that Idiot had an excellent ability to deal with crowds. Meanwhile, the director was giving his all to defeat the monsters surrounding him. And before he knew it, the creatures were melting. He hadn't done it and didn't know what was happening. Looking around, he wondered who was responsible. Then he saw the protagonist and immediately deduced that it could only be that monster that had defeated so many others. Once again, the boy was saving his skin. The protagonist told his friend that this was only a temporary solution, so don't give in. It was to conserve energy. Aram was curious to know what he would do in this situation. Ho Yuk said confidently that he was ready to finish off the bastard responsible for this incident. Now someone was watching the events unfold. This strange and despicable being used puppets to observe the battlefield. As the game pieces fell, he realized that something was not right. The masked monster saw his zombies being defeated in a way that should not have happened. In fact, they had enough materials, but the zombies were not reappearing. He wondered if there was a powerful contractor there, because with these numbers, not even the strongest should be able to do it. Immediately, the monster became excited, thinking that if he killed that guy with his own hands, his name would shine, and consequently, he would also look very good. As this creature advanced heavily, someone crashed through his ceiling. Breaking it all, the protagonist calmly entered. Breaking everything as if it were nothing unusual for him, the demon seemed scared. And even in his eyes, fear could be seen because this beautiful person was coming for him. The protagonist landed like a comet. The masked demon didn't know who he was, and stood there with his mouth open only to receive a direct punch to the chest that sent him flying several meters back. The creature had no time to think, put its hands on the ground, and summoned as many zombies as he could. Ho Yuk brandished his sword while smiling with a slight movement, and the zombies were annihilated. The monster didn't understand what was happening. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Then the protagonist raised his sword in front of him, but did not aim at the monster's face. Instead, he struck where the puppets were, while the monster stood terrified at the human in front of him. The protagonist smiled and said, "It's been great that you dodged it." "I'm glad, Guacha." The monster became terrified again upon hearing its name, and wondered how it could know its true name. At that moment, it had a revelation. The horrible creature realized that this person using that blow and that presence could only be the god of war. Ho Yuk confirmed that its guess was correct. Then, with incredible speed, he punched the monster's face directly. The monster tried to block the sword, but could not defend against the attack. Its hand was shattered. The creature wanted to say something, but could not react. It had never expected to see the one who defeated it in its previous life. Ho Yuk was smiling, clearly excited by the situation. He prepared his attack, and then launched it with a smile more terrifying than that of the demon itself. The attack hit the monster's shoulder, and shortly after, the shoulder and arm separated from the body. It was almost amusing to see the demon writhe in fear, panting heavily. It did not look like the same being that had been hunting humans on the surface with puppets. And that was now cornered. The protagonist said he would continue to attack like this. If the demon wanted to be reduced to pieces, Ho Yuk could make it happen, and it would not take long for it to meet the same fate as the red demon. The masked creature asked if Home Bai's disappearance was because the god of war had defeated him. The protagonist calmly replied that the demon was right, once again, and even called him intelligent. These last words enraged the creature, and it summoned one of its strongest monsters to attack. The creature's size was intimidating, but Ho Yuk remained as cold as ice. The masked one explained that they had come down to the planet only to follow orders, and that killing the former god of war was not part of those orders. So this fight was unnecessary. Still, it attacked the protagonist with its puppet, but Ho Yuk simply dodged it. Ho Yuk activated his magic relic and asked the demon if it really thought fighting him was useless. With a slight movement, his sword turned green, glowing with a ghostly aura. The masked demon realized that Ho Yuk could use multiple constellation powers at once. The effect of this last blow caused the demon's body to begin to melt, and the creature fell into the disgusting viscous substance of its own zombie. The demon had no time to think. It looked at its melting monster and tried to understand what had just happened. Ho Yuk smiled, counterattacked, and said, "It was a terrible moment to get distracted." The blow hit the creature's neck, perfectly, separating the head from the body. Even separated from the body, the demon's head could still speak, boasting that the god of war was not as strong as before. If those words were intended to offend the protagonist, he did not care. He simply replied that the monster was as resilient as before. The puppet demon then said that it did not matter how many times it was defeated. Its name would rise again. One day it would return, along with the first red demon that Hayuk had killed. Hayuk asked if the previous words, in which it claimed the fight was useless, were because the demon believed it would be reborn. Then, with its most malicious expression, the protagonist asked if the demon thought the red demon would return. That would not happen, neither for him nor for any of them, because they were all trapped in that ring now. Their weapons had been transformed into power for Hayuk to use. The creature then realized that the protagonist had the ability to absorb the names of the villains who were attacking. Jajok explained that it was only an imitation of the absorption technique used by the Labyrinth Lord. But that did not matter. What mattered was that they would no longer cause harm. The head on the ground was consumed by terror, as it realized that this would be its eternal end. The protagonist began to absorb its energy, as the head screamed not to absorb it. Unfortunately for the villain, the pleas of a monster are never heard. In a matter of seconds, all the energy was completely drained into the ring. Ho Yuk was glad that another of those bastards had met the fate they deserved. This battle took place in secret, but it was observed by two of the protagonist's servants, who were able to see it thanks to a relic he possessed, the black cat. He asked Adelia what she thought of the fight she had just witnessed. The girl, who had never seen Hayek in action, realized how incredible he was. So incredible that it made her feel something special. Seeing her reaction, the black cat asked her which part she liked the most. The black cat was informal, and she told him he could call her by her first name. She asked if the black cat had noticed how Hayek masterfully used his constellations technique, the ultimate ability of each constellation, the secret that no one reveals, but since they were allies, they had shared it among themselves. Adelia wanted to understand how he could use his constellation's ultimate technique when she was the owner of its relic. Couldn't he explain how the poison he had just used worked? It was her constellation's secret weapon, which turned magical power into poison and melted the opponent's body. The black cat became curious and asked what would happen if a normal-level contractor used this ability. She explained that it was necessary to directly touch the creature for it to begin to melt. Even she, who was above average and had a direct contract with the constellation, needed to touch the opponent's organs. Who was melting monsters without even touching them. Adelia's argument was that melting monsters in that way was unimaginable. It wasn't even supposed to be possible. They were even more impressed by the protagonist's powers. He recalled that he had made a temporary contract with his constellation, which granted him minimal power. But he could still use much more than her, who had a stronger contract, once the surprise was over. She admitted that, honestly, she was impressed with the protagonist. It was the first time she had seen him in action against other monsters, and now she had no doubt that he was incredible. After saying this, the constellation spoke to her, saying that it was obvious. The constellation explained that, although the poison was a unique power of hers, it had been a master who had helped her train that ability in terms of application. Ho Yu, who was superior to her in her own ability. Adelia still couldn't believe that this boy had trained a constellation that she had admired her whole life. So she simply agreed with her constellation's statement. Adelia told the black cat that when the protagonist returned, she wanted to ask him for a favor. She wanted him to train her too. While the two were happy, we returned to the United States. The place of the invasion was a disaster, with everything destroyed around them by the creatures that had been summoned. All the security team and officials could do was fight the monsters without ever identifying their origin. The leader ordered them to look for any injured or hidden people. She was still curious about the cause and could not accept that there was simply no explanation. Using her intelligence, she considered Logan's words and how the protagonist might be responsible for the disappearance of the zombies. At that moment, she was fighting the creatures with all her might, but realized that her energy was running out because the monsters were endless. Even though she was the most powerful, she would not be able to defeat all the creatures forever. They kept multiplying as she thought about what to do next to stop their appearance. She realized that the protagonist had stepped in front of all the zombies. With one hand in her pocket, she didn't know if it was out of distraction or if he had simply appeared without her noticing. All she could do was scream desperately for him to run away and not get killed. But that smile surprised her. That damned student struck the ground with his sword, and then a green energy spread throughout the area. The creatures began to melt around him. That energy, that aura, she couldn't understand it. It simply disintegrated the monsters that she hadn't even been able to defeat. It was absurd. She didn't hear it directly, but she was sure it was Kim Ho Yuk, the protagonist, who had resolved everything. But she couldn't stop thinking that the monsters attacked as soon as he arrived on the scene. She was lost in thought when Logan approached, calling her friend and asking if she was okay. He also wanted to know if everything had been resolved inside the academy. Logan assured her that all the students were safe and that Beck had taken care of the rest. The girl then took the opportunity to ask him about the student Logan was interested in. She asked if that person was Kim Ho Juk. He hadn't told her yet, so she asked how she had found out. To Logan's surprise, she explained that it was Ho Yuk who had dealt with all the zombies. He went into the crowd of zombies alone, stuck his sword in the ground, and they all melted. Logan became thoughtful, knowing that Ho Yuck supposedly had a contract with the underworld ruler, and that constellation had no abilities like that. Before revealing more information, he remembered that the black cat had told him not to reveal any confidential details about his constellation's abilities. Therefore, he told the girl nothing more. He just asked if she knew where the protagonist was now, and as expected, she had no idea. Logan felt disappointed, but not surprised. He hoped to be able to ask him some questions, but since it was not possible now, he would wait for a better opportunity. The girl was surprised that Logan did not insist on going after Yuck. Logan admitted that he was curious, but that he had no intention of investigating further. The girl insisted that it was not normal, and that they had to understand his connection to the undead. Logan became serious and warned Rainia not to investigate further. If she did, she would be killed. She knew Logan well enough to believe that he would not say something like that unless he was sure. She said nothing more and left, even though she kept insisting on continuing to talk about the subject. Meanwhile, in a dark place where monsters hide on a remote island, the names summoned by the Labyrinth Lord gathered in a meeting. They announced that another one of them had been captured. The masked one had acted alone, but they did not expect him to be defeated. They speculated that his overconfidence, due to his strength, had led him to defeat at the hands of mere humans. However, the fish-faced man said it didn't matter if they liked those people or not. They had died too quickly, and that was not normal. Two other demons then suggested that they all cause chaos together to ensure their safety. The scene changes to the next day. Our protagonist couple was walking through the city. RM lamented that the tournament had been canceled due to the monster attack. It was a shame to have to leave after coming all this way. Yuck did not stay with her until the end, so she asked him if there had been any trouble after he left. Aaron said no. After he left, she had managed to defeat all the monsters, and suddenly they stopped appearing. She wondered if he was responsible for the monster's disappearance. He humbly replied yes, that it could be said that was the case. Without going into details, Yuck mentioned that the monsters seemed familiar to him, so he went after the culprit, already knowing who it would be. The girl asked how they seemed familiar to him. The protagonist didn't think much before speaking. How could he explain that he knew the culprit of the monsters from a past life? He just told her to forget about it. Then the girl asked where they were going. Normally, they would take a bus to the airport. Juck explained that it would take too long, as the tournament had been canceled, and everything would be crowded. He knew a much better way. He just had to head in that direction, and magic would happen. As they strolled through the streets of the United States, he found a passageway. It was confidential information, to which only he had access to use that door. And when he opened it, the Black Cat's passageway was in operation. RM did not recognize the place. She only realized that it was an old warehouse. The protagonist said that the location did not matter. He recalled the Black Cat's explanation. The Korean market could be accessed from various places in the world. There were doors that led to a place, which in turn gave access to the black market. At that time, the protagonist had been amazed by the possibility of crossing great distances in just a few seconds. That day, the Black Cat explained that a good alternative for him would be to enter through the warehouse and head to the central tower of the market, where he could use a door to go to the United States. He had to use the tower's door so that ordinary people would not see the students walking through the black market, which would be bad for their credibility. The Black Cat had even connected the Ballier Academy to the black market. They walked through the old abandoned warehouse until they reached the magic door, which was indeed working. The warehouse was just a cover to hide the door. Yuck then asked her to go in and check it out for herself. That last door simply led to another dimension. I think I didn't explain it well. This market exists in another dimension, and these doors connect the worlds in different places. It didn't take them long to go through the door and find themselves back at the academy. Yuck wanted to report what had happened to the academy director, so they parted ways there. Aaron blushed and praised how hard Yuck had worked. We can see the girl's feelings, but our protagonist paid little attention to them. He took out his ring and simply thought that his goal was getting closer to being fulfilled. He had obtained his third name and could feel that he had become much stronger, which excited him. When he reached the director's door, he opened it and found someone he did not expect to see there. He first greeted Black Cat, but in front of him was Adelia Van Reck. He asked her what she was doing there. She insisted that he call her by her first name and explained that she was there because she had to ask him for a favor. The protagonist, always humble, told her to speak with her head held high, without needing to bow all the time. She became nervous and asked him to teach her too. Yuck was bewildered and asked her why she had suddenly come up with that idea. She told him that both she and the black cat had been watching his exploits, and that, since then, they had realized that he was the most incredible person they knew. It sounded like a compliment, but Yuck was uncomfortable knowing that those two had been secretly watching him. It was creepy, so he yelled at the black cat, asking if that idea had been his. But he quickly wondered if it had been the idea of that damned constellation, the black cat. Terrified by the protagonist's scolding, he soon received a notification in his system window, warning him that the constellation would be very angry if it found out about this, and that it might even kill him personally. It seemed that the two of them were trying to keep their request a secret from their constellations. Adelia changed the subject, saying she was impressed by how he used the constellation's poison, and that she would love for him to teach her. Yuyuk scratched his head, remembering that the black cat had asked the same thing before. Couldn't they both learn from Lumines and Balwin, the rightful owners of those techniques? Yuck wondered what difference it would make to teach them, instead of the constellations themselves. He commented that they should have learned these skills naturally, since they had contracts with the constellations, and the way to use the skills was identical. There was no difference, but he pointed out that the only difference was that he did not rely on mana borrowed from the constellation to use the technique. He improved the skills by adding his own mana when activating any technique. He commented that today's youth only train to increase mana, but not to control it, which causes a deficiency in that area. Even if he taught them how he did it, it would leave them exhausted. The two did not understand how he could talk about the youth without including himself as one of them. Adelia insisted and asked him to teach her his technique, even though she did not have the necessary mana capacity. Yuck said that he had been very busy lately and did not even have time for his own students. However, since they were the contractors of his beloved disciples, he agreed to dedicate some time to them. He said that the most important thing was physical training, so they should come to the training room the next day. Also, he wanted to talk directly with the black cat after the session. The reason was that he had gone to the United States, but had not managed to investigate the building with the familiar energy. That's why he wanted to go back and have another chance to investigate that place. As night fell, the scene shifted to the United States, specifically to the Contractor Association building. On the upper floors, Logan was reviewing Kim Ho-juk's file. He still couldn't unravel the mystery surrounding the boy, and nothing explained why he was so powerful. And he was involved in several attacks in different parts of the world. Then Logan remembered that the protagonist spoke as if he knew his constellation. He asked his constellation if it knew the underworld ruler, as the ruler himself seemed to know him, the destroyer of all and penetrator of all, and gave him a simple answer, yes. The constellation then warned Logan to be careful of the fans of the Silent Moon. Logan was not surprised by the answer, but he did not know who these fans were. He searched for information but found nothing useful. Just as no one knew much about the protagonist, Logan found it amusing to think that every time he tried to investigate the protagonist, he felt like he was wandering through a labyrinth without finding any answers. While he was trying to figure something out, a sinister voice called him, asking if this place was the Contractor Association. "Guys, do you want a job?" A monstrous creature stood outside the building and spoke to him through the glass. Despite its imposing appearance, Logan showed no fear and asked what it was and what it wanted. The monster praised his bravery, noting that he had not flinched at its appearance. The creature gripped its mask tightly and attacked, saying that this guy was truly the #1 hunter. The attack shattered the building's glass, but Logan calmly defended himself. He was thrown backward, but landed softly on the ground, and despite the marks on his arm, he maintained his composure. His hand trembling, revealing the strength of the attack. This creature could talk, which meant it had a higher intelligence than expected in monsters. Logan realized he could not underestimate it, so he prepared to counterattack. The bald, toothy monster laughed, saying it was funny that a human would try to attack it. Logan, feeling underestimated, told the monster to honestly try to block his next attack. He struck directly at the monster's club, and Logan emerged victorious, sending the monster flying backward. Even after this exchange of blows, the monster laughed and said that Logan was not bad at all. Logan seriously approached and told it to save its compliments for after the fight. 8. He launched another powerful attack, which completely destroyed the building's floor. The entire floor lit up from the impact, and it looked like the building might collapse soon. Rainia was in her office and heard the impact that shook the entire place. At first, she thought it might be an earthquake, but it came from the floor above, where Logan's office was located. Back to the fight, Logan realized he had hit the creature when he felt the impact on his hand. The blow had been strong, but he couldn't see where the monster had ended up. The next moment, the creature's attack was about to hit his ear, as expected of the #1 hero in the United States. Logan blocked the attack. Even though it was very close, he was thrown against the wall, and these attacks left him quite battered. He could barely stand. He thought this creature was not normal. Perhaps it was a reincarnated constellation, or something even stronger. The bald monster taunted Logan, saying he didn't expect the #1 to be so weak. Sweating, Logan told him to shut up, that he hadn't even used half his power yet. Perhaps that was not a lie, as Logan thought to himself that if he used all his power, the building would collapse. That couldn't happen. His only option was to directly touch his opponent's body and activate his full power. But he couldn't get close enough to touch it. As he was thinking, someone arrived. It was his friend, Rainia, along with other hunters. She had rushed over as soon as she felt the tremors. When she saw who was responsible for all the destruction, she was dumbfounded. That bald, ugly creature was some kind of special class demon. On the other hand, the bald vampire seemed pleased to have more victims to play with. He shouted that he would finish them all at once and charged to attack. Runia ordered the weaker hunters to stay back and not interfere. She clenched her fists and gathered her mana to counterattack. She threw the same super-speed punches she had used before, but the bald demon dodged them all with ease. Fear took over Rainia's body. She was sure she had aimed exactly at the trajectory the demon was following. She tried to land a direct punch on the bald monster, and her fist even touched its skin. But in an instant, the monster disappeared. She felt as if she had hit air. Confused, she didn't realize the monster was above her, preparing a fatal blow. The bald demon attacked with all its might, but at the last moment, Logan intervened, blocking the attack with his arm and saving his friend. She knew this attack would injure his arm, but Logan said it was nothing. He explained that this monster was not dodging his attacks. What they were hitting were mere illusions. The demon only revealed its true body when attacking with a malicious grin. The monster thought to itself, "Is this human intelligent?" He discovered my Hinjutsu ability. The demon quickly decided to hide again, in its illusions to launch another attack. But it was caught by surprise. Logan stepped on its foot, preventing it from moving. He taunted the creature, asking why it wasn't moving. Now Logan's foot must surely be heavy, because the monster felt pain, and it couldn't escape. Now, with confidence in his eyes, Logan told it to defend itself from the next blow. He shouted that this would be his most powerful attack. The blow was about to hit, but suddenly stopped. Its entire body became paralyzed. Another demon joined the bald one, saying that no matter how inferior the opponent was, Becky had been careless again. This newcomer commented that, if it hadn't been for his petrifying gaze ability, his friend would now have a hole in his stomach. The two demons chatted casually in front of the humans, without even worrying about them. Logan and Rainia stood firm, wondering if this other demon had been hiding there all along. The purple-skinned bald demon grinned and asked the humans which of them should die first. He paralyzed them both and let his friend Vaquilla choose who would be first. Vaquilla, savoring the moment, didn't even notice the presence of someone who split his shiny head into two perfect halves. Huyak, the protagonist, had personally come to give these demons a fencing lesson. Logan and Rainia were stunned by the scene. Huyak had once again appeared at the most unexpected moment and saved their lives. Calmly, he finished off one of the opponents, while the other bald demon behind him was terrified. Did he know this guy? Then he asked who he was. The bald demon's answer was interrupted by Logan, who loudly asked if it was really King Ho Yuk. They soon realized that their bodies had been freed from paralysis. The protagonist didn't bother to answer Logan, only muttering that those guys had been a problem ever since. Hayek said that, ever since, Aki always used the killer's eye, while Bakuya tried to hit his opponents with a club. That's why he killed Aki first, and then asked Bakuya if he remembered that time when the bald demon was terrified. He couldn't understand what Hayek was talking about. He asked if he was crazy and how he knew their true names. Also, it made no sense that he claimed to have killed them before. Logan interrupted to thank Hayek for saving his life and introduced himself as Logan. Immediately, the protagonist remembered the Black Cat's words that a guy named Logan had once come to Korea to find him. This left our legendary protagonist lost in thought, as he did not believe he had anything to do with this guy. The bald demon became impatient, tired of waiting for the two humans to finish their conversation, and decided to attack. But even though his enemies were distracted, he missed the blow with his club. In the midst of the battle, Logan asked the protagonist if he knew these guys from somewhere. Based on what he had just said, Once again, the protagonist realized that he had said more than he should have in front of others. Jajak knew that he had to hit that demon quickly before it turned back into an illusion. And escape. The bald demon had fear in its eyes and started to run. Perhaps it had realized the true identity of the boy in front of it. Logan and Rainia did not understand why the demon that had just dominated them single-handedly was now running away, and they wondered if they should pursue it. The protagonist warned them that what they were seeing was just an illusion. The real body was running somewhere nearby. Hojak knew that if he used his disciple's relic, he could eliminate both the illusion and the real body at the same time. However, he had not renewed his temporary contract before coming, and moreover, that ability would also cut the building in half. His attention focused on what was happening in front of Logan. His constellation asked him if that was the martial god. Our protagonist sighed and commented that he now understood why the energy he had felt seemed familiar. Hojak greeted Zeng and told him it had been a long time since they last saw each other. He also asked him to make a temporary contract with Sen, and asked if the contractor had the relic with him. At that moment, Sen replied affirmatively, and then ordered Logan to hand over the super sacred relic to the protagonist. Immediately, Logan could not disobey his constellation's orders, as they are absolute. Rainia, not knowing what was happening, warned them that the demon would escape. While they were talking, the bald demon had already jumped out the window and was far from the building. Huilak shouted at Logan to hurry and hand over the relic. Once in his possession, he put it in his fist and, smiling, said it was perfect. Meanwhile, the bald demon, who had felt relieved that it had escaped, did not understand how its companion had been eliminated so easily. It did not want to believe the reality that this was the martial god it had just encountered. Its goal was to find the others and warn them that the man had reincarnated. But right behind him was none other than Huyak. His ability made his punch so powerful that the energy hit the demon like a kamehameha. The bald ogre fell to the ground, burned by the power of the attack. Only then did it realize that the martial king was behind it and was responsible for the blow. The two who had stayed behind watched it all from the top of the building. Rainia asked Logan if that was his constellation's secret attack. He replied no, but that it had the same power as his constellation. The fact that Jajak could use such an ability with a temporary contract made only seconds before was unheard of. That attack was enough to defeat the creature, and the situation was resolved. Soon, authorities arrived at the scene to attend to the injured. Logan received first aid. As did Rainia, the protagonist told Logan he was leaving, explaining that he didn't want to stay and attract media attention, so he asked him to keep his identity anonymous. Logan was curious and wanted to ask him some questions, but the protagonist was not interested. Huilak wanted to finish everything and leave. However, he remembered that the black cat had mentioned that Logan was the association's #1 hunter. Talking to him was inevitable, and he thought that if he could win him over, it would be beneficial. So in that case, he apologized and said that he was tired at the moment, but that, when the time came, he would visit Logan at the association to answer his questions. Logan was surprised because the protagonist spoke to him informally, without the respect that the #1 hunter normally received from everyone. Hojak told him that he was only dedicating part of his time to him, because Logan was Jun's contractor, so he should be grateful. This statement made no sense to Logan, and he wanted to call Hojak back, but his constellation insisted that he let him go. Sun also told Logan that he should address that person with great respect. Logan had no choice but to comply with his constellation's demands. His friend Rainia interrogated Logan because the demons' bodies had not been found. Logan explained that they had vanished like smoke after being defeated. Rainia commented that that was a problem because they would need the security camera footage to present to the authorities. Rainia also became increasingly curious about Huyak and once again asked who that boy really was. Logan simply didn't know, but he hoped to find out soon. The protagonist left calmly, as if he had nothing to do with the incident. Sometime later, he was walking through a forest and called Barchim in his mind. He wanted to know if the power he had felt in that building was the same as Xian's. His pet. He replied no, which reassured Joyak, who commented that, although Xian had received his teachings, he was not one of his disciples. The protagonist wondered where Sasami would be now. Suddenly, a masked person approached Joyak and knelt before him. Curious, Joyak asked him who he was. The masked figure introduced himself as a member of Igio and said it was an honor to meet the leader. Joyak was confused and replied that the man must have mistaken him for someone else, as he was not the leader of anything. The figure replied that his constellation, called Tugui, had ordered him to reveal his identity if Joyak mentioned a certain word. Jojak, intrigued, asked if that was the word. Then the scene shifted to a moment in the past, when the constellation too gave these orders to the masked followers. They were curious to know what the word would be. That night, the constellation said Sasami. At the same time, in the present, our protagonist uttered the name Sasami again. All the members of the organization appeared and bowed to him, saying it was a pleasure to meet the master. The protagonist then asked them if they had the sacred relic with them. The man quickly handed it over to his new master. While holding the glove, Jojak was able to transport himself to the constellation's imaginary world. It was a dark and devastated place, with a red zeta-shaped sign. Jojak was nervous about the situation, but soon calmed down and spoke to Sasami affectionately. The person sitting behind the throne could not hide her blush, not even through the mask. Hulak called Sasami again and asked her to show herself. Quickly, the constellation stood up from the throne and knelt before Hulak in a sign of respect. Our protagonist was kind and asked her to stand up. Hulak commented that Sasami's mental realm was identical to his martial arts school from 300 years ago. The girl, who was nervous, calmed down and replied that Mashroom was not just a martial arts school. It was her home. Hulak should have known how much she loved that place. The protagonist recalled his life from 300 years ago. Back then, the world was in chaos. Battles were taking place everywhere. Humans, when not fighting each other, had to deal with the hundreds of monsters roaming the land. During that time, they dedicated themselves to protecting people and eliminating the threat of demons and monsters. Hayek and his disciples had been incredible long before he became the martial god. In that chaotic world, no matter how powerful they were, they never lacked rewards. So even in a world of war and misery, he had nothing to complain about. However, even though he had enough money to eat, things continued to happen that he could not ignore. 300 years ago, people were sold and traded as slaves, which was as terrible as the demons that plagued the earth. That little girl who was about to be sold, with the evil face of the slave trader, made it clear that he had no good intentions, however, with all his money. He bought the girl from her parents. It was terrible to see parents give up their love for a little money. That day, when the protagonist witnessed the sale of his sumi, he could not hide his fury. The slave trader tried to defend himself, but the man's sword stood no chance against Joe, or Jack, whose fist was fueled by his rage, every time he encountered slave traders. He made sure to eliminate them and free everyone. And make no mistake, he literally eliminated them. After seeing the man eliminated, the child's parents, afraid of losing their money, abandoned their daughter and fled. At that moment, Jack felt even more anger towards those people. However, his angry gaze softened when the helpless girl clung to him, hoping to survive. So, while eliminating the slave traders, he took in some children who had nowhere to go. At that time, he also encountered a small problem. His plan was to work hard as a hunter while he was young, save money, and retire early. He also wanted to train his disciples to hunt other slave traders and continue his work. The small problem was that he couldn't save enough money to retire because it was too expensive to take care of all those people. But he was not discouraged. He decided to create a martial arts school. They chose the name of the school, and the suggestion of the most timid girl was Musumu, which everyone liked the most. So they founded a martial arts school with the goal of teaching the weak to defend themselves in this terrible world. Yuk knew he was very strong, but he had started his journey learning the wrong techniques, and he was not very talented, so he soon reached his power limit. However, his disciples were different. With his guidance, they could achieve unimaginable talent and surpass their master. He decided to train them so that one day they would no longer need his guidance or protection. Also, if they became powerful, Yuk could keep a portion of their earnings, which would be a perfect retirement plan. Unfortunately for him, just as his plans were about to bear fruit and they could expand their influence, that damned Tower of Destruction appeared. They understood that the protagonist was the strongest, but soon his disciples would surpass him. That day, he died to destroy the tower. His students survived and became the strongest people in that world. However, the Labyrinth Lord, who was the Earth planet itself, stole their names from all of them, and other incredible people. These people became the constellations that humans now idolize. This makes Sasami visibly nervous, but Yuk simply bids her farewell, telling her that he will invite her contractor to a meeting with the others, and that they can all talk together there. A few days later, at the Hero Academy, Yuk finds himself facing Logan surrounded by all his contractors. Seeing so many high-profile contractors gathered around Ho, Yuck makes Logan extremely uncomfortable. Once everyone is ready, he begins the meeting by asking if everyone knows what he does. The question catches everyone off guard. Adelia replies that he is the master of their constellations. Ho Yuck confirms it, and then reveals that he has reconstructed much of what happened after his death. To give them a rough idea, Ho Yuck explains everything about his disciples. In the Tower of Destruction, everyone present in the room is shocked. Black Cat is the first to ask if it was really Ho Yuck who brought down the Tower of Destruction 300 years ago, and our boy confirms it. Adelia then asks if it is true that the era of destruction brought the tower, which led to the world's decline, because as far as they know, the tower collapsed only after releasing countless monsters. Ho Yuck is surprised by this and asks if their constellations had mentioned anything about it. However, according to Adelia, their constellations only speak to Ho Yuck, and even Lumines has not revealed anything to them. Hearing both accounts, Ho Yuck realizes that not even his disciples remember what really happened. However, he is confident that now that they have reunited with him, their memories will eventually return. The young man continues to explain that all who were once famous have now become. This makes sense to Black Cat, as it explains why everyone is so drawn to artifacts from the era of destruction. However, Ho Yuck then reveals something more alarming. The one who created the Tower of Destruction still seems to be active, causing disasters and sending constellations. This suggests that the tower could be rebuilt again. This revelation surprises Logan, but Ho Yuck adds that there are still about 4 to 5 years before that happens. With firm determination, he declares that as long as he continues to gather disciples and become stronger by reclaiming names, he will eventually eliminate the tower once and for all. At first, Logan finds it hard to believe, but he decides to trust him, especially since his own constellation once revealed that Ho Yuck was known as the martial arts god. 300 years ago, apparently, Ho Yuck also saved that constellation and passed on the first authority, although he does not clearly remember those details. Upon hearing this, Logan stands up and respectfully asks Ho Yuck to forgive his life. If he is indeed the martial arts god his constellation describes, Ho Yuck nods his head, and they all head to the gym. There, Logan suddenly challenges Ho Yuck to a duel, which Adelia doesn't quite understand. Blackguard tries to make sense of it, suggesting that Logan might have found the situation too surreal, realizing that a high school student could actually be a legendary hero from 300 years ago. So he decided to confirm it through a direct one-on-one combat. Both charge their magical power and launch at each other, unleashing a devastating blow that shakes the earth. When their fists collided, a huge pressure wave spread through the air, shaking the contractors watching from the side. Even the director of the Hero Academy, Beck, feels the impact from his office, which shakes slightly from the shockwave. Alarmed, he quickly locates the sound, which comes from the stadium, and immediately becomes nervous, suspecting it could be another attack. However, he suddenly remembers his previous conversation with Logan that morning. Logan had informed him that he would be inviting some guests to the academy, and had advised him not to be alarmed if he heard loud noises. Recalling this, Beck regains his composure, trusting Logan, but the power of that sound, and that still seemed very much out of the ordinary to him. Back in the gym, Ho Yuck is visibly excited after the clash of fists. Logan, on the other hand, trembles as he realizes with surprise that he is being pushed back by a high school student. At that moment, he realizes that the boy has survived battles with monsters by channeling his own raw power. Surprised, Logan feels overwhelmed and instinctively begins to focus his mana in his elbow for a counterattack. However, Ho Jug blocks it with ease using an arm block. Although he absorbs the attack, even our boy is slightly overwhelmed by the strength behind it. Ho Jug understands his advantage. He can handle an enormous amount of magical energy thanks to the constellations. But the physical strength developed with the body is something Ho Jug still lacks. Still, Ho Jug becomes even more excited knowing that he is facing Logan, a constellation-level contractor. It is a unique opportunity and seems like the perfect challenge, as Logan lunges at him, with all his mana concentrated into a final blow. The young man decides it's time to end the fight. Just as Logan throws his punch, Ho Yuck moves aside with precise timing and counterattacks with a swift blow from his back, sending him flying across the gym. The attack seems deceptively light, but Logan feels its full force course through his body before he hits the ground unconscious. A while later, Logan regains consciousness in a panic, only to find himself resting on a sofa. Confused, he looks around and sees Ho, Yuck, and his contractor standing nearby. Ho, Yuck explains that Logan had fainted, so he brought him here for safety. Grateful, Logan thanks him. After a long pause, Logan, lost in thought, asks him if he is a reincarnated individual. Slightly surprised, he reminds him that he had already told him that detail before, although he understands that most people find it hard to believe, and then reveals that Logan's own constellation shares a similar personality. Now that he has experienced firsthand their overwhelming power, Logan nods his head and decides to join him as a disciple in the mission to stop the Tower of Destruction. Ho Yuck, excited about it, lights up with joy. Meanwhile, the first member of the sect observing them finds the combination of powerful contractors and high-ranking ones forming a team as unexpected as it is fascinating. Ho Yuck then surprises Logan by asking if he has seen anything at the Hero Academy that resembles one of his disciples. Perhaps a relic or an artifact. The main reason Ho Yuck had suggested meeting at the academy was because he had sensed a familiar magical presence there. However, now that the area is saturated with powerful mana due to their previous confrontation, it has become much more difficult to pinpoint the exact source. Given the sheer number of relics stored in the academy, identifying the one he seeks is almost impossible unless it chooses to reveal itself. To reveal itself, Logan suddenly recalls a relic that once pleaded with its master. This memory leads him to Beck's office. There, Beck is visibly anxious and immediately asks Logan about the identity of his mysterious guest. Logan reveals it is our boy, but when Beck presses, Logan interrupts him and explains that he cannot reveal more information at the moment. Instead, he asks Beck about the radiant sword he had previously given him. Beck, already worried about the sword, admits that it has been causing him severe headaches. To demonstrate, he presses a hidden switch that opens a secret compartment within the office. Inside lies the radiant sword, emanating an overwhelming amount of dark mana. The pressure is so intense that the surrounding area is visibly cracking, unable to withstand the energy it radiates. Seeing the damage, Beck begins to regret storing the radiant sword in his office. The surrounding walls are starting to crack, and it's clear the weapon can no longer be kept there. Logan observes the destruction in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the sword alone can be the cause. He wonders why Beck didn't store it with the other relics, where magical suppression fields exist to contain such artifacts. Beck reveals that he intended to, but something unexpected happened when he tried to place the sword in the holy chamber of relics. The guardians of the relics unleashed their magical power to block his entry. At the same time, the radiant sword began to fluctuate violently with magical energy, as if reacting to the guardians themselves. With no other option, Beck brought the sword back to his office, not even his secret compartment, protected with sealing enchantments, failed to contain the sword's sinister aura, even though the storage room was enveloped in powerful magical spells and suppressors. The sword continued to crack the surrounding materials. This was the reason Beck had decided to speak with Logan. Although, to his surprise, Logan came to ask him for the sword instead. When Logan asks if Beck heard the sword call its master, Beck denies hearing anything, but then, to Beck's surprise, Logan reaches out and effortlessly lifts the radiant sword. The moment Logan touches it, the sword's aura completely disappears. The dark mana stops radiating. Stunned, Beck tries to ask Logan how he managed to do it, but Logan himself seems unsure. He sheathes the sword and says he will take it to the meeting place, leaving Beck confused as to what kind of meeting he is referring to. Logan, with a quiet pause, assures Beck that he will understand everything soon. And since Logan has always kept his promises, Beck decides to trust him once more. Logan returns to Hayuki and hands over the radiant sword, but when our boy holds it in his hand, he immediately notices something strange. He doesn't feel any magical power emanating from it. Logan explains that the sword's energy disappeared the moment he picked it up, and that it remained in the same inactive state even when he brought it to the academy. The young man is slightly surprised by this, but Logan adds that, from time to time, he hears the sword calling him, looking for its master. Upon hearing this, he immediately understands what Logan is referring to. However, when he tries to enter the artifact's mental realm, he fails. Confused by the rejection, he turns to Delia for an explanation. She confirms that such a reaction is not unusual. If the constellation linked to the relic denies access, then no one, not even a contractor, can enter its mental domain. This information catches Ho Yuck off guard. To investigate further, he asks Bars if he senses any familiar magic in the sword. Bars replies that the aura is weak, but the scent of familiarity is undeniable. Our boy then wonders if there is any alternative way to gain access. The tower master quickly recalls something he had mentioned before, the mysterious door that appeared in the realm of imagination. Yuck remembers it clearly, a huge door where all the constellations once gathered. Bars further reveals that it was not just one door. There were several. Each constellation had a door that possibly led to a realm linked to its essence. According to the Tower Master's hypothesis, those doors could provide access to other constellations' realms. The idea seems logical to Yuck, but when he asked his other contractors about the doors, none of them seemed to know anything about it. Barcet speculates that, given the event was brief, there may be constellations that did not even realize it happened. Yuck suddenly remembers someone who might know more, and clinging to that idea, he decides to end the day's discussion and suggests they head back. Before leaving, he turns to the first member of the sect and asks for his name. The sect member reveals that he has no name, and that Yuck is free to give him whatever he deems fit. After a moment's thought, Yuck names him Ancient Protector. He then orders him to begin gathering the other contractors, as their constellations might also be interested in meeting each other. With the matter resolved, the group leaves the academy behind. A few days later, Yuck meets the guide in a secluded house deep in the woods. As she tries to greet him, he gets straight to the point and declares his intention to absorb all the second-tier constellations. Once he finds them, he thanks her for the ring, acknowledging that it has made him stronger. Then, moving on to the real reason for his visit, he asks if she knows anything about a door where constellations gather. The guide recalls something similar, an ancient space known as the arena. She explains that shortly after the labyrinth, the master created the constellations. He also formed the arena, a place that could be entered through the constellation's doors. According to her, the arena was designed as a battlefield for constellations to fight each other over time, while the constellations' original names were forgotten, and new nicknames were earned through battle. These nicknames held significance, each imbued with a fragment of their identity, granting additional power that the arena itself amplified. However, the arena did not develop as the labyrinth master intended, and was eventually sealed. Yuck insists and asks if there is any way to reopen it. The guide replies that the arena could only be opened by a constellation acting under its command. This revelation stuns him, but she is not finished and gives him a knowing look. The guide reveals why she called him. She has located the constellation he seeks, along with all the second-tier constellations. Yuck's eyes widen with excitement, and he now wants to know everything. Somewhere in a secret and hidden meeting place of the constellations, the one known as the Key Keeper. Furious at the others for their repeated failures, he accuses them of merely waiting for death, clinging to the vain hope of reclaiming their former names. In furious anger, he reminds them of the torment they endured, wandering for 300 years stripped of their identity. Reduced to mere fragments of existence, they had no physical bodies, only a drifting consciousness, endlessly revolving around a single tree, for reasons still unknown. These wandering spirits eventually transformed into fruits of that very tree, trapped in an endless cycle they could not escape. The Key Keeper himself had narrowly avoided that fate, although he too had wandered formlessly for centuries. He had finally regained a body, and now, after all that suffering, he couldn't understand why the others were so willing to fade away again without resistance. His fury sharpens as he mentions the twin ghosts, the two constellations that died without achieving anything. Just a few days earlier, the Green Horns constellation had delivered the grim news of their deaths. The announcement shocked the others, especially the fish, who had always believed the twin ghosts to be among the strongest. The Green Horns confirmed their deaths, but also warned of something even more disturbing. He explained that all of them who had gathered in this very place were constellations that had once reclaimed their names and were sent to Earth, and that, as long as they remained isolated and avoided unnecessary conflicts, they could survive by passively absorbing ambient magical power, but gathering in large groups, as they were doing now, created a dangerous situation, as, by being so close to each other, their individual magical reserves would begin to deplete at an accelerated rate. Although they once knew power and identity, their current state was fragile, and ironically, unity could lead to their destruction. So the Labyrinth Lord ordered everyone to gather on an island, where a large floating magic stone lay buried beneath the surface. Upon hearing this, the others realized the source of the immense power they had been feeling. However, one of the constellations questioned what could be problematic about it. The green constellation explained that the magic stone was rapidly depleting their magic due to the presence of so many constellations. For a magic stone to replenish itself, it was necessary to infuse it with more power. But this was impossible in their current situation, given that the Labyrinth Order's 2-month deadline was too short. They planned to acquire new large magic stones and place them beneath the island to maintain a constant flow of magic. But there was a problem. The task was entrusted to the twin ghosts. This revelation surprised the other constellations, who inquired about the whereabouts of the twin ghosts. The green constellation revealed that they had gone to the Contractor Association. As a company collaborating with the association, it was in their sights for discovering a large magic stone. The plan was to destroy the association and steal the magic stone. Upon hearing this, the key keeper was stunned as he listened to the green constellation's suggestion to maintain a low profile and find out where the other stone was. He felt a surge of frustration. Suddenly, he stormed out, calling everyone idiots, unable to contain his disbelief. The key keeper enters a separate room, muttering to himself. He reflects on the twin ghosts, calling them weaklings who died while searching for the magic stone. He knows this poses a danger to all of them. He knows that if he stays in the room much longer, he will lose his power and eventually fade away. Although he feels the right thing to do is to leave. Just as he thinks this, a portal opens before him, leaving him stunned. Ho Yuk emerges and calmly asks if he is the key keeper. Surprised beyond imagination, the key keeper panics and runs away, thinking that this person must be the one who defeated the twin ghosts, however. To his horror, Ho Yuk suddenly reappears right in front of him, asking why he is running away in terror. The key keeper begins to beg for mercy, claiming that he has not killed anyone since he became a constellation. When Ho Yuk is about to hit him, he hesitates, realizing that the situation is much more boring than he expected. The existence of the key keeper as a constellation seems almost trivial. For this encounter, our boy didn't even want to wear the ring, as absorbing it seemed insignificant. Ho Yuk then asks him if he has killed anyone before, and the key keeper admits that he has not, revealing that in the past, he only opened a door to the realm of imagination and did nothing else as a constellation. Upon hearing this, Ho Yuk assures him that he will not kill him, at least not until the door opens again, specifically to the arena. However, the key keeper is unable to open the door by himself. His magical power is too insignificant to create and connect doors to the various imaginary realms of the constellations. He once used an artifact to amplify his abilities. Ho Yuk quickly realizes that, even if he absorbs the key keeper's power and uses his own abilities, it is impossible to reopen the door. As Ho Yuk turns to leave the constellation with a trembling voice, he asks if he is strong. Our boy confirms, and the key keeper then reveals that he can reopen the arena, but only if Ho Yuk helps him retrieve the artifact that descended with him. Meanwhile, in the Chinese temple, Zhenlong stretches excitedly as she sees what is in front of her. The creepy group of skeletons charges towards Yanlong, but before they can reach her, she charges forward and smashes into them with overwhelming force. Adrenaline electrifies her. She is truly excited to see how the power of the Seol constellation amplifies her magic. She can't believe she's landing critical hits and defeating monsters with ease, just as Ho Yuk once told her would happen. And as she thinks of him, she finds herself wishing he were here to witness her fight. A few moments ago, the young woman arrived at the Balia gym and announced her arrival. However, to her surprise, no one seemed particularly excited to see her. She also noticed some unfamiliar faces, making her wonder if she had arrived at the wrong time. Ho Yuk, sensing her unease, reassured her by telling her that it was actually a good time to be there, and asked her the reason for her visit. Yenin vaguely mentioned family troubles, but Ho Yuk had already seen the news. He knew she had recently become the head of the Seoul clan. This revelation clearly took Yenin by surprise and left her a little embarrassed, which led her to explain that it was a request from her aunt. Ho Yuk was surprised. However, he had always believed that she had no interest in leading the family. She quickly brushed it off, trying not to dwell on the subject, but then her eyes fell on Arin, who was standing in the background, and noticed Yanlong's gaze. Arin didn't hesitate to call her attention, asking her if she was looking at her because she wanted to fight. The comment gave Yanlong an idea. She hadn't fought in a while, and she hadn't yet tested her new constellation powers. Suddenly, the idea of a fight didn't seem so bad. With a confident gesture, Yanlong accepted the fight, but Ho Yuk calmly intervened and said there wasn't enough time for a battle that day. He then noticed something unusual, and Mong, as the head of her family, should have been busy with her official duties. However, she explained that participating in external activities, such as killing monsters, brought honor to her family. Besides, her aunt was already taking care of other responsibilities. With everything resolved, Ho Yuk changed the subject and moved on to the real reason for his visit. He needed her help to destroy the labyrinth. He asked Jen Long if she had tested her abilities after forming a contract with her constellation. She denied it, which led Ho Yuk to reveal his current strategy. They planned to move in pairs to handle the labyrinths. However, based on her current level, he believed she could handle one on her own. He had already sensed a significant increase in her magical power, something that surprised even Zhen Lang, who hadn't closely monitored her own progress. Ho Yu explained that magic attacks were much more effective against labyrinth monsters than physical ones, making her a strong candidate for the mission in China. He advised her to start using her constellation powers to familiarize herself with them. He also informed her that she would find a labyrinth stone in the area, and possibly a relic hidden within it. She was to extract the relic and bring it to him. Zhen Lang agreed, although a hint of jealousy hid beneath her composure. The idea of Ho Yuk teaming up with one of the other girls while she was away did not sit well with her. Back in the present, Zhen Long is wreaking havoc among the monsters, using her newly awakened constellation abilities. With a single punch, she decimates their ranks. Consumed by rage, she decides to finish off every last one of them right there. Meanwhile, in the United States, Ho Yuk arrives at a desolate land along with Yu and Logan. Logan takes it upon himself to guide them, but despite his efforts, they do not seem able to locate their destination. However, the young man knows that if they had any information about the place, he wouldn't have had to rely on his luminous ability to find it. Logan reveals that only a handful of people within the Institute know of the place's existence, which is why the details are so poorly documented. According to him, the public believes that only a large magic stone was discovered there, making the entire location highly classified. Ho Yuk feels a pang of guilt, knowing that the Institute will give up on the stone after investing so much effort in finding it. But Logan assures him that it is not a great loss, as artificial storage units can now easily replace its use. Grateful, Ho Yuk silently thanks Logan. He then recalls the key keeper's words about an artifact that fell with him when he descended. When our boy asked, the key keeper revealed that the relic had scattered throughout the labyrinths. He added that the artifacts gave off a strong scent of magic, and that its lingering aroma would help guide him to them. Just as our boy was about to leave, the key keeper stopped him and mentioned one more thing. He needed Ho Yuk to retrieve the large magic stone as well. Ho Yuk already knew of the stone's existence, but the request left him bewildered. He asked why the key keeper wanted it. Solemnly, the key keeper explained that an immense amount of mana was needed to open the ancient door, and that the magic stone would provide just that, despite his knowledge. Empowered, the key keeper admitted he was afraid. Sensing his fear, he gave him a reassuring nod, and with calm determination, he promised to bring not one, but 2 magic stones. Back in the present, Ho Yuk regrets having made that promise to the key keeper, as acquiring even a single large magic stone seems like an incredibly difficult task. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted when Logan announces that they have finally arrived at the location. As Ho Yuk refocuses, he is surprised to see a massive golem, an imposing monster. Right in front of them, the golem is enormous, and both Logan and Sejak can hardly believe their eyes. They wonder how such a creature can exist and why it is there. As they process this, the golem suddenly swings its fist at them. Both Logan and Sejak dodge by jumping backward. Of course, Logan remains in shock as he sees the huge crater left by the punch. The power of the attack is terrifying. The golem prepares for another strike and swings its massive fist again. Logan prepares for a counterattack, shouting at the monster. He intercepts its fist with his own. The 2 fists collide with explosive force, and to Ho Yuk's surprise, Logan's punch not only shatters the golem's arm, but sends the creature crashing to the ground. Yuk watches in amazement, impressed by Logan's power. He realizes they are with the #1 contractor, someone who can smash a golem with a single punch. And he can't believe he's here with them. Even more incredible to Sejak is that someone as strong as Logan follows Ho Yuk with such respect. Despite the surprise, Sejak feels proud to be with both of them, ready to witness firsthand the power of these living legends. However, despite the golem's defeat, Logan feels that something is not quite right. The monster, despite being thrown to the ground, does not seem to be completely destroyed. It is still in relatively good condition. Ho Yuk, considering the golem's immense size, theorizes that the impact may not have reached its core, which might explain why the creature remains intact. That said, Yu Hyuk leaps onto the fallen golem and plunges his sword into its body. However, to his surprise, not even his powerful sword manages to pierce the creature's sturdy exterior. As he processes this, the golem suddenly awakens, rising with an overwhelming surge of power. It gathers its strength and unleashes a powerful punch at them. The fist impacts with immense force, and although our boy manages to block the attack, the crushing pressure forces him backward. Hauk realizes at that moment that the golem has likely absorbed the large magic stone. This revelation surprises both him and Logan. Our boy then asks if he has placed an anti-magic spell to block the stone's presence. Logan confirms, but Ho Yuk, still processing the situation, reveals that it should be impossible to block the stone's presence using any kind of magic. Logan, though sensing no magic, listens intently. Ho Yuk explains that the magic spell blocks human senses, preventing them from detecting the stone's presence. However, it is different for creatures born of magic, and the golem, being one of those creatures, is capable of detecting even the slightest trace of magical energy. The goyim must have sensed the residual magic and channeled it into the magic stone. Ho Yuk surmises that the absence of other monsters suggests the golem may have killed them all to absorb their energy. Despite the goyim's immense power, Ho Yuk is surprised that merely absorbing the stone's residual magic has made it so strong. This leads him to believe that the stone itself must be incredibly powerful. He now realizes that he should have brought his disciples with him if he had known the situation would escalate this way. Thinking about it, Ho Yuk turns to Logan and asks him to hand over the artifact, eager to demonstrate the true power of a single punch. In a labyrinth in England, Black Cat and Adelia work together as a team to eliminate monsters. Adelia seems exhausted by all the fighting, as her family used to handle such tasks, so she is not used to the effort involved. Black Cat, recognizing her fatigue, admits that he is also sweating. It has been a long time since he fought monsters, feeling the heat. He removes his mask, revealing a surprisingly attractive face beneath it. Adelia, stunned by his appearance, can't help but marvel at how handsome he is. Thank goodness, he doesn't look anything like the face revealed in her nightmares. The Black Cat notices Adelia's nervous expression, but is confused by how surprised she seems. Thinking that perhaps he has made her uncomfortable, he quickly apologizes. However, Adelia assures him that it is fine. Curiously, she cautiously asks if what he just did is allowed. Black Cat nods and explains that, since they are not in the black market, there is no problem. Besides, in a way, they are former students, so he believes it is acceptable between them. This only confuses Delia further. When Ho Yuk asked her to accompany Black Car to the labyrinth, she wasn't exactly thrilled, but this moment seems to make up for it. Hesitantly, she asks almost suggestively if Black Car will appear more often from now on, and he confirms that he will. Suddenly, Moron, a constellation of Delia and the luminous Black Cat call their attention for flirting, and severely remind them to focus on the mission. Embarrassed, the two quickly return to clearing the labyrinth. Meanwhile, in the United States, Ho Yuk and his team engage in a fierce battle with a colossal golem. As they dodge its thunderous attacks, he channels the power of his constellation into his fist. He tells Logan to watch closely. The golem throws a massive punch at him, but our boy counters it with a punch so powerful that it not only destroys the golem, but obliterates the entire mountain behind it. The force of the blow leaves everyone stunned. Even Ho Yuk himself is impressed. It has been a long time since he threw such a devastating punch, and he silently acknowledges the immense power of Logan's constellation. Logan watches everything unfold in surprise, and finally begins to grasp the true potential of the destruction ability. As Ho Yuk returns the bracelet, Logan remains lost in thought, wondering what the force behind that punch is. After a moment, he asks Ho Yuk if he would be free after this mission to train him in that very technique. Our boy, with a confident smile, agrees on one condition. They must obtain one more large magic stone. Logan quickly suggests that a company affiliated with the association possesses one, and that they could use it. Upon hearing this, the young man lights up with excitement and declares that he will return if all goes well. However, Logan hesitates slightly before revealing that, to take the stone, they would need to replace it with an artificial storage system. Ho Yuk, unfazed, immediately orders his team to excavate the pit where the golem had been working previously, suspecting that the true magic stone might still be buried there. A few days later, in a secluded location, Ho Yuk arrives with a massive artificial floating magic stone. which surprises the key keeper with its presence. But that's not all. Instead of bringing just the two requested, the young man surprises him by bringing three, just in case. Two came from Logan, and the third was obtained from the Sasame constellation, used by the cult's first contractors to receive their orders. To make matters worse, Ho Yuk also delivers several powerful artifacts, leaving the key keeper utterly incredulous. According to him, the collected objects are more than enough to activate the arena, although the arena itself is actually nothing more than a massive cave. He then reveals that he will soon begin summoning the entrance gate, noting that even a single stone would have been sufficient for that task. Ho Yuk, however, is well aware that the key keeper requested additional magic stones, not out of necessity, but to curry favor with the other constellations on the island. This revelation shakes the key keeper to his core, and calmly, but firmly, our boy reveals that he plans to use those very stones against the constellations. They were intended to appease them. With that declaration, he presses the key keeper to begin the summoning without delay. Ho Yu then coordinates the ancient protector to keep a close watch on the key keeper and prepare everything necessary for his upcoming contract with Sosumi. Furthermore, he warns the ancient contractor to eliminate the key keeper if he attempts any deceit. Meanwhile, in the constellation meeting room, chaos begins to brew. The fish constellation rages with frustration, furious that nothing is being accomplished. He warns that if they continue to do nothing, they will all meet their end here senselessly. And forgotten, the lack of communication from the Labyrinth Lord only adds to the unease, leading many to fear that the deaths of the other constellations have been in vain. The room erupts in shouts and protests. The gathered constellations begin to demand that action be taken, that they go out and kill anyone who stands in their way. But at that moment, their voices are abruptly silenced. Ho Yuk's voice cuts through the attention like a sword. He has been standing there for 10 minutes, silently observing them. A maniacal grin spreads across his face, as he declares his intention to be the one to plunge them into oblivion. Rather than let them await a natural death, the fish constellation does not recognize Ho Yuk, while the vampire comments that he had not sensed any magical power before, which explains why none of them noticed his presence. However, the vampire becomes enraged, indignant at his bold and arrogant entrance, and issues a warning. Our boy, unperturbed, reaffirms his stance. He states that they were all too busy spouting nonsense while he hid among them. As he speaks, he casually wields his sword, issuing a chilling warning that they will understand everything once he has beaten them up. His overwhelming presence and sheer arrogance leave the constellations in shock. Then, with a fluid and sudden movement, Ho Yuk spins in a full 60-degree arc with his sword. The green constellation shouts for everyone to duck, but it's already too late. With that single, devastating blow, most of the constellations instantly lose their heads. Only a few, namely the vampire green constellation and the fish constellation, manage to evade the attack. It is in this horrifying moment that the green finally realizes the truth that Ho Yuk is the god of martial arts. But as quickly as he attacked, Ho Yuk disappears. He is nowhere to be seen. Confusion spreads among the survivors. They know he must be using some advanced concealment spell, and that he is still somewhere within the building observing. Suddenly, a swift cut tears through the air, decapitating another group of constellations. The survivors finally understand the horrifying truth that Ho Yuk has been toying with them all along. Panicked, the green constellation activates its abilities and creates a barrier around the building to prevent Ho Yuk from escaping. However, the vampire expresses concern as he realizes that by sealing the area, they may have trapped themselves inside with the god of martial arts. Green acknowledges the risk, but argues that their fallen comrades died too easily. He admits that they will likely die here too, but dismisses it with grim acceptance, as they will be reborn in the end. He warns that if they fall now, they will be unable to carry out the Labyrinth Lord's plan. As Green speaks, our boy suddenly appears and strikes him with his sword. Green reacts quickly and blocks the attack with his bare hand. At that moment, he realizes something crucial. Ho Yuk is not using concealment magic, but is actually invisible. The barrier, now active, will trap him inside the building. He alerts the others, pointing out that Ho Yuk's power seems diminished in this new body. The fish constellation also notices the change and speculates that Ho Yuk may have reincarnated. The vampire agrees and points out that, since their heads are still attached, the martial god's strength must be weaker than before. As they assess the situation, Ho Yuk silently reappears, this time behind the vampire, and slices his face, but the attack hits a blood clone. The real vampire had used the clone to lure Ho Yuk. Now that Huyuk has fully revealed himself, all the constellations launch a combined attack, unleashing a devastating barrage intended to destroy the ground beneath their feet. However, despite their overwhelming attack, he appears nowhere. As the dust settles without warning, he reappears behind Grim, grabbing one of his antlers. Taunting him, Huyuk remarks that, for all their intelligence, they must now realize they are destined to fall. With cold certainty, he promises Green a painless death and then plunges his sword. The force of the thrust unleashes a blinding, powerful beam that rips through the air and shakes the building's foundations. The remaining constellations watch in disbelief. A few moments ago, Huyuk seemed weaker, but now he has effortlessly finished off one of the strongest. Sensing their confusion, he replies by confirming their suspicions. However, he states that if he were still in his original form, it would all have been over in one blow. Determined to end the battle once and for all, our boy pulls out 2 floating magic stones that stun all the constellations present. He explains that, although these stones were used long ago, their use has fallen into oblivion. But if they are fully charged and the inner core is hit directly, they detonate with catastrophic force. The fish constellation suddenly realizes Huyuk's plan. He is preparing to finish them all at once. With a chilling farewell, Huyuk slams the stones onto the ground. Upon impact, they detonate in a colossal explosion, unleashing a massive beam of destruction that engulfs everything. Somewhere deep within the ancient tree trunk, the guide nervously approaches the reincarnation wheel. Seeing it, memories of her previous conversation with Huyuk resurface. In a secluded house, she had informed our hero about the constellations, especially about the gathering of the key keepers on the island, although she was not entirely sure if the location was correct. Upon hearing this, Huyuk immediately prepared to leave, but the guide stopped him and asked him to lend her the absorbed names. Without hesitation, he handed her the ring, explaining that he had already used most of the names as soon as they were absorbed. Although a few might remain, curious, he asked why she wanted them. The guide absorbed the remaining names in the ring, revealing her intention to use them to obscure the Labyrinth Lord's vision, allowing Huyuk to slaughter the constellations undetected. Back in the present, the guide approaches the reincarnation wheel and exhales a cloud of black smoke onto it. With this act, she is convinced that they have succeeded in hiding the names from the Lord's surveillance. At least for a while, as she contemplates the next steps, the Spear King suddenly appears, catching her by surprise and pointing the tip of his spear at her. She tries to calm him, assuring him that nothing has really changed. The Spear King reprimands her for appearing in a restricted area and declares that he will take her before the Labyrinth Lord to explain herself. This puts the guide in a difficult situation, as facing the Lord now would likely lead to her actions being restricted in an attempt to escape the situation. She asks the Spear King to forget about her visit, claiming she is just a nameless constellation who wandered in by accident. However, the Spear King sees through her act and firmly orders her to follow him, stating that it is his duty to protect the area. The guide expresses admiration for his loyalty, but this irritates him. In response, he plunges his spear into the ground and warns her not to make assumptions about him. He reveals that protecting the area has been nothing more than an obligation, since he was bestowed the title 300 years ago without any memory of who he truly is. He admits he lacks the strength to refuse the duty, and that is the only reason he continues to fulfill it. Ignoring the emotional weight of his confession, he urges her once more to follow him. This moment presents an opportunity for the guide. She claims to possess a unique talent and deduces that the Spear King is confused about his own identity. She offers to introduce him to someone who might know the truth about who he really is. The Spear King sinks into deep thought at this offer. A few hours later on the island, Huyuk and his contractors are surprised to see the arena door summoned by the key keeper. At first glance, it appears to be a normal door, but the key keeper explains that it leads to another door, which in turn opens the arena. According to him, this is simply a passageway. There is no way to directly connect to the arena. This revelation frustrates everyone, but the key keeper defends himself by revealing that the arena, the space created by the Labyrinth Lord, still exists. However, its location is now within the realm where the Labyrinth Lord resides. When all the constellations were in the realm of imagination, they could directly access the door. But now, after descending, they need a connection to the Grand Hall. The keykeeper states that with the floating stone arena and his artifacts in hand, he now possesses enough power to open the passage door. In doing so, the corresponding door in the constellation realm will also open. Upon hearing this, Huyuk urges him to proceed quickly, but before the keykeeper can act, He issues a warning. There are many monsters inside before he can finish. Our boy already understands that the constellation wants an escort. Hu Yuk agrees, which makes him form a rare smile. As the constellation prepares to begin, he instructs his contractors to inform the constellations not to open the door if they see one at their end. With that, the keykeeper inserts his key and opens the passage. Upon looking inside, Hu Yuk realizes that the interior is dark and eerie. He suggests to the keykeeper that he stay close if he doesn't want to die. With that, the two venture into the unknown. Inside, they are immediately met by monsters, but Ho Yuk effortlessly cuts through them. The keykeeper, on the other hand, appears visibly nervous. Our boy urges him to move forward if he doesn't want to die. With that, he charges forward, taking out monsters left and right, while the constellation follows closely behind him. Finally, they reach the grand hall door, just as they are about to enter. A huge wolf-like monster leaps out in front of them. The creature is enormous and furious, like nothing Ho Yuk has ever seen before. According to the keykeeper, the beast could be the result of a mutation caused by the distortion of time and space within the passageway. Our boy, not having prepared any of his disciples for this journey, believing it would be overkill, decides to rely solely on his sword. As the monster lunges at him, he leaps backward and counterattacks with a swift strike. His sword severs the monster's arm, but to his surprise, the limb regenerates almost instantly. Reacting quickly, the young man charges his sword with dark energy and attacks again, this time slicing the monster's arm into multiple precise pieces. The creature roars in pain. Seizing the moment, he leaps into the air and delivers a powerful slash, splitting the monster in half. The keykeeper is stunned. Ho Yuk just defeated a powerful mutant beast with surprising ease. Our boy snaps the keykeeper out of his thoughts and orders him to open the door. Obeying, the keeper inserts his key and opens the passage. Meanwhile, Yu Yak's disciples also see appear before them. After Hu Yak returned from the passageway, the world plunged into chaos. While his disciples understood the purpose of the door, the other constellations were stunned by the sudden appearance of the Grand Hall. The martial god himself was unable to access the imaginary realm of the radiant swords, and even when he managed to enter it, the door disappeared the moment he entered. His disciples could enter the Grand Hall freely, but he was denied entry. He consulted the keykeeper, who explained that the Grand Hall was rejecting Ho Yuk, possibly due to the will of the Labyrinth Lord. Ho Yuk realized that, because of this, he could no longer gather his disciples in one place, nor see who resided in the realm of the radiant swords. Originally, he planned to enter the Grand Hall and find the door that led to the imaginary realm of the radiant swords. Now that he was denied entry, an alternative came to mind. If he cannot enter, can his disciples? He decided to send them to find the radiant sword constellation on his behalf, with which all of his disciple constellations would enter the Grand Hall. However, as soon as they enter, Moron and Luminous begin to argue, as Lumines has arrived late, and they do not stop talking. Sasani intervenes and reminds them that they must follow their master's orders. Upon hearing this, both acknowledge their mission and focus their attention on destroying all other constellations present. A few days prior, Yuyuk gathered his contractor disciples to organize a meeting among their constellations. He asks about Sasami, and Moron confirms that Sasami has reached her imaginary realm. However, Moron is visibly surprised by how easily Sasami found her door. According to Sasami, she canceled her presence in the Grand Hall and was able to locate Moron's realm by recognizing the familiar scent of her superior. She also mentioned using the traces of other members to search for their divine artifacts, but she could only find Moron, whose scent had guided her there. Now that it had been confirmed that both disciples were in the same realm, Hayuk turned to Delia and asked Moron if she was refusing her entry, but she denied it, stating that she felt as if someone else was preventing her from summoning him. The idiot then turned to Sasami and asked if she knew the whereabouts of the other members. Sasami admitted that she had tried to track down the remaining divine artifacts, but had failed to locate them. As a result, she had no idea where the others were. Upon hearing this, Hayuk asked if she had checked the realm of the radiant swords, but Sasani replied that she had not, as she could not even sense the swords. Mana Jajuk then revealed his plan to attempt to access the imaginary realm of the swords through the Grand Hall. However, Sosa Mi was confused. She recalled how many doors there were in the hall and asked how the young man intended to identify the correct one. Ho Yuk, with a maniacal grin, ordered them to kill all the constellations in the hall. Afterwards, they would enter through the remaining door and return to the present. Yuk's disciples prepare to face the other constellations. However, Sasami suggests that before the fight begins, they must first remind everyone who their master is. To do this, she summons the teaching school that he ran. The sudden appearance of the Musumen school fills the space with a wave of nostalgia. The disciples recognize it and fall silent, emotional. Sasami then reveals that she has a list of constellations they will face. First, since she herself became a constellation, she had taken note of all those who spoke ill of Huyuk. The others agree with her plan, determined to begin their assault with those on that list. Meanwhile, a group of constellations fixates on the school building, and with mocking laughter, they recall that the martial god has been dead for 300 years. One of them asks who could have built such a place now, just as he finishes speaking. Pours Morin and slams his face into the ground, instantly crushing him. The rest of the constellation falls silent, stunned, realizing that these women are disciples of the Musim Moon School. Lumen Lumines quickly corrects them, declaring that they are disciples of the Master. Without hesitation, she fires a beam that pierces the heads of several constellations. Witnessing the luminous attack, Moron joins the battle, plunging her sword into the ground. Channeling her energy through it, Lumines worries slightly, suspecting that such an attack could harm even allies. But Moron assures her that it will not. As the sword sinks into the ground, many constellations begin to fade. Lumines is surprised by the precision of the poison. It targets individuals without affecting bystanders. However, to her surprise, the constellations begin to regenerate, and realizing that brute force will not suffice, the trio decides to destroy them mentally. Instead, among the constellations present is a member of the Choi family. Seeing the trio, he immediately recognizes them as disciples of Yuk. The Azun family constellation also approaches the Choi family constellation, acknowledging that it has been a long time since they last saw each other. The Azun constellation, known as the Fist King, refers to the Choi constellation by his old nickname, Dao Wang, although they greet each other familiarly. Dao Wang still finds that name somewhat embarrassing. The Fist King then points to the trio of Yuk's disciples fighting in the distance, and asks about them. Dao Wang explains who they are when asked about Mushinmun. The First King immediately recognizes it as the sect linked to the martial god. Dao Wang points out that the martial god he just recalled is the master of the three who are fighting now. This revelation stuns the Fist King. He recalls hearing stories about the martial god, how he single-handedly faced countless disasters, etching his name into history, although he had read about the martial god's disciples and their overwhelming strength. This is his first time seeing them in person. Dao Wang adds that the martial god once taught him sword techniques, which later became the foundation of his own style, and that, thanks to them, he traveled the world and eventually met the Fist King. Dao Wang also recalls his surprise at discovering that the Fist King had already established his own martial hall, training warriors and teaching them bare-handed defense. However, the Fist King finds those memories bittersweet. He recalls how everything failed when the Tower of Destruction appeared, unleashing a wave of monsters. In the end, their forces were depleted and they died, which he still considers a failure, one that betrayed the very essence of martial arts to protect people. Dao Wang agrees with him and says that's why he continues to dedicate himself to training, learning, and perfecting the ultimate sword technique. The Fist King shares the same determination, although, at this moment, his attention is completely focused on the trio of disciples who are taking down constellations left and right with unwavering ferocity. The Fist King wants to fight them, but before Dao Wen can stop him, he has already jumped towards the trio, landing beside them. He challenges them to a duel and leaves the disciples momentarily confused. Sasami, however, quickly recognizes him as the Fist King, the guardian constellation of the Azun family, a title that earned them a place among the 5 great families. Lumines, still bewildered, wonders why he would approach just to die. The Fist King confidently declares that, as disciples of the martial god, they are some of the few strong opponents he has encountered since becoming a constellation. This statement does not sit well with Sosa, who becomes visibly angry at it. The word strong belongs only to their master. Her reaction only fuels the Fist King's excitement, as he assumes they are preparing to fight him. Lumines decides to finish him off instantly, but Moron steps forward, insisting on handling the fight herself. As he knows her master, she wants to show him some of the martial god's techniques so that he remembers them well. As she prepares for battle, her body is engulfed in a powerful magical aura, and the Fist King imitates her, activating his own energy in return. Lumines watches, knowing full well that the idiot could easily eliminate him with long-range poison, but instead chooses to face him directly out of respect. However, Simi feels a pang of concern. The weight difference between the idiot and the Fist King is enormous, and she silently worries about the outcome. Carol Lumanas reassures her that Moron can handle it. With that, the idiot stomps hard on the ground and throws a punch at the Fist King. She gets excited, recognizing the move as the crushing fist. Still, she observes that due to Moron's small comprehension, the blow might lack impact. So she decides to take it head-on. When the punch impacts, she feels nothing at first, but in a second the force courses through her and sends her flying, surprised. She realizes that the idiot has transformed the crushing fist into an inch punch, amplifying the power through an unknown footwork technique. The change in form and the sudden release of force leave her stunned, but excited. Despite the blow, the Fist King recovers quickly and counterattacks with his own ranged fist technique, unleashing a massive shockwave. Sasami watches the attack in awe, but Lumines watches calmly, knowing that the Fist King's style always leaves an opening for a counterattack. As expected, Moron appears behind him in midair and lands a powerful kick to the back of his head, sending him crashing to the ground. Lumines, who had anticipated this, is simply unimpressed. Once the duel is over, the trio resumes their task of sweeping through the constellations. Meanwhile, Barch secretly spies from behind a door, silently watching them as they advance. While the Tower Master lurks from the shadows, Ho Yuk demands information about his disciples. Barch nervously denies having checked on them, but our boy shouts at him to do so. But the Tower Master is paralyzed by fear. The disciples are already wreaking havoc in the Grand Hall, and if they see him, especially as the former head of the Tower of Destruction, they might tear him apart. Now powerless, the Tower Master is terrified of the possibility of being mercilessly beaten. Lost in distressing thoughts, he hears our boy pressuring him again to take a look. Hesitantly and trembling, Barge slowly opens the door. All he sees are explosions. He informs Huyuk that it appears the disciples have already defeated most of the constellations. Barge cannot help but feel that the master disciples have become even more powerful than before. As he continues to peek, Lumina spots him. Sasami also recognizes him as the Tower Master. However, Moron recalls Huyuk's words from the past about not touching Barge if they ever found him. But she feels uneasy, unsure if Lumines remembers that order. The Tower Master, now fully exposed, hesitates and awkwardly pretends not to know Luminous. But she remembers him clearly, standing over them long ago, watching from the Tower of Destruction. Although she states her desire to deal with him, she holds back out of respect for Ho Yuk's instructions. With that, she gives him a swift kick that sends Bart flying into his room. Before slamming the door shut, she warns him that she will remember exactly where he is hiding, and that, if he dares to come out again, she will tear him apart on the spot. Meanwhile, Ho Yuk finds himself on the island, attempting to contact Barge, but receives no response. Soon, Black Cat arrives via portal, accompanied by Aaron and Jan Lang, both confused as to why they have been summoned to the island. Jan Lang quickly notices the destroyed buildings and the huge crater, and points out that it looks like a war has just broken out. Yu Hyuk dismisses this and gets straight to the point. He plans to teach them the next step in their training. He adds that Black Car has been summoned for a completely different reason. He begins by addressing Aaron and Jan Lang, acknowledging that they both have contracts with constellations and have made good progress in their training. He now wants them to set a standard for their power to demonstrate what he means. He borrows Harin's sword, channels a lightning bolt into it, and unleashes a powerful slash towards a distant mountain. The blow is so intense that it splits the mountain in half. Hu Yuk says that is the standard he wants Harin to reach. He returns the sword to her and tells her to figure out for herself how much mana to use and how to control it. He then asks Jun Lang for her divine artifact and puts it on her. He takes the girl to the crater, channels mana into his fist, and powerfully punches the ground. Instantly, huge walls of ice shards rise up, engulfing what remains of the structure. Jun Nung is left speechless, completely stunned by what she just witnessed. Ho Yuk then explains that with enough training, she can reach that same level. After all, it is the power of her constellation. With that, he turns his attention to Black Cat. Meanwhile, back in the Grand Hall, Sasami discovers the priest's imaginary space. Lumines and Moron are surprised by the surroundings. Everything in that realm appears in shades of red and black. Moron senses a familiar scent in the air, but cannot identify it. As they explore the place, they find a small opening in the wall and decide to go through it. Inside the narrow passage, they see a man dressed in red sitting alone. They recognize him and call him their junior brother, but they still do not understand the nature of this imaginary realm. The man stands up and asks them how they managed to enter, as they are all constellations. Moran replies that they come from the Grand Hall. The man realizes they are referring to the arena, but says he is not in the mood for a fight. He confesses that he fell into despair after becoming a constellation, but when he learned of Ho Yuk's reincarnation, he became excited, until he realized that his master had been missing for 300 years. He tried to find his master with the help of those who took his divine artifact, but instead of helping him, they became drunk with power. Upon hearing this, the idiot remarks that with all that power, he should have stayed where he was instead of handing out contracts. The man reveals that someone once appeared who could resist his power, but that person left him trapped in a basement. He is referring to Logan, who abandoned him there, letting him rot in silence, and fell into deep despair. The excited idiot removes her mask and reveals that they are here because their own master ordered them to find him. She adds that the ancient relic is already in the master's possession. Surprised, the man falls to his knees and begins to beat his head against the ground in reverence. The trio watches, unsure how to react, clearly disturbed by his behavior. Moran then explains that this is precisely why their master calls him a phenomenon. After a few more blows, the weirdo gets up and says he feels renewed, and promises to prepare himself to meet the master. With that, the group bids farewell. At the Contractor Association, Logan is stunned to see a floating magic stone that Ho Yuk has brought. The stone is twice the size of the one he received earlier. Our boy assures him that the stone is his, and begins to explain how he found it. Back on the island while exploring the monoflow, Ho Yuk realized that there might be a huge magic stone buried underground, and he summoned the Black Cat. The constellations living on that island radiated absurd amounts of mana, and the fact that they survived without any external mana source suggested that powerful energy was hidden there. Ho Yuk suspected that a mana stone was supplying energy to all of them. Finally, they located the stone and ordered Black Cat to remove the mask covering it. This was how he found the stone and gave it to Logan, and he returned to the present after delivering it. Black Cat reads a message from a constellation and informs the martial god that one of his disciples, the Radiant Sword constellation, has been found. Ho Yuk is excited to know who it is, but tells Black Cat not to reveal the name yet, as he wants to confirm it himself. Before leaving, our hero invites Logan to visit Balia whenever he wants to learn the ultimate punch technique. They then teleport to Balia, arriving directly in Black Cat's office through a portal, only to be stunned by the presence of a mysterious and powerful figure who was already waiting for them. Sword in hand, he seems ready to start some drama. When Black Cat asks for his identification, the stranger introduces himself as French, the captain of the host knights and a fifth-rank contractor. The guy explains that their order was recently founded after the constellations gathered, and several guilds and families from across Europe formed alliances. Unlike in the United States, where guilds hold power, Europe has always been led by large families who follow their guardian constellations. 9 constellations finally joined forces to create an alliance that rivaled the American guilds led by Franch's family and the King of Knights constellation. This alliance became known as the Host Knights. Although the Ventric clan refused to join, Black Cat recognizes the alliance but wonders why Franch is in his office. The guy admits that he is there on a mission from his constellation to collect holy relics in the shape of swords. Since most of his family members are contractors of the Night King, their relics are related to swords. They have been tasked with securing any dangerous sword-related relics that might bring chaos to the world. During their search, France reveals that they discovered information about a cursed sword that pushes its wielder towards bloodshed and carnage. They tracked it down and found it in the hands of Logan, the #1 contractor. Although they initially trusted him, French explains that Logan's sense of responsibility did not match his rank, so he passed the sword on to someone else. French points to Black Cat and states that the cursed sword ended up in the hands of the director of Balia, which means it now belongs to him, releasing his blue energy. French insists that the dangerous relic must be returned to the host knights. Black Cat angrily releases his purple power, saying that he tried to show respect, but that he has crossed the line. However, Kim steps forward and tells Black Cat to stand down and directly confronts French. Kim states that he has come for the wrong person, as the sword now belongs to him. French acknowledges Kim's impressive reputation and mentions his feats in capturing villains, stopping natural disasters, and playing a key role in stopping the monster invasion during the tournament. However, he seems genuinely surprised that Korea entrusts such an important position to a mere student, and even cries in pity for the nation's fate. With this, he insists that from now on, he will be responsible for the cursed sword. Kim becomes increasingly frustrated, thinking that French is one of the biggest idiots he has ever met. He shoves him and clarifies that he has no contract with the sword. It simply belongs to him. If French wants it so badly, he will have to defeat him first. The guy hesitates and says that, as a knight, he cannot fight such a young student. The scene shifts to a training ground, where the two prepare to duel. French confidently announces that he will give Kim an advantage by fighting without drawing his sword. Our boy smiles and telepathically orders the Black Cat to gather all the disciples and have them strike the so-called Night King. As the fight begins, French plans to take it easy and let Kim lose with dignity. However, when Kim launches his first attack, he is surprised by how strong the blow is. Despite blocking it with his sheathed sword, our boy smiles, congratulating him on blocking the hit. France gets serious, enveloping himself in yellow energy and reaffirming his status as leader of the European Family Alliance. He makes it clear that he has no intention of backing down, drawing his sword and unleashing a charged blow. Of enormous magical power, however, with a single overwhelming blow, Ken destroys the energy of everything behind French and labels the man the most disgusting person he has ever met, who then goes on the offensive with blinding speed. Exposing French's utter hypocrisy, he points out that while French talks a lot about chivalry and world justice, he did not hesitate to direct lethal magical power towards a school full of students the moment things got tough, unleashing a huge surge of blue energy. Kim lands a heavy blow, sending the knight captain crashing violently into a nearby wall and leaving him sprawled on the ground. French cannot believe he was defeated solely by Kim's sheer magical pressure. Realizing that he has no chance of seizing the sword at this rate, he prepares to summon his constellation for a power boost. But before he can, a system notification appears in front of him. It's a direct message from the King of Knights, bluntly calling him a cursed bastard. Franchise stares at the screen in complete shock, unable to process what is happening. Kim does not give Franch a second to breathe, suggesting that his constellation has already been taken care of. He lunges forward with a knee strike so powerful, it leaves a massive crater in the wall, leaving Franch terrified by the physical destruction. As the knight tries to ask what Kim meant, our boy silences him, pointing out that he usually likes to talk, but he has nothing to say to someone as pathetic as him. Our boy maintains the pressure with a relentless barrage of swords, forcing the knight into a desperate retreat. Franch realizes that he cannot even find an opening to counterattack, and to make matters worse, his constellation has completely abandoned him. The reason for the silence becomes clear. The scene shifts to the world of constellations, where the Night King is already face down on the ground with Frick sitting on his back, pinning him to the ground. A few hours earlier, Lumines wanders through a strange corridor filled with doors, feeling a bit anxious about her master's specific order to beat up the Night King. She wonders if he is just another victim of his previous constellation hunts. Moron clears up the confusion and explains that this constellation is the guardian of a prominent German family, which cherishes relics of the Holy Sword. While Luminous is impressed by the history lesson, Moron admits that she simply likes to keep up with famous European celebrities. She then recalls that Franch tried to recruit them for an alliance recently. Leal asks, Lumines reminds her that their professor explicitly told them to gather everyone and defeat the Night King, which encourages the masked girl to jump straight into action. Once Barchai receives the message, his eyes light up with a hint of madness and joins the plan. Frick also gets up to speed, although he seems quite surprised by the direct orders. Meanwhile, in a Gothic sanctuary known as the Grand Hall, the human side of the Alliance is a total mess. The leaders of the Knight's Sanctuary argue like children. During a high-stakes meeting, a guy with purple hair and a man with an eye patch insult each other over past betrayals and a failed arms delivery that cost one of their families dearly. Among them, the King of Knights in full armor tries to make peace, reminding them that they are in a sacred place, but the Alliance argues that they are there to build an alliance, not to act as obedient subordinates. The King of Knights constellation finally manifests, releasing golden energy and trying to silence them, but his grand entrance is immediately ruined. Freak crashes through the ceiling like a meteor, radiating a terrifying dark red aura. He is spoiling for a fight, demanding to know which of these trash figures dared to disrespect his master. A female knight tries to step forward, but her companion recognizes the red energy and realizes with sheer horror that they are facing the infamous Mad Butcher. Frick wastes no time with words, grabs the female knight by the head and smashes her against the floor, with such force that the room shakes, before tossing her aside like a rag doll. After that, he turns his attention to the Night King in the blink of an eye. He teleports behind him, nails the constellation's physical form to the ground, and begins to repeatedly slam his head against the floor, shouting that a supposed king cannot even control his own contractors. Outside, the trio calmly waits for the situation to calm down. Lumines is impressed by the huge Gothic structure, while Moron points out that it is a new addition to the spiritual landscape, likely built thanks to the combined effort of the newly formed alliance. Bard compares the building's construction to how she created the martial god of sex's building, and says she's worried that Freak is there alone, but Lumines suggests they wait until that initial madness has subsided a bit. With that, Lumines can't help but wonder why the professor nicknamed him Cookie, when Freak is clearly the most unhinged member of the group. Once Freak seems to have vented enough, the trio finally enters the building. Once inside, he informs them that he has only just begun the interrogation. To find out why the Night King ordered the theft of the sword, the remaining knights try to stand their ground, drawing their weapons and asking when these martial god fanatics became so organized. However, Moron and Barge are already in front of them. Barge appears behind the knights with a look of pure fury and tells the fake knights to stay out of the way if they don't want to get hurt. Back on the ground, the Night King remains pinned under Freak and seems genuinely confused as he asks why he is being accused of trying to destroy the alliance. Lumines keeps her sword pointed at another knight, explaining that they know all about his promise to house the sword. The king confirms that he wants the sword, but is surprised when Freak accuses him of trying to steal the red molar, the sword's true name. The king insists that he never gave the order to steal it, but Freak does not believe him to be a clueless boss, especially after the contractor was bold enough to duel the god of martial arts for it. The scene shifts back to the physical world, where Kim is completely destroying Franche. He closes the distance at blinding speed and lands a knee strike, sending the knight captain face first into the ground. As Franch struggles to get up, he is mostly confused as to why his constellation has gone silent, except for the string of curses he heard just before the signal cut out. Suddenly, a system notification sounds. Franch believes his god is finally coming to the rescue, but the message is just a wall of text filled with pure rage. The King of Knights demands to know who gave him permission to steal anything. He orders him to stop pursuing the sword and tells him to bow his head and apologize. Immediately, the guy tries to protest about his knightly honor, but he has no choice. Back in the spiritual realm, the monster is literally smashing the king's face against the ground until it forces its contractor to shut up and beg for mercy. Kim watches as the knight captain goes from an arrogant hero to a submissive servant in an instant, and finds it ridiculous. He realizes that the constellation has just given Franch a direct order to apologize, and the knight has obeyed like a puppet. Kim admits that the sudden 180-degree change has completely ruined the mood. He had planned to beat up Franch, but now that the guy is groveling, he just tells him to get up. Franch looks up, genuinely grateful for a second. But Kim is not done. He decides that you still need one last blow to ensure that pests like Franchise stop bothering him. Kim charges his fist with enormous blue energy, ignoring Franchise's frantic excuses about relaying the message. Our boy delivers one final devastating punch, leaving the knight captain unable to breathe, before he collapses completely. After the beating, Kim calls out to Black Cat, who instantly appears to take the trash away. After that, he heads to the location of the swords, where dark energy practically seeps from the blade. As he approaches, he realizes that mana radiates from the weapon, and finally realizes who is bonded to the relic. He grabs the hilt and casually greets the spirit within, noting that it has been a long time since they last crossed paths. Suddenly, the monster manifests and immediately throws itself to the ground, slamming down hard. It is all smiles, greeting Kim with enormous master energy. But our boy can't help but point out that Frick still has not broken the habit of banging his head against the ground, especially since he is already bleeding from the impact again. Frick looks a little concerned, but Kim is having an internal crisis, realizing that his memories are a bit fuzzy, possibly a side effect of his constellation status, and he is actually embarrassed to use the nickname Frick. At this moment, the weirdo tells him not to worry, he can keep using the nickname, or use Butcher like everyone else. Slightly confused but accepting it, Kim decides to stick with the old name and tells him to get up. Kim is somewhat curious as to why someone who made a living fighting chose such a sword as his holy relic. Frick explains that the master used a sword in his past life. Therefore, for him, the red sword was the natural choice. Kim takes a second to process it, before admitting that he has already found a pretty solid celestial sword for himself. However, he agrees to give this one a try too. Upon hearing that Kim is willing to use his weapon, Frick is overcome with a surge of emotion and bursts into tears, bowing deeply to his master once more. The story flashes back about 3 centuries, to the day young Frick first crossed paths with Kim. The boy is a mess, with a bruised face and a lot of heart, begging him to teach him martial arts so he can get revenge on the people who destroyed him. At that moment, Lumines appears to announce that dinner is served, but stops dead in her tracks. Seeing the unknown boy asking for a master, her dim-witted sister comes over to see why they are taking so long, and is equally confused to see a potential new recruit standing at the doorway. However, Ken is not exactly enthusiastic about the idea of babysitting, and tells the boy she is too busy to teach him anything. This does not sit well with the boy, who points to the sign hanging on the facade and asks why they advertise a martial arts school if they do not accept students. Ken has to explain to him that the sign is basically a DIY project by their current students. They have big dreams of making it a real school someday, but for now, they are not open for enrollment. Young Frick takes the news very badly. He bows his head and admits that he has been knocking on the doors of every dojo in town, but everyone has ignored him or kicked him out without a second glance. This was the only place where the professor had bothered to come out and speak with him. Ken feels a bit uncomfortable hearing that, and admits that the only reason she opened the door for him was because lately the house's business and bodyguarding was dead, leaving her with plenty of free time. Upon hearing this, the boy enters total desperation mode, kneels down, and repeatedly bangs his head against the floor as he pleads for a chance. Kim tries to calm him down, but finally relents and agrees to accept him just to get him to calm down. Frick looks up with a huge grin, while Luminous watches from the side, thinking that if banging his head is the trick to get the professor's attention, she might as well try it too. However, Moron just looks at her like she's crazy. Kim already feels the pressure. One student wants to invent a new sword style. Another just wants to learn how to fight, and none of that is achieved overnight. She decides the best first lesson is an outing. Looking sternly at the boy, she asks if he knows where his bullies are. When the boy nods his head, Kim smiles and tells him to lead the way. Soon they encounter a group of shady figures lurking around a house, laughing over a bag of gold coins. They recap having mugged a boy who looked broke, but turned out to be loaded, and justify it by saying he should have shared his wealth. At that moment, Kim and the boy intervene. The boy points him out as the thieves who robbed him, and explains that the gold came from honest work. One of the thieves mocks him for bringing an adult, but the boy retorts by calling them cowards for attacking children. As they argue, one of the members is surprised, recognizing Kim as the great master of the Gar martial sect. The bald thief also starts to sweat as he realizes they are facing a legend. He tries to play it cool and mentions that they've heard rumors that Kim's school is basically made up of him and a few girls. The bandits then try to tell a sob story, claiming they are just poor teenagers trying to survive, and that Kim, as an adult man, should probably turn a blind eye. Kim doesn't buy their poor act for a second. He gives them a reality check, explaining that when he was their age, he was also broke. But he worked to earn a living, taking any grueling job. From farm labor to housework, he admits that, while everyone wants to make easy money, he refused to become a thief because that would make all his hard-earned survival skills seem like a joke. He gives them one last chance to hand over the money and leave. Or face him. The boy in the group doesn't need to be told twice, and immediately leaves, leaving his companions in shock. Ken doesn't even chase after him. Instead, he tells the weird boy to pay close attention and charges his fist with a huge surge of blue energy, making it clear to the boy that this is the martial arts he has been asking for. One of the bandits tries to test him and lunges at him, but Kim stops him with an effortless block, before smashing him into the ground with a gut punch that sends him flying. Before the bald leader can even process what happened, our boy teleports behind him, and with a single punch, the bald man is embedded in a nearby wall, with both thugs completely destroyed. Kim explains that real martial arts are simply the most effective way to eliminate an opponent without wasting effort. The boy is absolutely impressed, and seeing how easily Kim did it, he realizes that he no longer even cares about revenge. He just wants to be as strong as him. With this, he bangs his head against the ground again and begs Kim to accept him as a disciple. Seeing that our boy is a bit uncomfortable about becoming a master after only 5 minutes of fighting. But he finally makes it official. Back in the present, Kim stands by the sword, reflecting on how his stupid student chose such a sword as his relic, just because he used it back in the day. Despite already having a top-tier sword, Kim decides he is also willing to wield this weapon that radiates dark energy. At that moment, Black Cat emerges from a portal to report, informing that he has left a very shaken France back in Germany. Kim asks if the trip was a headache, but he replies that everything went smoothly, especially since France's constellation had already stripped him of his powers as soon as they arrived. As for the other knights, Black Cat is not worried. He knows that King's disciples have already put the Night King in his place. So even if those guys try to mobilize, they won't stand a chance. King becomes a little sentimental, realizing that he only has one disciple left to find before the entire team is reunited. The atmosphere shifts to a mysterious camp where the Night King and the Sword King are talking to the Labyrinth Lord. They are tracking the names sent on a mission and note that although their numbers are decreasing, their power level is increasing. The Night King remains silent as his companion worries about those who have not yet returned. He has memories of when the guide gave him a crash course on the local situation. She explains that she blocked the Labyrinth Lord's vision of the domain, probably because he has been poking around too much with the magic globe. The Night King stares at a magic globe, completely confused. He is also stressed because the constellation that used to act as the Labyrinth's information hub has completely disappeared. The guide reveals that this constellation was being used as a catalyst for disaster. Surprising the boy with how much she knows, she promises to tell him everything later. But for now, she reveals that she has obscured the vision, because all the names on the second floor of the Tower of Description will be erased at once. The boy is stunned, assuming that she is summoning a massive army. But she corrects him, saying that she is only going to send one person to do all the work. However, she is keeping it a secret, as if everything disappears at once without a trace. The high-class constellations will start snooping around, so she is planning a gradual elimination to keep things calm. The Night King does not exactly feel the team's spirit and demands to know why she is revealing all these secrets to him. She takes it easy and gives him two big reasons. First, she knows he feels the same resentment she does towards the Labyrinth Lord. And second, the one-man army he mentioned earlier is the only person who knows the Sword King's true identity. Basically, she is setting the stage for them to become a powerful duo. However, the boy is not yet ready to lower his guard. He tells her to stop talking nonsense, which elicits a mocking and apologetic response from her, as she asks him for one last favor. Elsewhere, the Labyrinth Lord and the Sword King begin to panic. They have realized that when their names die, they do not reappear in the Constellation Center as they should. The Spear King, keeping the guide's secret favor in mind, plays dumb to throw them off. He reminds them that the labyrinth has glitches, and that names have gotten lost in transit before. The Labyrinth Lord buys the excuse, thinking that they will eventually return on their own, and decides to initiate the deployment of the third floor, despite the strange vibes. When the meeting concludes, the Sword King grows suspicious of why he is suddenly so chatty and helpful. The spearman merely mocks him, telling him not to worry, as he is not a disaster who loses his warriors like him, which infuriates the Sword King. But the boy simply walks away, saying that he is going to check the reincarnation records. Once he is alone in a room with a magic globe, the spear boy stops pretending and gets down to business. He touches the magic plate and the room's energy shifts from a sinister red to a calm blue. Suddenly, a massive mystical tree sprouts from the altar, covered in glowing blue fruits. The man stares at the harvest, gripping his spear and looking unsure if he is ready for what comes next. Fast forward a few days, and the scene shifts back to Balia's training room. Kem stands there, scratching his head, looking a bit overwhelmed. He had offered to help a few people with their training, but he didn't expect the whole crew to show up. At that very moment, the training room now looks like a high-level lobby. Logan appears with a serious face and reminds Kem that he promised him one-hit training. Black Cat is not far behind and admits that she is here to learn some tricks about Kem's spatial punch. Then there is Adelia Ventric, who seems a bit shy admitting her obsession with the poisoning ability Kem showcased during the tournament. And she wants to know the secret. Our boy just smiles, thinking that he has a free schedule anyway, and leads the high-profile trio deeper into the hall. On the sidelines, Solian watches with a displeased expression, wondering why all these bigwigs are treating a student with so much respect. Sejak, who has basically given up on trying to understand Kim's life, just points out that seeing him lead the most powerful people in the world like a pack of puppies proves that the guy is on a whole different level of strength. Once they reach the hall, Kim gets straight to the point, saying he only has time for the highlights today, and suggests Black Cat take off her mask, as things are about to get intense. Black Cat complies, revealing a face so bright and beautiful that Ken internally complains about how annoyingly handsome the guy is. Logan wonders if seeing the director's face is a security risk, but Black Cat dismisses it with a wave of her hand, pointing out that they are not in the market, and that Adelia has already seen the merchandise. The girl, for her part, silently celebrates her decision to show up. Kem praises Black Cat for her great stamina, noting that while he didn't see her take down those monster waves in person, the mountain of corpses she left behind was a good resume, telling her that with proper training, she could eventually reach his level. It's a sentimental moment for Black Cat, who recalls how hard Lumines worked to pave the way for her after her reincarnation, and it seems like all that effort has finally paid off. Kemp's diagnosis is that Black Cat's current style is a bit too messy for high-level combat. He blames a malevolent constellation called Bakandedek for teaching her some bad habits, admitting that he might have contributed to that mess as well. He tells Black Cat that trying to master martial arts and swordsmanship at the same time is a trap, and advises her to choose one path. Black Cat chooses the sword, as her relic usually takes that form anyway. King approves, noting that it's the best way to master spatial strikes, and sets them up for a match with wooden swords so he can study their movements. King turns his attention to Adelia, bluntly pointing out her low stats and lack of stamina. Slightly embarrassed, she makes excuses about her busy schedule as head of the family, which he fully expected. He explains that as the idiot's contractor, she needs to realize that poisoning people from across the room is a fantasy, unless she just wants to cause some numbness. If she wants lethal results, she needs to get close, and for that, she needs the physical stats to back it up. He puts her through a strict training regimen, starting with martial arts practice, which catches her off guard, reminding the idiot, who explains that she wasn't a pro from the start either. He points out that, since the idiot uses daggers and is small-framed, she had to be a monster at close-quarters combat, although he accidentally touches a sore spot when mentioning her height. Adelia then explains that her family has a secret martial arts style passed down by an old clan leader who learned it directly from the constellation to enhance her poisoning techniques. Ken decides the best way to test her is a trial by fire, so he orders her to face Logan in a duel. Adelia is trembling in fear, pointing out that they are asking her to face the world's #1 contractor to be fair. Kim imposes a disadvantage on Logan, forbidding him from using mana, while allowing Adelia to use 20% of hers. Logan asks if this is part of his one-punch training, and Kim gives him a malicious grin, promising him that they will both find out exactly what they are missing once they start hitting each other. Black Cat watches from the sidelines and looks genuinely concerned about whether Adelia will be able to survive alongside Logan. Kim scoffs at him, wondering if there is some secret romance between them, but eventually tells him to shut up and observe, and the fight begins with Logan lunging like a freight train. To everyone's surprise, Adelia performs a skillful parry, and even lands a counterattack that sends the #1 contractor reeling back. Logan realizes that he has severely underestimated her technical skills, but he is not stunned for long. He goes all out, closing the distance so fast that Adelia's brain can't even keep up. She is pinned against the wall, barely raising her hands before Logan is right in front of her, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Just as Logan is about to land a heavy hit, she raises her leg to kick him. Just in time, she follows up with a strong palm strike to the stomach. That sends the world's #1 contractor, Gimai, staggering back, clutching his stomach in pain. Ken calls off the match at that very moment, much to Logan's confusion, and he doesn't waste time pointing out that Logan has been relying on his brute strength and constellation abilities for too long. He explains that the fair conditions of the fight were actually a trap designed to show Logan that, without his massive mana advantage, his fundamentals are trash. Seeing Adelia completely exhausted, Kim points out the embarrassing reality that Logan couldn't even finish off a tired girl because his technique is flawed. When Logan asks about the reason for his defeat, Kim reveals that the martial arts style he obtained from his constellation is precisely what is holding him back. To make it clear, Kim takes them on another journey down memory lane to 300 years ago. He and his team stumble upon a street performer who is putting on a grand show for a crowd. The boy is selling a miracle pill that he claims gives anyone superhuman strength. To prove it, he swallows a pill, glows with golden energy, and punches a huge boulder. At first, it seems like a total failure, and the idiot is convinced he has failed. But then, a small dent in the boulder begins to spread like a virus, until the entire boulder literally turns to dust. The crowd goes wild, and the boy begins selling these pills for just 10 coins each, promising commoners that they can become gods. As people throw their money at him, Kim watches from the sidelines and seems genuinely impressed by the spectacle. He notes that the boy's natural talents have officially blossomed. He explains to a bewildered idiot that these talents are like a specialized elemental power, similar to his poison or even Lumine's cutting dimensions. He reflects on his own struggle, admitting that as someone without natural talent and only basic meditation technique, he could have easily died without ever discovering his own potential. Kim watches the cheerful boy and can't help but feel a little annoyed. He notes that some people like this boy develop their specialized abilities without really trying, which totally contrasts with Kim's effort, who has no talent at all. It greatly bothers him that someone with so much natural talent would use it to scam common people. As the boy is busy admiring a bag full of gold coins and wonders why the crowd was so easy to fool. Today, Kim decides he has seen enough when the little guy tries to brush him off by saying the miracle pills have run out. Kim replies with a swift jab to the forehead that sends the con artist flying backward. The boy is understandably stunned. Of course, Kim just gives him a malicious grin and scolds him for taking advantage of the sutra to trick people. The guy tries to play it tough, claiming he is not ashamed because the money is to rebuild his temple. But he can't quite hide his guilt. As the sun sets, the two hike up a mountain trail. The boy assumes the strange kids trailing Kim must be his disciples, which confirms he's heard the local rumors about the Musin leader and his peculiar group of students. Kim is slightly surprised to hear that's how people talk about him, but remains focused on the mission. When the boy tries to formally introduce himself, Kim immediately dismisses him, as the boy is a proven liar. He decides his new name is Mank. This one tries to argue, bringing up the temple funds again, but Kim simply reaches out and makes it clear that he has left his students behind today, precisely to personally check if this temple is real or just another of Mank's elaborate scams. As they venture deeper into the mountains, Mank starts to get serious and drops his personal sob story. It turns out he didn't even choose the monastic life. His parents were so broke that they sold him into slavery. He was only saved because the head monk literally begged the slave trader to give him back his freedom. In exchange for everything he had, King is skeptical, pointing out that slave traders are not exactly known for their charity. But the boy insists that the head monk was that legendary. He grew up in a small, quiet temple with only the elder, until a giant golem came out of nowhere and destroyed the place. The boss died in the attack, and the boy only managed to grab a rosary before fleeing. Later, he found the boss's sacred cherry tree among the ashes and decided that he had to rebuild the temple to honor him, even if it meant scamming people with fake pills so he could afford the construction. They finally reach the location, and Kim is surprised to see a huge, elegant door in the middle of nowhere. The monk laughs and admits that the door is the only thing he has managed to finish. Everything behind it is still a total wasteland. Satisfied that the monk wasn't lying, Kim tells him he's convinced, but warns him that from now on, he needs to start earning money honestly. The heartfelt conversation is interrupted as the monk suddenly freezes, staring fixedly at a massive stone monster that just appeared on the scene. It's the same golem from the past, only now it looks much bigger and fiercer. Engulfed in a burning red aura, the beast wastes no time, launching a massive energy punch towards the newly built door. Just in time, Kim steps forward with a confident grin, blocking the blow as if it were nothing. He mocks the golem for its rude behavior and repels it with a counterattack so strong that it leaves a massive crater in the earth. Our boy isn't convinced the fight is over yet, and explains that a golem truly dies only when its inner core is destroyed. He draws his own conclusions and deduces that the monster grew so large because it has been feeding off a high-quality mana stone buried just beneath the temple. It turns out the old monk probably knew about the energy source's existence, but the golem detected it too, and that's why the place was destroyed in the first place. As the stone giant begins to rise, the monk trembles like a leaf, terrified by the thought that if they don't take it down now, the monster will just keep coming back to ruin his dreams of restoration. Ken decides it's time for a hands-on lesson. He positions himself behind the monk, grabs his hands, and tells him to get into an attacking stance. He asks the boy if he wants to have the honor of avenging the boss who raised him, which undoubtedly grabs the monk's attention. The monk is quite skeptical about whether his stone-breaking technique will actually work on a living monster. But Kim doesn't give him room to doubt. He guides the monk's movements and tells him to focus and put all the magic he has into the punch. As the golem launches a massive punch at them, the boy lets out a war cry and throws a lightning-fast punch. The impact is so intense that it not only causes the golem's shockwave and also cracks the web of stone covering the golem's entire body, until the impact reaches the red core and shatters it. The entire monster crumbles into a pile of rocks. Kim is genuinely impressed and points out that the monk's natural talent is authentic, as he managed to destroy the core in one hit. The monk tries to be humble and says that he only managed it thanks to the mana Kim injected into the move. But our boy just smiles, liking the kid's attitude as he looks at his fist. The monk is overcome with a wave of regret, wishing he had been this strong when the boss was still alive. Kim watches him for a second before asking if he wants to officially become his disciple. He explains that he already has a roster full of talented weirdos like him, and promises that if Mang joins the team, he will turn that raw talent into something truly dangerous. In his day, Mang rejected Kim's offer to join the main team, and chose to stay behind and protect his half-finished temple. Kim didn't even get mad about it and respected the boy's loyalty. Over the following years, Kim made a habit of visiting the temple to train him, helping him turn that goyim's killer punch into a full-fledged martial arts style dubbed a mortal blow. Another one of Kim's students even joined in, helping Mank perfect the move. Kim was quite satisfied, but noticed that Mank's direct attacks were a bit stiff. He intended to fix that flaw later, but the tower's destruction happened before he had the chance, leaving that technical loophole open for centuries. Back in the present, Kim explains to Logan that this ancient technical flaw is precisely what he has inherited through his constellation's teachings. Kim decides it's finally time to close that 300-year-old loop. He picks up some wooden swords and starts practicing with Logan and Black Cat, literally guiding their limbs to teach them fluid movement. When the session ends, he dialogues Logan to stop moving in predictable straight lines, and warns Black Cat that spatial slicing isn't just about expending mana, but about the delicacy of speed and timing. He doesn't let Adelia off the hook either, reminding her that all the technique in the world won't save her if her cardio is still abysmal. Later that night, King returns, feeling quite good about the fact that his students are finally leveling up enough to handle the disasters that are looming. He pulls out the ring, thinking about the third-floor plagues that are surely coming soon. He has even been accumulating some energy from the lower-level enemies he has recently defeated, just in case the guide needs a new name to fill a slot. The quiet stroll ends when Barge calls, completely shocked, and begs Ken to tell the others not to pounce on him if they see him in the main hall. Ken doesn't hold back, calmly reminding Barge that he is not in a position to make demands. If there is any drama, Barge had better start explaining it now. Then maybe he will call the dogs off. With that, Barge finally relents, admitting that those from the Tower of Destruction, are inside the grand space. Surprised, Kim asks Barge to explain the situation chronologically and tells him how he went on a reconnaissance mission to the hall, that strange space full of doors, to see how the constellations were doing after Kim's team had recently forced them into submission. There, he realized that the place was a ghost town. He assumed the constellations had returned to their own mental realms or taken refuge somewhere new to plan their next move. But the real trouble began when a guy from the 4th floor named Skyme managed to sneak up on him without making a sound. The stranger greeted Barge as if he were still the head boss of the tower, which me admits he has never heard of him. So Barge explains that Skyme is a stealth player who does not act without a plan. Apparently, one of Kim's own students dealt with him secretly. The hidden schemer also dropped a bombshell on Varch, claiming that he is now the one making decisions for all the constellations in the Tower of Destruction. Kim, who is now heading to his building and presses the elevator button, asks how a guy from the mid-level 4th floor managed that. Varch gives him a rundown of the tower's hierarchy, explaining that the higher the floor, the more terrifying its inhabitants are. It goes from basic monsters to named monsters, then the big names on the 4th, and the 4 heavenly kings on the 5th. The tower master resides on the 6th. The schemer claims that since the owner and kings are away, He has simply filled the power vacuum. Kim realizes this is a total disaster. If all those creatures from the tower are chilling in the main hall, they are still active and dangerous. Barch is losing his mind because the schemer immediately asked him to take charge again. He is terrified that these monsters still believe he is a powerful high-ranking figure, and he has no idea what they will do to him when they realize he has actually lost his powers. Barch is trembling as he explains his tactical retreat, revealing that when the schemer cornered him, he simply played along and ran out of there. He tries to gain Kim's sympathy, but all he gets is a terrifying, unhinged scream. Ken goes into full rage mode and berates him for being useless. His logic is simple. If Bart is going to be weak, the least he can do is bring back information. Ken reminds him that he is obsessed with this tower and needs a head count of the constellations so he can draw up a game plan. Sitting in the chair, our boy suggests the idea of taking a trip to Bart's imaginary world to beat him up. Bart looks surprised and nervously points out that it normally takes a constellation's permission to set foot in that realm. Our boy dismisses him with an annoyed look, thinking that he will just resort to one of his own students to bypass the red tape. With that, Ken sets out to assess the threat level. He figures if the heavy hitters from the 5th floor are still active, the rest of the tower must be too. He recalls that the guide mentioned that those from the Tower of Destruction are about to fall. He connects the dots and deduces that everything from the 2nd floor onwards has basically reached constellation status and is just waiting for their names to descend. He explains to a curious Barch that once these names descend, the monsters will fully materialize and can destroy the real world without any restrictions. Kim's grand idea is to kill them in the constellation realm before they have the chance to manifest. The conversation turns to relics, and Kim wonders what would happen if he simply broke the object containing the constellation. As Barge currently lives inside a sword, he has no idea. Kim jokingly threatens to break it just to see what happens, noting that he has a spare weapon anyway. A terrified Barch begs him to calm down and suggests asking another constellation for information. Frustrated by how little Barge actually knows, Kim starts to mull over the whole Barge situation. The guy is a walking contradiction. He is the only one whose name he remembers and knows high-level secrets about perception, but technically has no power. Kim begins to suspect that Barge's name could be his literal weakness, but he grits his teeth and decides to put the theory on hold for now. After all, Barge could be deceiving him, and nothing is certain until the masks finally come off. With that, our boy gives Barche no other choice and orders him to return to the main hall and resume the role of tower boss. The plan is simple yet dangerous. Barch needs to pretend to have powers to keep the other constellations at bay, and more importantly, act as a double agent to count their forces. Barch hesitates, but after Kem gives him a demonic grin and threatens to make Nico his relic just to see what happens, he decides that being a spy is much better than ending up shattered. Kim is satisfied thinking that he can leave the main hall drama to Barch, while he focuses on investigating the destruction of the relic. The next morning, Kim heads straight to the director's office and knocks on the door. Inside, Black Cat is meeting with Lee, the academy's top instructor. As our boy knocks on the door, Bill gives Black Cat a menacing look that seems to say, "I hope you change your mind." Before storming out, he passes Kim by the door. He comments that he has been making a lot of noise lately and leaves with a mocking smile. Slightly confused, Kim enters the office and asks what's up with instructor Lee. Black Cat tries to play it cool with some excuses, but finally breaks down and reveals that Lee plans to resign. This leaves Kim stunned, as he can't believe a top-tier guy like that would just leave. Black Cat clarifies that he's the only one who knows so far, and that he plans to stay until the end of the year before officially retiring. Black Cat tries to steer the conversation back and asks Ken why he is there. Ken gets straight to the point and says he just needs to ask Lumines something. Once inside her mental realm, he wastes no time and asks what actually happens to a constellation if its holy relic is completely destroyed. Lumines states that breaking a holy relic does not mean game over. Kim thought it did. Seeing his confused face, she sighs tiredly and explains that if a relic is destroyed, the mental realm within it simply disappears. The weapon turns into a regular piece of junk, and the constellation is left wandering like a homeless ghost. She explains further, these ghost constellations are basically drawn to familiar magic, or objects they used to possess. Once they find a good match, they attach themselves to it, and turn that new object into a relic. She notes that she and the other disciples had it easy, as their old equipment was still available for them to possess, Kim is slightly surprised that she actually knows what she is talking about, and admits that he only asked on a whim, which earns him a grumpy look from his student. Lumines gets a little nostalgic, recalling that the first thing she did, as a constellation, was recreate the bleak, monster-filled wasteland where she and Ken used to live. Our boy thinks the version she has in her head seems much darker and more rudimentary than he remembers, but he keeps it to himself. She explains how the whole black market started. Her first contractor was a merchant who figured out how to connect normal space with his subspace. She saw the economic potential, dove into the chaos, and turned it into the masked underground hub it is today. By observing how other powerful spirits synchronized with relics over the years, she became an expert on the subject. The atmosphere turns strange as Lumini starts to blush, convinced that, since Kim came to her for answers, he must be her favorite student. Her moment of glory is immediately cut short, as Kim casually mentions that he actually asked Sazumi first. But she had no idea. Lumine's joy turns to pure bitterness as she realizes she was just the backup option, and immediately asks if she has permission to delete her younger sister. Upon hearing this, Kim breaks out in a cold sweat, reminding Lumines that she just said constellations can't kill each other. So he definitely isn't going to get permission to delete her sister. He is overcome with frustration, realizing that if breaking relics only turns the enemies from the Tower of Destruction into wandering ghosts, they are going to be a nightmare that's actually hard to get rid of. He snaps himself out of his thoughts and talks to Black Cat again, confirming that he is still curious about that senior instructor. Lee, what does he want to quit? When Kim announces that he is going to find the guy to have a chat with him, Black Cat starts to sweat, clearly worried about what might happen when the two strongest maniacs in the building face off. As dusk falls, instructor Lily wanders the halls. When she sees Kim, she becomes a total fangirl. Her face turns beet red as she convinces herself that meeting him is fate's doing. She is currently suffering from writer's block for her thesis on monsters, but she casts aside all her responsibilities the moment she sees Kim cornering Lee in the hallway. As the two men decide to head to a cafe for some private discussion, Lily makes a totally spy-like move and follows him to the shop. The atmosphere in the cafe is tense as Kim and Lee sit by the window at sunset. Meanwhile, Lily hides at a nearby table trying to eavesdrop. Kim doesn't beat around the bush and asks why a top-tier guy like Lee is throwing in the towel. Lee is so taken aback by the news that he spills his drink all over himself, which causes both men to stare at her like she's a weirdo. He's annoyed that the new director can't keep a secret for even 5 minutes. He seems utterly bitter as he admits that for the first time in his life, he feels completely useless, and that it's all Kim's fault. He explains that he used to be the most feared hunter in Korea, and he led the Watchildor Guild to the top. He joined the academy because the former director promised him that even though normal hunters were weaker than contractors, they could bridge the gap by utilizing the massive stash of holy relics the school had gathered. He spent years believing he could salvage that power difference, but it seems Kim's recent antics have completely shattered his confidence. Lee delivers the finishing blow by explaining that back in the day, seeing his students conquer labyrinths all over the world made him feel like a legend. But now he finds it repulsive how trendy it has become to just cling to Kim and sneak into the special class. To him, the special class is nothing more than a bunch of lazy kids skipping the real work. And even high-ranking heirs like the one from the Snasio family flock to it just to be near Kim. Lee is basically going through a midlife crisis and asks Kim why the academy needs a top instructor like him, when everyone revolves around a single student, narrowing his eyes in pure suspicion. He interrogates our boy about his background, pointing out that his biography is basically a blank page. He is convinced that Ken must have some rank secret backing him up to be so shattered. Ken doesn't bother giving a long explanation. Instead, he cracks a grin and offers to settle it with a fight. He tells Lee that a quick fight will prove once and for all whether he's a contractor or just made differently. Lee doesn't usually take the bait, but he's so fed up that he accepts on the spot. Lily, who is still playing spy under her cap, gets spooked as she realizes she's about to witness a showdown between the school's strongest instructor and its most mysterious student. Meanwhile, one flashback reveals a conversation between Kim and the Black Cat. Kim admits that he only bothered to go to the academy because a system notification lured him there to find his sword. It then directed him to the Eye of the Great Forest, a labyrinth the academy conveniently controls. But after staying, Kim realized he liked the perks of the director's position and the opportunity to train new students. He also reveals that he hasn't been slacking off. while Plackett gave him the official HR files on the staff. Kim went above and beyond and used an underground research group to dig up the truth. He has investigated most of the instructors and discovered that, while most are honorable people, some have very dark and complicated pasts that they are trying to hide. He adds that, as for instructor Lee, he was very quiet. Black Cat explains to Kim why Lee is so important in the hunter world. It turns out the guy is a veritable legend who, single-handedly, led the weakest guild. The white one to the top of the food chain. Best of all, he did it with a basic rank constellation contract, proving that he relies more on his own determination than divine aids. Kim is truly impressed and points out that Lee's hatred for contractors who rely too much on their constellations makes him a rare decent person in this day and age. Kim then reveals that he hasn't just been reading resumes. He's been busy hacking into the Academy's private emails. By digging through the former president's inbox, he found documentary evidence of Lee's growing frustration. It turns out Balia is essentially a pay-to-play system, where noble families buy their children access to the best dorms and guaranteed spots. He tried to stomach it for the sake of the school, but the last straw was the student from Odendrecht. Kim's investigation revealed that Dill's exchange student status was a complete sham, to cover up the fact that he had been expelled from school in the UK and had bought his way back in with a generous donation. Kim realizes that for someone like Lee, seeing the entire academy start to revolve around one superstar student is the last straw. Even though Kim wasn't the problem, the optics were enough to make him want to leave. While King normally doesn't care about dramas, he admits that losing him would be a major blow to his long-term goals. Reflecting on his past life, King becomes unusually profound, thinking about his failures during his first stint. He wasn't strong enough due to his lack of talent, and more importantly, the overall level of hunters worldwide was pathetic. He recalls founding the martial arts sect, but focusing so much on his inner circle that he didn't train a broad enough army. When the Tower of Destruction finally arrived, his squad managed to survive, but they failed to save the world. The Age of Destruction occurred because there simply weren't enough high-level hunters to plug the leaks. Ken Bailey as the key to ensuring history doesn't repeat itself. Kim explains to a cat, pointing out that even though the world is now teeming with hunters, the ceiling of their power hasn't really changed. In the past, people strove to gain their own mana and strength, but the current generation is lazy and just takes advantage of their constellations. King realizes that, while having an army of mid-level hunters is fine, he needs an elite team to survive the next Tower of Destruction. To get those elites, he needs to keep instructors like close to elevate the standard. Black Cat realizes that Kim is very serious about saving the world, even if it means resorting to slightly aggressive recruitment to stop staff from quitting. Returning to the present, the showdown finally takes place in the gym. Word spreads quickly, and students are practically glued to the windows. The girls go crazy trying to figure out who the terrifying guy with the sword is, while Seiyuki Aaron confirmed that Kim is facing the strongest professor in Balia. He admits to her that he hasn't fought a human in a while, but he hasn't lost his touch. As soon as the fight begins, he lunges with insane speed, becoming a total blur. Kim's pupils narrow. As he barely manages to block the blow, the hit is so powerful that it shatters the blade of his sword, leaving him with a broken weapon. Kim smirks mockingly, labeling him an agility-based contractor. He resorts to a childish tactic of no personal consequence. He vanishes and reappears right behind Kim to deliver the finishing blow, but Kim gets ahead of him. He throws a calculated, precise punch backward that sends the legendary instructor directly to the ground, clutching his side. In the stands, the students are sweating profusely. They watched him bounce off the ground twice, like a pinball, to change direction. But our boy somehow followed and took him down before he could even land a blow. Lily also notices that Lee is holding back, retracting his sword to avoid turning Kim into a literal pancake. The other students begin to get curious about who this girl in the cap is, but Lily just adjusts her cap and avoids the spotlight, although Soyin manages to get her attention. Down in the ring, he is absolutely impressed by the reaction speed of whom he gives a cheeky grin, and calls him out, asking if he stopped his last attack because a hit to the head would have been lethal. Our boy tells him to stop playing the responsible instructor and to start treating him like a real threat without holding back. Mercilessly, he tells La that if he really wants to know who Kim is, he has to drop the formalities and fight like his life depends on it. He takes the bait, aims his sword, and launches a series of blows so fast that Kim realizes he cannot defend. He has to switch to pure defense. Kim begins to take hit after hit on his wooden sword and realizes that what seemed like a single thrust was actually a multi-hit combo. It's too much for the equipment, and Kim's sword finally shatters into pieces. Seeing the broken weapon, Lee prepares to deliver the finishing blow, but a sharp pain in his side stops him dead. He realizes that Kim's previous sword strike caused more damage than he thought. As the dust settles, Kim is standing there completely unharmed despite having no weapon. He is losing his mind, trying to figure out how he blocked a Kai-enhanced blow with his bare hands. He assumes the boy must have a defensive ability from a constellation. But Kim clarifies things. There is no constellation backing him. He simply concentrated a large amount of mana into his palms to return the sword's energy. With this, Kim asks if this isn't the kind of thing Lee usually teaches. But Lee, sweating, admits that he has never heard of such a technique. It doesn't appear in any textbook he's ever read. Kim shrugs and explains that these kinds of martial arts against humans have been lost because everyone nowadays is obsessed with fighting monsters. Lee argues that the current training style of fighting monsters exclusively has been the gold standard for hundreds of years. Ever since labyrinths began popping up like weeds all over the world, humanity collectively decided to stop fighting amongst themselves and focus entirely on not being eaten by monsters. Due to this shift, normal students only learn to flex their mana and their physical stats in a vacuum. They don't actually learn how to dismantle another human in a fight. He points out that only the dark side of society, the thugs, the specialized enforcers, or elite soldiers bother learning those kinds of lethal anti-personnel skills anymore. Still obsessed with the mystery, he demands to know who Kim really is. Our boy just gives him a satisfied look, basically telling him that if he wants his biography, he'll have to win a round first. That sets Lee off. He stops playing fair and shrouds himself in a heavy blue aura, preparing his ultimate move. He even pulls a mirror image trick, splitting his silhouette into two to confuse Kim. Kim doesn't even sweat, just smiles and asks if he's supposed to be scared before launching a punch. Lee is completely taken aback, as he is being punched at point-blank range, yet feels no impact. It takes a second too long for him to realize he's punching air. Kim is already behind him. Our boy gives him some credit for realizing quickly and announces that it's his turn to go on the offensive. Lee tries to react, but his previous injury flares up, leaving him immobilized. Kim closes the distance with a creepy grin and lands a heavy punch to the chest. That sends the legendary instructor directly to the ground. Lee finally regains consciousness on a couch in the break room, clutching his stomach in a daze. Kim relaxes in a chair opposite him, checking on his recovery. Lee points out that if he were actually dying, he would have been taken to the infirmary. But since he used his mana to protect himself from the blow, he only has bruises. He looks away, utterly humiliated. He admits he looks pathetic. He never imagined he'd face a student with his full strength and end up looking at the ceiling. Lee is still intent on quitting, but Kim isn't willing to accept it. He stops pretending and directly asks him to stay, which catches the veteran instructor off guard. Kim admits that he didn't intend to ruin the school's atmosphere, and while the special class seems like a shortcut for the lazy, it's actually the complete opposite. Lee admits he's seen the team training in the gym, and points out that their workouts are far more intense than those of normal students. Kim confirms that he's the mastermind behind those personalized training programs, tailoring each exercise to the specific body type and fighting style of each student. Lee is truly impressed and admits that he might even be a better teacher than him. He wonders why Kim cares if he stays, but Kim is realistic, no matter how much he knows about his own technique. He's technically still a student. He can't and doesn't want to teach the entire student body, and losing a professional like him would be a total disaster for Balia's standards. The conversation turns a bit tense as Kim threatens to disband the special class and leave the academy altogether if Lee quits. The instructor disagrees entirely, as he realizes that even though Kim's presence changes things, nobody actually wants him to leave. He grows curious about the special class's true purpose, and Kim decides to confide the big secret. He reveals that the team isn't just a study group, but essentially a strike force unit. Kim mentions that giant monster, the disaster from a few months ago that the media barely covered. While the public believes it just disappeared, he reveals that his special class was the one on the front lines, arriving first and neutralizing the threat before anyone even knew it had hit them. He stresses that he's only telling Lee this because he needs him to stay on as an instructor. Lee is quite taken aback, realizing that Kim has created his own private militia right under the academy's nose. He is visibly stressed by the idea, pointing out that students shouldn't be out there playing hero in dungeons. That's what the government and official guilds are for. But Kim brings him down to earth. He reveals that it took professionals 30 minutes to show up at the last disaster, whereas his team was already on the ground evacuating civilians and taking down monsters. He assures him that these kids are already surpassing adult contractors, so their safety isn't really an issue. Kim gets serious about the bigger picture and warns him that the world is about to get a lot worse. He admits that when the real chaos hits, his special unit won't be enough to save everyone. Society is going to need a massive surge of high-level hunters just to keep the lights on. And Kim believes Lee is the only one in Korea capable of training that many people at once. Kim mentions that Lily also asked him to beg him to stay, which surprises Lee, as he didn't think she was aware, but it turns out Lee was the one who hired her. So they are more connected than Kim thought. Finally convinced, the instructor agrees to tear up his resignation letter, admits that he still doesn't fully understand who Kim is, but he sees that the guy is gearing up for war. He gives Kim some adult advice and tells him that if things get too tough, he should wait for the professionals instead of trying to do it all himself. Kim plays along and agrees, even though they both know he's the strongest guy in the room. With that, Kim is still wondering how on earth they are supposed to handle the total chaos the special class is causing among the rest of the student body. Lee has a plan for handling the chaos of the special class, and he has no qualms about asking Kim for a little help in carrying it out. After leaving, Kim takes a second to reflect, feeling a little weird about the fact that he just bowed his head to ask someone for a favor. He decides that Lee is a top-tier guy, thinking that if there had been more people with that kind of integrity 300 years ago, the age of destruction might not have been so disastrous. The moment of peace is ruined when Bart appears, looking absolutely wrecked. The poor guy just returned from his leader mission in the main hall and is crying. Turns out Ken completely forgot to tell his students that he was undercover. And when the students saw him being named head of the Tower of Destruction, they didn't see a spy. They saw a target, ambushed him, and gave him a good beating, until one of the stealthier students pulled him aside and let him explain himself. Ken doesn't seem too bothered by his complaints, only curious about who was actually in the main hall. When Barchai mentions 2 masked women, Kim realizes it's Moron. And Sasami from his squad, he's confused because he never ordered them to go there. But the boy reveals that the girls are already busy rebuilding the place, especially the martial god sect. Meanwhile, back in the tower, the schemer tells Barge that it's time to make a move. Barge tries to play it tough, crossing his arms and pretending he doesn't care what happens, even as a mysterious door appears in front of them. Confused, he asks about the martial god's door, but the schemer tells him to step aside for now, promising to explain everything once they reach their destination. Unfortunately, they aren't as stealthy as they think. Suzune and Moron watch them from the shadows. Moron recognizes the constellation with Barge as one of the Tower of Destruction's Cretans. She realizes that's why the vibe felt so familiar, and points out that these guys must have been hiding during the previous great battle. Sasani agrees, and the two decide to go into ninja mode, concealing their presence, and tailing the group to discover their secret hideout. Skyme leads them to a small, nondescript door, and tells Barge that it's time to go inside. Barchai is sweating buckets as he twists the knob, but he's left absolutely dumbfounded when he walks in, and sees, right in the middle of the main hall, a massive, rebuilt Tower of Destruction. Skyme smirks slyly, and explains that they've used the space and strength of the other floor members to construct this secret tower. Though it's a bit empty compared to the old days, it's the perfect place to go unnoticed and regroup. Skyme gets straight to the point and mentions the martial sect guys. He knows that the martial arts god and his disciples are trying to revive their old territories, and have been busy eliminating constellations left and right. Barge realizes that all this has happened while he was busy being locked in a mental realm by one of Kim's students. Wanting to seem like a boss, Barge crosses his arms and orders Skyme to draw up a complete list of all the constellations still lurking around the tower. Skyme is truly impressed by his initiative and promises to gather that list. Immediately before leaving, abandoned alone in front of the gigantic tower, Barge tries to focus, even though his mana is practically depleted. He can still sense some familiar dark auras coming from within. But before he can investigate, Moron appears out of nowhere. She's not pleased and accuses him of trying to revive the Tower of Destruction, and introduces herself with a hard punch to the face. Later, a bruised Barchai informs Kim. Kim sits there completely unfazed, as the boy complains that the students were too busy, knocking his teeth out to talk about the martial god sect issue. Kim ignores the complaints and gets straight to the point. He wants to know more about those familiar magic auras that Barth sensed inside the rebuilt tower. Barth confirms that he felt a familiar vibration in the new tower, specifically the energy of Daz Aravantra and Aaron's brother, two guys who were previously a major pain due to their vague constellation contracts. Kim's gaze turns stern when he hears that this mana is radiating from the third floor. He realizes there's a strong chance these two will reappear as the big villains of the next disaster. Bart gets quite annoyed when Kim simply dismisses his hard work and tells him to keep spying, especially since he just got the crap beaten out of him for it. Changing the subject, Kim confronts Sasami about the whole Musumen business. She gets flustered and admits that she did. When Kim asks why, she explains that, while cleaning up the constellations from the main hall, they got carried away and decided to rebuild the place on their own. She adds that other sisters also liked it, and Kim already knows that upon hearing this, he immediately tries to blame Bart for ratting them out, asking if he should eliminate him. But Kim has to remind him again that constellations don't kill each other. Sasami starts apologizing for building it without permission and offers to tear it all down, but Kim tells her to leave it. He admits he was thinking about bringing back the Musumen anyway, so she basically did his job for him. At the academy, Lee is ready to put his plan into motion. He brings another instructor with him to observe the special class. He tells him that he needs to see their true skill level to believe it. With that, he leads the instructor to his office, where he is surprised to see Kemi and his entire team ready for the showdown. In the arena, a crowd of students has gathered, with no idea why they're there. Lee takes the stage and announces a special lecture. As everyone has been complaining about the transfer to the special class, he gives them a chance to prove they can handle it. He tells them that, if they are able to survive a normal training session, they will be admitted. With that, Leal hands the reins over to Kim, who stands there with a wicked grin. He tells the excited students to go change, because they're starting with a simple run. Kim's idea of simple is basically a death march for a normal person. It starts with a casual 12-mile run, followed by dumbbell curls, and capped off with heavy tire flips. He's about to move on to combat, when Lee has to intervene and tell him to cool his jets. As he looks around the empty gym and abandoned equipment, Leal points out that there's no one left to train. The regular students have dispersed, officially cured of their desire to join the special class. With that, he thanks Kim for his help, realizing that scaring off the students was the perfect way to put an end to the transfer complaints. Kim plays it off like it's no big deal, and tells Lee that it was actually the light version of his training, as they had a very tight schedule. The guy is gobsmacked, once again realizing that Kim's standards are on another planet. He tells Kim that he looks forward to seeing what the team achieves and promises to back them, should they ever need help before leaving. In the main lobby, the rivalry between the Constellation siblings is heating up. Moron confronts Sosmi, accusing her of being a little too eager for attention lately. She assumes Sosmi is there on some secret mission to rough up Barch, or wreck the new building. Sosmi sets her straight and tells her that Kim actually wants to revive the sect. Moron immediately gets angry, wondering why Ken told Sasami the plan first, and what kind of plan her sister is concocting. Sasami manages to calm her down by revealing that Ken has a specific high-level role in mind for Moron. He's not just creating a martial arts club, he's forming a grand alliance to follow the martial arts god. And Moron is supposed to be a key player. The goal is to permanently keep an eye on the Tower of Destruction's movements within the main hall. She explains that, while Bartz is out there doing his best, he's pretty useless when it comes to getting a complete overview. Ken wants to know exactly who is an ally and who is an enemy before the next disaster strikes. Taking inspiration from his previous encounter with the Sword King, Kim is taking absolutely no chances. He's setting the board in advance, so the alliance is ready to act the moment the tower makes its move. Kim knows that, while kicking butts is a great way to get a constellation's attention, you can't build a long-term team purely on fear. You need people who actually buy into the story. That's why he chose Sosa-mi and the elder sister to lead the alliance. Moron thinks Lumines and Frick are a good choice, especially since the latter and the fourth brother are too obsessed with torture to be good diplomats. When Sasami asks how they should introduce the alliance, Moron's first instinct is to storm in with threats, but she's not convinced by the intimidation approach. Meanwhile, inside the giant tree, the Labyrinth Lord is relaxing behind a red screen, looking quite annoyed. He wonders why things are going so slowly. It's been a minute since they dropped the second floor names, and there's still no word from the place, the Sword King reported. Since the second floor guys are lagging behind, he decides it's time to move on to the next level. He loads a few red orbs into his palm, and decides that, even though it's a little early, he's going to bring out the heavy artillery from the third floor, back in the main hall. Sosim and Moron see a crimson streak shoot across the sky as two beams of red energy plummet towards the rebuilt Tower of Destruction. Moron has a bad feeling, sensing that the familiar, heavy mana from the third floor is officially descending into the real world. She tells Sasami to go tell Kim everything and alert him while she tracks its path. At the academy, Kim is busy being a proud dad as he watches Jen Lang train. She throws a solid punch, but feels disappointed as it seems to have done no damage. Kim tells her to look at the ground and points out that she actually pushed it 3 centimeters back. Even though she thinks it's an insignificant result, Kim is secretly thrilled, as everyone is getting stronger, especially with the personalized mana training he's given her. And Aaron, just as he's enjoying the joy of teaching, a hooded messenger emerges from the shadows. He brings Sasami's message, in which she states that the third floor names have officially arrived. Kim is sweating over the situation, because the guide never mentioned that the third floor would arrive this soon. He's confident he can handle them, but the squad isn't quite ready for such a tough fight yet. Sasami informs him that a huge hole has opened up in the main hall, and that 2 names are floating near the fake Tower of Destruction. Since they haven't fully crossed over into the real world yet, Ken realizes they have a small window to act, though it annoys him that the lack of information about their whereabouts makes it difficult to set up a proper trap. Barchai backs the idea, confirming the energy signature from his time on the third floor. Ken turns serious as he connects the dots, realizing these are the most powerful constellations backing Sarah and Aaron's brother. Specifically, we're talking about the bigwigs from the largest race and the Soul Believer. When Kim asks Sasami if she knows these villain groups, she casually mentions that she and Moron have already destroyed them for trying to mess with him. Sasami seems a bit surprised when Kim explains that the ones descending now seem to be constellations linked to those organizations. She apologizes, saying she should have killed them all. She accepts his leadership, explaining that when a constellation descends, it usually possesses the group leader. Since they didn't take out everyone with a blessing, there's still a host body out there waiting to be taken. Kim is done talking. He tells the students to get ready. The field trip is over, and the real war is about to begin. Jen Lang is clearly excited for the chaos, but the rest of the team knows this is something else entirely. Meanwhile, the idiot is already in the tower, sensing the ground shake from the sheer power of the approaching third-floor energy. She knows time is up. She turns full aggro, slamming her dagger into the ground and sending a jagged green crack of magic straight towards the door. Green flames erupt as she tries to sabotage the descent, but the sheer mana expenditure leaves her breathless. As dark silhouettes begin to take shape, a condescending voice tells the idiot she's wasting her breath, mocking her for being a nameless being trying to fight actual legends. A dragon-like entity informs her that they have already consolidated their names and are on a whole different power scale than hers. He scoffs at her poisonous energy, saying it won't do anything to them, and mocks her for being a fan of the martial god. Moron plays it cool, pretending she has no idea what he's talking about. But secretly, she's relieved. Her blue eyes reveal her true objective. She was only buying time for Kim to get into position, and sensing her job is done, she mentally calls her master to handle the heavy lifting. In the old building, a man is filling with purple energy and seems to be having the time of his life. He laughs like a maniac, celebrating the fact that he has finally manifested. This bearded stranger, the Death Dragon, grins like a lunatic, even though he hasn't fully recovered his dragon form. Kim, who stands there with a mocking smile, interrupts him. Kim tells him to gather his things and go home immediately. He slaps the guy so hard that it sends him flying into the wall and beats him up. Kim notices a girl nearby and gets annoyed because he was actually hoping to break the guy's neck right there. So he yells at her to get lost before things get really ugly. As she leaves, the possessed man explains that the original owner of his body was a total loser, who lured the girl there just to rob her. Apparently, the guy used his divine blessings to seduce and rob women. The dragon constellation thinks he's pathetic and cowardly, and claims he's only here to kill. Kim smirks, pointing out that the guy's teeth have already grown back, which is irrefutable proof that he's no longer human, but a full incarnation of the constellation. However, the dragon is slightly surprised, He didn't expect to see the martial god reincarnated into such a weak human body. He launches a massive claw of dark energy at Kim, but Kim remains unfazed. He counterattacks with a punch that rips the guy's shoulder, standing over him. Ken asks if that's the same fear the dragon felt when he possessed R's body and his brother's body, and ran away like a coward the last time they crossed paths. The fanged dragon man clutches his shattered shoulder, utterly stunned that a human body could generate so much pure magic. He realizes that Kim has less mana now than he did 300 years ago, which gives him more confidence. However, our boy just cracks a carefree grin and kicks him so hard that the ground literally caves in and sends the lizard slayer flying. As the constellation hits the ground, it begins to spiral, trying to understand how Kim's red aura is surpassing his prime from the old days of the tower. Kim casually flexes his shoulder and mentions that, back then, his mana was being suppressed, so he never got to see his nor his students' true limits. He puts on the ring, looking completely ready to end it, and tells the guy that today is officially his last day on Earth. The Dragon Man swings, yelling that a named constellation doesn't just die. But Kim doesn't listen. He dodges the attack, summons a sword, and indifferently comments that the guy is putting up a pretty good fight for a third-floor weakling. With that, our boy brandishes his sword, and a massive explosion rocks the area, despite being hit. The guy instantly leaps into the air, with a heavy dragon aura swirling around him. He unleashes a massive beam of energy straight at Kim, causing a huge explosion on impact. The guy stands there panting, convinced he's finally landed a solid hit, only to be devastated when the smoke clears, and Kim is still standing there as if nothing happened. Having dodged the blow with a single movement, sweat begins to break out as he calls Kim a lunatic. But then he cracks a creepy grin, admits he's actually delighted that the rest of the tower has no idea Kim has reincarnated, and loves the thought of them falling into utter despair when they finally encounter this monster. Kim just looks at him like he's a complete monster, and calls him a perverted Bill for enjoying his friend's future suffering. He points his sword and gives the guy one last warning: if he dies at Kim's hands here, not only will he return to the spirit realm, his name will be erased forever. The constellation freezes in shock, thinking it's a bluff, but Kim doesn't hesitate and lands a powerful slash that leaves the Dragon Man dead. Kim walks away feeling very satisfied with the outcome, and wondering how the rest of his squad will fare with their objectives. Elsewhere, a massive furry beast, the Black Claw constellation, is cornered. It growls, demanding to know who stands in its way, only to find Kim's students grinning at it. Ready to finish the job, the Black Claw constellation begins the fight by acting as if it's on a totally different level than the kids' constellations. It stomps the ground with a mana-charged fist, and for a second Jan Lang is confused, until she realizes it's a trap. Sharp blades sprout from the ground, forcing the students to scatter. Turns out that's the guy's title. The back blade isn't just for show. Before the group can even overthink it, Jen Lang ends it all, slamming the ground with such brute force that the blades shatter. Black Claw is truly surprised. Realizing the girl has considerable brute strength, he resorts to a new skill, stomping the ground to launch a line of blades at them, and then using his power to twist their tips, so they point directly at their heads. Erin won't stand for it. She yells a command for everyone to hit the ground, and shatters the attack with a single massive blow. Her follow-up even manages to catch Blackhole right in the chest. The squad doesn't give him even a second to breathe. Seiyuki and Genlin lunge in with a series of brutal punches that send him crashing to the ground. As the constellation tries to pick itself up, Soyin lands a heavy sword blow right to its chest, causing a massive explosion of energy. She gasps and wheezes, thinking she's defeated it, but the dust clears to reveal Black Claw standing without a single scratch. The girl is truly surprised that her final blow with all her mana caused no damage. While she's stuck in her head, Black Claw lunges and manages to scratch her cheek. The rest of the group starts to panic, but she ignores it, though inwardly she realizes this guy is far more dangerous than Kem had warned them. Meanwhile, the Black Cat is chilling upstairs, watching the whole desperate struggle through a portal. Kem finally arrives on the scene and takes a quick look at the team. He's actually quite relieved to see that they're holding up better than he thought. Black Cat continues to pace and bite his nails, recalling that these are literally children fighting a high-level constellation. But Kem points out that that's precisely why he had a backup plan. He admits that it's definitely too soon for them to face gods, but the third-floor emergency meant they had to skip the training wheels and jump straight into the fire. Back in the thick of it, Black Claw boasts about his power by naturally healing the chest wound Eren inflicted on him. It's a hard blow to the group's morale, especially for Aaron, who starts to question if her sword skills are really as good as she thought. The monster then goes into maniac mode, entranced by the idea that these kids will make legendary trophies once he kills them. He covers his entire body in a swarm of blades and charges like a human blender. Jen Lang reacts quickly, raising a massive ice wall to intercept the charge. This only stops him for a second, but Black Claw just seems annoyed. Knowing the ice is too soft to stop him for long, Jen Lang realizes she's in trouble and regrets focusing too much on offense and letting her defensive skills get rusty. She yells for a plan, and the girls coordinate on the fly. Harin and Sojian will focus on breaking its swords, creating an opening for the heavy hitters, Sayuki Jen Lang, so they can inflict considerable damage. As the ice wall shatters into pieces, the team executes flawlessly. Arain and Sojian flank the beast from behind and attack its sword armor with everything they have. Black Claw isn't worried at first, thinking he can regenerate the metal, but he's caught off guard by the next blow. Sejak charges his fist with incredible force and slams it into the monster's gut, folding it like a lawn chair. Before it can even hit the ground, Jan Lang flies in with a brutal ice kick, charged with ice that causes a massive wall of frozen shards on impact, immobilizing the constellation. The guy is literally an ice cube, frozen in the middle of a jagged ice wall. Jan Land and her team finally take a second to breathe, thinking they've actually pulled off a miracle, and snatched victory, but the relief is short-lived. In a split second, Black Claws, the hand begins to tremble and a sword shoots out of its palm, pointing directly at Jin Nan's exposed back. It looks like it's over, but Kim appears out of nowhere, stopping the blow at the last second. He mocks the constellation for its pathetic dying act routine, just to land a cheap shot. Black Claw's eyes widen as he realizes he's staring at the true martial god. But Kim isn't interested in chatting. Before the monster can even process the surprise, Kim delivers a single sword strike. Effortlessly, that cleaves the frozen constellation in two. Jen Len doesn't understand how she got here, but casually drops the news that she's already finished off her own target. As the girls begin to look up at their master in admiration for being such an awesome guy, he tells them to head back through the portal while he handles cleaning up the mess. Once they're gone, he pulls out his ring and absorbs the dead constellation's powers like a vacuum cleaner. As soon as he finishes absorbing the power, Kim is automatically transported back to the cabin, where he usually meets with the guide. He figures she's the one who summoned him, but when he walks in, he finds her in bad shape. The guide is covered in wounds and looks unwell. She tries to ask him about the situation on the third floor, but Kim dismisses it, as he's far more concerned about who managed to hit the only person who's supposed to have all the answers. The guide recounts how she ended up so battered. Apparently, she went on a risky reconnaissance mission to check on the Labyrinth Lord's progress and ensure her sabotage of the magic globe was still working to maintain the deception. She even tweaked the markers with her own power before going into ghost mode to spy on the big boss in person. It was then that the Labyrinth Lord summoned the third-floor constellations using 2 devil fruits and launched them into the world like heat-seeking missiles. The guide watched the orb zip past her, realizing that the Labyrinth Lord was officially panicking and accelerating his timeline. She hurried back to the magic globe to see what the consequences would be, and observed that the names had not yet fully manifested in the physical world. But her luck ran out quickly. The Sword King caught her red-handed and pointed his sword at her, demanding to know who she was. She realized talking was not an option. She opened a portal behind herself, and in a move totally opposite to Total, the Sword King's own sword ended up flying towards his own head. He barely managed to dodge it. Totally baffled by her strange spatial distortion abilities, the guide tried to escape, knowing that she rarely uses that distortion trick. But the Sword King was not playing. He charged his sword with a massive amount of mana. Before she could disappear, he unleashed a lightning strike that completely shattered her, leaving her sliced to pieces all over her body. He wasted no time in going for the killing blow as she staggered. But just as he was about to turn her into confetti, a spear came out of nowhere and pierced him right through the chest. Turns out, the guy who just crashed the party was none other than the Spear King. He had just committed the ultimate betrayal by impaling him, who clearly didn't see that backstab coming. As the Sword King tries to lunge in one last fit of rage, the Spear King simply twists the weapon indifferently, ending him at that very moment, although he did what he had to do. The Spear King seems a little disappointed, reflecting on the fact that he just killed his own relative. The guide is quite surprised by the turn of events, but mostly relieved to be alive. She thanks her savior and asks him to tell her his story. The Spear King explains that they both got their king titles after losing a fight to the Labyrinth Lord and being forced to serve him. He warns her that, although the Sword King seems dead, the guy will probably wake up sooner or later, and when he does, he'll be in a world-ending mood. The guide isn't willing to wait for round 2. So she kneels down and blows a mysterious powder onto the fallen Sword King. When the Spear King asks what this is all about, she reveals that she just completely rewrote his brain when he wakes up. He won't remember any of this betrayal or the fight. The Spear King is truly impressed. She possesses that kind of mental magic. Once the mess is cleaned up, the guide bids farewell. She has to hurry and report on the names the Labyrinth Lord just unleashed on the world. Back in the present, Kim listens to the guide's wild story, but can't help but worry about how bad she looks. However, she tries to play it off as normal. She admits that her tank is completely dry after depleting the power from the names she had stored, and that her ability to track the Labyrinth Lord has basically hit a dead end. Kim isn't willing to let his best source of information go, so he hands her the ring containing the souls he snatched from the second-floor constellations. He has no interest in using that power himself, so he tells her to take the ring and burn that energy. However, she needs it. As they chat, Kim starts to inquire about this mysterious Spear King. The guy gives a physical description, though she's tight-lipped, surprised that a guy like Kim hasn't crossed paths with him yet. Kim admits he has a hunch about who the guy is, but wants to be 100% sure before making a move, especially since someone that strong would be a huge asset to his team. After finishing their conversation and saying their goodbyes, the scene shifts to the main hall. Sosami and Moron are having a fangirl moment talking about how Kim effortlessly defeated the third-floor rivals. However, they remain nervous, wondering how many more heavyweights are going to fall on them. The tower has orders from Kim to keep an eye on the Tower of Destruction, but they've hit a snag since their intel is garbage. As they've already eliminated most of the villain groups acting as the tower's ground support, they've run out of leads to follow. Sasami glances around the main hall and notices it looks like a ghost town. She and Moro Nathan Cabos and come to the conclusion that it's hard to build a massive alliance when they've already defeated everyone who could have joined. Since the local recruit pool is practically depleted, they decide the new plan is to start winning over the constellations who are already with Kim. Back at the academy, Black Cat is slightly bewildered when Kim drops that he wants to create a spy agency dedicated to scouting out constellations before they even make their move. Kim believes Black Cat's shady past in the black market makes him the perfect CEO for this new venture. But Black Cat isn't so sure. Instead, he suggests outsourcing the job to a group called the Kiras. These guys are neutral cities' heavy hitters when it comes to intel gathering, and they boast agents who are genuine top-tier professionals. Kim is curious about the city, and although Black Cat warns him that it's a very dangerous place, Kim is genuinely excited about meeting the Karas team. They head straight to Neutral City to pitch the deal to the Guild Master of Karas, Okada. However, Okada immediately turns them down, making it clear that his group is unwilling to become anyone's loyal dogs. He thinks associating with someone as unpredictable as Kim is a huge risk to his guild's reputation, which took 10 years to build in Neutral City, where status is everything. And while they've done business with Black Car before, Okada is truly baffled by the fact that a big shot like Kim is playing a supporting role. The Karas Guild did their homework, but Kim is a complete ghost. His history before the academy is a complete mystery. And yet, he's accomplishing S-rank feats and has all the major families in his pocket. Despite being an orphan, Kim is truly impressed by his bullying skills. Okada attributes his success to his contractor, a blue-eyed guide constellation who can detect a lie from a mile away. However, since they can't determine Kim's true identity, they reject the partnership. Kim decides to turn the tables, accusing Okada of hiding his own secrets. Before summoning the red sword, the moment the sword appears, Okada loses his composure. He recognizes the weapon and immediately gets defensive. He warns Kim that if he tries to resort to violence, the city's heavy hitter constellation, the Shard Bearers, will literally turn him into ash. Okada sees a wild look in Kim's eyes and wonders if he's possessed by the sword. But it's the sword itself, replies and confirms it. This plunges Takada into a spiral of disbelief. Kim doesn't stick around to argue, but orders the sword's spirit fanatic to deal with his blue-eyed guide, since the boss is proving difficult. With one last visit to Balia, if you change your mind, Kim steps through a portal and heads home, leaving Okada in a state of shock in the middle of his office wondering what just happened. Back at the tree, the Sword King finally jolts awake, only to find the Spear already busy reporting to the Labyrinth Lord. The Spear King seems calm, informing the boss how the third floor names have successfully taken over following the second floor's failure. The Sword King is completely stunned. He's never lost consciousness like that before, and has no idea how he ended up there. Meanwhile, the Labyrinth Lord is thrilled, relieved that his top-tier descendants are finally ascending to constellation status. He tells them to keep a close eye on the third floor's movements before dismissing them. As soon as they're in the hallway, the Sword King grabs the Spear King, demanding an explanation for the strange memory gap, and why he woke up right in front of the boss. The Spear King puts on a poker face and blatantly lies, saying he blacked out while sorting artifacts in the armory, so he had to drag him along. He walks off like it's no big deal, but the Sword King remains suspicious. There's something about the story that doesn't add up. A few days later, the scene shifts to a department store, where Sajun and Aaron are having coffee. Sajun is seeking advice on family constellation, divine contracts. Harin explains that her own contract only became effective when she acquired the family's sacred sword. This greatly affects Sajun. She admits that she formed her contract without a relic and is now starting to hit a major power ceiling. She's depressed, spiraling, worried about becoming the weakest link in the team. But the conversation is interrupted when she spots Adelia and the black cat nearby. Sajun is genuinely impressed by how handsome the guy with Adelia is, and nearly short-circuits when Aaron tells her that he's actually Director Black Cat. It definitely looks like a date, which is crazy, because Adelia has never been the romantic type. When she was vice president of the Ventric family, the previous leader basically ran the place into the ground. Adelia had to take over as interim head, with the sole goal of clearing the family's name. She worked like a machine, using the peak mask constellation to rebuild their reputation on the streets, until they became the most powerful house in Europe. With this, she finally became Kim's student. But seeing her here with Black Car makes the girls a bit miffed. They decide to go on a secret mission and follow the pair. Soyeon thinks it's a bit creepy to stalk them, but Aaron frames it as training for when they finally get their own dates. They follow the pair to a movie theater, where Adelia is sitting having an existential crisis. Wondering how she ended up in this situation, Black Cat breaks the tension by showing up with popcorn, and they both admit that dating is a totally foreign concept to them, as they've spent their entire lives working relentlessly, and realize that this rare moment of downtime is only possible thanks to Kim. The truth is, this date started as business. A while ago, Adelia's constellation gave her the direct order to start forming alliances, starting with Black Cat since he had already done so. When Adelia initially proposed it, Black Cat was surprised that a constellation knew his secrets. He admits that, before Kim showed up, his own constellation was a total naysayer who didn't care about the world, and just wanted to exalt his master's greatness. In the planning phase, Black Cat tried to create a small forum that failed miserably, but Adelia saved the day by suggesting they become a fan website for Kim. It worked wonders. In the present, Black Cat is excited because the site is booming and boosting Kim's reputation, which is why he finally worked up the nerve to ask her out. He wanted to thank her for her help, but she's been non-stop lately. He recalls Kim coming to the gym recently and forcing everyone to take mandatory time off. Even though Logan was obsessed with mastering his punch technique, Ken insisted they rest because a huge wave of work was coming, and soon they wouldn't have a free second. Ken is already moving his chess pieces, telling Logan to keep an eye on America while Black Cat handles the connection with the Karis Guild. Adelia was a bit confused about why they needed spies in Neutral City when she and Black Cat were already excellent at intel, but he clarified that they needed a global network to track villains worldwide, which is far beyond their current league's reach. As Adelia was about to leave the meeting, Black Cat finally worked up the courage and asked her out on a date. Now standing in the theater, both are blushing like mad, admitting that deep down. They both wanted this to happen. The line begins to move and they enter, unaware that Harin and Sajun are tailing them. Aaron, with her professional stalker attitude, reveals that she's already booked tickets for the same movie so she can keep tabs on them. Inside, Adelia is extremely nervous. Her heart is pounding so fast that she worries she won't be able to follow the plot. But as the lights dim and the movie is about to begin, a monster quite literally smashes through the cinema screen. With a huge gash, panic erupts in the theater as the audience rushes for the exits. But Adelia and Black Cat stand their ground. The Black Cat identifies the intruder as a manifestation of the third-floor constellation called Hiyuan. The creature looks a bit dazed, wondering why the huge energy source it sensed has suddenly vanished. The duo is also scratching their heads. According to Kim, it's incredibly rare for a constellation to simply wake up and manifest like this. They believe it must be a chain reaction caused by the names that recently descended from the tower. Gilwin finally realizes he woke up by mistake, but instead of going back to sleep, he decides to turn the cinema into a graveyard. As the monster begins to charge up a spell, Adelia and the black cat prepare for combat, only to realize that Sajan and Harin are right behind them. Adelia is dying of embarrassment, but the two younger girls play it cool, acting as if their presence is a total coincidence. The monster gives them no time to chat. Launching a high-pressure water attack, Black Cat handles it with ease, opening a portal to absorb the water. But he's nervous, sweating. Controlling the water is a tricky task, and he's not sure if the four of them have enough power to finish this thing once and for all. He makes a quick executive decision and orders the girls to run and get Kim, while he and Adelia keep the monster busy as the girls leave. Hyun ramps up the pressure, firing massive streams of water. Black Cat realizes too late that these streams are too big for his portals to keep up with. Thinking fast, he opens a portal beneath his and Adelia's feet, just as the water streams vaporize the spot where they stood. Before the monster can even blink, another portal drops from the ceiling right above its head. Black Cat drops like a stone with his sword, drawn to deliver a heavy blow. The impact causes a massive explosion, but the smoke clears to reveal the monster dodging the lethal blow with unnerving ease. Before the Black Cat can even process the failure, the beast delivers a heavy kick. That sends him flying across the room and crashing into a wall. Seeing the monster hit his date instead of her is the last straw for Delia. She goes into full rage mode and charges the monster with her dagger at breakneck speed. The beast isn't impressed, catching her mid-motion and flinging her against the wall like a rag doll. Clearly annoyed by the nuisance, Black Cat rushes over to check on her, but the monster gets a nasty surprise when Adelia reveals that she actually managed to scratch him and inject him with a potent poison. The monster's hand begins to rot and instantly blacken, but the guy is a total psycho, as he amputates his own rotting limb without batting an eye. He's now beyond furious, charging a massive glowing ball of water energy, and yelling that they'll pay for interfering with his descent, realizing that if this energy ball explodes, the entire building will collapse on them. Black Cat opens a massive, city-sized portal right beneath the monster's feet, and drops it straight into Balia's training ground as the monster falls through the portal. It tries to launch that massive water bomb, but Black Cat and Adelia are too fast and slip away. Adelia imbues her knife with a lethal dose of poison and plunges it deep into the monster's chest, sending the beast crashing to the floor of Balia. It feels incredibly good, thinking its toxins have finally done their job, but Gilwin is a tank and crawls back up to keep fighting, immediately trying to crush Adelia with a maximum power punch. But Black Cat intercepts with a spatial slice to stop it. The monster halts its momentum in midair to dodge the cut, which leaves Black Cat utterly stunned by its reflexes. Black Cat begins to apologize for the failure, but Adelia reveals that the failure was part of the plan. The monster is so focused on the flashy spatial magic that it doesn't realize the poison in its chest is already draining it. From the inside, right at that moment, the beast's arm falls off, completely rotted. Sensing death, the duo charges together to deliver the final blow. Meanwhile, Kim and the two spy girls head towards the location of a huge explosion. The girls are panicking, but Kim is genuinely excited, as he knows it's his students who just took down a constellation. He finally finds Black Cat and Delia panting over the monster's remains. Kim teases them, mentioning that he tried to call them to warn them about the monster, but they were too busy on their little date to pick up. Afterward, Black Cat offers a shy apology. Kim pulls out his ring and absorbs the dead constellation's soul. Black Cat realizes that the timing is too perfect. It means the Carries Guild has finally agreed to the deal. Just then, Akata shows up to confirm the alliance and admits that King's Sword Spirit completely took care of their blue-eyed guide constellation and showed them who's boss. A few days prior in the main hall, Sosmi and Moron are doing the preliminary work, going door to door to recruit constellations for their cause. It's difficult to convince them, though most of these spirits are still legitimate. Traumatized by the beatings they previously received, they finally manage to corner one and get him to calm down enough to explain the plan they're concocting, forming an alliance under the martial god sect to bring order to the chaotic hall. At first, the constellation doesn't buy the savior role. He blames them for the disaster and pointing out the creepy tower of destruction that just manifested in the middle of the hall. The duo explains that the door is precisely why they are recruiting. They need to seal the tower before it opens up again. The constellation doesn't think, but admits that he's just a B-rank nobody with barely any contractors. He tells them they're wasting their time with him and points them towards the neutral door, a high-risk place where all the important constellations gather. As the girls walk away, the boy mutters to himself, wondering if they are actually trying to resurrect the martial god himself, and confesses that if he actually had any real power, he'd join such an epic cause without hesitation. Sasami, overhearing this, turns back around and once again offers him a spot on the team. But the boy backs away and asks for more time to think. The sisters head outside to regroup, and Moron wonders what kind of madness they'll find at the neutral door. Before they can finish their conversation, a massive explosion rips through the air right in front of them. Sasami and the idiot immediately recognize the energy from the blast, as it has the chaotic signature of monsters all over it. They rush to the neutral door, where Freak and Lumines have already clashed, facing off against a crowd of high-level constellations. The duo originally appeared to hunt down the blue-eyed guide, but they are disgusted to see that the local spirits are orgasming and mingling as if nothing is happening. Lumines suspects that these guys are discreetly plotting an attack on the sect's building, which sends Freak into a panic. He reminds everyone that, when they were still human, the martial god did everything for them, and he's not about to let his legacy be disrespected. The blue-eyed guy doesn't back down and points out that the martial god sect has done nothing but wreak havoc on the main hall. The other constellations back him up, making it clear that they have no intention of becoming loyal dogs, and that they're fully prepared to fight tooth and nail to maintain their independence. Lumine spots the Night King among the crowd and feels a little relieved, as the fact that he's not bringing up their old grudges means that previous negotiations actually worked. Still, she and Frick decide that these constellations need a brutal reminder of the power difference. Just as they're about to charge into the crowd and start cracking skulls, Sazumi and Moron leap into the center of the confrontation, halting the attack in midair. Freak is annoyed, but Sazumi ignores him and confirms with the spirits that this is indeed the neutral door. Moron steps forward and officially rejects the alliance proposal on behalf of the martial god sect. One of the heavyweights, the fist fighter, finds it hilarious that they're offering an alliance when their team was literally planning to attack them. He tells the girls that they're not interested, regardless of who's stronger. Lumen looks surprised to learn that Kim is already pushing for alliances abroad, while Freak simply states that he just wants to beat them into submission until they say yes. Moron breaks the tension and tells everyone that they don't have time for a fight, because the Tower of Destruction is returning. The constellations immediately shudder, as in their past lives, they all died trying to protect their homes from the tower's monsters. When Moron drops the news that it's resurrecting, the hall descends into utter panic. The blue-eyed guy backs her up, admitting that he's felt some very suspicious movements coming from the Great Void lately. Moron explains that the tower is sending constellations one by one to probe the terrain, and that in a few years it will be back in full operation. The spirits remain skeptical, though they don't see how they can defend themselves when they're stuck in the hallway with not enough contractors to manifest in the real world. Lumines realizes that the Night King has been withholding the best information. He's never told the others about Kim. Moron finally spills the beans and reveals that their master has officially reincarnated into the human world. This leaves the blue-eyed guide completely dumbfounded. He's surprised that, even with his truth-seeking powers, he never caught wind of such a massive rumor. The guide suddenly connects the dots and realizes that the master they're praising is the same mysterious student who just visited his contractor in the real world. Frick chimes in, reminding the guide that they actually have a direct order from Kim to beat him up. As this is an official mission, the idiot gives them the green light to unleash, with the martial god back in flesh and bone. All the constellations in the hall shift their stances and join the sect on the spot. Back in Balia, the key guardian is having the time of his life, face-deep in a box of donuts. Themi walks in and notices the little guy has put on a few pounds, but gets straight to the point. He's not here to chat about snacks. He needs the guardian to open a direct passage that connects his home straight to the Labyrinth Lord's territory. And this is where the story reaches a whole different level. This is no longer just an academy. This is not just tournaments. And it's not simply a strong student humbling geniuses. Before us is the martial god who once saved the world and died in the ruins of the Tower of Destruction. And exactly 300 years later, he returns. And you know what's the most powerful thing about this story? It's not his fist or his experience, or even the fact that he's already defeated the final boss. It's that his former disciples became constellations. While he lay dead, they ascended to a level where hunters prey to them. And now, as the tower stirs once more, he's not just preparing for battle. He's gathering his family. Look how beautifully this is constructed. As some constellations panic, while others plan attacks, while the neutrals, heavyweights, are only thinking about their own independence, who already knows the truth. The tower will return, and this time it doesn't plan on dying under its rubble. And I love this contrast so much. He used to be a man who fought to his last breath. Now he's a strategist. He lets his disciples fight. He lets them grow. He lets them recruit allies on their own. And in the meantime, he quietly absorbs a constellation's soul into a ring and builds a direct path into the Labyrinth Lord's territory. This is no longer a story of, I'm the strongest. It's a story about the system's return, about how a legend who once saved the world returns not for glory, but to survive this time. And most interestingly, all those proud constellations who moments ago didn't want to become someone's dogs instantly sign an alliance when they discover that the master has returned in a human body. Because strength is one thing, but the memory of the one who once conquered the end of the world is something else entirely. And if I'm being honest, what worries me isn't the tower itself. It's the moment it opens up again, and, instead of a battle-weary hero sacrificing himself, is met by a man who already knows how it all ends, and this time he's not playing by the rules. Because legends don't die, they just wait for the moment to return.